They're about to get ready, Haseo. There we go. There we go, we're back. Whew. Don't forget to switch from your media to the game capture when. Well, I would rather we have the technical difficulties now rather than halfway through a stint. Would you agree? Is your mic working?
Yes.
Thank the Lord. Woo! Welcome back. Yes, we have got past our few little technical issues. Haseo being the master technician that he is and getting our stream back up and working. ALT Ruth was saying he blames solar. Okay, well, don't blame Solar just yet until you prove he has something to blame for. Barney says, praise Haseo. Yes, praise Saint Good Haseo. Mind you, would you want to be sainted?
I don't know.
Okay.
What is doing our other comments live in this commentators booth we currently got?
In the commentators booth, we've got quite a few people. We've got Scotty Guy and Barniers, who is quite silent at the moment, but yes, we have got quite a lot of people, so we will see who hops in, who hops out, and what happens where. But right now, we're about to kick off with only 11 minutes over, actually. The start of the Daytona 24-hour.
Got Scotty. Scotty, you're alive with us.
Hello, everyone.
There he is.
It's a good afternoon for racing. I first of all want to say well done to whoever in Tora made that intro graphic. It was very, very neat. I'm just seeing in chat that someone's FM7's already got deleted from their PC. We're 12 minutes now behind the starting time. It's a great start.
It's a fantastic start. But we've got some very fast people, because for those of you who don't know, A-Lobby is the fastest of the fastest, if you will. These people will make you blink and you will miss them going past. We have even got a couple of people from, well, our faithful streams here, because we've got some very recognizable names like Ronald. He's a very, very fast person. SVR Barcode, who's not even humanly fast. And a load of great other drivers who are equally talented in their own right. God, we're gonna have Crow at 5 in the morning. Just what I need to welcome the sunshine into the room I'm streaming with, and have Crow at 5 in the morning. I'm gonna need to double up on my coffee when Crow appears.
And it seems we're about to get underway for at least the first attempt for the start.
And hopefully, the only. So, Scotty, how do you feel being in the commentators booth this round?
It's nice not to have the stress of a whole 24 race coming up. Not having to bottle the race as I did at Le Mans a few times.
Thank you for the follow, AMS Sandman. Getting ready here for the formation lap. No, if it's more than 7. Here we go. It looks like they're off to a good start. Now, I believe that the only time they would restart if is one of the protos had a glitched racing line, because it would sometimes glitch over to the GTs. But it looks like we're not having any such issues, as they are going round very carefully, heating up their tyres, making sure they keep a nice distance from each other until things get dicey.
I believe they have until the end of the formation lap to call a restart if they need it.
They do.
So
They
we'll wait
certainly
until
do.
then before saying we're underway.
This is the only stint though where they have a full formation lap. Stints 2 to 12 was only till turn 3 with the horseshoe. So they have got to make sure all the settings are right, all the distances are right, and making sure that they are not gonna
Yes, this
drop
is
out
A
of
lobby
the
ESV Moshus.
Yes, this is A lobby. We are doing A lobby. Delta Online, Delta Live TV is doing B. Track Sabian is doing C lobby, and finally for D lobby is Bucktide. Coming through from our chat already, B lobby just had a disconnect already. Well, things are certainly going to a flying start, but we're not going to let a few disconnects take away the beautifulness that is this event. Just in, Chuck Stabian is not doing C, they're nowhere to be seen.
From my
Thank you
knowledge,
for
I
the
think
vote.
there's been some technical issues on that side.
The drivers are starting to pair up side by side, separating from Protos to GTs. Got some very fast people here today, and hopefully we're going to see some epic racing, because these Protos are significantly more powerful, significantly lighter, and have significant more grip than the GTs. So overtakes will be fast, daring, and dangerous.
As you can see up in the right hand corner, we currently got a secondary monitor as well for the GT class at the moment, for the race GT class.
And here we go, lights out, and away we go for the 24 hours of Daytona.
Thank you for those beats there, Platinum.
Here we go, THR Mitch is already breaking away from the Protos, trying to make a little bit of distance, but MS Turismo is certainly trying to catch up. Mitch has got nothing but clean air, clean tarmac and warm tyres, so we will certainly see what these cars will do. Now, interestingly enough, these cars will go equal on range but different on time. These cars will go 28
Hold
laps.
on.
Yeah, I
think
think
we just may have some disconnections.
I believe we are having a restart as the whole LMP field is left. We're just waiting for
Yes,
the
I think that's
information
the
to get across
case.
to the GTs.
yes, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, we're having
Yep.
a restart.
Well, I guess it's not a regular stream without at least one restart.
You had to say it, didn't you?
I guess it had to get out of the way. There's not much we can do about it.
Episodes will
an
then go to
FTC.
temp 1.
So an FTC stream with at least one restart then. No matter it is an FTC event or Tora event, you just have to get it.
I believe.
Thing is, we still have 11 starts to make. Plenty of more
Oh,
opportunities to have to restart.
Oh Lord.
Indeed. Indeed.
I guess also have to restart my timer.
So,
yes, we currently
everyone
got
in chat-
Sakura and Scotty in the commentators with us.
So don't be afraid. You've got 4 people now to interrogate and poke fun at. So don't be afraid to ask us questions, see what's happening, and well, just enjoy talking to us. Because if you don't talk to us, this is going to be a long 24 hours.
Make sure everybody's in spectator mode of us commentators.
Yep.
And it looks like we all are. I think you're now just waiting for race drivers themselves.
Oops,
Yeah,
Scotty
you had
gone.
to actually leave a little bit early, don't you, Metal?
Yes, I do, because I am racing in stint 2 and stint 4. So yeah, I'm gonna be popping out in and out. But then as darkness sets in, I'm gonna
No,
get my
I'm not
warm
gonna be
fuzzy
alone at all,
blanket and
Effis.
wrap it around us.
So we more or less have a complete rough schedule for everybody to roughly when anybody's going to be in the commentators booth.
Yeah, we
Yay,
have
every
a,
lobby is sorted.
yeah, we have a rough schedule, i.e., well, people hop in, people hop out. Phoenix Castaway, paintball without the T-ball. Okay.
So, yeah, pain. Yeah. Exactly.
Inferno says, wow, I'm the meat in a metal sandwich.
So I think
Well,
you're looking from the looks of it, we're doing Koenigsegg and on. This looks like it's just Koenigsegg at the moment that we're waiting until
I
we're ready
believe
up.
it's just I believe it's just Koenigsegg.
And there they are ready. And let's talk about the the overlays for people with the what's it called again? Oh,
Here we go. Hopefully we should have a good time. Don't forget to change over the screen, Hussein.
yeah.
Right, they are off on their formation once more, so we will see what happens when they do. Rock Morris said the Daytona 72.
Sakura, will you on your end follow the race GT leader in
Sure.
cinematic mode?
Just give me a moment.
Yeah.
2 hours are underway.
Takes number 7.
Yeah, it's Hydra. The Williams Hydra or Jim Supra or whatever he's called.
Yeah.
Man of many names. But
Many,
only
many
one thing we
names.
know for sure. Yeah, one thing we know for sure, he's dead fat.
NWR Brothers say, tried on both my Xbox and phone. If the Twitch app does not work for you, go into your browsers and you'll be able to access it there. Twitch has got some funky update that went out over the past couple of days, so we will certainly be looking into that. Thank you for the follow. JSL Sterilizer said, I tried both on mobile and Xbox. Yet to try it on my computer. Your computer should work. But we're getting ready here now. Drivers going side by side as they're just exiting the bus stop. You ready, Haseo?
Yeah.
Here we go. Now, hopefully, this will be the last restart.
And look at them all lining up 2 by 2 towards the start finish to the pit
Lovely
straight.
start. They're about to
Last
cross.
restart in this stint.
Let's get ready. Here they come.
Oh,
Lights out and away we go for the Daytona 24-hour race. Mitch and Turismo go side by side through turn 1. Mitch has the superior line and takes first place for the Protos. Oh, and someone's already gone off for the Protos. Clipping the grass.
Somebody made me go on too aggressive there through the start chicane
someone
section.
already wait what?
Yeah.
Oh, from the GTs.
Another one of the
Wonder who that
GTs
was.
this time has already gone off.
Wonder who that was.
That was RZM McQueen.
Ooh,
In
what
the
a
Dodge
heartbreak.
Viper. Luckily though, it's happened at the start of the race, not the finish, because the finish is where it will make or break you.
But this is an endurance race, so as long as you're not getting damaged and can keep going, that's what's matter most.
That is very true.
Now we're heading into the most. Oh, someone disconnected. I think. Oh, we have a disconnections.
And you're a major pilot as well from the looks of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It looked like we're having another restart. Oh.
Yeah, most likely some GT disconnected,
I
and
think
that means
we're having a
maybe-
complete restart. It seems like, oh, I think the pros finally noticed.
Well, there's only 2 pros left.
one pro.
There we go.
Call it off till next week.
Ah,
No can do.
Vision FM, we will do this if it kills us.
Shredder already disconnected from the D lobby. Again.
So, but I'm trying to get my just overlay here for, oh.
FM7 having problems as usual. Well, I wouldn't call that an FM7 problem. I would call that more of a Forza issue because their servers are, well, as FS puts it, Forza servers doing Forza things. But I really can't moan because we are doing quite a big event here, so there is going to be some stresses and strains. So it will be unreasonable to say that there wouldn't be some technical issues.
Oh wow. Yeah, it looks like
Seems
also
like
D
there's a
lobby and
lot
C
of
lobby
the
also restarted. Disconnection from the D lobby as well, so that's gonna be another restart.
Oh, we have to say Daytona for a disconnection.
Oh god. Daytona! Now, if you have no idea why... Okay, Nemesis, don't blame me for the restarts. I haven't even raced yet. That's in about an hour and a half's time.
Hi,
So
Nemesis.
shush until then. Oh, don't make friends with Nemesis just because you both like to pick on me. Shush. Lobby C just restarted. Oh my... Jesus.
Yeah, lobby B, lobby C, disconnection in lobby D, so probably restart there as well.
Crow says you're doing it wrong. Okay, Crow. Daytona!
I think also Scotty had the
There you
disconnection or connection with himself since we currently lost Scotty.
Yes, Scotty has disappeared into the Shadow Realm.
Oh, F for Scotty.
DJ says restarts everywhere. Right, so at least we're not the only one having issues, so that's sort of a comfort blanket, if you will.
Definitely is.
Kenny of Roblox here says stop restarted.
Oh, lobby D is still going, okay.
Oh, okay.
Hey, so only one restart there. A miracle.
Do it like that annoying lady from SH4. Crow, I can't do it like that annoying lady from SH4 because A, I'm not a lady, and B, I'm not that annoying, I don't think. Hopefully. Yeah? No? But we are underway once more with the formation lap.
Third formation lap.
And a cone has already bit the dust. All cones.
Someday already the cone, of course.
Forza Comp GT says, can we get a restart counter on stream? DJ says,
That's
not a
a
lot
lot.
of lady. Oh, no, I'm not. Oh god, F is saying some funky things.
24 hours of Daytona restarts.
If this is gonna be 24 hours of restarts, I'm just gonna
24 hours of formation lap, yes. 24
Oh.
hours of memes, formation lap, and restarts. Have fun.
Very much fun. But mind you, hopefully it should be better because we've left 2020 behind us, thank God. But some of us are already seeing that 2021 is just going to be 2020 with the Game of the Year edition. So
With
like
still having
says,
a
that was their last restart. No, I believe so.
hopefully.
Rickson says, Swift, go to your PC or something. Phoenix says 2020.2.
So it looks like we're underway.
Still on their formation lap, making sure
Probably.
everything's
Ah,
clean,
yeah.
everything's
Not
tidy.
stop.
Look at the Protoss, they're lining themselves up 2 by 2.
GT's
Such-
also lining
Such a
themselves
good
2 by
looking
2.
lineup. Now this is going to be round 3 of Mitch versus Turismo in the race to corner 1.
Yeah, I think they're more or less sorting themselves out and they're just keeping themselves steady towards the start.
Sutsy says, we're actually going to do this time? Hopefully.
I believe so.
And there is the flag
we
of
go.
go, go,
Away
go.
we go! Mitch and Turismo going side by side. doing
Turismo
their best
attacking
not-
Mitch.
Grinding
Mitch
doors.
Mitch has
Hydra
got the
defended
superior
first.
line.
What a speed through those chicane.
Also,
Oh,
Unleash
Turismo.
running wide. Unleash IG
Right.
running wide.
Turismo's going to try it, but Mitch has got the superior line now for the flat corner. That is this kink. Here we go. Mitch has got it nailed perfectly. Turismo's going for a dive.
Oh, that's
They are both grinding.
close.
It's also allowing
Going
SCP
3 wide.
Sam to go side by side with Turismo now. Mitch making that proto as wide as humanly possible.
Oh, Julian, NWR Julian is into P13. Probably overtaking 3 people.
Oh, going
that's a bad
3
one.
wide.
Ooh.
3 wide.
The protos are only getting faster as they are edges from that wall, coming vastly quick up to bus stop. Inch perfect as always.
SVR Barcode must have a very poor start because he dropped off a position. And we know how
Really?
Barcode is really fast.
Let me check Pro. Pro asks, is there anything out
Yeah, there believe there's one Audi.
What is there? Just one?
See here.
No. I
Actually,
believe there are
no.
Audis.
It's all of 908.
It's all Peugeots for A
Only
That is
French.
very interesting. I will say though, the Peugeots, they look so good for prototypes. They look so good. DDM Lord trying to catch up to the back of SGR
And
Mulsey.
Mitchell just
trying to
going
keep it
away
going.
now.
Unleashed just overtook Kermit in the GT division. Oh, DDM Law going wide! Massive lock up from DDM Law, almost had a collision, kept it safe though, and then he dropped to the back of the pros of those. Also
Alright,
burning
chat.
quite a lot
Is there
of
a
their
specific
tires.
person you want the main camera to follow? Do we have any interesting battles back in the field?
I'm not sure the GT field actually spread out. Hydro
Edison
have a
chat
big
saying, I like a
advantage.
French car, the end is
Let's
nice.
see how the
end is
lead
not
of the
nice,
GT is doing.
It's a good car.
Hydra is just way. Hydra and Max Stream.
I think
And
those
then
two we might
Pro
see a battle
GTs.
from since they're both in the Viper. And speaking of that, the
Really?
Viper is the only
The
car with a
problem is-
10% power handicap, but the Corvette and the Porsche have a 20% power handicap.
That is true. The Porsche and the Corvette have a 20% power handicap. And that is quite a significant handicap, whichever way you're looking at it. And I'm just currently on board with Koenigsegg Art, who must have been in the pits already for some damage because they are trailing all the way at bus stop when all the other GT cars have already crossed the start-finish straight.
Well, they're trying to replace their Crow.
So we can't say that's
Max
worse.
Stream is still on the back of Hydra. This is getting intense.
This
Oh.
is very intense. Max Stream is doing their best, but if you go a little bit backwards to OTR Renowned,
We don't have to allow to say the LMP is ward now. Crow's done no word on us.
yeah, we can't say the P word, but we can say LMP, so haha. But OTR Renowned has got Castaway in the Porsche, seething down his back of his neck, trying to find a way as they all approach bus stop now. The BMW taking a very clean line, but McQueen looking for
McQueen.
the overtake on Castaway.
McQueen looking for the undercut.
They're going for the side-by-side action here.
There's been a contact.
McQueen has the low road, has the grip, has the speed. Castaway
Castaway in the
behind for the
slipstream.
draft now. Castaway looking for a way past that Viper, but that Viper is monstrously fast.
And Viper against Renault is going to be a move. No, Renault is covering him off, at least this time.
McQueen now is setting their sights on Castaway, I believe.
McQueen is on the back of Renault, OTR Renault.
McQueen is really trying to put down the distance.
Just look at them battle out, and ooh, Queen's looking, but it's not close enough.
Here we go.
Art,
McQueen is
art,
looking for
art,
that.
art.
ART Kermit is currently
He's down in
overall in this
18.
18. But they are also trying to make a move on Unleash IG in the Corvette because the Corvette does have a little bit of drag.
I think Koenigsegg had an issue since he's all the way in the 19th place.
Kermit doesn't have any damage currently. They've just got a little bit of tyre wear and a little bit of fuel usage. So apart from
Might
that,
have
they're
spun
good.
out.
PJ says, can we get some livery
Yes.
appreciation? Because them.
Let me just get started with the leader at the moment and go from there.
But as we do, there is a little train of GT cars of SSR Roberts, followed by NWR Julian, then SBR Barcode, and then AMS Mad. All lined up, all
On the
millimeters
first corner.
from one another. Julian is
Going to
looking
be any-
for the
oh,
inside
God,
line. And
no,
Roberts,
but-
Barcode nudges the rear.
Barcode look having a poor exit because of that. Mead going for the overcut, no. Is he going to switch around? No.
They are seriously looking for some gaps here. Julian doing their best to find a way past a fellow Corvette. Different team, same car. It's all down to driver's skill.
You have a good night there, Rue.
Night route.
Oh, Koenig is being attacked by LMPs.
Already. Oh wow.
Because the LMPs are already vastly approaching the rears of those GTs.
ART Kermit against Unleash IG. Going to the bus stop? No, that's not close enough.
Oh! Roberts had a little bit of sim twitch at bus stop.
But OTR Renault and McQueen are actually going side by side through the straight finish line. And into the turn one. McQueen going for the undercut, but no, OTR defends it. For now.
Normsy Extreme is still chasing down the leader. Hydra.
Play on board with THR Mitch, who is one corner away now from lapping the rear of those GTs cluster. So this is going to be some dicey overtaking with what is quite considerably a very tight pack of drivers who are all racing their own race. So Mitch is going to have to be very careful and find a way past.
But I would say a lot of these deliveries they are pretty cool. How they just use the lines of the vehicle.
Forza Comp GG says picture-in-picture mode is dope. Thank Mr. Haseo for that. Mr. Haseo spent all last night setting this up, making sure it worked flawlessly. So give a big round of applause in chat.
It's not also not possible without you guys to help out and access stream through to my end so I can have it as a secondary battle overview.
13, 14, 15, 16, so close for the bus stop.
THR Mitch is cutting through the rear of the GT cars, taking it easy to the bus stop.
And
And
actually,
here comes all the
AMS
LPs
Mead
on the Daytona
was
turn 4.
compromised by Mitch.
FS, what we're doing, we don't need lights or monitors, keep the room lit.
Oh, there's been hit by the.
Oh jeez, all the LMPs
FTP guy.
attacking the GTs in the first corner.
FCT Sam, I think he hit one of the GTs.
THR Mitch though.
Oh, somebody took a nosedive in turn 4.
THR Mitch having to go heavy on the brakes. Make sure we don't go
FCT Sam's having a rear tank slapper.
Right now, Colonel doing currently looking over the deliveries of each driver, so everybody in stream can get appreciation for deliveries.
THR Mitch is now clear of the GT cars. They are away.
My god, this is insanity.
This is very much so insanity. Ahead of the GT class is Will Hydra, who is about to have AMS Turismo right up his rear bumper, overtaking that bus stop like the man is standing still. That just shows.
Oh, it was Unleash
speed
Unleash IG who had a major stat after chicane at turn 4. Let's just see on him, see if he got any damage. Ooh, he got rear suspension drive and drive line.
Oh, I think we have this connection.
Oh, I think we do have a disconnection. We will see who disconnected shortly.
It's the
We did.
BDF48 Gaming.
BDF4F Gaming. That is very unfortunate.
Oh, Castaway and Remix having a little touch.
That's actually one of the LMPs, because Will
Yes.
Hydra is in 6th
Yes.
place overall now.
One of the LMPs have disconnected.
Remix and
On the
Castaway
first
having a good
spin.
battle.
That is going to be some heavy distance to try and make up.
But look at the backpack of these GTs from 10th to 14th.
They are doing a insanely good job. These drivers are not giving any inch. They are driving as close as possible. We've got Phoenix Castaway leading the straight, followed by SSR Remix. Then
Yes, it
SVR,
does.
Robert, Julian, and Barcode rounded off this little train here. Now, Barcode is a very talented driver who I can personally say is extremely fast. So to see, SSL
there's been a-
Phoenix does the butt stop perfectly, gets the inside line, they're not going side by side as they're rounding the final archway before the start finish.
But the speed of the Corvette and bump drafting him. This is not Gran
That was a
Turismo.
serious bump
Oh,
draft. That
Remix
Oh my
was
goodness.
wide.
Oh,
And
the
Castaway.
undercuts.
Oh,
And here comes
Castaway.
LMP in the chicane.
Here goes Barcode!
and Didi Low now in the LMP has to
That's three
make
wide! And DDM Law
The
is
traffic.
sandwiched in a GT train!
Exactly.
They have nowhere to
he
go!
has nowhere to pass.
DDM Law is like,
Oh,
"Boo!"
Julian is just going sideways.
DDM
And
Law
Castaway
is
gets
in a
ahead of the
G-
field where Mayhem was and stays out of trouble.
DDM Law is still in a GT sandwich. They will have to make a move quick.
Battle for
Like, this is a
13th,
serious
18th,
lack of
and-
time.
We got Barcode and Julian side by side in turn 6.
It's Julian and Mead.
ART
But the
Mercy says,
speed of Viper.
"Moo!" I cannot believe. I feel so sorry for that poor LMP being in a GT sandwich with nowhere to go. But
Remis
VNX
got
Castaway,
real compromised.
VNX Castaway actually did very well out of that, as they've got quite a significant gap now. The SVR Barcode behind them in 11th.
But take a look at Remix. He got really compromised. He was P11 at some point, but unfortunately he got punted by Bobbers previous lap in the turn 1, and he's now
That-
P16.
That is not good.
That to say, the GT feels like they're still pretty close and battling it out in this endurance race.
The GTs are actually very competitive for
But
fights, so
then
any-
again, if we look at the overall, oh, I see why when I look on their timesheets. Everybody's within a second overall, more or
that is
less.
that is some tight time sheet right there. So from the looks of it, looks like whoever's racing in the GTs, me included, are gonna be experiencing some good battles over this 24-hour period across all 4 lobbies. So my heart goes out to all of you GT drivers because I'm about to share your pain in about an hour's time.
Yeah, it was quite interesting that the Viper sips fuel, despite it being among the biggest engines of everybody.
The Viper is a monster engine. However, because it is a bigger engine, that means there is less stress on it to perform. So it's it's size versus performance, if you will.
It says there, like, Mill's gonna be traumatized when he's being handled by
Bobber's going for the
LMPs.
castaway, I think, into turn 1. Castaway locking the brakes. Oh, it's bumping. Oh, that's a bit of a not clean move.
SSR Roberts
But he
passes
got
Phoenix Castaway very nicely.
Not the cleanest move, but effective. However, Castaway going for the undercut? No, he gets it on the curb.
That Corvette has some
Oh,
serious
Castaway
low end
going
But
wide.
keep in mind the Corvette
Barcode can
and the
compromise
Porsche,
the
I
Corvette.
think is among the
Barcode passed
fast
him.
cars in the field. And Barcode gets a clean overtake on Castaway in the kink.
Castaway, I think, got compromised. He touched the signboard, the sponsorship
That
board,
is
and
not
also run wide on the grass. That's why Barcode could actually catch up to him and overtake him smoothly.
Rock Morris says that port side. Yes, there's going to be many scenery damages here over the 24 hours because these drivers are all fresh, they're all nice, they're all groomed. But as the night sets in, so does the tiredness. And when drivers get tired, that's when mistakes occur.
This is not a sprint, this is a marathon.
It is an endurance marathon. It goes for 24 hours.
Yes,
I just hear a bit
marathon
like,
feels
are you? It's a marathon for us as well doing this commentary.
Rockmo says time to find the team to root for. Root for...
Yes, we can.
I don't want to sound
Give me
biased,
a
but
moment to
root for
find
us.
them here.
Max
Oh, that's
Stream
one
is
the
on
LMP.
P7.
Oh no, he's the currently in second chasing
SSR
Hydra.
Bobbitt's under attack by Barcode. Barcode has the outside line. Bobbitts has the line. And Barcode makes
Can you show the
line
battle?
stick.
There, thank you, Sakura.
Barcode makes the move stick.
And hello, DJ. How are you doing today?
Hello, Robbie. And yes, exactly, Barcode on the move. He's just stretching it out.
Barcode, it looks like they're starting to find their groove, starting to find their funk, and they're certainly going to be driving deep into this session.
Exactly, but there is an issue because the 9th place is long gone for him.
Ninth place is long gone. However, it is a marathon, as you said. Anything can happen.
Focus on being consistent than worrying about the overall speed despite the R fast, since otherwise you might make some mistakes which you cannot recover from.
SSR Bobbitts has climbed 8 places. That's quite.
Oh, there's a battle against for Renault and against a Viper. I don't know who that is for now. RZ
that
and
is
McQueen.
RZM McQueen.
And McQueen getting the
Ooh,
undercut.
Renault and McQueen is battling it out as going towards turn 3.
Ronaldo's got the line, but McQueen has got that grunt.
He
now
does.
Ronaldo has to cover that
So
line.
he's going towards,
So
and
that's
here
it.
comes Mitch in the background. Is an LMP.
Oh, here comes that LMP. Coming fast, coming in hot.
His LMP is going outside. Makes a little bit and goes for a straight to get him moved on. McQueen's trying to capitalize on the momentum, but it's just not close enough.
It is not enough. McQueen suffered dearly there with that LMP.
Don't worry, let's
coming
stick for a
as
bit.
quickly as they did.
Because, you know, the slipstream. And actually, might be worth watching this.
When here comes Mitch behind the 2 leaders of the GT class, getting it right at the end of bus stop, gets a clean cut and passes on the exit of the bus stop.
Ronaldo and McQueen are still very tight to one another. We'll keep an eye But there is a big pack of drivers coming past pit stop as the LMPs are just flying past the poor little GT cars.
Can the McQueen get an around the outside? Switching the places. They go side by side, but oh, Turismo and Sam battling
Thank
it
you for
out.
that prime sub there, Sergio.
SGR Mulsane is in the pits and coming out as we speak. And it looks like they will exit just in front of
Oh, there's a
DDM
battle
Law, yes.
for second place between Turismo and Sam. And AMS Meat just got into the P12.
Now we're going forward with Adrian Marcel, who's still shading DDM Law. Battling it out for that 4th place of the LMPs.
However, Mulsane has just come out the pits with fresh tyres and a full tank of fuel. DDM Law is currently sat on 70% worth of fuel and not that bad of tyres, but
they still,
a
but keep in
lot
mind that
older.
each class still have to do 3 pit stops.
Oh, Castaway having a little sim twitch.
DDM Law having a little bit of sim twitch as well. Let's see if there's any tight battles. Ooh, 8th place. OTR Renault and RZM McQueen are going side by side into turn 1. Renault gets that dive, but McQueen
However-
gets the speed. Renault has got that inside line covered, and that is a big advantage on the side of the BMW.
Tell you what, Renault actually making a defensive moves. Defensive
Renault
masterclass.
is driving like an absolute star today. Thank you for the sub, Sergio.
Defensive masterclass from the OTR member here.
Very much a masterclass.
Oh, touching bumpers.
McQueen just can't seem to get that inertial speed to keep with Renault, as that BMW has some serious acceleration behind it, but the grunt is lacking.
We're getting word in
And
chat
he
that
gets
both
lots
USBs are ZM team members.
Thank
Wait,
you for
Mike
the follow,
McQueen
Master
is-
Gamer.
McQueen is still a team member, so it's Renault that used to be the one then.
Maybe. Oh. Maybe they
McQueen
haven't. He
is
hasn't actually
still
updated
trying
the
to
gamer
tuck in
tag
behind
yet.
that BMW. Oh, but McQueen!
The mini
McQueen's got the draft.
races
They're
happening.
going for the speed. They're about to go side by side over the start finish.
Renault has the
Greetings,
inside.
Gemini.
Renault on the inside, McQueen on the outside.
Can he force
They're
him a
both
mistake?
going deep.
But
McQueen
Jen
had
is
to
looking
bail.
for an undercut potentially, but oh, he's just not close enough.
McQueen had to bail.
McQueen is still RCM. For RZM.
Yeah, RZM, Rise Motorsport.
Just about in, Mead and Julian have been fighting at turns 1 and 3. Mead went in deep into turn 1, Julian
Oh,
got the
welcome
cut but
back
got
there,
back up
Scotty.
inside into turn 3. And thank you. Unfortunately, internet had a bit of a
Yes,
death.
I had a feeling the way you'd left was connection issues.
It's the second time today, which is the first time this year, annoyingly. Worst possible moment. Add that to the
But at
technical
least,
difficulties.
luckily, you're not the main
Race.
commentator, main streamer, so you can at least jump just back in with us when you
NWR
join
Julian
back.
is trying to catch up to the back of AMS Mead. Just tapped the rear, but now dropped back significantly. But I still want to go back to the fight between Renault and McQueen, because those two are going side by side, no holds bar.
Oh, I think Renault If it was me, I would he just clipped the tire wall a bit. But most likely,
Certainly got very close to it.
they are battling it for at least couple of laps.
Mr. Slowden asks who's first in GT.
But he gets it on the straight. Can he get it
That will
still
be
on the third
Mr.
corner?
Will Hydra. Will Hydra in the Dodge Viper is currently leading the GT class in this lobby.
And I think McQueen has Renault covered. Finally.
I think
Finally, he
yes,
can focus
McQueen-
on his own
McQueen
pace.
has made the move.
It's still Hydra in the lead.
The BMW is lower on fuel. They're on the same amount of tyre wear, so it will be interesting to see where these drivers pit.
They soon have to start thinking of their first pit stop due to the fact it's 3 mandatory pit stops, and if I don't remember wrong, you cannot pit the last 10 minutes.
Agreed. You cannot pit in the last 10 minutes of your stint. So whatever you do, make sure you pit beforehand.
So it's just a matter of classifying when you feel like it's a pit stop is mandatory to pit stop in.
Very, very true. VRT Yami. ESV is going to take a win unless they get DC'd or get heated. We've got a long way to go yet, Yami, so keep your bets until midway.
We'll
at
see
least.
about that, Reese.
Oh, Jam here is trying to play the Jinxer.
Yami is trying to do the Jinxer. Don't do the Jinxer. But Ronaldo and McQueen are still out, so we have got to see now who's got more pace and who's got more deviance. to
Oh, dear, Runa's
actually
looking for
do that
undercut,
launch.
but not close enough or the grip to do it.
Crow has just informed us in chat.
McQueen had
By
to
the way,
lift
guys,
off.
those are the issues turning off audio quality. Apparently, that may help instead pick the quality yourself.
Yes, Rickson, they are just gone.
They are just gone, but that doesn't stop the battle between Ronald and McQueen. This battle is going to be taken all the way to the finish line. We've only had one DNF of BDF 48 Gaming.
Which I believe is also one of the later hosts today.
It looks like Renault is having better pace than McQueen in terms of cornering. But McQueen with that Viper
Current. He had the
on the
speed.
straights actually
But
can
seems
make
like
most of
Renault
it.
there got the pace and kept more momentum through the bus stop. Seems like McQueen's getting final now his speed at the end
the
of turn
speed
4,
of the
NASCAR turn
Viper.
4.
That Viper has some serious high-end speed.
We're going down to turn 1. What will Renault do? What will McQueen do to defend?
Well, Ronaldo's got less fuel than McQueen, so if I was him,
I
would
don't think the
pit.
fuel matters too much. Due to the fact that, keep in mind, they have to do 3 pit stops regardless, and each car can easily do 2 pit stops.
Exactly.
You already heard that Viper can potentially do 2 stops because its fuel efficiency is just out the charts compared to others.
Which you wouldn't think.
Well, yeah.
That's
means-
Forza.
That means American
MRT
supremacy.
Truth, thank you for the host.
American supremacy for you. Can't say
Meanwhile,
that. Can't say
well,
that about Corvette.
while that action was happening, SSR Bobberts took his first pit stop. But at this stage, if people haven't pitted yet, they've got a lot of decisions to make on when they pit, a lot of choice. It's very open for them because they could go on 2 stops till the end. So it's going to be about how they want to play the traffic between not only the rest of the GT cars, but the LMP cars coming through the field every about 15 minutes, it seems.
AMS Turismo is one of those LMP cars cutting through the field now. They've got a sizable chunk of cars to go through, but luckily it's on the quick embankment on the way towards bus stop. So they should not have an issue.
I think
Senna
the
or-
Corvette can do like 190, 92.
Although a bunch
Hydro
of people just
Are
dived into the pits.
Yeah, we've got 6
And-
of the GT cars, including
and
the
And
Renault
two
Renault
actually
finally
made
got
them
past
McQueen.
McQueen again.
While Hydra and others are going for the pits, Renault just passed McQueen.
And we've got usual pit stop shenanigans as always.
That's Forza for you.
Always.
But you should have seen the shenanigans when you were doing, I think it was called Goodwood.
What's
In
wrong
Gran
with the
Turismo
timer,
Sport.
Heiko?
McQueen is getting ever so close.
Oh, hi,
Give me a
Colin,
moment there, Heiko.
Thank you for the follow. I don't want to really say that. It's not official, I think.
There, are you happy, Heiko?
Maybe the Norwegians
It's
tell
just
differently.
a setting that they can either have it like with like O in the front or nose. I'm a Norwegian crow.
DDM Law passing a few of the GT.
And there is
getting a
McQueen and Renault in
major-
pit stops at the same time.
So they've gone for the strategy of just pitting 2 laps in a row just to get some of the mandatory pits out of the way.
Now, that
Also
could
in the
either
pit
be-
stoes, Mead had tried the undercut, but he came out just in front of Julian, so no positions gained or lost, but a gap has opened up to Castaway.
DDM Law in a GT sandwich of RTM McQueen and OTR Renault, trying to pass them safely, and they do most definitely.
Well, this is easier pass than few laps earlier when he was stuck behind most
When he
of
was in a
GT
complete
cars.
GT sandwich, and he was like, I've got one in front of me, behind me, and to the left of me, and I've got grass on my right.
Nowhere to go, no space. Mulzan as well, going past the GT cars.
Well, Hydra currently, I believe, the head of the GT class. And that Viper is just running away. Going back to chat
Do we
quickly,
have battles?
SVR Solar says, I've only driven the Feza Nad Orca. Okay. SVR says, that Jag is death. The Jag isn't exactly the best, but I wouldn't call it death just yet.
All the speed
Yeah.
but no handling, I guess.
DDM Law having a little bit of a brake lock up.
Actually, most of the GT cars have spread out,
Most
Except-
of them have.
except of course Renault and McQueen. But also there's Mead and Julian getting closer.
Actually, Castaway and Robertson not that far away from each other either.
Mitch doing a pit stop.
SVR Incinerate says Barcode's secretly having a good race. Secretly, maybe. So here we go, VNX Castaway. Can they catch up to Bobberts? They're not that far up the road, but that Porsche is better around the corners than it is in a straight line. So this is where the Corvette will shine.
Can McQueen have a good bus stop chicane? It's not so close, but you know, with the slipstream.
Renaud has hops in front of
But
McQueen.
Renault is weaving, trying to decline any sort of slipstream.
Here we go, dive into turn one. Will McQueen be brave, or will they try the undercut? It looks like they're going to try the inside line, go side by side, trying to get the power down early.
But
He's
as
squeezing
always,
against
Renault
the wall,
having the inside wall.
Renaud has the line though. McQueen has to back off. McQueen looking for that extra little bump, and they are denied it.
Tries to go switcheroo, but this is not how it's going to happen here on this horseshoe. Now he needs to try to get into the exit of the corner before the long straight. He needs to nail that.
They seriously do need to nail that, because you lose so much time if you scrub your speed through these corners. Now and McQueen are still going at it. These
And
two will not quit.
FCT Sam overtook Turismo for the second place.
Although, yes, Sam has taken away from Turismo. Looks like these two are going to try and have a little bit of a fight as well.
Again, another round of Renault against McQueen. Going into turn one. Oh, he touched the wall.
SVL Solar says
Looking for an
Viking are going to
undercut.
do iRacing as well. That is unfortunate, because you have to do iRacing endurance and Forza. AMS Turismo trying to catch up to
ART Kermit overtook Koenigsegg R for the 16th.
Thank you for all those follow there, Spectre and VMS.
Every follow is highly appreciated here at FTC. Sam is slowly taken away from Turismo, so that's not going to be a threat. But however, Koenigsegg is now rolling bus stop to actually politely moves past a little bit to let Sam pass. So that is
Renault having a
kind
bit.
of nice of them.
Actually, Renault just pulling away from McQueen slightly.
Renault has the initial acceleration, but the Vibe has the top end. So we will have to see what is made of that.
Here we go on board with FCT Sam. Currently second place in LMP at the moment.
NWR Julian in the middle of the pack all themselves, just getting over by THR Mitch, who at the moment is driving a flawless first stint. Oh, I say that, and AMS Mad clips the side of THR Mitch as they both go into turn one. Mitch just driving a little bit on the grass there to actually get past the GT as safely as he could.
They tried to hold it around the outside of Maiden, Mead just understeered into him slightly, pushing him a bit on the grass, but he got past fairly quickly still. Not much lost.
Not much lost, but not much gained either.
We're at
That's-
AMS Turismo here and going through the kink now. Going towards turn 5.
Let's go with FCT Sam, who is approaching a big pack of GT cars, with Turismo hot on their heels as well.
It's going to NASCAR turn 2, taking Unleashed IG.
Mead's been slow through the bus stop this lap and has Julian all over the back of him as they're
Exactly.
heading down into turn 1.
Julian and Mead is battling it out. It's going towards the pit straight.
FCT Sam very nicely takes SSR Remix as they approach the start finish straight, making light work of those GT cars.
Oh, going for the
Sam-
undercut. Here's Julian.
Got
it's
a
only
good
gonna-
cut back, but across the grass he couldn't.
And
He's
it's only
struggling
gonna
around
be
the outside
made
corner
worse.
9.
But
Because
had
FCT
mixed
Sam is
ups.
in the distance. Here they are. They're going to try and overtake these two battling duos. And they get past quite cleanly. That could have been a lot more difficult. for
But
Sam.
here comes Turismo right behind into turn 5.
Sam does a cheeky little dive to try and keep that distance from Turismo.
And Turismo just zigzagging through Mead and Julian.
What they need to
Reactions.
do, though, they need to make sure that they don't clip in front of these LMP
Hydra.
cars.
Hydra, I think, is still,
He's still the leader with a pretty good margin.
yeah.
And Max is still within viewing range of Hydra, but he's starting to fall a little bit behind.
He is starting to
Another
fall-
round of
he is
McQueen
starting to
versus
fall.
Renault.
McQueen and Ronaldo are not gonna let this dive. These two have been fighting since the very start of this race, and well, SCT Sam is now gonna try and break these two up. Gets past
Not
with
for long.
minimal effort.
It's got a battle between Kermit and Remixer at the moment.
Not going.
Julian's once again on the back of Mead, looking for a space, but Mead keeping to the apex of turn 1 to not let him get the cutback. And he's holding the pressure for now.
AMS Turismo breaking up McQueen and Ronaldo.
As Mozan is passing.
Oh, there's been contact between Mead and Mulsanne. He's coming through to lap. It's they've slowed each other down.
Oh.
Julian tried to go for a gap to get past Mead, but couldn't quite fit through it.
That's the nasty part with LMP, since they're suddenly right at your butt as you're trying to do an overtake in a turn. And just not enough room for everybody suddenly if you're not expecting an LMP right up your
No
butt.
positions
Yeah.
gained, no positions lost, just time lost.
Mead was coming through the king, coming to the left-hand side to take his racing line as Mulsanne had got to his left-hand side. They got forced collision and went a bit wide through turn 5. But Julian not able to capitalise on the opportunity.
And thanks to the passing LMPs, there's a secondary battle of SSR Remix and ART Kermit battling out
Renault.
for place.
Again. McQueen. This is
Oh,
insane. Take a bow, lads. Take a bow. This is insane racing.
It's not just insane, it's
Mead's
very...
going wide at turn 1. Julian's just cut through past him. Mead was doing a good job.
He just
Soaking up
he
the pressure,
just
but
braked
it's
too
let
late
them
and went wide, giving the
Yeah, he's-
position to Julian.
He was doing a good job soaking up the pressure, but he's just got it wrong at turn 1 and gifted.
Turn 1 is pretty
13th.
nasty if you get it wrong. Like, if you just miss about a little bit, you go so far wide and losing a lot of pace.
It is a very
Julian, though,
difficult corner.
Julian, though, looking to make a tight line as Mead is right behind them in that Viper. It's American muscle versus American muscle here for 13th place.
Yeah, going back to turn 1, it's trying to turn and brake at the same time. Very easy to overdo it, just with the going over the limit of grip, especially as you come off the banking from the start finish.
There's a bit of a distance between McQueen and Renault, so there's no possibility, I think, for another turn 1 battle, another episode of this battle.
I'm the most sane of the LMPs in the pits. We got DDM Law going through the kink area in the LMPs as well.
Ooh, 2 and 3 for the LMP. FCT Sam.
Ooh, DDM lost it on the kink and went right on the grass towards turn 5, losing a lot of pace.
Well, considering that they are very low on fuel, so it looks like a pit stop is imminent for DDM Law.
It most definitely is. Considering we got roughly 47 minutes left, he might have to do some quick tests in quick session as well.
Which will only lose distance and time.
Well, not really, because they had to do 3-man pit stop, so it will be in factor regardless. And that also plays as FCT Sam is in the first turn right now. As someone with DDM Law, he just went into the pits right after stopped paying attention, watching him.
DDM Law did go into the pits after you stopped watching.
And we're with Mead again, who's currently chasing down Julian still.
Hi, Hooper.
Welcome to chat
Hello,
there,
Hooper.
Hooper.
Nice to have you in chat. NWR Julian is currently trying to fend off ALS Mead.
Mead going for the undercut.
Oh, he gets alongside as they're going into
Mead
turn
is
2.
going for it.
It's like before, just roles reversed.
He's going into turn 3 now. Here comes Julian defending on the inside.
Supreme
Julian
inside line
trying
here.
to squeeze him out, but me just keeping his nose in there as they try to
And
go
Mead
side by
has
Oh,
side.
another
Fucking kill.
2-1. The kick
Oh,
and
there's a comeback.
me hits the curb, loses the back end, but keeps himself together. He
Julian
only lost
hit him.
time, but I already have lost time than spinning out and having major accident with damage.
Julian
That
hit
is
Mead.
not
Mead
good.
had a sim twitch.
Yeah, but he also was on the curb on the kink. So, despite there was contact,
That was a good save, actually.
it
That
is.
was a very good save. But we expect nothing less because this is a lobby, so these drivers are the fastest of the fast. And don't forget, people in chat, if you want to see how your favourite driver is doing, bung it up in chat and we will see how they are doing, because if you want to know, we will provide you here as the race unfolds live with you. NWR Julian making a little bit of distance to Mead now.
My heart can take it. Well,
Castaway. Castaway is currently in, well, place for the
Yeah.
GTs, just in front of NWR Julian.
Mitch is appearing out of nowhere, saying hi to the GTs as he laps them.
Mitch is actually losing a little bit of time. They weren't quite a significant distance ahead, but they've just lost some distance. I believe that'll be due down to traffic.
Traffic, contacts with traffic.
There's Mitch currently going round as he leaves the infield, about to go on the embankment, heading very quickly towards the bus stop.
Exactly, his 6th overall in the class. Castaway.
Yes, Castaway is 6th overall.
Time to die some. I don't think he's in our lobby hordes.
No, Edu isn't in this
No.
lobby.
Kaz is currently running in 12th place in the race, which I will say is actually 6th place in the GT class.
Mitch coming up very quickly on the dynamic racing duo.
Yeah, keep in mind that
That
we're
is
saying that their
Alden
positions in the
McQueen.
race. We don't really know, in fairness. We've not been counting. They'll
In
say
fairness-
roughly about 4 or 5 potentially.
In fairness, it's between 4 to 6 laps depending on the drivers and conditions for overtaking.
Let me see, what lobby will Time to Die Zombie be in?
Going off of quali times, the LMPs are about roughly 14 seconds a lap faster. So that would be about 6-7 laps for
Yeah.
them to catch up to the GT cars.
But then when you take into account that collisions are on, unlike qualifying, that rapidly decreases. Because as the GTs have a fight amongst themselves, it
Oh,
slows them down.
Mead is getting closer to Julian.
So Mates killed himself off, recomposed himself, and he's gonna have another attempt at Julian.
They
He's
are
gonna
on
get
the
a
horse.
good
They
run
are
for
in
the
the
bus
C
stop.
lobby.
Mead is looking, but there's just
He
not
needs
enough
to get
speed.
a
And here
good
comes
bus stop
AMS
chicane.
Turismo in the LMP.
Can he compromise the line for Julian? No, he can't. He won't.
Julian.
Oh,
Just
here we go.
take
The
it easy,
power of
Hooper.
Slipstream and Viper.
Hooper, how do you think I feel? I have got approximately,
33 minutes.
well, even less than that. I've got to leave in about 20 to 25 to get in the lobby.
Maybe actually 30 minutes because, you know, the disconnections and all that stuff. And restarts.
Yeah, but hence, this is why this time round Tora have denied double stint ups so that it prevents a backlog.
No.
Makes sense.
Stinting is still allowed, I believe.
It's 6 and 7, 11 and 12.
Yeah, 6 and 7, 11, 12, that's not allowed. Turismo is someone stinting, double stinting the first 2.
DJ, don't say that. Please don't say that.
Good one, DJ. Good one.
Oh, shut up.
Crow calling out in chat, metal.
Just when I thought I was escaping the pigeon, he returns. I thought you were supposed to be having a nap, Crow.
He first wants to...
Thank you for the follow, NWR Kev84. I am hosting Stint for GTD Lobby, which is unnerving.
Quintuple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, do it. to Solar, I think.
Oh lord.
Julian Bard
And
with
the worst thing is
SVR
Solar would
Barco there
actually do
now.
it.
Going to turn 3.
Now
No,
Castaway
it's-
is slowing down to Julian and Mead who are catching them, so that this is about to be a three-way battle.
I
Crow,
think
can you
Solar
put
is going
explanation
2, 3,
again
4.
on how to potentially fix it? I think you just cannot have it on auto quality.
Barcode is catching. Actually, you know, that might be right.
Now Castaway is in danger of both Julian and Mead here catching in their battle they're having.
Mead is closing up on Julian into the bus stop this time round. He won't be able to get anything done into the bus stop. It's into turn 1. He'll most
He's
likely
lining
need
himself
a little
up for
mistake
turn
from
1.
Julian if he wants to make a move work though.
And loss of slipstream. Which surprisingly for futsal standards, actually it is quite powerful here.
It is actually, it's quite effective. And
Look how Julian's all over the place trying to
Julian's
steer,
trying to
and
deny
Mead
it.
is just
Doesn't
calmly
click.
holding his line. That's,
Oh,
oh,
Julian.
Julian, or Mead's going towards the pits.
Yes.
Yeah,
he
Mead
is-
has
Probably
had
under. Probably
Yeah, Mead has
undercut
had
strategy.
enough of the rear bumper of Julian. Once again, some fresh air on the other side of the track.
Oh, and DDM Law is struggling to get past the rear of Castaway as they bump going into turn 1.
So let's see if this undercut will work wonders. Let's go for Barcode for some time. Also, I don't think there are any good battles here for now.
Julian is.
Is there anybody here? Alright, chat. Is there anybody you want us to follow or you want updates on?
In fairness, thank you very much for the good luck. I will highly need it.
I think my settings should be fine right now, Crow. I don't think I want to try and mess around with settings too much anymore further.
No, the settings aren't working as is, and we'll keep it. NWR Julian trying to catch the rear of VNX Castaway.
Question is, does he pit this lap to try and cover Mead off, or does he stay out and just keep
He needs
turning
to.
the laps?
He needs to.
Well, he doesn't need to. This is a 24-hour race. He doesn't need to cover someone off now because there's still a lot of the race to go. We're not even an hour and a half into it yet.
Renault and McQueen exiting the pits.
Has RZM Max pitted?
I'll go and check. Yes, he
Probably
has!
yes. So
Yeah.
Hydra and Max
I
did.
think he just come
all
out of the
3
pit as
stops.
well.
Though Julian and Castaway having a good battle.
Julian's just been tipping away at that gap to Castaway, closing it bit by bit, and he's nearly in range for a move. Castaway not getting a great exit from the bus stop has given Julian a bit of a run. He's in the slipstream.
THR Mitch is about to intercept our dynamic racing duo of McQueen and Renaud. Now Renaud has made some quite significant distance away from McQueen, broken that slipstream. Let's
And
keep it
Castaway
quiet.
going for pits.
Yeah, he doesn't want to deal with Julian right now. Just doesn't want the battle to lose any more time. Question
currently
is,
Barcode
will
in
he
the
come out in
lead.
front of or behind Mead?
It's currently Barcode in the lead of the GTs, but he's still to do a pit stop.
That is true. AMS Turismo on the final embankment before the start-finish strip. Approaching the rear of SSR Remix. Oh, and AMS Turismo dives in the pits.
Seems like Renault's made room for McQueen now,
So
being
Castaway
safe from that
got-
This is
wiper.
though, will Turismo come out in front?
So Castaway
Of
got in
SCT
front of
Sam.
Mead.
Here comes Sam
Just about.
approaching the start finish. Will they pass? No. FCT Sam takes second place from AMS Turismo.
Hi Brian V69 and good luck to everyone.
But Sam has to do at least one more pit stop.
That is true. So that will be within the next couple of laps because
He has to
you
do at
don't
least
wanna risk it
within the
any
last
further.
20 minutes.
Ooh,
He has 20 minutes roughly to do it.
Mead sim twitching. That gives Castaway chance to run down the straight.
Now, if these two start battling heavily, they'll cost each other time, and Julian should then come out ahead of both of them quite easily if he doesn't make any mistakes.
Julian getting 8th place, probably Barcode is pitting.
Yeah, Julian's extending the stint, seeing the people around him pit, and thought, cleaner, I'll take this, and he'll try and run as far as he can with it.
So can Mead get into Castaway?
He's looking.
Castaway looking to cover up the line, breaks up. in
Oh,
the-
okay,
Oh,
tapping.
tiny bit
We've got
collision.
contact. Meets takes the position.
And
Oh, but he's
Castaway
waiting.
has
He
been given
waited. He
permission.
waited for Castaway to
Yeah,
recover and
he
come back.
waited.
I think he was just taking the corner, waiting a little bit for a straight, and then let Castaway back again. That's sportsmanship, despite little contact.
Sportsmanship rating go up. Oh wait, that's not Gran Turismo.
You're on the wrong game. AMS Mead still all over the rear. VNX Castaway. And what is this? Look like we've got another LMP trying to fight its way through the pack. It's FCT Stan.
You only got up to
Oh,
5.
we have a disconnection.
Oh,
Yeah, we have a disconnection, but from who?
got a disconnect from. No, we still don't have. It's only one proto. Wait,
Yeah.
wait, yeah, it's still. We lost one proto, but that's it.
So
Yes,
who was
that being the number 22 for Badlands, with BDF Gaming disconnecting very early on in the stint, unfortunately. He'll still get quite a few miles for the stint with the 80% DC rule, but his team will have to make sure they've got 11 really good stints from now on if they want to score well.
And there goes
And they
Koenig
need to
into the
score
pits.
Oh. He
Oh.
outbraked himself.
Yeah, AMS Mead goes deep.
And here
into
comes
turn one.
Turismo as well into turn 2. Coming inside the Casbah into turn 3.
Metal, get your driving gloves ready. It's almost time.
I know, in fairness.
Oh,
I
that
know,
like,
don't remind
that
me.
like,
And yes, I've been watching
unsettling
too much
Chugalo.
Super GT.
Are you ready, Metal?
No!
Have you learned anything from watching the fastest guys here?
Yeah. When the fast guys come behind you, panic.
Panic.
We had a little
Panic
training
mode
session
activated.
yesterday, didn't we, Metal? With, I think there was 3 in the Protos and 9 of us in
Very
GTs.
Yes.
So I'll say That was actually pretty good practice for everybody, like getting practice with LMPs.
It was
and
good practice, and I will say I thank everyone, my brothers at FTC, for actually doing that practice. It was much needed.
I think it was good practice for everybody, regardless.
And Julian pitting. Julian's actually pitting.
Julian's
So let's see
just
how.
come into the pits. Very important where he
Let's see.
rejoins here, if he can get ahead of both Mead and Castaway, and how far ahead he can be. Ideally, he'd like a bit of a gap so he can just try and keep pulling away from that battle, not lose any more time in it.
There goes Mead
So
on the
let's
pit
see.
straight. He's about to pass the start line now.
Julian's
Where
ahead.
he's
and
just
got a bit
exiting
of a
the
gap
pits.
as Castaway went in
He's
deep
still
into
gonna be
turn one
just
again.
Got that
ahead.
clean air. So that running
And now
in
he's
the
being
clean
hunted
air.
by Castaway and Mead.
There's a visualization of just how effective clean air is against battling someone. Julian's gained 200 feet there, and as long as that battle between Mead and Castaway continues, he'll just continue to eke out that gap.
And it's a gap that must be very reassuring right now, because when it comes to these races, you need the gaps that you can get.
He's got a gap to not be in the battle, but he hasn't got a safe margin where if he makes a little mistake, he won't quickly fall into that battle.
So Mead getting after Castaway.
He's keeping inside the
Castaway-
slipstream.
Castaway and Mead here are the tightest battle currently on the circuit, with an LMP of Mulsanne coming very quickly
Oh
behind.
wow,
the
that was close.
Ooh, Mulsanne
was
just
close.
scraping inside out without prior warning.
Mead almost causing a calamitous crash there. Oh my god! Mead going high, Phoenix
Was it
Castaway going
is
low.
it Max Stream going into pits? Wait, what?
Is anybody in the pits?
Max Stream and Hydra, I think.
No, the pits are clean.
Max Stream just exited the pits from this lap.
Will Hyder's down in
that's
10,
that's Hydra, I
so
think.
he'd just been to the pits.
DJ, I agree, that's
Massive.
very big cojones.
As Hyder's right behind the bumper of Bobber.
Castaway getting a little bit of distance from me as DDMO comes very fast up the rear, having to take them both on the outside, but those LMPs have the grip and the weight to be able to do
And
so
the
with
handling.
ease. And Sturgio coming in chat saying, big steel balls. Yes, that's what you need to be an LMP driver in these races.
Coming in the best with Bobbers as Hyder's going aggressive on the curbs.
Very aggressive on the curves.
As long as it's clean with the Tora track limits, so at least 2 wheels on the curbs, that's fine.
I know Mead earlier had cut the exit of the bus stop a couple of times. Castaway just got 4 wheels on the grass on the exit there too. And Mead
Mead
comes
getting
into
a
the
slip?
pits.
Goes into the pits.
So once again, he's going for an undercut to try and get out of that battle, hoping it's a little more successful this time than it was last time for him.
Where do we have Extreme on track? He's currently in turn 3 at the moment. He
I
can
will be back
still
in
see
front of
Hydra
that.
in the distance. So he's still not too far behind from Hydra as Barcod and Queen and Renault has still to do another pit stop.
I will be back doing some pre-stint checks.
field of GT is actually spread out.
As we come into the final 25 minutes of this first stint, everything's just calming down now. Everyone's sort of spread out a little bit, found their own bit of track to just turn the laps, get the mileage on, and just try and have a clean, good start to this race. You don't want to ruin it too soon. Everyone just trying to keep the consistency, not make any mistakes, even small ones, just to make sure they're in the best position continuing forward. Of course, the results of this stint dictate the grid order for the third stint. So ideally, if you can get ahead of an extra car too, that could help. I'd help in that fourth stint and third stint, sorry, and then that can just help your entire race from there on out.
That is very true, because as a wise man once said, you can't win a race in the first stint, but you can certainly lose it.
Exactly. And a battle is not also won in the first round, it's whoever can last the longest.
I think have Kermit just behind Koenig's car.
Can't get rid of folder, Max Chicken Bites.
Oh,
Ooh, here
Yeah,
comes
but this
Musain
switch
at the
bit.
behind of Barcode in the best of, and ooh, Barcode's a little bit twitch on the exit.
Ooh. The second place LMP AMS Turismo is cutting through traffic like a hot knife through butter, heading up towards the bus stop, and they're about to take over AMS Mead without a single problem actually, so very well done from them. There is a small argument going on in chat, but we will ignore that. Team Chart Mitch is still your race leader of the LMPs with a significant margin as well. They are just flying. And OTR Renault, head of the GT class.
I think both him and McQueen still need to pit.
I believe they do, because there is an LMP about to bring holy hellfire upon them.
Mas says can't see the stream. Rickson says, Kermit, go away from my car.
Okay.
Oh, welcome to Shatter Hurricane. And he says, I'm gonna eat you, and then he says, I'll lick your... What? Don't tempt me with a good time. Ooh, spicy things going on in chat.
Very spicy.
And I said that before I even read Snooty's comment, which was like, seemed to get a little spicy.
Well, with Snooty, things are always spicy before he either collapses, passes out, or falls asleep. Which he has done on stream.
Oh, Kermit tapping
so...
Koenig's car.
Ooh, he clipped the rear end of Koenig's bumper.
Yeah, Rickson is not happy at the moment right now. I can already tell that. Going for the outside move. Can he make it stick?
No.
No.
No, they can't. The low end front of that Viper is just too much to handle.
I wonder if either of them
Although-
are still yet to pit.
Oh, Kermit goes for a lunge and out brakes, giving Koenigsegg a bit of breathing room.
Now let's run down to the straight as it's a little bit glitched out, I think.
Koenigsegg R has still got ART Kermit clear behind them, but one wrong move and they could be in trouble.
Yeah, DTM low passed them, and that made Kermit compromise the line.
Now, 2, 3, and 4 of the LMPs of FCT, Sam, Turismo, and Law are actually relatively close to one another, whereas THR Mitch is just run away.
Checking how Castaway and Julian are close, but they are not really that close.
There's a little bit of a gap between them, and they're not quite close enough to be battling each other, but that's sort of where they want to be, because they just want to be turning as fast laps as they can be to try and keep ahead of Mage, who went for the undercut earlier.
Thank you for the follow, Zombie Gut Kill. FCT Sam approaching the rear now of the GT cars of Castaway.
I got it
Cheating.
covered there, Rickson.
Ooh, Kermit. Oh! That wasn't a very good entry for the Kermit.
And he's ruined any chance he'd have this lap, and is going to need to spend another couple of laps just closing that gap he's created back up.
And unfortunately, Philip, this is where I have to leave you for my stint.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Have a good race. Good commentary as always.
Gonna do some warm-up laps, are we?
Warm up is for the week.
I'll see you in a couple of hours when I'm sweaty, panicking, and afraid.
See you for stint 3.
Cheers, buddy.
Good luck,
See ya.
Battle.
Good luck.
Yeah, one has been replaced by another.
And that's our another guest commentator here,
Yeah,
Genji.
Lobby C worked perfectly, and there was no restarts ever.
Ever.
Literally, we didn't actually have to restart, which is
That-
surprising.
That is a surprise.
Yeah, Lobby A had 2 restarts so far.
Yeah, I had the stream open in the background. Ugh. Done alright for an opening stint comparatively to...
Julian pitting again. No, that's Castaway actually. Oh, sorry.
I believe Julian and Castaway both have to make their final stops. Whereas Mead has already taken his final stop and is trying to see if he can come out ahead of both of them.
McQueen did a pit stop as well, and Renault didn't.
Ooh.
Well, it's not long now until the pit window closes, only about 5 minutes.
Kermit on the back of Koenigsegg.
Koenigsegg once again holding the inside line through turn 3, forcing Kermit the long way round.
Cat's not doing too badly.
And Renaud has just come into the pits for his final stop.
From the sounds of it, when I've been racing, Lovier's been going off then.
There's been
Well-
some really good battles in Lobby A. I returned from my internet dying to cars trying to go 4 wide. Castaway is into the pits now too.
Yeah, we had been a lot of episodes of Renault and McQueen defending and attacking through the second half of the circuit.
Yeah.
Renault doing defensive masterclass.
I mean, for Lobby C, as I've been running around, there haven't been too many fights going on. It's more just been trains of cars running around nose to tail.
Certainly don't hold back in A Lobby.
In Lobby A, no.
They give it everything they have. Go
Mhm.
for your gaps when they appear.
People in Lobby A are going for the win mostly, so
Exactly.
I'm not surprised. Yep.
Thank you for the fault. That's their dogs are. I'm currently handling some specific guest commentators time zone when he's going to be with us, so that's why I've been quiet.
Oh, have you been sorting out that guest commentator?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
No.
And Julian has headed to the pits for his final stop. Hoping he's done well enough to stay ahead of Maid. He should be ahead of Castaway, who pitted only a lap or two ago and was about a couple hundred feet behind him.
Kermit having a little bit of a twitch during the second sequence of the bus stop chicane that compromised his exit speed. As
Maybe
Julian
may
gets
also
passed by
potentially
Roberts.
leave this early, I think, considering A-Lob is still too soon about to probably start getting together.
Oh, as Kermit nearly cooks it into the.
Although, if
Koenigsegg
one of you
R's
guys maybe
pass.
stay here in the stint, and I'll get over to the main one and get that ready, and keep the secondary screen open for
You
battles.
should be fine since people are double stunting. You should be
Well,
fine.
Well, yeah.
But Julian has got over the pits ahead of Mead, who has undercut Castaway. So it's been a bit of a poor stint from Castaway, losing a couple of positions. But Mead is not done yet. He's got about 11 minutes to try and find a way past Julian.
And
To-
And that's actually pretty
the pit
close.
stop window is shutting very soon with all of this. I shall check if we have any double stinkers from
Yes, we do. Turismo is double stunting.
Turismo will be double stinting, and besides him, there looks to be SSR Bobbert with double stinting as well.
And Castaway.
Yes. So you have 4 double stinters.
How are Koenigsegg and Kermit doing tire-wise? Let's check.
Well, 4
go
double
check.
off the looks of it. With
Kermit,
between-
Kermit, he's on 22 and 65% fuel, and let's check Koenigsegg. He's on 35 with 50% fuel, or 55. So they're pretty
neither of
decent
them
still on
have-
fuel and tires.
Neither of them are going to have to worry about fuel or tyres with this.
It's now
As
just racing
now
till the end.
nobody is allowed to do any more pit stops. As now we're past the 10-minute mark left of the race.
So with all the
Exactly.
pit stops having filtered out, Kermit's gone for a move down the inside of Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg's ran out wide coming onto the banking, and that's going to give him a
He
poor
hit the
exit.
wall. He hit the wall on the way out to the banking.
Didn't look like a hard hit, so he
It
should be fine
Could
for
be alright
damage.
without damage, but
As we also
Okay,
have
there's
meat
also
on
new
the
hit
back of
capability.
Julian, and Sam is
Ooh, we got a LMP right in between Mead and Kermit in the bus stop.
there was a tap on the AMS. I think that's the AMS Viper we have it in the small screen there from an LMP.
Yeah, that's Mead up in the small screen with behind Julian.
And then now that Koenigsegg has dropped behind Kermit, he will be now trying to put the pressure back on him and close that gap in the last 7.5 minutes or so of this stint.
Mead is just biding his time, what little time remains of this stint, just looking for a little gap to open up from Julian. He's being patient, he's not throwing anything, throwing his car down where a gap isn't. But ideally he wants to get this move done to get that grid position for stint 3.
Alright, I got the guest commentator stint sorted.
Have you?
hey.
Yes.
Nice.
I gave him a suggestion first, and he gave me some suggestions back where he was more like available, so it all worked out. I only had to do one change, and was moving like from stint from 3 to 4, 5, and 6. He will be with us in stint 4, 5, 6, and that is Mr. Johnny Wanna.
Oh,
Hey.
yes. So was that 4, 5, 6 then?
Yes, 4, 5, and 6.
Nice. Yeah, same here.
Oh, going for the.
Oh.
He
Me.
tried to dive bomb him, but
Yeah.
only just scared him off.
Mead trying to force Julian into a late stint mistake.
Yeah.
Just showing his nose at nearly every opportunity.
As we're approaching 5 minutes left in the stint now. Doesn't look like much is going on at the minute, battles wise, besides these two little things. really. Too late to
Besides, Meat outbreaking himself again at turn 1.
He's looking for the cutback, trying to take a wide line in, cut back to the inside. But Julian's
Wait,
holding a
nope.
good line.
It won't be cutting all the way back to the inside because that can damage him with his run through the second turn.
It's what they've been trying for the first stint so far, because it's been one of the only opportunities these guys have been presenting to each other.
Yeah. A move is definitely possible there, but it is very
And
difficult.
looks like Barcode actually catched up to McQueen.
Oh. So, we got
So this
another
is going to
battle
be
going on.
interesting for the final moments of the race.
So is that them down at the bus stop then?
Yeah, they're now on the final straight.
So we've now got 3 battles going on. But all of the guys in this stint are such similar pace that it's very, very difficult to put them apart from each other whenever they're running around in a train of 2 like this.
They're very similar pace and very consistent.
Yeah. Unbelievably consistent, these top guys.
I think Unleash IG just overtook SSR Remix. Or they're very close to each other.
Yeah.
If you want to switch away from the Julian Mead battle, I'll let you know if anything happens. I've
Yeah.
got Julian's stream up. So we're coming now to the final couple of laps. Just over 2 minutes remaining now.
Leaders. Let's
Looks
see
like-
how they are. Let's jump. I'll jump over to Hydra, who's currently in the lead with Extreme seems don't think too far behind. No, they're still pretty close in the top 2 of GT. As we're getting Proto attacking up from the behind. And where is Theater Mid is currently in the bus stop right now. Ooh, getting twitchy right on that side of GT of the exit. And FCT's Turismo Salmon still battling it out for second almost in LMP.
And
Oh, Mead's gone into the back of Julian into turn 1. He hit him square. He hasn't got the position. They didn't run too wide.
and we have an angry mage. Oh,
Ooh,
Julian defending into turn 3.
and we have a mage compromised by these two fighting.
And we're in the last minute of this stint now. So
Julian having to be
if anybody
defensive.
wants to get a move on, they need to get it done soon.
Exactly.
I believe comparing to Julian's stream, the timer on the bottom left is a little bit out. There's about an extra 40 seconds.
Yeah, it was just a rough estimate from... Can quickly add that. There we go. Or maybe it's... There we go.
Mead is looking, but there's no opportunity just yet with just under 30 seconds now.
Yep.
Can he make it stick?
as they come down
Into
to
turn
turn
one.
1 for the final time.
Keep
this
in mind that
stint.
my timer is not 100%, so I don't know exactly if it's accurate.
Maid's throwing it down the inside. He's squeezed out Julian wide, who's had to take to the
Whoa.
grass.
Whoa.
He doesn't seem very happy about it, and that is the stint over.
Oh,
It's
this
still,
isn't really.
still not exactly. Oh,
So
there
that
it is over. Everybody came to a halt.
So that was last seconds, the dying seconds of the stint. The move was made by
Maid
Julian.
has
I'll
gone in,
quickly jump
but
over
that
to the
wasn't
next
the cleanest
lobby
of
here.
move.
It wasn't the cleanest of moves, but
Oh, he sent it up the inside.
he ran the
forced-
risk of getting
Yeah,
hitting
he
that
forced him
firewall.
out to the
So
grass. So we might see a potential SI because of that.
we might do, yes. Who is the next lobby host?
It's
Oh,
ESV Scotstoun.
Scotson's the next one. Okay.
Yeah, looking at McQueen and Barcode, they were really close actually. So
Mm-hmm.
if that stint would take a bit longer, then we might have a good battle there.
Unfortunately for Julian, even if that move is decided to be unfair and Maid is given a penalty, it'll probably only come into effect after the third stint, so he'll still lose that position for stint 3.
Unfortunately, yeah, exactly.
I believe all SIs are done after the race ends. Therefore, there won't be any penalties put in midway through.
Mm-hmm.
And Genji, don't think you'd mind too much, but we replaced John with you in stint 4.
I don't mind.
And
I am unable
got
to.
invite from Hurricane to the lobby.
Is Hurricane in? Would you be able to send me an invite there, Haseo?
Yes, I will.
Send me one too, please.
Yeah, send me one. I'll join you off you. I'll see you.
Did you all get invites?
I did indeed.
I have received one. Yes.
Yeah, can you tell me if you're in the lobby so I'll join as well?
Yes, we are in the lobby.
Okay.
So I'm assuming you've got the change of second overlay.
I'm currently in the mission while we're waiting on the second.
So, Marcy, just to recap, in the dying last 20 seconds of the first stint there, Mead went for a dive up the inside of Julian, but people are saying he forced Julian out wide and the gap wasn't really there. So there may be an SI submitted for that, but Mead kept the position ahead of Julian, so they'll be starting Mead ahead of Julian for stint 3.
I shall go and pull up another stream and see what is happening with Lobby D. How that is all going. shall have lobby D open at the same time as I have lobby A open. I have too many things to try and keep track of at the minute, so that's fun.
I'm just checking to see
Does
if...
anybody have prediction we're being asked in chat?
Ooh, I don't know actually. Don't have a look at who's in.
Second GG asking us about what's our top 3 prediction.
Top 3, I reckon it's going to be the top 3 we've just had for Proto.
Yeah, the first thing could be a good indication of who's quick, and so he'll come out on top, provided they don't have any issues in the stints, but it's very hard to predict who will have issues and who won't.
Purple in GT lobby of SFN dive bomb team coming in the top 3.
Oh,
As they are the top team that have been running around in lobby C, and they've most of the time had pretty open track until they got caught up by one of the other drivers. But I think they might be a curveball for top 3 for me, but I reckon ESV will probably be number 1.
I think we got everybody in the lobby at the moment. I think they're just waiting for the race host to set it up properly.
Castaway, I believe, has just disconnected.
maybe
Well, that's quite potentially.
Oh, so Castaway has been swapped out for Sorry Dude.
Has he? Be a race control. Yep. And stint 2, we also had a swap for the OTR team of Eagle being put in and Renault being taken out. So it looks like they've swapped, and Renault's done stint 1 with Eagle now doing stint 2.
Well, somebody should tell the lobby host to make it that he can't spectate.
We will once the loads of track.
Yeah, we will be able to once the track has been loaded. While we are waiting, I'm gonna run and get a drink. I shall be back in a minute.
Just looking at live timing. All the stints apart
Yeah,
from
let's go
stint
to
2
race
have been added.
leaderboards and see if we get an update on that.
So no, we are still waiting for Lobby B to
I
add the
think there is
results.
some wrong information in those links I currently got sent. I'm not getting any information right now.
Oh, sorry, we're just waiting for the Lobby B GTs to be inputted. All the prototypes have been. So Spoons have retained their pole position. As I've just accidentally closed all my windows. Spoons have retained their pole position lead into the first stint. FCT Esport have jumped from third to second with overtaking AMS Emperor. SDM Big Daddy Ben have stuck in fourth. SGR Trek sticking in fifth. VAR Badlands unfortunately having a disconnection. So currently they've been put at 32 miles, but there's still the lag out 80% to be added onto that.
Yep.
In the GTs, it's ESV Motorsport have converted their lead to first after the first stint, with Rise Motorsport holding on to second. Vanitech School dropped from third on the grid, with OTR Spirit of the Race taking third. Lightspeed Europe holding on in fourth. SVR Purple having a good stint, and SSR Red to make up SSR Red coming from the back of the grid in a lobby to sixth. Then we have AMS Argo are in seventh, NWR Team GT in eighth. Vanitech School dropping to ninth from their third on the grid, and ART Esports rounding out the top 10.
There we
We
go. We
Also from
changed the
Lobby A.
settings of the lobby. I
We
think
are
finally.
reloading the lobby to make sure people are in the have got correct race lines as and such.
And we can go spectator mode.
Yep, true. But actually, we'll need to spectate and then re-spectate if we spectate now. It looks like it's taking Lobby D a while to get started then.
It's never fun being sent off course in turn one. No, it's a hard braking zone that's still a turn that you have to brake in for.
Mm-hmm.
The move was a risky move as well, considering how tight it was down at the inside of that corner. Because the inside of that corner, there is a dead end wall. So if you hit that wall, you are screwed, basically. But he ran that risk, and with some marginal movement for like penalties wise, then they managed to get past. But I do also have the Lobby D stream up to be able to give you updates on how our commentator Metal Gauge is doing.
Have the lobby D started yet?
They are on their way to T3 at the minute. So I'll have info on what happens there. Ooh, that's not fun.
Oh, that's not fun getting a low bandwidth with 20 minutes left of stints to go.
No, at least, fortunately, at least you stayed in the stint and didn't disconnect.
Exactly.
While you may have dropped to 9th, you're still right there in the fight. There's still 11 stints to go, so you can
So,
easily make it
Everything
up.
can still change.
Everyone from A lobby in the GTs was within 2 miles of each other, so it's still
Oh,
all to play for.
Awfully close. And it looks like we'll be getting started up here. Who are you hopping on board with then, Haseo? Are you hopping on board with...
For now, I'll stay with the leader.
Alright, and I'll hop on board with ESV Scottsin whenever we get to start it up. It's not a full formation lap for this. It'll be exit of P2, I believe.
It'll be at the exit of turn 3.
Turn 3, sorry. Thank you
And
for...
Sakura, will you follow G the leader for this formation lap?
As they all bunch up.
Sakura.
It's my stream. For...
Yeah, you got your stream open.
Yep. Sakura's decided he's eating, so...
If I just give me a short moment. There we go. Just had to quickly get the Euros up.
So it looks like it's already starting to string out a little bit.
I
back
think the
here.
LMPs have begun.
Yep.
It's been a tidy start for the GTs,
It's
no instance yet.
It's looking close up here at the front though, with the two Vipers of RZM Sean and ESV Scottsin running nose to tail.
Yep, let's
Right
get
now.
that out of the way. Thank you for reminding me, Castaway.
We're running around here. Look.
At the back of the
Ooh, I have to
GT
say
field,
that-
Boberts has gone for a couple of moves into
Move up
turn
the
1.
inside of Scottson down at T3. Doesn't quite get the pull on the way out low. Really close here between the two of them.
Rickson
Sean is
staying
right
ahead
on the
of
buffer
both
of
of them.
Scottson here in GT
Bradders
class.
losing out, falling to the back of the field for the moment.
Oh, there's a two-wide battle going on behind these. Between...
Yeah, I'll stay with Sean and you follow that two-way battle.
Oh, it's a three-way battle more like. It's back here between SSR Rusty, SVR Solar, and AMS Huracan. These three. Now Huracan has proven himself to be quick in FTC competitions that have been going on. But unless too wide going into bus stop, this is looking SVR Solar backing out of the move there. Gonna hop on board with him and have a look in front. Watch him try and be able to try and make his way past.
Roberts has got a really good run on Rickson and is all over his rear bumper. Trading a little bit of paint, and he's got the momentum on the outside, and he's cleanly taken the position before turn 1.
An AMS Hurricane going too wide down into T1.
Brothers has absolutely stent it
Hurricane
into
running
turn
deep
1
there.
and has hit Roberts wide.
But Sean's going outside here of Scotty now almost and trying to look at undercut in turn 3.
Looking for a way past SSR Rusty back here now, which has brought Solar back into this fight.
Racing very close, and the two GT leaders are still very close to each other. And I'll say that looking at the map on the secondary small screen is the LMP field from second and back is pretty close together as well.
Pretty close together. I'm going to go over to that on the secondary screen. Looks like the fight is mainly between...
Yeah, there's almost 5
Pack
battling it out, but later just running away.
Yep. Remember, all Peugeots...
Yeah, it takes a little while to get in a rhythm despite the practice. When you're getting a new stint,
it's all LMPs up here at the Lobby A all
Rickens
Peugeots
just made a pass
in Lobby A.
on Rusty, but he's gone deep into turn 1 and he's going to lose out to Rusty and Souther, who's been hit by Rickson and sliding through turn 1. There's still Rickson and Souther side by side, and Sorry Dude has had an issue, and who's that? OTR Eagle is off the track on the grass, trying to recover.
Really close back here.
oh, we got a 3-way battle soon with the Vipers between Scottson, Sean, and McQueen.
Rickson looking for a way past Solar, but compromising his exit, allowing Hurricane to get alongside, coming into T6. He's
Hurricane's
looking
to the outside, but he can't get the run there.
There's no room to be able to get the run. Will he try and look for a move down into the bus stop, or will he stay there? Oh, I'll stay in single file.
Roberts has had
a little bit there though.
Roberts has had a bit of an issue. He's fallen a bit off the back of the field.
Looking for a way past. Yeah, it's really close between these three. Who's that coming into it now? At the front. They're catching with OTR Eagle as well. So...
Oh, and Solar having a...
As Souther and Eagle are going side by side through turn 1. Eagle on the outside holding his position as Sorry Dude goes for a move on...
Rickson on the grass.
Anybody back?
Or sorry, not Sorry Dude.
Damage. All looking to not have any damage on the cars, so there is no straight line difficulties for any of them with engine damage.
There's been a lot of bumping in the midfield here for the GTs.
Yeah, it has just been a little bit.
It seems like some people are getting some room to move out of the way.
Getting closer to Scottson.
But yeah, we have
Remember,
been
this
warned
is
from
for the
Haida, who
lead.
was the previous driver of the lead Viper, that gives Scottson a few laps to get his rhythm, and he should be apparently breaking away. It seems like Sean is at a pretty decent pace himself to keep up.
Scott's in, yeah, they're still running
But
around.
5 laps maybe not enough to
So
hold
there
up.
has a run on Engel going
Hold
towards
up
turn
on.
1. He's looking to the outside.
NWR Brad has
And has
just
cut back to the inside as Eagle slightly outbrakes himself.
Rickson had damage, so he had to go to the pits.
Eagle's held on for 13th so far, but he's still having to defend into turn 3. He's got the inside though.
Oh yeah, that is Rickson who's coming to the pits. I'm going to keep an eye on Rickson versus Bobbitt here. Rickson's coming out of the pit lanes, and he's come out behind Bobbitt. So Bobbitt has jumped Rickson in the first pit stop for the two of them.
Solar touching the end of Eagle.
I'm going to keep an eye on this while having the map open, in case I need to jump forwards to any of the...
I'll take care of Eagle. Oh yeah, we got a close battle here at the moment.
But Scottson and Sean. Sean is ever so closer to Scottson.
Scottson is really close up at the front there as well. It looks like
And Scottson doesn't have a good exit.
It looks like Rickson's just
And they're
forward.
alongside.
Bobbitt's left. Yeah, no, they're too wide up at the front of GT here now. It's looking... Scottson's had to drop in behind Sean here.
Meanwhile, Sodar's got past Eagle just on straight line speed alone. The BMW seems to be lacking in that department as all the prototypes are coming by. But Hurricane has a run on Eagle going into turn 1. He's looking to the outside. He's got his car alongside, but he can't keep the momentum and can't make the move stick. Oh, he's having a little look into turn 3. He's got his nose just up alongside, but it's not enough.
And that invites brothers to the fray.
Sean's starting... It looks like Sean's starting to pull just a little bit of a safety barrier for any dive bombs that may have been pulled. As we have an LMP that's coming to the pits already. BDF 48 Gaming has come into the pit lane already.
Oh. So he had this DC in the first stint, and now he had damage in second stint. That's not good news for
Unless
him.
he
That's
done
not a
an
good
early
day.
pit stop to get it out of the way.
Second place LMP. And the third place LMP, sending it up the inside, going into bus stop left.
Oh, well, here comes the LP right on the bumper of Brothers in the bus stop.
Looks like
Roman had a little look on Huracan while lapping him. Scottson getting closer to Sean. Can he make it stick? No, he doesn't. Sean covers that.
And as an update for any of the FTC folks who are in here, the two FTC members who are currently racing, which is Metal Gauge and FTC Ren. Metal Gauge is in 13th in Lobby D at the minute, and FTC Ren is leading the GT division. For any of the FTC members who are still in chat.
Thanks, Denji. So we'll have to take a look at Sean versus Scottson then.
It's sort of stalled out between these two now, with a little bit of a gap between the two of them. Just enough of a comfort barrier for RZM Sean to not have to worry in the braking zones about any dive bombs or anything.
About now.
whoops. I cannot do that though.
But we'll need to keep half an eye on that gap towards the back between.
Or Sacker, if you will follow a third battle if you got it. Maybe
We'll
follow
keep
one of the
back
LMP
between-
battles.
We'll need to keep the eye on the gap between.
Oh,
Roberts.
Scotland is making on the outside of Sean.
But
Okay,
yeah,
he got for the undercut, doesn't make it, but still he's on his back.
right on the bumper as I change over to Scottson now. He's looking for a way past. But as the two at the back of the combo of the two at the back of Rickson and SSR Bobberts, those two coming into the pit lane due to damage or whatever they've come in, is that going to pay off in the long run with the rest of them fighting nose to tail?
Well, the fighting's calmed down now. They've sort of realised that they need to get some good lap times in. This race
Scotland
isn't
didn't
just
have a good
about
entry to the chicane.
this race anymore isn't about finishing ahead of someone on track. It's about getting as much mileage as you can.
Yeah.
So the more you're battling, the more you're losing distance.
Exactly.
And also the more mistakes you're making, the more distance you lose.
Exactly.
And it's that balance between being aggressive and trying to get around as fast as you possibly can, and then not being overly aggressive and making tons of mistakes. Because if you're making tons of mistakes, yes, you may be gaining a 10th here, a 10th there, but then you losing that to the mistakes that you're making, thus meaning that
And you may gain a 10th every lap, but you make a mistake, you can throw a second or two just like that. There's a lot more time to be lost than gained.
especially in the LMP cars, when it comes to those, the LMP cars can be nasty if you make a mistake. Because if you miss a braking point, you can lose a second like that.
Yeah, because they're so much faster, so much grippier. When you break traction and make a mistake, you'll find yourself out wide a lot faster, a lot further wide, and maybe even into a wall faster.
Yeah. And
Thankfully, here there's quite a bit of runoff, so I haven't seen any majorly damaged cars.
it looks like Brixton and Bobberts are still just running around with a slipstream train of the two of them, just looking comfortable back there, not fighting whatsoever.
Meanwhile, Solar's got a run on Rusty.
I'm gonna jump up.
He's looking to the outside on the start-finish straight, hang into turn 1.
And then who's that behind them? OTR Eagle and Hurricane.
Eagle and Hurricane.
As well. Hurricane's looking around the outside of Eagle down at T1.
So they couldn't get the move done, but Hurricane has got the move done around the outside of turn 1 on Eagle. That's a good move right there.
That takes a lot of bravery to be able to hang it around the outside there.
And good
Especially
job
on
on
the
Eagle
corners,
not messing
corner
up his
start.
braking and forcing Hurricane any wider.
Yeah. That just shows the level of racemanship between the top guys. In that they won't force each other. They'll push each other to the limits, and sometimes beyond the limits, but they'll try and keep to those limits as much as possible. We'll jump back up to Solar and Rusty here, see if Solar can get any sort of run out of bus stop again this time.
Looking back at Scottson, he just lost ground to Sean.
So Scottson made a mistake then or something.
Looks like.
While up at the front, it's not. The LMPs are starting to spread out a bit as well. And JSR South leading them all, followed by Zenith, then Turismo.
So
Blackout.
we'll be looking forward to Rusty again on the first corner.
And
Maybe even
made it.
Ooh, here goes LP right through the bus stop as well, with GTs in it.
overtaking Rusty
Yeah.
on the main straight and on the first corner. Just skips its stick.
Yeah, as I said earlier, that BMW seems to be lacking behind straight line speed, which is making it very vulnerable down around the oval.
And then it looks
But
like
it's probably one of the grippier cars in the field.
Huracan's starting to pull a little bit of a buffer there to the BMW behind him of OTR Eagle. Try and hunt down that BMW in front of him, so he's in a BMW sandwich, which is not somewhere you necessarily want to be.
You don't want to be in sandwich. Ask Jam. Previous stint. Anyway, let's look at some more battles.
How's it looking up the front there? How's it
So Scott's still behind Sean.
Yeah, you stay on Scottson, Sakura.
Gained.
So they currently have 3 cameras up on screen.
Oh my god. Okay.
Makes sense.
So I've currently got both you and Sakura on screen with your side.
So now we've got the LMP leader, JSR South, coming through this field of GTs.
Yep. It looks like he's made his way through really easily there.
And Zenith is following him through.
It looks like Zenith might have been held up a little bit by the GTs there, catching them in the middle.
There's a big field of GTs being overtaken by LMPs through turn 5.
And coming from someone who is racing the LMPs, T4 or the Kink is not a place where you want to try and overtake.
Just follow the racing line and bide your time to turn 5.
Yeah.
We've seen what it was like two GTs trying to go side by side through the
Yeah.
kink.
And having a
Earlier.
faster LMP right outside you is not a great experience for the GTs either.
As Solar's having a look on ART Sinister into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah. Looks
Sinister in that BMW, that struggling for straight line speed as Solar just has the run, has the grunt and pulls up alongside on the outside. And he's got to get that move done before the start finish line even.
Oh. Zenith can
He's currently in the back castaway. I think he has an incident, so let's quickly jump back to him.
Oh,
Rusty goes for
Seems
it
like
on
your
Sinister.
sub is nothing
Sinister is on
to
the
register.
inside.
yeah. And it looks like Huracan's looking for a way past now with the extra momentum he's able to carry around.
And McQueen will flag a lot. It was an LMP, I think.
Not able to carry it through and make a move.
It was a good attempt by Rusty. Didn't squeeze Sinister out wide on the exits, so very fair. Good racing here.
And there's an LMP making
That's
its
the
way
pack
through
of
the
angry
train as well.
LMPs. And LMP and Eagle.
Are Bobberts and Rickson still running around, just as they were, or has... It looks like Rickson's dropped off the back of Bobberts. Has he taken damage or something? No, it just looks...
Well, LP just tell injured right on your screen there, I see Genji. Went a little bit wide on the grass of turn 5.
Who was that? That was...
I think that might be...
48 Gaming.
Yeah, the one in the
Right.
backfield
I'm
of
sorry,
LPs.
dude, it's unfortunately dead last
Yeah, he's
in
at the back of
GT.
the field. He's dropping off of Bobberts and Rickson a bit. He's about 1,500 feet behind them.
That's Rusty and
Getting
Huracan.
run, he's looking to the outside of Solar, as I... Is that Solar?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Solar.
that's so they're
Sorry.
The Solar is staying tidy on the
Take a
line
look at
and not losing
Rusty.
too much ground.
And Rusty and Huracan
Looking around. He's trying to look past that BMW.
tries to get it outside. I mean, undercut, but no, Rusty is parking it on the apex.
It's getting really tight between these two here. The more they fight, the more ground they'll lose over the race distance.
Solar and Sinister are getting really close.
It's a very tight battle, this one.
And it looks like OTR Eagles closed in a bit behind as well, but that grunt from the Viper just pulling that gap out again to Eagle as they run round the NASCAR T1 and 2.
Meanwhile, in LMP, Blackout is closing on Turismo for P3. He's nearly
Blackout.
close enough to start looking for a move.
I'm going to move up on here, look at what's the BMW. The Sinister's still on the tail with Solar in that BMW.
Oh,
Actually, Sinister
that was
looking through. Sinister looked up the inside going into T1 there on Solar, but that move wasn't
as the
going.
brothers overtaking Eagle.
As he's like,
Sinister
Sean is
trying to look
slightly moving
racy.
away from Scottson. As he's like Sean has a little bit more pace.
Sinister really looking for a way past Solar here now, getting held up through this middle section. As behind them, it looks to be really... Oh, that's an LMP coming through.
Oh, there's a bit of contact between Blackout and Turismo. Blackout goes through on the inside of turn one ahead of Turismo. But there was a little nudge on the diffuser of Turismo. But he seems to be taking...
Oh!
Oh, he spun on the inside curb!
He almost took out Turismo, but Turismo just missed him.
He dipped his wheels just over the outside exit
I think,
curb. And
I
that
wonder if
just triggered-
Turismo had a little brown stripe
That's the-
moment with that happening right in front of him.
That's the top top four coming into the pit lane all at the same time for GT.
So it's a busy pit lane for the GTs.
Yeah.
As
Sean
Bobbert's
starts in.
coming down to start finish now.
Doesn't look like Bobberts will be able to get any of these.
No.
He's just too far back from the looks of it.
And
He's
take
gonna
a red
get
full there,
really
OTR,
high.
quickly.
He's gonna get close behind Lag a lot there though.
And you said those were the
Yeah,
top
and,
4 in
That
GT,
was
so
top
he's
4 in GT, so
that looks good.
with the way and the pace he's running at the minute, it looks like he's going
Tanker
to
Red
jump.
Holder
to
are Shane
Right.
as Turismo is in the pits, and the
No,
leader
it's
of
South and Blackout
Oh,
are in the pits.
And
Huracan
JS
got
are-
past Rusty while we were paying attention to everybody in the pit lane there as well. Huracan's now moved up into what is at the minute P3 in GTs. And how are they looking for fuel? They're looking alright to be able to run this out and not have to worry about it. Oh, map again, because telemetry breaks it for some reason. And then behind them, the BMW just not having the grunt on the straight to be able to close that gap even with slipstream.
And Souther's into the pits now.
Solar coming in, we'll keep an eye on. Keep an eye on this on Lagalot and Boberts with these two back
Of course, Jamie, I can do that. Currently running in 13th place now, which is the last place for the GTs.
Yep, that's... Solar has lost out to those two. Will he lose out to Rixon as well? Oh, it's really close in T1 now. Solar and Rixon. Rixon having been out for a few laps on the tyres he's on. Having got them up to the right tyre
Also, if
pressure.
you said about in chat, have time to maybe clip the brown transfer moment between Blackout and Turismo in turn 3.
But it looks like for now Solar's comfortably in front.
So their tires will be up to temperature now.
Yeah. Well, at this point they will.
Ericsson is still piling on the pressure now.
And Sinister's got that nice bit of a gap to Huracan and Rusty now. So he won't have to worry about fighting it with anybody and can run at his own pace until he needs to come into the pit lane. Looking close here between the back of the LMPs as well, though. With
Sinister, Hurricane, and Rusty all pit.
Romain and BDF are looking close at the back of the LMPs now. And BDF looking to try and find his way past.
Yes, now we're roughly 30 minutes into the session as well.
Meanwhile, Bradders ran a little bit wide at turn 1, opened the door for Eagle. Eagle has sent it into turn 3. He only got half of his car up the inside.
But what about the exit? He gets the exit as a better exit than Brothers that are getting into the king, but
it looks like I think Eagle gave the position up. He didn't feel like it was right for him to take it, just sort of with the dive. He only got his car about halfway alongside, which isn't quite enough.
But
Meanwhile,
that's actually...
Souther's looking for move on Sinister. And we've got a three-way battle between Sinister, Souther and Rixon.
With Huracan and Rusty not very far behind that battle at all either. But I'll keep an eye on this LMP battle that's going on between the 5th and 6th place drivers right now.
Yeah, but it's also sportsmanship from Eagle there, Castaway. Let him get the position back.
Sinister, but that's compromised. Souther's run out of the infield, and now Rixon's all over his rear bumper.
And one of the BDF has spun at the kink of T4. Has he taken any damage from it? Let's have a look here.
It's
no,
unlikely as there's...
He hasn't hit the wall.
Oh,
yeah,
he actually has
has
0.9 power damage if you look closely.
He has engine damage, but that won't make too much of a difference in these cars.
Meanwhile,
level.
Scottson and Sean are going side by side.
We have
towards
pit
the
stop
start
shenanigans
line.
between Eagle and Brothers.
We got Eagle coming into the pit lane there as well.
Scottson's trying to go around the outside of Sean into turn 1, but can't make it. Sean pulls up in front of him.
I'm sorry that there's a little bit of lag there on the camera 3 on the left-hand corner, but it's we're trying our best to have show as many battle can, and we get the pit stop shenanigans on the exit as we're going to turn one between
Like a
Brothers
lot
and Eagle.
Langalot and Bobbert are still just running around and using each other's slipstream around the bankings, just keeping that gap maintained behind them to Sinister and the rest of the pack that's battling.
So Eagle has made the undercut work to get ahead of
Sean flipped the
Brothers.
cone.
Oh, you're okay there, Sakura.
Yeah, I'm okay. Don't worry.
Yeah. Probably a slight connection lag from the looks on their camera.
Going back up. Oh, Scotson's caught back up with Sean here at the front of GT's.
Yeah, they were going side by side through turn 1. Sean gets a poor exit out of the bus stop. That's giving Scotson a run again.
Scotson's trying to get this run to work. He's pulling out of the slipstream to come
He
alongside.
needs to get a slipstream.
Turn off the map here just for now. This is really close between the two of them, but it looks like Sean has that a bit more top end in his tune for that Viper compared with Scotson. But Scotson's looking up the inside at T1, and
Meanwhile, Brothers is looking to the outside of Eagle.
And there comes the LP into the mix as well into turn 2.
Brothers was nearly completely ahead of Eagle, but I braked himself into turn 1 and gifted the position back to Eagle.
Oh, I'm gonna GT battle right in front. Oh, LP right into the mix of a GT battle in turn 2.
The outside down at T5. He's lost a bit of ground, but that extra bit of run out of the corner might try and help him to catch that back up. With Sean running a little bit wider, going out into the banking. With an LP running around the outside of him there. And they're back in nose to tail, going around the banking, coming towards the bus stop again. It's just so close between the top two in GT right now.
Yeah, I think Scotson has
Sean.
finally found his
Oh,
pace.
Sean's had a pull bus stop. Scotson looks like he's got past, and yes, he has. Sean falls back in the slipstream.
It just shows you that it just took.
Terrible exit.
Takes one mistake to lose a position there.
Can't he respond? Or
He
will
is
he
not
respond?
able to respond back into T1.
Oh, we go through a battle now.
Looked like he made a little bit of a mistake coming out of T1. Sean's looking to the outside down at T3. He isn't able to make it stick though going towards the apex. But he's right on that
Scotson
bump,
having-
right on the bumper of Scotson. Gonna try and force him into a mistake.
And we also got a trio battle between Rixon, Solar, and Sinister for 5th place in GT.
That looks like a 5-way battle to me.
It's
rather
yeah.
than a 3-way.
There's 2 Vipers, 2 BMW, and
Yeah,
the
they
Soul
really
Force
are.
of Solar. It essentially is a little breeze. If you make a little mistake, you're out of a good battle here.
So Rexon falling slowly behind, so it's just for now. It is just a 2-way battle against Sinister and Solar.
It's still pretty close in the
As
train that they can
Sinister
easily get a good slipstream.
Sinister having a little twitch on the exit.
Hurricane and Rixon is battling it out over the banking.
And Sinister gives inside line to Solar.
Meanwhile, Eagles had a poor run out of the bus stop, and Bradders has got past him as they're heading down to turn 1. As Sorry Dude heads to the pits, can Bradders
As
pull it up for
Rickson
turn 1?
nearly pulls
Yes, he
into
can.
Sinister. Can that make Huracan into P14 here? No, it can't.
These two up at the front of the GT are still running side by side. Or, well, nose to tail, more like, around here.
Bumper to bumper.
Both of them taking it well through bus stop.
Scottson ran wide through the bus stop and
Been
has
running
had a
wide on
poor
the
exit.
though.
Sean with a little bit of an
back
extra
up
straight
there.
line speed advantage may have an opportunity here.
Looks like he's having to fall back in line with that slipstream low.
A Sinister again having a squirm on the exit of the bus stop chicane, and Rickson having a
Push
little
into the
run.
outside.
Can he
That
make it
is
to the
not gonna
outside?
be able to take
Well,
it to the
Rickson
outside there.
just taps him slightly.
They're
The
close.
power of Viper.
Oh,
against the
and here
BMW
comes Rickson on the
shoot them.
outside of Sinister. Who's brave on the brakes into turn 1? And here comes Sinister battling back. Will Rickson undercut? No, he stays
Sinister
behind.
defense is
Oh,
offense,
Sinister
but
goes
Rickson-
Oh!
They're both into the grass.
It's still really, really close up here by the
As-
for the two at the front.
As only Sinister lost now 1 position to the Huracan, but
Sean,
Rickson
I
lost
think
3
we
positions.
might hear something to. You might hear something about this later on, but for now,
Sean's
they're
just
still
fucking
battling
back
it
right now.
out.
And Huracan sliding on the apex as Rusty. It's a freeway battle for 13th. Oh, Sinister in the sandwich here.
I
They're
don't think
trying
you
to go
want to be in
three
that
wide.
sandwich.
Oh, they are. That looks really close back there. But I'm keeping
It's
that.
a Viper BMW train.
I'm keeping the eyes on the two up at the front. Just keep this battle in. Pull the map back up for a minute here. Look to see if there
So
are.
Castaway says that this incident between Rickson and Sinister might be just only a race incident,
No.
but we'll just
battles
see.
going on with the LMP
Yeah,
cars.
since
at
we
the
don't
minute.
really know,
As
we're-
Sinister, can he get into the Huracan?
Scott's a bit wide
Yeah,
out of
got
turn
him, yeah.
1. Sean's got to the
Sean's
inside,
looking
which
to
gives him
stay
the
to the
outside for
inside,
turn
going
3, but he can't keep it.
Coming out of T3 now.
It
Still
was-
looking
He's
As
so
Rusty
just
getting
wide
a
into
little
turn
bit
1.
wide, and that makes Rickson regain 15th.
Oh my god. Sorry, I've just had a look back at the Lobby D stream, and Metal Gauge has made a move into bus stop on somebody.
What? Mel is
Really?
making a
In
move?
14th position right now in Lobby D. And
Gets in their metal.
the other FTC member in Lobby D is still in 6th place, leading the GT cars.
Gets in their metal for that move.
Yeah.
As now South is approaching the
Back
six-way
down to the
battle
bus stop.
for
This seems to be for
13th, actually.
Sean's right on the bumper. He's had a really good run through that first section, but got held up in the middle by Scott's in there. That gap's just opened out a little bit more on the way out because of that.
And no.
But it can't be
There you go,
more
Kaz.
than a few feet.
As Huracan cuts the bus stop exit,
getting on the brakes down there into T1. Sean's looking up the inside of Scott's in.
As there's
Going
also
wide through
that
T2
against Drag a
again.
lot and SSR
Sean's looking
bubbles.
flat, staying on the outside this time. He's keeping it, hanging it round the outside, but he's had to back out of that move.
Yeah, a little bit of forcing collisions there pushed them to the outside.
Yeah.
Scottson holding the position for now, but he's under a lot of pressure. Sean just seems to have a little bit more pace.
Yeah, that little gap has just been pulled out
Oh,
again.
Oh, we
I
may
think
have
we have a
potential disconnection.
As there's an as there is a GT car on the standing still. Probably that's sorry dude. So he was standing still for some time.
Sorry Dude has made his second stop.
It stops
ran
at
out
like it's 0,
the
but my timer is
timer
not
on screen
100%
will end
accurate
at
to... There are a
The
little bit...
time minutes at
right.
the end of this and have been accounted for.
The timer on the stream will be 0 minutes. 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The timer in-game will say 20 minutes left. Assuming that's what Haseo has set that up to be.
Yeah, mine is set up at 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Alright. So,
So until hits all zeros as Huracan again cuts the exit of the bus stop chicane.
roughly being... Oh, who was that in the background there of that train of 3 running really close to that wall?
But my timer is not 100% accurate on when they will be stopping. It's a rough estimate on my side on when this race is beginning.
But back up here at the front...
Comparing to other streams, it seems like it's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Really close up here at the front still. And they're getting lapped by Proto. Proto is going down towards T4 and they're approaching...
Sinister tapping Huracan.
And Hurricane get a
And
little side of the
Sinister making
grass.
position, but he needs to get that position.
Yeah, let's
because
not make it...
Huracan's on the wall.
Let's make the drivers make the assumption and what's going on their side.
Looks like it might be a penalty for pushing to find a way past, forcing a way past by collision.
Let's see,
And-
did he get damage? No damage from the looks of it.
No, doesn't give a damage. But Huracan gets in
Up
the
here at the front.
inside of the turn 5, I think.
Welcome to Shatter. No damage meat. He's got no damage.
It was a light tap on the wall. It certainly didn't seem heavy
Up
enough
here at the
for
front.
damage in Forza.
Scottson and Sean still
And
running
Scottson and
around.
Sean still battling.
Sean looks like he might have had a slightly better exit, just closing that gap up a little bit, but not looking like he's going to get close enough by the time they reach T1 to be able to try and make a move. And all of this battling is bringing, who is that in third? We'll wait for the ticket to come around. But yeah, all of this battling between these two is bringing the Queen slightly closer to them. Every lap, just that little bit closer. More
Yeah,
these two
the
battling,
more-
well, by compromising lines.
The more Sean and Scottson is battling, the closer McQueen can come out and battle them as well.
Yeah. And then
As
they're
Runners
approaching
having a
lap
little
traffic.
look.
Oh, we
They're
got
approaching
updates from
lap
Sergio.
Sinister.
They're approaching to lap Sorry Dude as well.
So there's a train for 12th place.
Which
Wild
will
card
be
train.
5th place in GT. No, it will be 6th place.
Yes. No, the 6th, yeah. 6th place.
Yeah. 1 or 2.
It's 6th place, I just counted.
Yeah.
So far we have no deaths
We
or
had one-
major
no, we had one.
incidents. We had some
We've
brown
had a couple
trouser
of
moments at
deaths.
least from the LMP
No, we've
spinning
had-
out on each other.
Well, no, we had one half death down at T4, but
I think
It
that
was
was in
alright.
early lap as well, like lap 2, 3.
that was actually quite late on that they've had that moment.
We've had some runs across the grass. The only
But
major issue anyone's had is Big
Got him
gaming
looking
PC from the first stint.
Scottson still under pressure from Sean here.
Most likely, except
As an LMP fight looks
sorry
like it
guy?
might. An LMP fight looks like it might be starting up here at the front as well as
Sorry,
one of the
dudes,
LMPs.
and no one-
Sean out of the way. Luke and John's dropped back a
As
little
Brothers
bit.
gets into Sinister. Oh! Brothers stopping Sinister, making him spin.
Oh, and now it looks like the Scottson's got caught, either made a mistake or been caught up by Sorry Dude there as they've gone to lap him and dropped behind Sean now. As Sean's now down and in front of the two of them. But if you just see in the back of shot there, those yellow headlights of the top, up on the right hand side, the yellow headlights in the back of shot, that is RZM McQueen approaching these guys, just closing that little bit every single lap on them as they've been fighting.
Yes, currently if you look at the right hand corner, that's the battle between Sean and Scottson for the leader of the GT class.
Sean having that gap built up now.
The question is, can he now start to build up that gap? He seemed to have a little bit more pace when he was behind Scottson. Let's see if he still has it now that he's ahead.
And we'll see. I'll check on their fuel level, see how close they are to pitting. They're only about halfway through
As
their
we
fuel.
have battle of the BMWs against Rusty and
But as Sean ran deep
And
at
Sierra
T1
Eagle.
there, gap has closed a little bit between them. It's getting closer and closer between these guys.
looks like Rusty will outbreak him. No, he made that perfectly, but running a bit wide. Making
Dino
Eagle-
showing his support for Sean in chat there. But Sean's got held up by Proto traffic lapping him. That gap having shrunk a little bit more again. And that gap behind them as well falling. That Viper in the back of shot coming out of T6 just getting that little bit bigger every single lap.
As we also have Eagle on the back of Rusty. Waiting for Rusty's mistake.
That gap behind does look like it's starting to stabilize as well. Who's that stop? Sorry Dude stopped down at T3.
Again, another stop from Sorry Dude.
Oh, Scottson has gone to the back of
really
Sean.
close up here at the front.
Ooh,
Sean
little
and
contact
LMP
and with
looking
LP
like
in
it
the
might
mix
have-
as well here.
LMP looking like it might have helped there, bringing those two
As
closer
Eagle gets
together.
to pits.
We're hearing from Castaway that Sorry Dude's controller turned off, which is unfortunate.
And if it won't reconnect, that will cause issues as well. Because
Yeah,
it'll have
that's-
to power
that
cycle
loads.
his Xbox.
That is loads
That's
of
on
bad
PC.
luck for.
I do not
For
know
the
whether
Sorry
he's on PC or Xbox, just as a heads up.
Well, my controller is constant on cable, so I don't have to worry about battery life at least.
Same here.
Oh, my batteries are looking alright in my controller, so.
I got a power out control as well, which has some custom buttons to it I can programize with colors as well. We just actually have a secure connection for a cable as well, so you cannot break it unless you're really stupid with it.
So Sean's eked out a little bit of a gap to Scottson now.
But there's that Viper in the back of shot closed up as well. Of RZM McQueen having closed in.
Scottson and Sean both pit.
Scottson and Sean.
And
pitting.
McQueen!
And McQueen.
Oh, the
All
whole
three
top
of
three
them
is
come
pitting
in.
again.
Is Lagalot going to come in as well? No,
No,
Lagalot's
he
gonna
stays
keep lapping
out.
in that Corvette. He stays out and continues lapping in that Corvette.
There goes Brothers into the pits.
We'll see where these guys come out in relation to the fights that have
No,
been
it
going
was
on.
Rusty
around.
gone to the pits.
Seems like Sean has lost a bit of time in the pits, and Scotson's come out right on his rear bumper.
Yeah, just a bit.
As Bober's overtaking Brothers. Yeah, Brothers is exiting the pits. Oh.
I'll flick back to that. Have a look back here at how close OTR Eagle is.
Yeah, Eagle's about just
getting
over a
on.
second behind. So he seems to have lost a bit of time since the last checked.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to Sean and Scottson now. Keep the eyes on this battle. As the LMPs haven't had much battling action during the course of this race. They've just sort of been running around in their own places after the battle that was going on got split up.
Looks like McQueen's not too far behind the top two. Brothers, let me get to it. He's currently running in 17th place overall, which will be 11th place. Well, I think it will be 10th place actually. There do get an LP right behind him into turn one. Dives on the inside like an aggressive driver. But keeps it steady and not making too many issues for anybody.
Meanwhile, South has just made his way past both Scottson and Sean and seemed to have closed the gap a little bit between them.
Is currently running around. Where is he?
He's 17th.
He is currently running around in 17th, just in front of OTR Eagle. There isn't much.
If you want to stay updated on Bradder's race, he is streaming too, so you can keep an eye on his perspective for this stint.
As we approach the... what is this? About hour mark? Yeah, about just approaching up to the hour mark now of this stint. And there are still people. RZM Sean, ESV Scotston and RZM McQueen have all made their pit stops, but the people in front of them haven't. So Lagalot, AMS Hurricane, ART Sinister and SSR Rusty.
Scotson's having a look down the inside of Sean into turn one.
Sean hangs it around the outside. And
He's got the inside for turn three.
he's got the inside line to try and defend into turn three. He's late on the brakes.
Scotson's looking for the
Scottson
comeback.
getting undercut.
He's got it.
Looking
And he's
for
got
the
it.
comeback.
What the cutback!
And he's made the move.
Got
Nick.
it.
The switcheroo
Nice
gets
move
into the...
there. Nice chain of events there with Scottson having applied that pressure.
But now Scottson getting a little bit wide. Can Sean...
Sean's side by
Execute on
side
this.
with him. They're back
Remember,
alongside
Scottson has
each
an
other.
inside
Sean
line
Keep
for
that
now.
Scottson
Yeah,
got the
trying to hold it
inside
right
line
outside.
here for turn 6.
Can't carry the momentum.
Can't carry the momentum, but that car of RZM McQueen is a lot closer now than it was in the past. because of all of this fighting that's going on between these two. So I'll jump ahead one car here to Scottson and have a look at him. And you can tell these two have been nose to tail by the bumpers just being bumped in that little bit on both.
Yeah,
of
they've
them.
been bumper to bumper more or less for an hour.
And meanwhile, Lagalot has made his way into the pits. for
He's
his
like
second
sorry
stop.
starting to get back on the move and getting
And-
life in his controller again.
Have a look and see
No,
where
apparently
now in relation to all of this.
no, he's not yet.
It's Huracan's coming to the pits
But
alongside
sorry's
Lagalot there.
currently
Wow.
stationed in a bad
Oh, nearly
spot.
clips into Scotson's end. That compromises his exit.
Meanwhile, Eagle's right on the back of Bradders now,
Lagalot
starting
has
to apply
come out.
pressure.
Lagalot's come out behind Bobbitt's this time, so Bobbitt's has jumped Lagalot in this pit cycle by quite a way as well, from the looks of it. And Huracan has come out at the back of that section of that group of three of Solar, Rickson, and her.
Yeah,
and
but he was
himself.
not stationed there earlier. He has moved
And
from the
behind
initial
it,
spot he
like,
was in.
NWR Bradders and OTR Eagle are battling it out right next to each other at the minute. As OTR Eagle looks for a way past. Carrying more momentum through.
Seems
more
like the
speed corner.
Scott and Sean is kind of shading on SSR Rusty as well of the GT class.
They're catching also to Sinister.
Yeah, but they are still to the pit stop, which is why Scotton and Sean is behind them.
This battle at the back's looking really good.
So we've got roughly about 40 minutes left of this stint.
Rusty both come into the pit lane there, from the looks of it.
Sinister
And Rusty as well.
pitting.
And here comes LFP on Scotton and Sean, trying to find a way past in turn 3. Dies on the inside. Ooh! Makes Sean get a little bit on brakes in turn 4. Turn 3, I mean.
And it's really close. And
Ooh, it's close.
Got,
Bradders makes a mistake.
like,
Oh, and the touch.
got Rusty.
Oh!
That's really close back
Scotton
here.
with Brothers and Eagle.
That was unfortunate for Eagle. Brothers looking up the brakes, getting really wide into the turn 1. And as well, Rusty coming out of pits, compromising Eagle's line. And he just tried to not sideswap Rusty.
I'll take
So the
what
field now
you up and
a
just
bit spread out.
JSR South still leading the Protos up here, followed by Zenith, and then Blackout, then Turismo, BDF Gaming, and then Roman. So it looks like even after the mistake that BDF has made, I don't know whether he has to pit again.
It's quite possible there is some pit stops involved still, as we got 37 minutes left.
Everyone will probably have to pit again. It seems we've got to the end of the second pit stop cycle.
So yeah, from the looks of it, BDF Gaming still has to pit again for their third stop, whereas FCT Remain, should I say, has done their 3 stops. Yes, I can't read, okay?
FTC is not this lobby, man.
Shut up.
First mistake of the day.
Naturally, it's me, because
Yeah.
it did not be. Speaking of FTC, from
Oh, don't worry,
Ren has dropped down into second in his lobby, and Metal is running round in 14th, which
So
is
Sean getting ever so closer
Looks
to
like-
Scottson. As looks like Scottson got a poor exit from the bus stop chicane.
It looks like Sorry got life in his control again and is finally back to racing.
But
So
it
at least
looks
he's
like
not out of the battles yet.
as
Although he did
Sean
lose some time
really
having
close
no
to
controller. Yes, he has, Castaway.
he's 6
Looks
laps
like-
behind a GT
He's been
class
to the pits,
leader.
done his repairs, and back is to the racing.
it
So he's
looks-
not at least
Yeah.
out of it and can finally get driving distance again.
It looks like Lagalot's starting to close that gap up to SSR Bobbitt's up towards the front of the up towards that.
As Rickson
As Metal is in a
getting
battle
closer to
again.
score.
Every time I check back on the stream and Metal Gauge is on stream for Lobby D, he is in the battle with the same person. Every single time I look back and he's on there.
I guess we have something to ask him the next time he's back in the commentator's booth.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How was the battle that he was doing? Oh, he's making a mistake. Metal.
Oh no. Metal, don't do make mistakes.
He made a mistake, but he stayed in front of the person he's battling.
That's metal for you.
Yeah.
Again, Jay, are you also available for, was it 5 and 6 are available, or what stints were you doing again?
I'm doing one. I've done one. I'm doing 5 and 12. Besides those, I'm available.
Oh yeah, so it's 5. At least we can have you for 7 then. Or 6.
Yeah, you can have me for 6 and 7.
As oh, Sean tapping Scottson a bit.
Meanwhile, I have been delivered food. So,
Enjoy.
I need to get another energy drink after this stint is over.
we've got a potato waffle, a fried egg, beans, black pudding, and bacon.
Beans.
You have to have beans with it. Beans is a staple of this style of dish.
So how's the rest of the watchers actually doing that they're currently watching with us? Do you have any requests for us to watch anybody?
Because we do have 3 views, so we are able to keep eyes on 3 different people at the same time.
Or
But
3
there's-
battles as well?
Only one battle for now, which is, yeah,
As
Has anybody
usual at
got
this
their
point.
map on?
yeah.
Oh, you've got your map on. Okay, so you are able to tell whenever battles are happening.
Everyone's sort of spread out a little bit apart from Sean and Scottson.
And
It's
these
got
two
to
have
that
been
point where-
rapping like next to each other for the past hour and 7.5 minutes.
I was going to say the only times they haven't been bumper to bumper is when they've been in the pits, but even then they've pitted on the same lap each time so far.
Every
So
time, yeah.
Scottson on the middle of the road braking, absolutely declining any possibility of Sean dive bombing him into turn 3.
I'm gonna jump back and keep an eye on the on the little battle that's going on between NWR Brothers and ART Sinister.
Brothers is
Oh,
there used
yeah.
to be a bit more of a gap there, but either Sinister's dropped back or Brothers has been making a big push to catch up.
I think Brothers has been lapping a little bit quicker, but Sinister has definitely dropped off the back of the group that he was on.
And
And
Sean and
Scott's
Scott's going to have pitted.
Oh.
So is
Another-
McQueen.
Another another episode of wow. Another episode of pit lane shenanigans for you. Yeah, yeah.
We'll see where these come out in relationship to the little battle that's going on here between Sinister and Brothers, as they come out right in the middle of it.
So
Scott-
Sinister
Brothers
is
has
splitting
dropped-
them
Brothers
behind.
has been dropped behind ART Sinister as he looks for a way past Scottson. He's looking to the outside of Scottson there. That ain't gonna work though, down into T3.
Yeah, so Sinister has split the pairing of Scottson and Sean.
And this has brought RZM McQueen into this battle as well, because he's closed up on all of this really well.
Which is
Well, this is brilliant for
Bobbers
Scotskin
and
because he's
Lagalot
got no
for
one
top
ahead of him
2.
for a while, so he can start to, if he can eke out a bit of a gap as Sean's stuck behind Sinister. You
I
know,
don't
he
think
could,
Sean will be stuck behind Sinister.
Remember,
long,
Sinister is
considering their
having
lap time.
a bit of an aggressive style of driving, so that defending might just make Scottson fly over to the horizon and can make McQueen ever so closer to Sean.
although McQueen has to navigate Brothers first. Sinister and Brothers, of course, still yet to make their final pit stop. As Sean's closing up on Sinister, looking for a move into turn
And somebody
one.
that was somebody
Sinister
diving
won't
into the
pit
pit lane
for
up
now.
ahead of them there. Who's that who's diving
As
in the
well
pit
as
lane?
Brothers doesn't pit.
And Sean's got past Sinister, so he can start
And
chasing
McQueen
the back
can-
of Scottson.
No, McQueen can't get the pass.
He looks to the inside at turn 3. He goes in deep. Brothers
That's
gets a
Rick
cutback
Newman.
and holds the position.
That's Rickson who's come into the pit lane there. And as that gap is opening back up as RZM McQueen is having difficulty getting past Brothers. Or is it
And now
Brothers?
he's being overtaken by the LMP car,
Yeah,
which
Brothers.
really won't help.
I did remember that correctly. As he's right, RZM McQueen is right on the bumper of NWR Brothers going through bus stop there, having a marginally better run, but
But
that
he
run's
compromised his
pulled out as soon
line.
as
He's
pulled
not
out of the
as close to
slipstream.
the inside line as he wants to. And that's losing the ground to him.
And
Perkins,
no force
dived for the
comp.
pit
I'm
lane this
actually
lap.
having the stream from Genji up on his Twitch, along with Sakura streaming into our Discord call, and I'm
Sean
using
is
their
right-
point of
Sean
view
is
for
Anderson,
our
right.
McQueen
cameras.
got tangled. Both hit the wall at turn 2,
and
but
that
they
makes
seem to have
invites
gone away with
Rusty.
it.
Not really. Rusty gets in the inside. Does anyone have damage? And yes, McQueen has a full body damage.
Oh dear.
And seems like he also got left
with
suspension
left
damage as
front
well.
suspension as
Meanwhile-
well.
Meanwhile,
So
Sinister
that's
is
go-
all over the back of these two, lapping behind them. Even with the lack of top speed that M3 has, he's managing to keep up with those two Vipers. Even though he has to make another pit stop, just him staying with those.
Surprisingly, Brothers doesn't have any single side of damage. So that's really unlucky
Even
for
with-
McQueen. He was doing so well, and now
For
he's being
Sinister,
overtaken
even
by
though-
Dusty.
Even though
And he will
Sinister
be
has
also-
to make another pit stop, the more he
He-
runs around behind these guys, and the quick, because they are quicker than him, the more he runs around and works out their lines, the more distance he'll be able to gain on the people in front.
Hmm
As who is
He's
that?
just
Who's in the
tagging
pit lane?
onto that slipstream.
Our
and
Roberts is in the pit lane, so we'll see where he comes out in relation to this battle that's going on.
Solar in the pits as well.
SSR Bobbert is coming out.
Yeah, he needs to
Behind
beat.
the-
McQueen had to beat.
He's come out
Was
behind
doing so
Eagle and
well.
Rusty, who are looking to be really close together, as Eagle and Rusty are going side by side through T2. Rusty's looking to get ahead down into T3, but Eagle stays up the inside there, looking to keep that inside line and get the run out, but no.
Huracan is behind Rickson.
Huracan is currently down in 10th place, but this is probably due to a pit stop. And yes, he's just recently come out of the pits.
yeah, he's made it all 3 of his pit stops.
Oh, here comes two LPs in the kink!
Oh my god.
As that's
Oof,
Blackout
Gran Turismo as
chasing.
well.
That's the top 3 LMP cars all together on track. So the lead
Okay.
fight in LMP closing up.
Blackout,
And
don't
guess
scare
what?
me like
That
this.
was still in a fight. Man's been running around in a fight for the past, since the stint started. Jesus Christ.
As Huracan and Rickson is the one currently battling it out for 9th place.
As well as Eagle and Rusty, the BMW
Rusty
battle
right
again.
As Solar has now dived into the pit lane from 2nd in class.
And Eagle having a run on Rusty. They're getting side by side, crossing the start-finish line.
Sen is
Into
currently
the
running
run,
up in 4th place of the LMPs.
but Rusty has an inside line, but he gets it.
As he's currently running up now on the back
Eagle on the
end.
ground. And
Zenith
Eagle
is
slew
currently
the
running
position.
Meanwhile-
around in.
Sean has found a way past Scottson.
Oh, what?
Sakura, you jump to that.
Zenith is currently running around in 4th at the minute. As I'm going to jump up to the front with Blackout against South. Because they are side by side as they are going through the GT traffic. And that battle is really closed up now. With it looking like JSR South has made his 3rd pit stop, whereas how long have we got left? 22
Looks like
minutes.
South is
So he has
looking
about
really
12
confident.
minutes left before he has
Looks
to
like
do his pit
Blackout
stops.
might have to- Looks like Blackout might have to make another pit stop. With the amount of fuel that the Peugeot drinks through, it might need to stop again.
How about the field of Senate? How's that looking?
Zenith has just come out of pit lane, so he's alright.
So he might be in the 3rd place overall then, judging by when
As
2nd
Scottson
place
gets
fitting.
an inside line on Sean.
Yeah, Zenith will have just come out
Got
the pit
the
lane.
inside. Sean's
Go,
looking
go.
for the cutback, but Scottson parks on the apex nicely. But Sean's still got
Oh.
a good run out of the corner and goes to the outside for turn 3. As
Oh.
Turismo goes
Oh,
up the
no,
inside
it's
of
not
both
me.
of
Lapped
them.
by LMP. I think get lapped by the Protos that are going into T3 as well. And all this fighting is bringing Sinister closer to them again.
Scott's
Sinister.
making that move stick, but Sean's still right. He's
Sean
looking to the
driving.
inside in turn 5. He's got half of his car up the inside,
But
but
that will make,
Scotskin holds it round the outside.
even if it would stick that move from Sean, that would make inside line for Scottson.
Do we know how long Sinister has been out for?
No.
No.
We don't currently have any information on how long they've been
definitely
out.
still has to make his last stop.
Well, it depends on how long he's been out for. Because I think I don't know whether he's done 2 or 3 stops.
He's only done 2,
Had
I'm
he?
pretty sure.
If he's only done 2, then he's going to have to pit again. But
Yeah.
if
As
he's
my
done
queen.
3, depending on how much fuel that BMW takes, he might be able to
Overtaking
stretch.
people.
But
And McQueen is
Meanwhile,
currently running
Ragalot-
in 11th place, or
Right.
10th place I think it is, due to a car incident where he had to do another pit stop for repairs,
he's
wasn't
fighting
it?
the Eagle as well from looks of it. Meanwhile,
I think he overtook people.
not Sean. Who's that who's coming to the pit lane?
Like a lot.
Rabbit has come in, like a lot, sorry, has come into the pit lane. He's coming out. Going to be close between him and Bobberts. Bobberts has hung it around the outside with like a lot having cold tyres and has stayed ahead in this pit cycle. But it looks like lag has caught up a lot to Bobberts. Meanwhile, Rickson and Hurricane are running around close to each other again. And then Rusty. Oh wow, it looks really. Oh wow, there's close battle going on here. Back here between OTR Eagle, RZM McQueen, and Rusty. SSR Rusty. With the 3 of them running around close to each other.
And
here.
Scottson and Sean is bumper to bumper as well for top 2 in GT.
And McQueen goes for a dive on the inside, and that can make Eagle.
Rusty's run wide because of
So
that.
Rusty lost 2 positions.
There.
Oh! Sinister Bend it at the bus stop!
Oh, Sinister binned it. Okay.
Sinister bend it in the bus
We've had an
stop.
AC as well because there's only 18
Does
people running around.
Sinister have any damage?
Oh, Sinister's
And
DC.
Sinister's
Sinister
DC.
disconnected.
With 8 minutes left to
wait,
go,
Sinister.
let's
Look
give
at
an
this.
F in chat
Rusty
for
and
Sinister
Eagle.
disconnect with
F
80
for
minutes
Sinister.
left.
And meanwhile,
Rusty-
Brothers has come in for his final stop.
Rusty getting a great exit over Eagle
OTR
on the
got
bus
a bit
stop.
sideways on the way out there with Rusty running up along the high side around the banking.
Ooh, they nearly touch.
We're both running really close here.
Ooh,
Side by
and
side,
Sean
down
and
one.
Scott is running door to door in turn 5. Sean gets inside towards turn 6.
And
Oh,
Eagle's
And he
right.
gets the move done, but
And
Scott is still going to do a cutback. So going to the NASCAR turn 1.
Rusty has made the position.
Got his nose in there.
Yeah.
Scott's nose back up the inside with the cutback, and is gonna reclaim the position.
But still very close there between
Solar
Scott
looks like
and...
he's pinned it as well.
Neck and neck into the bus stop.
Solar's lost a
Neither
bunch
of them
time.
get
Neither's making any ground and
Neck
keep themselves
and
too
neck.
wide.
Solar
Can we get
looks
somebody
like
to clip that nice
on it.
dual
That's
side by side in the pit
Scottson
stop?
collide, but Scottson
They're
has
whip
an
banging.
insight in banking.
Still side by side going around there.
Scott.
This is great racing.
Scott's got the run with a little bit of little bit of a wheel bang as Sean
Yeah,
looked to squeeze him.
And it also looks like there might be an LMP battle going on for once. Up here
For once.
between FTC Roman and Blackout are running decently close to each other.
FCT Romain, that's the second mistake of the day.
Did I say FTC again?
Yes, you said FTC.
Save.
Don't worry, those aren't the first mistakes of the day. Gage said no one was allowed to double stop at the start of the stream.
What?
Yeah.
So that's third mistake of the day. Second mistake by me. Because I said that same thing.
As Eagle and Rusty.
Like a lot.
Eagle can't make it stick for now.
As we approach the last 15 minutes here, it looks like the field has settled itself down mostly, with the
Except a few battles a little.
the exception of Eagle and SSR, OTR Eagle and SSR Rusty. It looks like the rest of the field had sort of pitted
And as
itself
well
out.
as Scottson and Sean, because they've been battling the whole stint.
That's a given, okay? Unless
But it
a
looks
little bit of a
like-
mistake is made by either Blackout or Romain, it looks like they're gonna just sit at the distance they have now, and they're just not.
Looks
gonna...
like there's a slight advantage of aerodynamical in Rusty's car. Because
Well, keep in mind that
Eagle
everybody's
is
running different
eluding
tunes.
Everybody will be
Exactly.
running their own tunes, yeah.
as Turismo overtaking Rusty and then going into pits.
So I will tip Turismo come out in relation to Blackout and Romain is the question. Because they're an LMP, so even with them being further back around the track, they will be able to close that distance a hell of a lot faster. As I'll jump on
Sean
board.
and Scottson still battling.
I'll jump on board with Turismo now, see how it looks. Oh, and Romain's
There's
coming
also-
to pits again. So the person behind Blackout has been replaced with Turismo rather than Romain. Romain looks like he might even lose out to BDF 48 Gaming here as well.
As
Scottson gets a
Scottson
terrible
run off the
exit.
bus stop. Sean's all over the back of him. Sean's got to the inside as they come through the final couple of corners on the banking. They bang wheels.
Try not to touch, try not to touch.
They've been too wide for the last 3 laps.
They've been running. side
Scotson's
by
got the
side
run
the
off the
entire
top of the
time.
banking. It's neck as
Into
they
turn
come
one.
into turn one.
You can't make a mistake
Sean
here.
is later on the brakes.
Oh, and Scott tries for a
Gets the
cutback.
position.
He
But no, he's just
tries,
too
but
far
he
behind.
doesn't get it.
Like just too far
And
behind,
they
but
live to fight another day.
or another lap.
Looks like. As Scottson gets an exit after turn 3. And Sean parking it on the middle of the road.
It's not giving a little room.
As
Well,
Eagle
back here,
overtaking
Eagle
Rusty.
is back fighting again, and Eagles made a move past Rusty. Just while in like the 1 minute I look away, he's made a move, of course. But it's still...
But there's also a fight for LMPs between third place, that is SGR Blackout, and fourth place, AMS Turismo.
Currently, it's RCS Sean battling with Scoutson.
But they've been swapping positions
They've
like
been-
crazy.
Yeah, they've been swapping position the whole race.
Meanwhile, OTR, EU, and SSR
So, Slot, if you look at that link I just posted earlier,
are
you'll
still
see how
going
close they've been battling. After roughly 11 minutes into the race, they get people who's not on the pit stop have 1 minute left to do a pit stop. To our knowledge, at least. Thank you for that follow there, Sprite Sales 78. And thank you for that follow as well there, Matt. So how's the other battles going around in the field?
RZM McQueen is starting to close that gap down to NWR Brad as we
So
approach
what
the end.
position is currently in?
They are 14th and 15th, which is what, 8th and 9th within stint, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
McQueen just putting on a late stint charge to make up
Ah,
the time lost in his extra pit
Yeah.
stop.
And meanwhile, it's looking kind of close up towards the front as well for
Now we're past the 10-minute marks left of the stint, which means
nobody.
people
can
cannot do a pit stop.
Scott's and Gate trying to get the inside Sean.
Meanwhile, it's looking pretty. It's getting a little bit closer up here between SBR Solar and Rickson, with Huracan running around behind
Yes.
them.
He's been in silver, he had to do another pit stop due to damage.
Yes, him and Bradders came together earlier when, before Bradders had made his final stop, coming out of turn 1 into turn 2.
Still going good there, DJ.
Okay. And update on Metal, etc. in Lobby D. The FTC guys who are currently running around, they are still in the same places as they were. With Ren
It has the
leading
easy
class,
bullet.
Ren is leading class and Metal is running around in 14.
McQueen and Brothers. Man, here we go again.
And here comes Scotton on the outside in NASCAR turn 3.
That gap between Blackout and Turismo looks like he's binned it down at the bus stop. Yes, he has.
Oh
He's
my
binned
goodness.
it down at the bus
Oh,
stop.
Oh!
Oh. Turismo
Does he have
hits
damage? That's the question.
Does he have damage?
It looked like he went
You
head
heard,
first
he
into
had
the
full
barriers, so
steering
he'll certainly have
Full
damage.
steering and
Oh.
full driveline damage.
And he got only one suspension that's not
shame.
damage. So he
That's
has to do another pit
Meanwhile,
stop due
McQueen's
to
made a move on
damage.
Brothers as they come through the final corner.
And somebody's stopping again. Rickson's... Is that Rickson? Who's that who pulled into the pit lane there?
So looks like
Lagalot pulled
Lagalot
into the
is
pit lane again.
hitting.
Did he have to pit because of damage?
I think we're too late to check if he had damage right now.
Yeah, we are, but... Oh, and as the little
But Lagalot
gap
is
between Rickson and
just in
Solar
front
keeps,
of McQueen.
the gap between Rickson and Solar keeps dropping at the minute, getting closer and closer and closer.
So looks like JSR South, who's leading the LMPs.
He has quite a comfortable advantage from the looks of it.
Exactly.
He's just entering T3 as Zenith.
Oh yeah, just watch a clip you posted, Scott, and Bradley was just lucky that he was on the nose and he didn't get any damage. That just forced the collision physics getting the best of you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's expecting McQueen to back out of the move and not stick it side by side through turn 2.
Nope.
Even though plenty of people have
Sean
been
and
going side by
Scottson
side
still
through T2.
battling.
And it looks like Scouting finally got the position back as Sean messed up.
We're still running around side by side.
Yes, Juko, he binned it at the
He
bus
gets
stop
the
and got
outside
complete
line.
full
It's
damage.
the inside line for the turn 5.
Who was that? Who's
And
fighting?
Scottson has to back out.
Yeah, if you look in the right hand side, there he is. Unfortunately, having to do 4 stops because he was closing in on the 2 in front of him with the fights that they were having. But he had a collision when they came out in middle of some traffic.
And
Yeah,
Sean is getting a little called out from his teammates, but it's same to tell for the rest of us.
that gap between Solar and Rickson looks like it's stabilized again after that gap rapidly dropped at one point because Solar, I think, had a half spin.
Exactly same as Brothers and
Yes,
McQueen.
you're doing well, Hooper. How about you?
Now Bobbitts is able to just run around on his own.
Hey, Hooper.
Hello, Hooper.
Scottson and Sean. One more time. Ooh, Scottson gets wide. Tries to get a cutback on
It is
Sean.
Hooper.
Doesn't make it out.
It's actually Genji's stream on the right hand side.
Yeah, the right hand side is mine.
And Scottson trying to get the outside line.
Eyes on this battle. Let's go.
He backs out before the kink.
It seems like also Scott and Bin as well, since Sean's back in the lead of the GTs.
That battle is really close up there. But I'll just keep it on these couple running around back here.
Hey Sakura, you got a request from DJ.
Why?
I don't have enough tabs to be able to, Jubert, okay? Shut up. I have 5 million tabs open.
I think compared to you, Genji, I actually have it worse because I'm even more open to get all this
You
sorted
have
out.
3 monitors, I have 1.
Yeah, but keep
You
in mind,
have-
I'm also...
have that many tabs
Yeah,
open.
but keep in mind, I'm also having 3 of your, like, Sakura, you, and myself on the stream.
Yeah, one monitor live. Unfortunately. Oh god, Genji, we have to sing.
If Sean wants to retake the the GT lead, he's going to need to pull a
But keep in mind, I
0.17
think...
mile gap ahead of
No.
Scottson after.
Which I
the
don't think is
first-
going to happen since they're bumper to bumper.
Yeah, it's all about Scottson versus Sean in these final moments of the stint 2 here at Daytona 24 hours.
As there roughly 2 minutes left, which means everybody roughly got 1 lap left in them. And a little bit.
McQueen
1.5
is
laps.
currently P13.
He's 13th overall after an incident with Bradders earlier.
I'm gonna jump
That
up
left him with
the-
damage and to take an extra pit
And
stop.
hello, Connor Speed.
Hey, Connor.
Minute and a half or 2 minutes, however long's left. I'm gonna run up here at the front, just on board with JSR South, who has controlled this race for the LMPs from the outset. And as a finish up for Lobby D, as they have finished their stint, Metal has finished 14
Hydra.
overall, and
Everyone's here.
Hydra's here, yeah. And
Yeah, Will Hydra,
Ren-
yeah,
Ren-
not God Hydra.
Ren has
Yeah.
won in Ren has won his
The
stint
Williams
in
Hydra.
Lobby D. So
We don't know
have
yet,
one
DJ.
win.
We don't know until we get him back in the commentator's booth.
Hydra is still Hydra. As Scottson gets a move on Sean, wasn't the cleanest move because they touched bumpers, but the desperation comes out.
In the final lap,
We got maybe a minute
Final
left.
Sean parking it on the apex of the turn 3, and it looks like he's going to have, unless something happens.
Oh, and here goes the leader of the LMPs as well with the GT cars.
Yeah.
This is a mix-up.
Spicy. As
I think it's
Scottson
half
gets
a minute left.
grasp.
It looks like that gap between Solar and Rickson has dropped a little bit more, but it's not going
It
to be
looks
enough.
like
as
it
we
will
approach
all
the time
boil
of the
down
rounding
to
out
the bus
stint.
stop chicane.
If they only
Unless
can they get to the
Miracle dive
chicane.
bomb is by Rickson.
Most likely.
We don't know, Daytona.
We don't know. Probably, yeah,
like-
probably are running it, but
But no.
And I
Scott's
think we only
gonna
got a
make
few
sure-
seconds left as my
that's-
timer's
that's-
over. And there they are. There, the stint is over.
Yeah.
Who's that? Who's not
What's that?
stopped to the back there? Sorry, dude hasn't stopped. He's just continued driving.
I think he just realized.
We'll clip that.
Yep.
But
As
unless,
I
how
think,
far is he going to back up? So right, can somebody just clip that as a safety thing, just in case?
Hydro has won it. Yeah. Looks like we had a disconnection in
Yeah.
LMP, I think, as well, because there are only 5 LMPs.
You're
Who
right.
has disconnected then? We'll wait for the ticker to come around and see who's disconnected.
There's South, Zenith, Blackout, BADF, Turismo.
Romain! FCT
Romain.
Romain has disconnected.
Right, who do we know who is lobby host for the next stint?
It's
Koenig-
Koenig or RERT Riku, but let's see here.
Yeah, thanks, Cooper.
Right, I shall
For
get
keeping it.
Koenigsegg. Unless whenever you get invited, we shall move over to that stint.
Mm-hmm. Let's go through all the positions then from the end of
I was gonna
stint
say,
2.
if you want to open up, I can give us a look around for the top 2 who have been fighting out that entire stint. With it being RZM Sean and ESV Scottson fighting the entire stint.
GG's to them. Absolutely amazing racing for them.
The entire stint. For a full hour and 40 minutes, they've been just lapping side by side with each other.
Nose to tail. There's
Such a shame for RZM McQueen, though, after that incident he had with
Brothers.
Bradders, who he's ended up finishing in front of even after having to take that extra pit stop.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was closing on that battle the entire time. The more they fought to get for position, the more they were fighting, more time they lost. But Oh my god, I can't speak English.
So just run through the classification of Stint 2. JSR South takes the LMP win ahead of Zenith, SGR Blackout, BDF 48 Gaming, AMS Turismo with FCT Romania.
FCT, not F. What I said.
Disconnecting towards the end of the stint. RZM Sean takes the GT win after a very close fight with ASV Scottson. SSR Bobarts takes third, so they're holding off Rickson towards the end of the stint. Hurricane in fifth. McQueen falling down to sixth after his contact with Bradders, who finishes in seventh. OTR Eagle in eighth, ahead of SSR Rusty in ninth. Ligelov fell down to 16th after an extra pit stop. Fell to 10th.
Hello, everyone.
And Wild Metal Gauge.
How did the battling metal go?
Enjoyed your battles, Mel.
What was that, Genji?
I hope you enjoyed your battles.
Hey, they were actually quite...
Every single time I looked back at the stream and you were on it, you were in a battle with somebody.
Hey, I fucking came victorious. I climbed 4 places.
Nice. Well done.
Nice.
200 miles on the nose.
Oh, that sounds like good.
And that includes, I'm not even joking here, a double fucking LMP1 pile-up at turn 1.
Oh,
2 LMP1 pile-ups.
Oh yeah, they just didn't brake for turn 1 and they went spinning into the barriers. All the GT cars shit ourselves.
That sounds like good fun.
It was actually. Oh, Hooper, fuck off! I come back and he got already calling me crazy. Don't make me abuse my powers out of this voice.
Hey!
Oh, thank you for those gift subscriptions there, Sergio.
Look at Sergio!
thanks, Sergio. That's
Thank
By the
you,
way,
Tom.
Hooper, it would be more effective if you typed HA instead of HZ. Just saying. Also, do you want to hear something funny?
yes, always.
On my final battle with that Viper, I downshifted so hard I've cracked my X button in half.
Oh God.
Oh, wait, what?
I was so focused on downshift and I didn't realise how hard I pressed
True.
the X button and
Mel.
I cracked my button in half.
Hooper makes a very good point in chat.
What?
You are his lobby host for Stint 4.
Oh, that means I get to
Oh,
abuse
wow.
my power a bit.
Disconnect him.
Getting
you-
disqualified in his first Tora race.
Sao, are you in the next stint?
Yes.
No, Robin, no, I'm not going to sing.
Cooper, that is not how you talk
Right.
to your lobby host.
Who is the next stint host?
DJ, stop.
Oh, never mind. Taseo is in said stint. I shall leave
Metal
that.
Connor is
Going to
asking
stint.
if you lived.
And we
Also,
have,
can I
we
just
have
say one
3
thing?
screens.
When I got in that lobby, all I got was recognition. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Half of that lobby was from Indy, and it's when me, Haseo, and Genji did nothing but piss ourselves laughing when Kozi went flying up in the air on the barrier.
I forgot about that. I forgot I was around for that. I genuinely forgot that was a thing that happened.
We didn't have a restart, GJ. It just took forever to get going.
Did you ever have a restart metal in your lobby?
Yeah, in our lobby, we didn't have a restart.
Bro, why the hell have I been dumped in this? So waiting for people to get connected in this lobby here
Hey, Connor, how are you, my dude? Another person who's been
Yeah,
dying
Connor's
of
been
COVID.
now. So
So,
we've got 5 of us in here doing commentating. Wow.
Yeah.
this is
gee,
only going to end
GJ,
well.
That's just rude.
So we've got me, Hiseo, Scotty, Sakura, and Metal doing commentating at the same time. And we've got 3 streams for it.
Look,
Me,
in the words
Sakura,
of
and
Look,
Hiseo.
in the Lord
And
and
I
could
name
stream
if
of
I
our
wanted
Lord and
to.
Savior, Jeremy
We could have
Clarkson,
4.
what could
No, no, no.
possibly
I
go
think
wrong?
I can only do 2 because don't think I can get Scully's and Sakura at the same time from the Discord call.
Oh yeah, true. No, you can. You can get 2 multiple Discord streams at the same time.
Scully can just try and start yours and see if that's possible. See if we can do that.
Yeah, but the problem is, Genji, it's trying to get Twitch not to shit itself.
Well,
Yeah.
no. They're both streaming through Discord. I'm streaming through Twitch, and Hiseo's streaming through Twitch. Very fun.
Oh, fair enough.
Also, funny
Yeah.
thing I learned in that
Yeah,
race, there's a
look.
delay on the Forza Spectator, and the Brader's stream was
If
less
you-
delayed than my own game.
Yeah, no, Hiseo.
Nice.
Hiseo, if you pull up watching one of them, and then go into grid view, and then hit start watching multiple streams, and then go back into focus view.
Hooper, we wouldn't let you touch the commentary booth. with
No, I can only
100
do either Scotty or.
Please
Wait,
sort
hold
that
on.
out. Thank you to Solar, who's rated us with 30 people.
Solar's
Good
rated.
job on the stint,
Hey.
Solar.
Hey, thank you, Solar.
Thanks for the raid.
Well done, by the way, Solar. That was
No, I can only have either one or the other up.
Have you gone into grid view?
No, but then I see everybody else talking as well.
Yeah, and then if you go into the 3 dots at the top, and then turn off shown on video participants, and then you can have the 2 of them side by side as well.
See,
So you
let
can
me
have
go
full
to
balance
race
going.
broadcast. Yeah, it sort of works.
Why, Solar, what happened during your race, my dude?
I think he half spun towards the end of the stint,
Oh, bad news, Bears.
and then what? What? Why have we got 3 again? Where's my stream?
No, it's
disappeared?
because yours is set up differently. And that
Ah.
specific window is captured at the same time. Let's just update.
Tell you something though, Ren really did do me a favor because when there was about 50 seconds left, he was lapping me, and I only got 200 miles whilst braking.
I'm getting
Yeah.
roasted in the chat.
I had
Thanks,
Booktide.
Robbie.
I had Booktide's stream open just in the background,
Yeah.
and every time I looked, I was like, "Oh God."
All right. Oh, honest question now. How many of you thought I was actually gonna bin it?
I had full faith in you, man.
I like the overwhelming sound of confidence.
I genuinely didn't think you were gonna bin it. And don't ask why I didn't think you were gonna bin it, but
Because you taught me, Genji. That was why.
true. Right, if you 2 ready up, and then we can ready up. You know what I mean?
Spectate.
Spectate.
Spectate, yep.
Yeah, we're all spectating.
So just waiting on Hiseo to spectate and Uranium to ready up.
Yeah, I'm just setting up some of the buttons for my stream decks. I can do like on just a total button with the overlays.
I swear there's so many streams on this stream, it looks like an episode of Fox TV.
It does a bit, but
Oh, there we go. It's moved magically.
what have we got at the
Amazing.
moment? What's our stints looking like? We are... Yes!
And Zeta is back. Hello, Zeta.
DJ, do you think I'm scared of Aseo? I will just throw a peanut at him.
Heiko won the stint! Yes! He's won the stint in Lobby C.
Good on ya, Heiko!
Good on you, Heiko. Congrats to him.
He's won Lobby C stint 3. I could have won Lobby C
Nice.
stint 1, but I
How dare you.
had some issues involving a GT car.
What did you do?
What did you do?
I half spun, and then the GT car decided brakes weren't a thing and nailed me. Thus meaning that whenever I came off of the banking, I
It
stopped.
was Scottson.
It was very entertaining, Scottson. Well done to you. That was absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant fight from start to finish.
Yeah, great racing from both of you.
Yeah, it was interesting. So I lost a handful of miles because of it, but we are still only less than 1.5 miles behind the leader for our
There.
group. We are only just over 10 miles behind the overall leader. And then how are we looking for our GT team? Ren is in.
GT teams.
This is with missing second results.
Tez, who are you talking about? There's many people talking here.
What?
Oh, Tez in
There's
chat saying
5 people
the guy
talking here.
talking lots
You.
makes me.
You.
Why is it
You
always
did.
me?
I mean, you're probably not even the most northern person here, because I am.
How
I'm
are you
from-
northern?
From the UK, I'm northern, because I'm not. I'm from Scotland, thus meaning
Oh.
yeah,
Yeah, but
Looks
wait.
like we're
you're
heading to get
currently-
underway.
Midlands. So I'm
There
still
you
not
go. I am farther north than you. Get in the sim bin.
that. Right, who's everybody spectating for
I'm
this?
going to
I'm
watch from the back
spectating
of the
Takashi.
GT.
I'm gonna go to the leaders.
Yeah,
I'm
Go to
spectating
see them bin it.
Right, you're going leaders of LMP then, are you, Metal?
Yeah.
I am going leaders of GT. And Zeta,
So
thank you
Hydra.
for the host. Thank you for the host there.
So, Hosea,
If you
what
go
happened?
and check the race control for each of the stints, you'll be able to tell.
And they are off. Getting ready for turn 3, and then they book it.
Yep.
60
So,
mile per hour.
Will
single
Hydra is
file.
back in the car for the ESV team. RZM.
Yeah, Hydra is back to dominate.
And who have we got? So we've got Hydra, Extreme, OTR Renault.
Oh, here we go.
Carbon. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the front of the GTs here now.
Which makes an incredible breakaway from the rest of the LMP cars.
So looking like looking like a move was going on back down here as SBR White is stuck on the outside down at T5, already dropped back a position it looks like, but he's back up the
So
inside.
Lagalot and Kenitzik are battling for the 17th.
RZ, as who is that? Who's in the other AMS Merc?
As they are Takashi.
Being forced backwards.
SSR Uranium just overtook Lag a lot IG.
Sorry, LS Carbon was pushed backwards there.
Oh,
Oh, do we have a disconnection?
Probably.
Oh, we have
Disconnected. Like a lot disconnected.
Lagalot. Oh, that's
Whoa, okay, that was really sideways from one of the Porsches down into the... No, somebody...
Yeah, I think Takashi-
Nobody's disconnected.
MS Mercs had initiated the bus stop, and all the GTs
Nobody's
have.
disconnected.
ironically,
Concertina
it's
up.
Lag a lot who might have lagged.
No, they're all in. So I
They're
don't
all
know
in.
what
It's just a
happened
major
there.
lag incident that made somebody drop back.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Uranium
Hey.
went into the wall at the corner.
as Yami gets
Welcome to
inside.
chat again here, Hurricane.
Yami to miss their breaking point into the bus stop, which caused the shenanigans there.
Uranium overtakes Takashi. As Takashi overtakes Carbon, they're free right into turn 3.
AMS Mercs hit the wall there because I
Carbon
think he
hit
thought
the
somebody
back.
had disconnected with what had happened.
There is a train of prototypes going on to the back
No,
and back between AMS Sandman, ART Riku, and Ferrari BSS.
Up at the front of GT here, Hydra has
As
got
AMS
a little bit
Mercs
of track to
hit.
RZM Extreme. as McStream is having to defend from the BMW of OTR Renault.
Looks like AMS Marks had to
Behind
pit.
SVR White and SVR Bobberts are fighting behind them there as well.
As Hydra just ahead of McStream, who is just ahead of Renault.
Hydra's already pulling out that gap from McStream.
Yes, Hydra's
They
already
certainly
started to
are.
dominate.
McStream is looking to have
How
to
many laps
defend
will
from
the cone
OTR
survive?
Renault as OTR Renault gets a better run out of bus stop, closing that gap up as they go round the banking.
Betting 3. I'm betting 3 laps, DJ.
I'm getting more from Castaway that Jamie is driving drunk in this race.
Wait, what?
What? What?
Like,
Oh,
if you even read
Jamie
from
managed to
VNX, Castaway Jamie is driving pissed off.
I don't think he means pissed
That's
off as
not
in drunk. I think he means pissed off as really angry.
Oh,
Hey.
dude, they're driving from, sorry dude.
Just pissed and drunk. Pissed off isn't.
OTR Ronaldo's trying to make a move on the back of RTM Max Dream. That BMW doesn't have the grunt of that Viper, but it certainly has the cornering capability to keep
Running
up
tried
with
to
them.
get
Ronaldo's
on the
trying
inside
to
of Takashi.
looking onto the back of that Viper,
Oh,
trying to
and
keep
as
that line
yeah,
until they exit onto
inside
the
gets
embankment.
blocked off there. And he goes over the curb a little bit there, losing a little bit of the acceleration out of that corner. But he's still right on the back of that Viper. As we go and jump up towards the front, where FCT Mr. Jack and SGR
DJ, you
Blackout
definitely.
are running along with each other in a close battle, and somebody's
Yeah.
went wide back there. Ferrari Ribs has run wide in the LMPs, dropping
Yeah,
him
DJ,
down
that's
to
the
back
first
of
lap.
his train.
Ronaldo's still on the back
Oh,
of
as Yami was
the Viper.
spinning, sliding, and Julian gets the position, but Yami is compromised.
Yeah, Takashi's got the run on him through the final corner and is
Up at
passing
the
him
front.
around the outside on the banking.
Up at the front,
THR Mitch
THR Mitch
already
is about to
pulling
overtake
back.
our first back marker.
He's coming up on them soon, yeah.
Yami and Takashi banging wheels, going to
Riku's
turn
lost.
1.
Riku, something's happened with Riku as he's dropped behind
And he gets
Ferrari
up
Rib.
an undercut on Yami
Ferrari BSS, sorry.
and Takeshi into P13. But he's compromised. He needs to get a good exit
Yeah,
and
THR
he gets
Mitch is
it.
coming fast on the rear of the first back marker.
Who's that right at the back there as well? Alice Carbon
AMS
and Lagalot are
AMS
fighting at the back
Marks.
there.
AMS Marks is right at the back.
AMS Mercs is right at the back, yes.
Yes, because he needed to beat.
He was involved with these issues at the beginning. Oh, and as FCT Mr. Jack and SGR Blackout collide with each other, has
Oh,
Blackout
no.
taken any damage from that?
Oh no.
No, he hasn't. He's got away with it.
Oof. Go on, Blackout.
As
Totally not
brings
bad.
Sandman even closer to them as they're coming up to the traffic now, just ahead of them as they've come out of T5. There's a train of 4 LMPs going around. As I think that was the... Yes, that was the... LMP.
You maybe 2 of you might dropping out since we're getting like some
Yeah.
like Scotty and Secretary might just commentating from without being in the race.
Sure.
Is it lagging?
Yeah, getting some
Yeah.
word about the races, complaining about lag.
Alright. But Blackout has made it past FCT Mr. Jack there. As AMS
Going up,
Sandman
going
look
up to the
for it.
head of GT class, there is a 3-way battle for first place between Will Hydra, Max Dream, and Renowned. 2 Vipers, 1 BMW. They are all.
Yeah, Hydra must have done some mistake because he was already pulling ahead of Max Stream.
Something I think has happened to
From the
Ferrari.
looks of his car, it looks like he's gone into a bit of grass and lost a bit of braking zone.
As Blackout overtook Mr. Jack. He's into P2.
Blackout's been ahead for a little while now, but it's getting really close between Sandman and Mr. Jack. Sandman had the run out of him, out of T3, but down towards T4, they caught
Max
traffic.
Stream is keeping on the back of Will Hydra. They are in that draft zone now, so it's going to be extremely hard to
As
shake
there's
them.
a train running around back there.
Ronaldo is starting to fall a little bit behind because of that huge power deficit. Well, I say huge, just a power deficit of that BMW, because that BMW has some serious lacking in the top end.
With Max.
Oh, Mr. Jack collided with who's in this AMS Sandman 63, and I think Mr. Jack is out of this race.
Has had damage, yeah. He's hit the wall, I think, down towards the end there. As LS Carbon comes into the pits, I don't know whether this is for a scheduled pit stop or he's come in because of damage, but he's in either way.
Another tight group here.
As ART Riku tries to get
SBR White and ART Takashi are battling it out, Porsche versus BMW. They're coming down towards
getting
the
the
second
car
header.
over to
Takashi
like
takes the lunge, but SBR White takes the snap back with the Porsche. He runs way too deep. Now Phoenix Yami is going side by side with the BMW as they enter the embankment. The BMW takes the lead, but not by much, as THR Mitch is now separating them all, as going past them in the Proto, taking them all in a slice of road. That gives SVR White a big lead over this small group of GT drivers, currently headed in this little sandwich by ART Takashi with
yeah, Metal, you're a little bit quiet compared to the others, but at the moment.
Uranium was being touched by Yami into the bus stop chicane.
Up towards the front here of the LMPs, ART Riku has made it up into...
Oh! Blackout made a spin, and he nearly binned it into the pit wall.
And he's caught behind them going too wide in the GT cars there.
As Yami and Uranium get side by side, compromising Riku.
But he gets caught behind the ART car there.
As Riku tries to push Uranium.
Yeah, Riku has been caught behind here.
Oh, as Ferrari drives off, drifts off into the grass realm.
He didn't hit the wall, luckily, but he spun there.
How do I sound? Do I sound better? Yes? No? Yes? Okay. Still the same. Well.
That train at the front is still there. Of Will Hydra, RZM Max Stream and OTR Renault running around. RZM Max Stream is looking for a way past Hydra. Here. Oh, and he's gone up the inside of T1. He's gone up the inside of T1. They're side by side, and
ART Takashi is looking to make a move on SBR White. They are looking, they are sniffing, they are trying their best.
RZM Extreme looking to try and make it too wide, but doesn't have the run down towards T4. But Will Hydra runs wide on the way out. RZM Extreme trying to look for the cutback, but Hydra's on that apex, blocking that off.
There's also a tight battle happening further down the grid between VNX Yami and SSR Uranium. The Porsche and the BMW and all SVR White brakes before going on to the embankment, forcing the two drivers out of the battle.
Right, thanks, DJ.
Thank you,
Have fun.
DJ. Have a good time doing whatever. Right, here we go. SBRY is now in the danger zone with VNX Yami, who is all in their drift. Yami trying
Yeah, it's
their
gonna be
best to
close
pull.
into turn 1.
They're trying their best to pull every little second, every little yard. But SVR Light just closes the door just enough to hang on to 13th place overall in this lobby. Phoenix Yami is looking for another move, goes into the back of SBR White.
As I've
Gets
And that makes
sideways.
Uranium gets into...
I've been looking
Rewind.
away,
Rewind.
McStream. As I was looking away, McStream's made a pass on Will Hydra up at the front.
Really?
And is now leading from Will Hydra as Will Hydra looks to the inside but isn't able to keep the run from the slipstream.
Phoenix Yami lost a lot of distance to SVR White. Gonna have to
And
take a
SSR
lot
Uranium
more-
also lost a lot
no.
of distance.
OTR Renault getting a little bit squirrely coming out of the bus stop there as well.
Oh, but there's a battle back at the front for the head of the GT class. RZM Max Stream and Will Hydra going head to head in the Vipers. Max Stream trying to break. And there goes Will Hydra.
Will Hydra's
diving
come into the pits. As FCT, Mr. Jack and Ferrari BSS are running close to each other up here in the Protos. After the early incidents that they've both had, that I believe they've both had, that they are running close to each other and closing the gap on ART Riku ahead of them. But SVR White...
Yami still... As Yami dives on the inside into turn 3 on White. And he gets it to go.
Meanwhile, Will Hydra's just pitted and has come out just ahead of Carbon.
And I think Uranium is also pitting.
That, I believe, is, yes, Carbon. I don't know why it was showing up as SSR Uranium there on my end for a minute.
He was also in the pits, I believe.
But meanwhile, VXR, Yami, and SVR White are still running round.
And Max Stream goes into pits as well as Renault.
Oh, Ronald and Max Stream in the pits. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh, there's a nice little battle between Lagalot and SSR Uranium for Corvette versus BMW. Now, one thing I can say by personal experience
Yami and
now,
White also.
is that the
Extreme
vet
come
has
out
a
of the pit lane.
significant speed advantage.
Max
Yeah,
Stream
like a
come
lot
out
got
of the pit lane
compromised in bus
ahead
stop
of,
by a prototype, which gave Uranium a run, but you can see the lack of straight line speed the BMW has as they come towards turn 1.
Mhm.
As Max Stream is still ahead of Hydra after this round of pit stops. But Hydra is ever so closely. Just holding the wheel.
Lagalot is still under immense pressure here from SSR Uranium. Now, Uranium does not have the speed that vet does around these embankments, but as soon as the corners come, it has a chance. 2 protos, one of SGR Blackout.
Merckx is still last in GT lobby.
There's going to be a
ART
big dive into bus stop by the proto by Amos Sandman.
ART Riku and FCT Mr. Jack are running close together in the protos after FCT Mr. Jack has pulled away from Ferrari.
As Max Stream gets a wide exit of the turn 1 and Hydra is alongside. He tries to get the undercut on turn 3 but doesn't make it.
ALT Riku and FCT Mr. Jack are splitting the GTs.
But Hydra
allowing
diving on the
SSR
inside on turn 5.
SSR Uranium has caught up massively thanks to those 2 protos actually.
And Hydra is back into P12, but Max Stream is getting inside in turn 6, now into the entry of the banking straight. It's side by side in the banking straight.
AMS Mead wants to know where Merckx is.
Merckx is last in the GT.
Yeah, he's 13 seconds off of Uranium.
It was
The
part
side
of
by side
the-
into bus stop chicane.
There was a big lag incident at the beginning, and Merckx got caught up in that.
And Hydra is now fully ahead of Max Stream.
Meanwhile, ART Takashi and VNX Yami are running basically side by side as they go into T1, with Yami looking for a way past that BMW.
There is a nice little proto battle happening if they get caught up in traffic, which they're about to, between Riku and Mr. Jack in 4th and 5th respectively. Trying to pass OTR Renown, does it nicely. RZ and Max Stream. Will Hydra though is going to be the problem
Wide
going down.
Two.
Oh!
He collects Hydra!
Will
Right, he
Hydra and
collects
ART
Hydra!
Riku colliding.
Riku went into the back of Will Hydra.
And Hydra must have a damage.
Hydra. Pull that up for you. Hydra has got away with it and not got any damage other than he has body damage and the rear right suspension and brakes.
ART Riku was very lucky with that as well. All they sustained was increased tyre wear, no physical damage.
And Hydra is not happy with that. He just shows it on my end. He's not very happy about it.
As SSR Bobberts comes into the pits up towards the front there, and ART Takashi and VNX Yami are still running side by side down into T1 as Yami looks around the outside, but runs deep on the brakes. And Takashi stays ahead. But Yami's trying to capitalize on the LMP car running through between them of Mr. Jack.
Takashi's doing everything they can now. They've got Ferrari BSS overtaking them in the Protos. Yami's looking in that Porsche to try and make a move, to try and get in that slipstream, because this is where the Porsche should theoretically match, or if not better, the BMW.
It
The
should
BMW
better
has
the BMW.
the BMW has excellent low end, but very poor high. Whoa! And that was a very quick move by Yami in front of the Proto. Very quick response by Riku.
As they run side by side here still.
As Lagalot and Rainier
Forza-
still close to each
Forza
other.
Europe, if you're doing it on a phone or a mobile device, use your Internet Explorer on your device and you should be able to watch it there. If not,
Lag a
PC,
lot and-
Xbox, whatever.
Laggy Lot and Uranium are running pretty close to each other back here as well.
So Apex Miata, LS Carbon is currently P14 this race. So that makes him 8th now current stint in the GTs.
Still all of the rear of Takashi. Oh, a little bit of switch there from the rear of the Porsche.
And LS Carbon is currently running in 14th place overall in the lobby at the moment.
And it looks like I've just gone and checked our team chat that one of our team has disconnected from the stints that they're in.
No, who disconnected?
Sainty, I believe, has disconnected.
Oh.
What team's Sainty in? Is he in the Porsche?
He's in Ren's team, I believe. The Porsche. Let me double check.
Yes, he is. And that team was doing well as well. They were P13 overall for GT. Oh, that's
So to tell about the effects of the Hydra taking damage, he's now behind Mercs. He's now dead last in GT class.
That is not good. But Yami is going on the outside of Takashi, side by side on the embankment as they approach the start-finish straight. The Porsche has the slight speed advantage, but the BMW is not giving in.
Sorry to cut you off here a bit. But Blackout and Sandman are running right next to each other for the LMP position 2. They are running really closely together here, as Sandman is trying to find any way possible, as Blackout runs a little bit wide on the way out of T6.
And remember, these have been battling before this stint.
Meanwhile, at the same time, Koenigsegg and Lagelot are going side by side into turn 1. Lagelot trying to get around the outside, but Koenigsegg has an issue in the middle of the corner and makes the move. As now Uranium's looking to go up the inside of Koenigsegg.
AMS
Sandman has a better exit.
Better exit from.
Whoa, it's a 3-wide corner through turn 3.
Lagelot was assisted a little deep into the corner and Koenigsegg gets his positions back and Uranium gets into 16th. Uranium having a look on Koenigsegg, but can't quite get his nose in there. Uranium trying to get the bear exit on the inside, but can't get the momentum. Will now be under pressure from Lag since he's in the BMW that's struggling with straight line speed.
That BMW suffers so heavily at the top end, it's not even funny.
And can I just bring a point in terms of overall standings for the Protos? The top two teams are separated by 1.06 miles.
Oh
And
my god!
It is our current leader in this lobby of THR Nick,
Yes.
and then a team from Lobby B are running so close together up at the top there with the team,
Woo!
with the member from last stint of Lobby B doing 241 miles, with South doing 239.
Uranium wanted to go for the move on Koenigsegg into turn 3, but Koenigsegg covered it off, but caused him to go in deep. Uranium's got the position,
Sandman,
and they're side by side.
Koenigsegg got swamped there by both of the drivers, losing 2 places.
Sandman and Blackout are still going at it here in the LMPs.
Hang on, these group of 3 drivers are now approaching someone who has slowed down LS Carbon. It's now about to become a 4-way battle.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Hydra's trying to get back through the pack, and he's still on the back of Mercs.
Koenigsegg is now out of the slipstream. They are out of pull range, so they are going to have to pull off some seriously tight corners to be able to catch up back to that pack.
Carbon dives for the pits as Uranium had a run on him.
Mind you, back higher up the field, Yami and Takashi are still going wheel to wheel here. This is incredible stuff.
And Blackout trying to lap Uranium through it up the inside of turn 3. That slowed Uranium down.
Oh,
And
here
they side
comes
by side
Nick.
with Black going into the kink. Like backs out of it.
Sandman, I did not
Oh.
catch it, but I believe Sandman had issues.
What happened?
Has he got damage? From the looks of it, no, he might have just had a half spin then, from the looks of it.
Maybe he just got compromised by the...
Let me pull up the map here, see if there's anybody else who's...
Takashi is still trying. They're still moving all over the rear of them like fight on rice. Takashi is trying to move, and Yami dives into the pits, needing fuel, needing tires.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna jump back to Lagalot and Koenigsegg back here in 15th
Exactly.
and 16th respectively.
But Lagalot in that Corvette will have a significant pull range, because that Corvette can reach about 192 before having to brake for T1, whereas the Viper can only reach about 185. Whoa! And Yami comes out of the pits.
Yami's right there with them as well. And Yami is
Side by
right
side
along
with
behind
Koenigsegg. Yami
Koenigsegg.
clips the wall.
Does he? I didn't
I
catch
don't think he actually clipped the wall, but he certainly took a lot of Carbon. That unsettled the car though,
I think
giving the place to
Koenigsegg
Koenigsegg.
slided.
Does
I think
anybody have any
Koenigsegg
idea what happened to Hydra?
Hydra.
Hydra got clipped by Ayarte Riku, and
Yeah,
he had to do an additional pit stop because of the damage.
They are currently in
Yeah, he is.
17th place.
Yes.
Yes, Mercy killed him. Mercy showed no mercy.
Mercy,
Unfortunately.
what do we expect?
Anyways,
Meanwhile, I'm going to jump up and run on board with THR Mitch, your leader, here for a bit.
Mind you, Genji, aren't you driving today?
Yes, I am.
When are you driving?
Stint 5, I think.
In after this, and then
Oh.
I'm doing it.
Ah!
So it's, next time it's going to work back.
No.
You're going to replace me instead of me replacing you, or some such.
I'm in Stint 4 Genius.
Yeah, and I'm in stint 5.
Ah! Okay.
Smart.
Meanwhile, we've had
Yeah, two
four
geniuses.
GT
Yeah.
cars in the pits,
You
including
correct.
Julian
I
and
will be
Takeshi.
And SI will be incoming for...
As Koenigsegg and Takashi, and that makes Yami get into.
Takashi has
That makes
got...
Yami overtaking.
Takashi
I
has
think
got
Takashi-
serious damage. They have got
Oh.
back right suspension and back right brake. It is throwing that BMW all over the place.
And
He must have
driveline.
had an issue on the pit exit then, because he was just in the pits. That's tragic for him,
Yes,
'cause
exactly.
he's going to have to
That's
take another pit stop.
That's unfortunate for Takashi.
SPR White overtaking Takashi as they are quite literally limping back to the pits now.
Who RZM Extreme is our current leader down in GTs. We're gonna run on board with him for a little while here as well. I must say, I really do like that RZM livery that they have on the Viper. It does look really good.
Going back to the race leader, THR Mitch, I take it by their fuel alone at 16%, they will be coming in at the end of this lap.
It'll
But
be
take-
the next lap or the lap after.
But taking by this, they have not got the lead that they once had in stint 1 to SGR Blackout, so they are going to have to drive a perfect stint to try and keep on to that first
As Lagalot goes outside of Uranium into turn 1. Still on the outside. And doesn't make it. As both Koenigsegg R and Takeshi are both in pits.
Uranium is being lined up by Lagalot here in the Corvette. They're trying their best to see what they can do, but Lagalot just simply hasn't got the pace as another Proto is about to sandwich them and split these boys up.
As there is a battle for 17th between Carbon and Koenigsegg R, and actually Carbon overtook Koenigsegg R.
Carbon is doing well in that Viper, but Koenigsegg has got some mean dive bombs, so we will see what happens as they are going on the inside. They're going wheel to wheel on the final curve before the start of the embankment. Who will get the cleaner line? LS Carbon puts the brakes on
And
a little bit
Koenigsegg
more.
R gets them
Koenigsegg
all outside.
Koenigsegg
What a
R
move.
gets the line.
And FS Gens has returned into chat.
Hey,
Efficiency is
with
back.
battery.
With his phone battery hoping to last a while.
As Koenigsegg R cuts
Oh,
the
yeah.
exit of the bus stop chicane.
He's
But
pulled the
Carbon-
gap on Carbon though. There,
Has lost a bit of a ground to him.
pit lane. THR Mitch is in the pit lane. I'm going to keep an eye on where he comes out in regards to with Blackout. Or never mind, Blackout has pitted as well.
Also pits.
FS, I did complete my stint in stint 2. I had some successful battles, climbed 3 places and I claimed 200 miles for Team Pennzoil of FTC.
I'm going to keep an eye on FCT Mr. Jack as he approaches and tries to catch up.
SGR Blackout is also in the pit, so THR Mitch had really nothing to worry about. Lagalot is still having a little bit of a battle with Uranium.
Igalot's just been behind Uranium, not close enough to make a move, but just putting on a bit of pressure
no.
as Uranium's a bit
Lagalot-
slow through the bus stop.
Lagalot is putting more than a bit of pressure on him.
FS says that's not fast enough, Metal.
Okay. I didn't see any fan boost from Belgian Waffle Racing, did I? Anyway, enough of that. SSR Uranium is getting overtaken by Lagalot here. Going into turn 1. Uranium is going deep. Lagalot trying to hold on, but has to take the turn very wide as they scrub off enough speed. Uranium is able to keep onto that line, but Lagalot is lining up for a secondary dive. Lagalot is trying to take the inside line. They nudge bumpers as Lagalot is trying to get in that slipstream, hooking behind, and then slingshot down to the secondary horseshoe of this track before entering the embankment.
Scottson, there's a lot of
Lagalot-
distance
Lagalot is
between
looking, Lagalot is
Hydra and
trying.
Max Stream.
About when Hydra was crossing start finish line, Max Stream was in turn 5 roughly.
Here we go. SSR Uranium is now still trying to fend off Lagalot here with just a teensy wincy bit over an hour to go in this stint 3 of 12. Lagalot is
And
going
Uranium-
side by side with Blackout. Uranium is on the defensive here as Lagalot has got the speed, but they are scrubbing off a lot of time by going higher on the embankment and therefore gaining more distance, but not the position. Lagalot is hooking back in. Nope, they dive.
As
into the
Lagalot gets
pit.
its bits.
And up in LMP, FCT Mr. Jack is starting to close that gap down to AMS Sandman in front of him. So
As
that's
Hydra as well.
a while.
Meanwhile, Takeshi has been making a bit of a comeback drive after his incident on the pit exit and is coming up to pass Carbon.
And Lagalot is
He
in
got a good run over the start finish, over the bus stop chicane, sorry. But he's not quite kept the momentum down to the start finish line and into turn 1.
The closest battle we have currently on track is between SVR White and the Porsche 911 and Will Hydra in the Dodge Viper.
No, the closest.
Sorry,
battle
Takeshi's
is
gone in
between
deep into turn 1 and
Takeshi
he's got the
Carbon.
cutback.
And
And he's
he's
got
got
the
up
move
to the side.
on Carbon. That was a brilliant move into the first corner.
And now he's got to try and pull that gap, but he's running out of time to be able to pull enough of a gap with the speed difference that Viper has over the BMW.
See, at the top end, they're quite similar. The BMW is slower, but they're quite similar. Whereas that
Carbon
Viper just has
locked
so
up.
much more low-end grunt, which is what you need, especially in the infield.
Carbon locked up going into T5 low, but giving that gap that Takashi needed to be able to pull away.
As Hydra gets closer to White, to SVR White.
Jump up to that now.
ART Takeshi is currently not under that much threat from LS Carbon, although a Proto is overtaking LS Carbon in the bus stop. So
Hydra's looking for a way past SVR White right now, trying to find his way through.
And they
And he
have
dives in,
found
got
it with
himself
a dive.
Gets it stopped in front of SVR White.
Yeah, he's
Well
spots a
played
little
on getting past
break
that.
to park on the apex.
SVR White is trying to catch up back to Will Hydra, but Hydra is just too fast in that Dodge Viper to be able to actually make any significant ground here.
As we have FCT Mr. Jack closing up to Sandman.
There's about 2 seconds between them now.
As the field began to spread out a bit and
The
decide
field
to
has spread
calm
out.
themselves.
Don't forget in chat, if you want to see how some of your favourite races are doing, don't be afraid,
Yeah.
holler up. We will show you and answer any question we can about them for you.
That gap between Sandman and Mr. Jack has stabilised now, just running around at about the same pace.
Mr. Jack has closed in a few tenths in the last lap, but he's going to lose them being stuck behind White.
Yeah.
However, AMS Sandman has had the same issue with Will Hydra, so that is now negligible in distance lost.
Yeah, the gap's come down to about 1.5 seconds, so Mr. Jack slowly gaining on Sandman.
Let's see. Field has sort of spread out, so far, LS Carbon is now fighting at the back here with Mercs, as they're trying to gain some ground on one another. LS Carbon is currently in front of Mercs, but not by
Oh,
much.
as Sandman and Yami collide. That makes it even closer for...
No, because
Jack got held up behind Yami going
Jack
through
got
turn
caught
2
behind- Yeah.
Yeah,
and had to wait to get the move done.
But still,
Yami.
Sandman lost a lot of time after colliding with Yami.
As Yami's trying to close that gap up now.
Ooh, Mr. Jack being held up by
No.
Uranium going into turn 5.
As right the way at the back, LS Carbon and AMS Mercs are right next to each other, having a good old battle for the wooden spoon.
here we go. Aaron says, yeah, and I mean, provided in B lobby that things lapse. Okay.
Probably you're talking about Corvette. But still.
Pretty much. AMS Mercs making a move on LS Carbon for the rear here. Both drivers are going side by side. And Mercs makes the move on Carbon, but will Carbon rebuttal the move by taking the inside line? They're taking the shorter line, trying to slipstream and trying to draft off Mercs. But Mercs got the move done very efficiently as the two drivers are now making their way on towards the bus stop.
Is that
Meanwhile, Mr. Jack and Sandman are still closing up. The gap's now about half a second.
that is really close between these two now.
Oh, but Jack gets held up by Bobberts going through the kink. And the gap's up to about a second once again.
They're roughly 250 feet apart from one another, which is not much. And just Kurt says, could be the drivers, not the car. That is very true. You can take the best car and the worst driver, and they will not beat the worst car with the best driver. It's just a fact. And Kurt says, Daytona quali is close. Some teams will lose out a lot in comparison to the gap in quali. That is true. You can be as fast as you want in qualifying, but under full race conditions, collisions, sim damage, and all the other...
Sorry to interrupt here, but SVR White and ART Takashi are back together on track. After SVR White has pitted, they're running around together again. Right the way down towards the back here.
Taking a look, let's see. Yeah, SVR White is currently in the lead with Takashi close behind in that BMW, but that Porsche has got so much more speed than that BMW, it's not even funny. Takashi is weaving around, trying to find the optimal racing line, but it's only causing them to fall back ever more. FSA didn't actually know that the 24 hours of Dubai is being run as we speak. That is... I actually didn't know that.
It's
Thank
still
you for...
really close back here between SVR White and ART Takashi as he looks for a way past.
Takashi is doing their...
on at T1, but
Takashi is doing their best, but SVR White has just got that more speed and more importantly handling in that Porsche compared to that BMW. Because the BMW is very...
Sorry to pull it away from that, but AMS Sandman and Mr. Jack are close together again, as in really close together again.
Yeah, they're within half a second now. Jack had a little look into turn one, but wasn't close enough just yet. Give it another couple of laps and he will be in range for making a move.
Now the pressure is on the Sandman.
Do channel points redeem still working or are they on passive? No, Jim, they are still working. If you want to redeem something or do something funny with any of the commentators here, well, mainly me and Haseo are the main commentators, and, well, Scotty, Sakura, and Genji are sort of our little minions. But yes, fire away if you want to redeem your points. Effie said, oh, I only noticed the stint timer just now. Can we get a major face palm in chat for Effis, please? Thank you. But AMS Sandman is starting to pull away from Mr. Jack, forming air the distance, getting a smoother line. This is our moderator in chat just going, yes, major face palm for Effis. But here we go, AMS Sandman is being
Jack and Sandman, car.
So also, at the exact same time, Takashi and White are going side by side with each other, coming out of T3. They're still side by side, going down towards T4. Takashi's getting cut back. He's on the outside for T5, but SVR White manages to cover him off.
AMS Sandman is still under pressure from Mr. Jack here. Jubit wants us to say photosynthesis. Okay. I didn't know we were in biology grade school, but okay. Sandman is still keeping that distance. As they are very effective on the embankment.
Max Stream gets ahead of Uranium. And Max Stream is into P9, which for now it is P3 in the GT standings for this stint.
Here we go, Max Stream and Uranium are now having a fight. Viper versus BMW. As we all know, that Viper has that low end run. The BMW has superior handling if you know how to tackle it. Max Stream getting a clean corner as they are going round and doing very good racing, as Uranium is just unable to catch the tail of that slippery little serpent
Oh,
as they
sorry.
enter the
Takashi's
embankment.
going up the inside and making a move on SVR White. They're side by side through T2, and Takashi has made it through down at T1.
As well as
RZM Max Stream has got past SSR Uranium as well back there.
there's also battle for P11 right now between Yami and
And there's
Yes,
still the
Renault.
battle going on for P3 with Sandman and Mr. Jack.
and by the way,
Uranium has
Yami
gone
and
into the pits.
Bobbits and Uranium have come into the pits. And
Apex Miata says, I'm glad to see Carbon is doing alright, man. He is doing very well. Any of the P1 cars open tops in this
in lobby A, no. In lobby C, there's 5 open tops and a Peugeot in the form of Mighty that we're running. Oh, going back to Uranium, he's come out just behind Lagalot up here with Sandman
and just ahead Sandman and Mr. Jack.
Yeah. And Mr.
And
Jack
Uranium
got
compromising
caught
the
behind
exit
the traffic.
of Mr. Jack.
Mr. Jack got caught behind the traffic again. He's getting really unlucky with it as he gets sideways through
As he
T4.
tries to spin it.
Here we got Sandman looking to eke their distance away from Mr. Jack. But as they come onto the embankment, this is Sandman's turn. This is Sandman's domain because Sandman does very well when it comes to nailing these lines as they just eke out more and more distance. Here we go, 240, 250, 260, 280, 290, leveling out at 300 feet distance in one embankment from 110 feet. Sandman is a wizard when it comes to these embankments. It's dropped back down to 190, but it's climbing again to 220, 240.
As they increase in speed, that gap will just naturally increase. The time gap might stay the same, but the quicker they're going,
AMS Sandman
more
dives
gap
in the
up.
pits.
Lagalot and Uranium are still running around with not much between them whatsoever.
Everyone is sort of spread out now, so I believe the closest are Lagalot and Uranium currently on
Hydra
track.
is catching up to Renault. So, yeah.
ART Riku just overtaken Sandman for the proto class.
Yes. Hydra is properly on a recovery drive after that early incident with ART Riku.
Yes, but we do remember that Viper can potentially make even a 2-stop.
They have
So
to do
even
three
that-
They
stops.
have to do a 3-stop
It's
though,
a
that is the problem.
Mandatory
Exactly,
three
but
stops.
exactly. But remember, he did a 2-stop right now because of the accident that he had with Riku. So technically, having right now a 3rd pit stop can still put him back in the game.
I think most people have pitted twice by now.
And Hydra now needs to pit 3rd time because of the fuel he has.
NWR
It's only
Julian
26%.
NWR Julian is currently leading the GT class. It looks like he has
Max Stream is getting ever so slightly to them.
It looks like Max Stream might have to pit by the end of this though.
Most likely.
As he currently is on 84% fuel with 40 odd minutes remaining, which looks like it might end up being that he has to pit. But yeah, Will Hydra is closing that gap on Renault.
Uranium and Lagalot are still at it.
And as an update on what the FTC teams are looking like after the second stint,
Yes.
the FTC Pennzoil car is currently down in 46th place of all of the GTs,
Oh,
and the EnableNet car is currently in 21st. And our
that's
Proto
actually
car,
really good.
the FRM X FTC car, is in the top 10 for Protos. And we are in top 10 for Protos from the looks of it at the minute.
That's actually a really good result for the combined force of FRM and FTC.
That is a really good result.
Thank you to ADR Jacko for gifting a sub to Sodar.
Nice.
Because I think that's LS Carbon who pits. And Max Stream is getting ever so closer to Julian.
There's LP on the outside of Julian.
Yeah.
Hopefully Sandman's trying to protect his third place from Jack, since he's taken his second stop, and Jack still has to
Blackout
make
is
it.
also making a
And
second stop.
Julian and RZM Extreme that gap has closed again.
Takashi is now under fire from SVR White. Mr. Jack overtakes SGR Blackout.
Blackout's just taken his second stop, I believe.
Yes, exactly.
It
And
might
he's
actually
in the
be a
pits
third.
now.
It might actually be a third stop at this
Or
point.
maybe a first stop.
Either way, he just came out of the pits.
RZM Extreme might have a look here on NWR Julian down in
Just for it.
T1, which
Oh, Max Street
Oh,
close
it's
the
really
rear of
close.
Julian.
he takes a half look down the inside there. As that gap behind between Renault and Hydra is still falling.
Metal, I think there's a campaign against you to make Effis a second commentator here at FTC.
I wouldn't mind that actually.
Over my dead body!
Oh, and he
Meanwhile, McStream's going to go inside
Green.
on turn 5.
And there goes the leader
Oh,
and
no,
LPs as well in the
Maxstream.
mix.
Oh,
Julian's thrown the car back up the inside for turn 6, but McStream's held it round the outside as Mr. Jack comes into the pits. I wonder if he has done enough to get ahead of Sandman.
and Max Stream has held that position, has gained that
Here
position.
comes Ferrari BBS attacking both of them. Oh, as Maxstream nearly drove into him.
And it's like McStream got the move done, and here goes into the pit stops. What's Julian gonna do about it?
Maxstream
Jack's
has to
coming to
hang
the exit of the
on.
pit lane. Sandman's coming down towards turn 1. And Mr. Jack comes out ahead of Sandman by nearly 2 seconds. So that's a
So,
great overcut
over-
there by Jack.
Here comes Julian drafting the Viper of Maxstream. But takes it a bit too easy going into T1.
I think he's playing it
Neither
safe,
wants to
just
let
following the
overrate.
line. Here goes one of the LMPs.
Riku carving his way through this battle.
I'm just riding.
Riku making sure they don't affect the results of this. Makes a very clean overtake, a very nice overtake, I must say.
I'm just riding on board here with Renaud as he gets chased down by Hydra. I'm just going to be keeping an eye on this battle as it gets closer and closer.
Yes.
35 minutes.
The
Yes.
timer has been corrected for the 20 minutes at the end.
Again, the field has spread out, but some of these fast drivers are coming
I'm
ever
just
so closer.
35 minutes left or 15 minutes left.
35
35.
minutes. Now 34 to be fair.
34 now, yes. But
Yeah.
the timer in the bottom left is corrected for the 20 minutes at the end stop.
So like Julian's slowly losing out to Max Extreme. But Julian's down to do a pit stop. I believe also Max Extreme potentially have to as well. Unless he's done all his 3 pit stops.
He might actually need to do another one. It looks like he should be okay, but... Meanwhile, that gap is still...
And
falling.
Hydra has to soon do another pit stop because he's on 7% fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hydra has to
That
Had
right
to do
there
a third
is
pit
what's
stop.
called driving it to the limit.
He has enough to be able to get round to the end of this lap. And depending on how much fuel that Viper does, he might possibly be able to be pushing.
How much fuel the Viper sips per lap? Because fuel efficiency is
doubt
just
he'll
off the
leave.
charts.
I doubt he'll have issues with it.
Maxstream currently on 64% fuel now with 33 minutes to go. That is more than enough.
Update on the FTC FRM Proto car. It is currently running P5 in its stint, but is only 100 foot behind the person in P4 in stint.
Woo!
And it is in a 3-way fight at the minute from the looks of it. So
4% of fuel for Hydra.
Extreme is still being chased by Julian.
3%. Hydra looks like it's very confident in the fuel meter.
They look unbelievably confident. 70% tire wear, 3% of fuel. They will certainly make it to the pits. Oh,
2% of fuel
2%.
right now. Well,
Hydra-
technically it will
That
still be
Hydra.
shown as around 3%
Yeah,
because
Hydra
Hydra is
should
currently
be
at
able to make it.
2% of fuel.
He should be able to make it round to the pits on that fuel.
He should be.
Meanwhile, LS Carbon is coming up to being lapped by Max Stream and then HWR Julian.
1%.
Oh,
This is going to be close. Yeah, but
no,
he got
he's
it.
easily made it.
He
He's
gets it.
easily made it.
Yeah, he's made it.
That is impressive though. Getting to the pits with
And
1%
Julian's coming to pit as well. So
Coming in for a last pit stop and is currently down to 11th place overall in the lobby for now.
drop down even
Nice to have you
further
in
at this
chat,
point.
SFM Darkser.
Hey, Darks is in chat. Nice.
Hey,
Darkser is a bit like Agent Smith from the Matrix. He comes and goes as he pleases and he knows everything.
Yes, he does.
so
Hydra though,
Hydra just
ultra
gets in
impressive.
front of like a lot.
He's come out behind Lag a lot. Julian's come out in front of Lag a lot though. What's Lag a lot looking like?
Darkser, while you're having popcorn, we're having caffeine to stay awake for the 24 hours that is this event.
Yeah.
Actually, Jose, I've never questioned you. What is your beverage of choice for this 24 hours?
Right now, mostly either drinking Pepsi Max or some Monsters.
Looking towards the back.
Yes,
Mercs-
Monster Brother!
Looking
Oh,
towards the
God.
back, Mercs and Yami are together, but it also looks like we've had a never mind. Ignore me.
It's on. I think only since race 1 we had one disconnection.
I didn't click right
That's
far
true.
enough.
Darkser says we're mad lads. Of course we are, but we're mad in the right way.
Who's that in the pits? Extreme have come into the pit lane for his stop.
Like his first stop.
We'll keep an eye on him compared with Julian and see how close they
Hydra.
are. And Hydra as well, yeah, because Hydra's at the back of this little train.
Jubert, don't say that. If people crash, but this is serious racing, my dude. Will Hydra currently being chased by Ferrari
So look like-
BSS in the Proto.
Extreme
Hello,
just got
Ren.
Julian.
Ren, how is it?
I'm out in front of all of them. We also
Nice
need to
little
keep
battle
an eye on
happening for 13th between SSR Bobbitt and Koenigsegg R. So two American giants having a fight.
Renault might have to come in for another stop before the end of this race, given that he's on 50% fuel with just shy of 30 minutes to go. So depending on how that turns out, Hydra might be able to get past Renault. Speaking of Hydra, how's he doing back here? Got a little bit of a gap in front of him, but nothing too much to try and overcome. And THR Mitch comes in for his final stop. as Blackout is just going through T5. So Mitch is well in the lead of this.
Yeah.
Right?
Mitch has just had what's known as a free pit stop. Julian has been chased by Lagalot.
Bobberts and Koenigsegg are running around quite close to each other as well back here.
Yeah, there's half a second separating them as they head into turn 1 now. Koenigsegg not close enough to make a move on Bobberts, but Bobberts will be starting to feel a bit of pressure now.
So we have Takashi and White in pits. And Bobbers and Koenigsegg are still fighting.
Julian is still being hunted down by Lagalot. Lagalot is 130 feet behind, so roughly half a second.
Riku
this-
is almost a lap down on his class leader, THR. Mitch.
Almost.
I think Mitch had a 60-second lead
I'm gonna
to
come
second.
on board. There we are. And there's the moment
That's
that
Riku.
Riku has just been lapped by THR Mitch. And bearing in mind they're in the same class.
And Riku just bit
And
it.
Extreme has done his last pit stop.
Lagalot's in the pit, leaving Julian free space front and back.
Bobberts, it looks like.
The hell's
Obviously,
merged.
Koenigsegg car.
He's gonna run in 18th place at the moment here, Hurricane.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Merckx is in 18th.
Meanwhile, Koenigsegg is also pitted,
Pit.
going for the undercut to get past Bobberts.
Seeing Bobberts doesn't need to pit again.
Does he not?
No, Bobberts is pitted. He doesn't need to pit again.
Yeah, he's currently on 92% fuel.
How's he gonna come out?
But
on
Hydra
that?
is getting ever so closer to Uranium.
Koenigsegg is coming out behind Yanni right now. But he's got plenty of space over to Kakashi behind him.
And Uranium is soon being headed by Hydra.
Well, I'm just gonna jump back and on board with the notes for a little bit here.
THR Mitch, though, being as flawless as ever, with a commanding lead here, and a flawless driver, might add. We've got just under 25 minutes left to go of this session.
25.
Yes, that's. I said 25, did I? Oh, what did I say?
20, I think.
No, I thought he said 25.
Oh.
Am
I guess
seriously losing my mind
I think my
already?
brain is on dirt mode.
I wasn't even paying
Oh no, that's only first stint, man.
Gage, you had lost your mind before this stream had even started.
Wait, you have to have a mind to lose in this party. I only lost mine about 12
God.
years ago. Will Hydra though
And
take
OTR and
OTR
pitting.
renowned for 10th place?
after the Ronald's pitted now, therefore, and has come out behind.
Got a nice little train here of Uranium, Hydra and Renowned. Hydra
And
is going to certainly try and catch Uranium
I
before
was
the end of
not
this stint.
expecting Julian to be where he is, considering the beginning of this stint, he wasn't in that front train of 3.
I know.
He wasn't in the
Oh
front
god,
train
Riku
of
and
3 that was
Hydra.
running
Oh,
away.
here
Close to each
comes.
other. I've seen this before.
I've seen this battle before.
Yeah. And it ended up badly for Hydra mostly.
Anybody who needs to
But
pit.
still, from being last in the lobby to P4 right
Uranium
now.
might need to pit by the end of this. I'm just having a look at his fuel. The nose just come in.
Let's have a look at uranium. 41%. That is more than enough to get to the end. Uranium will stay out.
It might be cutting it close towards the end, considering we've still got more than 20 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Ephes, that is
And
true.
Julian doesn't
Someone
need
is
to pit
using.
as well.
There
Ephes,
are
that is true. Someone is using the Jaguar in D class. I have raced against it. It
No,
is horribly
Jaguar.
slow and it's horribly understeering. It's
I'm-
possibly the worst car out of the selection.
there is a Jag in Lobby C as well.
Oh, is there?
Yes,
Oh
there is.
god.
Nobody else needs to pit from the looks of it. Yeah,
I'd say there's still probably some that need to pit. They're leaving it to the last sort of 5 minutes before the
Yeah.
pit stop window closes.
Blackout looks to be good to be able to get to the end. As I am driving that car, I know that it takes about 20 minutes to go through half a tank. Sandman might have to pit again before the end of this race, as he is under. He is at 44.
No, there's no Jag in Lobby A, Ren.
No.
No, Red, the
It's
Jag is
still-
way too underperforming to get into that numbers.
That would be a meme joke to have Jack in Lobby A for now.
That Jag would be the pensioner of that lobby. It would just be like, I'm rolling round the best I can.
And there's also no Ferrari in this lobby too.
Which
Yeah.
is odd because the Ferraris strangely seem to have good pace.
From the looks of it here, there's a fight going on, which we have on the main camera. There's Renault is 140-ish feet behind Hydra.
Yeah, he's
And
about
Yeah.
about 140-ish feet
Yeah.
behind Uranium.
They're not really fighting. It's sort of
But
like a
when-
close distance.
Both Renault and Uranium are in the BMW.
Ren
Hydra is in-
asks in chat who is sitting on pole in GT right now.
in what? Overall,
No, in GT this race. Oh my god. That would be Max Stream.
Max Stream is currently sitting in the lead for this one.
RC and Max Stream.
Yes, you would be correct.
Yes, yes,
Car
absolutely
with
correct.
some wheels is in the lead.
And most
I would
probably
doubt-
with an engine.
I would doubt it would be in the lead if it didn't have wheels.
And I would really doubt it if it didn't have an engine.
I currently do not have an update on road, as I missed where he is. Smart.
Debatable.
And Hydra closing to Uranium.
Should I say? Yes, we are overall in the lead. Let this thing out there. Missed it again. Damn it. Whereas Will Hydra has a run on Uranium here, looking like he's got past before the end of the banking as Uranium falls back in line behind him. Is
Ran
it
Viper is the
not
fastest here,
really
so yeah.
in the either Viper is the fastest overall car, but I do
And
not-
Hydra just passed Uranium.
Yes, RZM Max Stream is in a Viper.
So that makes, for now, Hydra P3 after being dead last.
And meanwhile, Ferrari and Mr. Jack are getting closer together for P4 in prototype.
Exactly.
The Vet does have one of the highest speeds. Before T1, you can almost reach 193 miles per hour if you have a perfect line.
So Sandman with 35% of fuel, will he make it? Yeah, most likely he will make it, because there is 17 minutes into the end of the stint.
Julian is currently second, and Hydra is down to third in the GT class. But speaking of that, seems
Epic,
like
you mentioned
yeah, the lead
that.
Hydra's looking at Julian in the rear into turn 1.
Oh wow, they got a proper train going on back here.
Wow.
Turn that off. Hydra is looking. Oh, he bumped Julian wide there, going into T3, compromising Julian as the Protos turn up to try and lap one.
Yeah, Mr. Jack trying to get through this train as Hydra went round the outside of Julian through the kink.
And that makes Ferrari ever so closely to Mr. Jack.
Hydra's getting boosted by the Protos, giving him an advantage to be able to get past Julian there. But from the looks of it, he's run wide and Julian has the run on him coming out of T6 with Uranium and Renaud being really close together behind them.
So that means Hydra is back in P2. Although he lost a lot of distance towards Maxstream.
There are
SSR Uranium is trying to chase down Julian here.
Oh, actually, we're going to see where Sandman comes out in relation to Ferrari and Mr. Jack.
He's
Looks
gonna
like
come
he's
out behind
come
them.
out behind them, yeah.
And just to mention, Mitch at the front is coming up to lap these cars. He's just lapped Sandman as he came out for the pits and isn't far behind Ferrari or Mr. Jack.
So Sandman pitted, correct?
Yes, he just
That
came
would
out of the
be
pit.
correct.
Mr. Jack had his slide and that's compromised him. But
Yeah.
Ferrari wasn't close enough to make a move into turn 5.
And Hydra's moving up to second place now in the lobby now in the GT class.
Oh, Renaud gets into the back of Julian into turn 5 and allows him to snip through for P9 overall.
Uranium slightly tapped Julian, sending him sideways in turn 5, which gives Renaud an opportunity to move up into third place in the GT class.
This is unfortunately where I have to leave you kind fellas because I have to get ready to slip forward.
Oh, we have an early present for somebody there. Welcome to the booth, John. Early present for somebody there. Welcome to the booth, John.
All right, testing. Can you actually hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
we can.
Mr. Bearded
Yes, we
Wonder,
can
how
hear
are
you, man.
He's echoing though.
Yeah, we can hear the stream playback back.
Okay, yeah, let me mute the stream.
It is FS.
There we go. Now can you hear me better without the echo?
Yeah, that's
Still
good.
at echo, but we can hear you.
Oh, righty then.
John,
That's all good.
now,
John,
unfortunately, I would like to
I
chat
know.
with yourself more, but I have to leave to go and host a lobby because God
Yeah.
knows why they asked me to. I will see you in about 2 hours, John.
All right.
And then whenever Metal comes back, I will be going. So,
Sorry just to show up a little bit early here, but I wanted to make sure that everything was working before the ascribed hour of greatness.
yes. It's
Yes.
perfectly alright. Meanwhile, oh, that was a bit glitchy, but Uranium and Julian have both pitted there, so I don't know whether they had taken damage with the
It
collision
seems like
they had.
Hydra had an incident and moved down to third place in the GT class.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Renault.
Renaud's ahead of Hydra now. It looked like it was around turn 3, turn 4.
And Ru is back. Good morning, Ru.
Hey, Ru. Hello. Good sleeping.
So I'll have to catch myself up here on what is exactly happening on the standings here. How many hours are we into it now?
We're currently soon into 6 hours into the stream. Well, yeah, we actually are because we had to stop the stream a little bit, but so we are roughly 6 hours in already.
And we're going for a full 24 in IRL time.
Yes, for the stream,
Yes.
and the stints last roughly about 1 hour and 40 minutes in terms of race time.
Now that is absolutely amazing. It harkens me back to a memory of what must have been 2016, where I watched the Daytona 24-hour race live with several different people from the Forza community on my Facebook page, and we went the whole 24 hours, aside from like 2 hours I slept that night.
That's quite the thing to do. Like, that's what roughly what me and Mel doing is. Mel also racing for 2 stints himself. He's already done one, and he's doing a second now, and then we'll be just streaming the rest of the night.
And I am racing for 3 stints, so that's fun.
Nice.
I'm just here to commentate, but first 3 stints and probably for the last 3 stints.
And is FTC just hosting the Tora race? You're obviously participating in it as well.
We have
Tell me about the partnership between Tora and FTC here.
Yeah, Tora is the organisation who have set this whole thing up, and they have requested for FTC to commentate for Lobby A. So these are like the highest level of racers and the fastest people in this entire competition.
Awesome. I do recognize some gamer tags out there.
Yeah.
exactly. Since this is the fast lobby, and at the moment we have 4 lobbies in total with 6 LMPs with the prototypes in each lobby and 13 GTs.
Five prototypes in Lobby D.
Wow. So we are in a GT lobby right now, I see.
No, it's a mix.
And I'll be running at the
Sorry to confront you there, but Hydra's
Yeah.
just making a move on Renault into turn 1. He's got the cutback, but leaves him on the outside for turn 3. Renault's just keeping his nose up the
Hydra-
inside.
Hydra leaves him very narrow on the inside of the car.
And here comes an LP as well towards the king.
Renault's just slightly ahead going into the kink. Neither of them want to give up, and side by side through the kink. Renault has the inside for turn 5. Hydra looking for the cutback, but can't make it work and has to concede the position.
And I can see the LMP car coming in there to make things exciting.
Yeah, that's why this is interesting, since the LPs have to make their way around the GTs without the GTs moving from their racing line. The GTs can stay in their racing line as long as there are prototypes approaching.
And then we had a moment earlier on in stint 1 where the GTs were trying to go 3 wide as an LMP was trying to pass them. It was just pure chaos.
Renault and Hydra getting inside of the bus stop chicane.
It ended up like 5 wide or something, didn't it?
It was crazy.
And the speed differential between the LMPs and the GT cars, it's just amazing.
It's roughly about
14 seconds
11.
lap.
No, I think in these race, in the top race, I think there's around 11 seconds roughly.
There was 14 seconds in difference in the quality times.
Yes. There is about 30 miles an hour difference.
Oh, Renault getting a little bit wide here on the entry of the turn 1 of the overcooking
at
brakes.
top speed, there is about 30 miles an hour difference between the Protos and the GT3 cars.
So what's an average lap time for the GT cars?
The GT cars in this lobby are
Are doing about 42s for most of them, maybe the odd 41 here or there.
I'm gonna see
Uh,
if the quality results is working.
The
whole lap was, I
prototypes
think,
are doing
42.5.
28 with the odd 27 maybe here or there.
Huh. Just goes to show those Forza physics and the way the PIs match up. It's really it's just like real life.
The
but better.
Qualifying time for the prototypes was 1 minute 27.559 by TPR Bowcat in the Spoons Racing Peugeot, and the top qualifying time for the GTs was a 1:41.770 by Will Hydra in the SRT.
I
No,
want to
Hydra.
note there, Hydra was the only one in the 41s for the GTs,
Was
and the Spoons team were the only people to get into the 27s for the prototypes. Everyone else was 28s or 42s, or their respectively.
for White. I believe White has been having a tough time with it during this, and I can tell you what the live timing is looking like.
So to tell you, but Uranium and Julian actually having a scrap. I think Julian overtook Uranium right now. So that is for P12, and they're going to lap Carbon right now.
Julian has been ahead, but that gap has been fluctuating lap by lap, up and down by less than a tenth usually.
Now, who remembers 2013 when Forza actually sponsored the SRT Vipers in the ALMS?
Yep.
I think that's, let's see, we have actually from stint 2 overall is number 6 is
current-
Spoons. Oh yeah, Spoons
I
is
can
in.
have the live standings as of the end of last stint are Spoons leading the prototypes, followed by SDM, by the SDM team, and then FCT are following them. SGR Trek are following them, and then AMS Emperor are in 5th. And then for the GT lobby, GT cars, it is ESV, followed by Rise, followed by SSR Red, followed by SVR Purple, followed by EMP Shindo.
Although it's going to change in GT lobby because of the big distance advantage of Rise and ESV team, because of Hydra trailing massively to Maxime.
It was only a difference of 0.15 miles at the end of stint 2, but now with Hydra being so far back, that'll certainly open up in Rise's favour.
Yeah. And then for the prototypes, by the end of this stint, Spoons will have over a lap ahead of SDM. They'll have a lap's worth of gap. Fine. SDM, Big
Maybe-
Daddy Ben, please no ban. I like that.
Maybe even
like
SGR
that.
can make some grounds to top 3 because of Blackout's P2 right now.
So as we got roughly under 4 minutes left, roughly 4 minutes left of this stint before we're moving over to the next lobby.
Yeah.
But also say it, Renault and Hydra are still having at it.
In which it will be me, Seo, John, and Infernus will be doing the commentating for the next stint.
Yeah, since we're currently limited to 3 in the lobby and we're keeping it max 4 in the booth.
The NWR Julian and Uranium are still running around. Just that gap is stable. It's just staying stable the entire time between those two. As OTR Renault and Will Hydra are right next to each other again, with Will Hydra ahead now.
Renault's close enough to try and make a move, but he's just struggling with the straight line speed of the BMW to find the opportunity.
And if
Yeah.
they're on the straight line speed on when they're closing in is, I think that's why he wants to get ahead of the Viper before they're that far in.
Well, Actually, it's more worth him staying behind because he'll be able to pull the slipstream from when he's behind that team, behind that Viper.
And here comes the leader, Dylan Peace.
Mitch just overtaking. For another time.
Julian and Uranium are still running with that gap stabilized. The LMPs are evenly spread out around the track there, with THR Mitch over half a lap ahead of second place SGR Blackout.
I see a couple of FRC drivers in there. Mitch is one, right? Mitch is raced in the FRC. Is that the right Mitch?
I believe so.
Most
I
likely.
don't remember who's FRC anymore, to be honest with you.
Sorry to cut in, but Julian's made a mistake at the
Oh,
bus
yeah.
stop and ran wide on the exit. Let's go give Reunium a opportunity.
That Corvette just has the top end over that BMW, though, making it really difficult, even if there is a mistake, to be able to
Especially
get past.
with Uranium not being in slipstream at the beginning of the straight.
Mm-hmm.
But anything can happen in the turn one.
If that mistake had been made, then it could have been different, and Uranium could have.
As we are in the final minutes of the stint.
Final minute or so. That is a rough time estimate.
There's about 30 seconds left in the stint.
Alright, so we're a bit over them.
I'm looking forward to seeing this driver change.
It's a separate lobby.
As
for
Julian
driver changes.
brake
So-
checks Uranium.
Yeah, as Riku was passing them.
Yeah.
Of course.
As they come out of T6 here. Oh, who spun there?
Oh,
On the
So
main.
fun.
that's an LMP. But doesn't matter, as the time's up now.
Hey, that's because my time. Oh, there they go. I think my
was
time was.
Spun.
I think I was like 10
Yep.
seconds off, which is not too bad.
Oh,
Considering we have
Carbo and back out.
lines.
Oof.
So give a noob a clue here on how the driver change works. As I see the drivers have stopped on track.
Yeah, because
Okay,
they
so
stopping
I'm
to
only-
right. The way this is working is they drive by distance, not time.
It's a
So-
separate lobby for the next
Hydra
drive,
getting revenge.
and we swap lobbies every time there's a drive change.
Okay, so there will be a new lobby with the new drivers. That makes sense.
Yes.
Since these people aren't sharing rooms and being able to just hand controllers off.
No,
Okay.
because
Yes.
it's due to Force as well, struggling above 2 hours or something, I believe. So it's to
we-
reset the lobby as well.
With
And you'll set up a
14
new
running-
grid that reflects the positions, right?
They already
No.
have that everything set up on a different sheet that reflects their different position in an earlier lobby for next lobbies ahead.
So for the
Okay.
next stint, they will be starting in the positions as of the end of stint 2. And then
Makes sense.
So because of course they can't get stuff turned around in 20 minutes to be able to have the right lobby settings and everything.
Yep.
But
Interesting. It's interesting to see how it all comes together in a race like this with such long stints.
yeah,
I'm not sure why my overall leaderboard is not ranked properly since I did receive the links, but I guess something must be acting up with it.
I believe it might not work when they're inputting data.
I don't think it does. Right, we have BDF48 Gaming is the next lobby host, so you should be joining that.
That
so shouldn't you?
and
Alright, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you off for now.
I believe there is a clip if somebody can find it.
And I'll see you in the last 3 stints.
Yes, so it'll be.
So, good luck trying to not sleep
So
and
it's been
have fun.
me, Haseo, John, and Infernus will be coming and joining us, assuming he's awake.
I'm looking at the list here, and I'm in for stint 4.
yes, it's as you said, Metal is currently in the next hosted lobby for D, where I think he's hosting for GTs for voice invites and game invites.
I'm doing it, Scotty, because I have the live stream that I
And we've been getting
I can
reports
do that.
about it being other shit show.
I don't know.
It's nothing against it, just due to how it.
Yeah.
Unless Furnace is here, that is.
Infernus is probably asleep, so
Well, that would make 5 of us, and there's 5 positions in the lobby, so...
No.
we're fine.
We are limited to 3 max.
we're capped to 3 in lobby, 4 in, and we're keeping it to 4 in booth, ideally now. So yeah, you
Did we not have 5 in that game
it
just
was
now?
lagging.
See you later.
I'm kind of sad now though because fucking Longbow went further than I did in the stint. Is that John back?
I'm back. Yep, I'm here crunching.
Haseo's run and got some food. Run to get some food, should I say.
So is our commentary live on the stream right now, or are we just in our own little world?
I don't know whether our commentary's live or not. I'm waiting for him to load track so he can spectate.
Let's see here. Let me unmute and see what happens here.
What do you mean, Barnes?
Let me unmute and see what happens here.
What do you mean?
Oh, yep, they can hear us. Real Band, what's up? FTC Stereo Jacks, what's up? Oh, yep, they can hear us. Real Band. Woo!
Streams are back.
I'll just take a minute here to thank F2CR for inviting me to do some guest commentary here. This is pretty exciting. I haven't done a lot of live commentary on esports since the very beginning, but I'm very glad to be here with some of these top racers.
Yep.
And the awesome crew from FTCR.
We're waiting for them to load in the lobby now for this. I think they might be missing one driver, I think. How many drivers should it be? It should be 19, isn't it?
Yes.
6 and 15.
Hello.
Hey, here as well.
I'm here for my commentary time. Just finished my stint, so
Yeah, we're currently waiting on the last drive to show up.
Yeah, I think we're missing on one right now.
how is everyone this very fine evening? How is your 24 hours going up to now? What are you at, 6 hours or something?
Roughly 6 hours and 22 to 30 minutes total with the beginning of before stream started.
Are you still feeling good?
I'm still fine.
Yeah.
Just currently got some food ready in the microwave after not eating for 6 hours.
I'm feeling fine until I'll have to race again. So
And here we're currently waiting on getting a lobby sorted out so we can go inspect the most for who are in the lobby.
So is that you, Infernus?
It is indeed. Hello, Mr. John. How are you?
How are you? Good to hear your voice. Can you
It's
give me a
good to hear
little
your voice.
recap of your last stint? How did it go? I
Well,
wasn't here.
So my last stint was that I was in D lobby and I finished 17th out of 19. We had one disconnect.
I've
Kept it clean, 198 miles or something. So I was really happy about that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you were racing in that lobby, is Infernus.
Can
Yeah.
you send me another invite, Haseo, because I just got disconnected from the lobby for some reason.
When them LMP cars gone by, it is scary. I was in the Corvette,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
it is scary how quickly gone by.
And I'm hearing that our other GT car got disconnected.
Yes, unfortunately disconnected after 18 minutes, I think. Fairly clean lobby though. It was quite nice to not be punted about and after all the horror stories I've heard.
Right, I am reconnecting to the lobby now.
How's things with you, Mr. John?
Oh, well, around the house here, it's been quite exciting. I've been underneath my house all morning, down pumping water out. So that's real exciting.
You joined.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
That's one word you could use for it that starts with F, but
Keeping it clean. We'll stick with
Yeah.
fun.
Hello,
yeah. So
Hello,
had
Thomas.
a little bit of a shower between
And hello,
that
Tommy.
and
How
coming
did
up.
it go?
Well, I'm putting a sump pump in place here, which has got to be really exciting news for racers. There's groundwater coming up underneath my house, and I've now decided that I need to pump that away. So that's a bit of a process.
And Furnace joined the session because John is on PC, therefore is not in the lobby.
Yes.
And now we're
If you
coming
know,
to two in the lobby. For now, so it's
Oh, Max was first in stint and then, like, immediately, and then they had to restart. Damn. Yeah, do that. Do what Mead said. Refresh live timing. So are we only having 2 members in lobby then?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I
we
believe
got
in
it
it.
bumped up to 3, but
I don't know.
we got it bumped up to 3 to be able to have 2 and then like 2
Who,
streams.
who's not in the lobby then?
John is not joining the lobby because he is on PC, if I remember correctly. Aren't you, John?
yep, on PC.
Yeah. So.
I mean, I don't mind if you want.
Also, yes,
So
Connor is.
have you been watching much of the streams up to now, John?
As far as the Daytona 24 goes, no, I just jumped in here today. I did do some racing with FTCR, of course, as you know, in the last month.
Oh yeah.
But I should probably spend some more time watching your content here. But honestly, as a streamer who spends many hours a week broadcasting, usually when I'm done with what I contribute, I'm done, and I have a lot of other things that I focus my energies on.
of course, it's how it's going to be.
Alright, in fairness, don't join now because it's
Oh,
gonna lag out the lobby.
Just
bit.
join.
Alright, it's fine. You good. It hasn't fully started yet, so just hit Y to spectate. I also will load up live timing so that whenever all the data has been put in, I can give an update.
Yeah, with 6 cars, an acre of land, and 2 kids, my hands are pretty much full, and I always have something that I can be doing,
Right.
as well as trying to keep up my social and think of show ideas and build routes and things like that.
I shall be jumping back to the leader of the GTs. And I shall be watching the GT as it unfolds off the start. I imagine the Spoons car in the lead of LMP will just pull away.
So who have we got to watch in here?
Quick.
Some good drivers.
Yeah, there are. There's some really good drivers in here.
Is there any names
I
you got to look out
expect
for particularly?
Not well, Craviator. Scott, Sin, and Sean were going at it in stint 2, wasn't it? Yeah, stint 2. So they'll probably be side by side or nose to tail the entire stint again, no doubt. Because they've already been fighting each other for an hour 40 straight as they pitted on the same lap every single time.
That's
These cars can get exciting, I imagine.
Oh, who's
as
that?
the group
Overtaking
moves
back
forward.
there. There's already some moves going on involving Unku, Eagle, and Mercs in GT. With who is that? Who's going side by side? Mercs and never mind. Mercs, I think, has had. What's happened to Mercs? Oh,
We had a disconnect.
getting a
We
little bit laggy. Or are they all leaving? Is that
I
it?
think they might be leaving. I think we might be having a restart.
I think somebody might have had a wrong braking line or something then. Because that is a possible thing that can happen. We are
I
waiting
mean, the
for...
LMPs are still going, so.
Yeah, we are waiting on the LMPs to leave.
But keep in mind, the LMPs are not in the same lobby of.
They are not in the same party. They are in separate parties.
That makes it fun. That's we was calling out why the LMPs were between us. Definitely made it a bit easier.
Yeah, that's something that you do, is you say... It's usually just to help out. Cause
Yeah, I mean, they come by you in ridiculous corners and they don't even flinch.
disconnect might not have done too badly for the team then. Because the worst stint isn't that bad at all. Right,
If I'm not
make sure
mistaken,
you-
Metal's racing in
Metal is
not in this
racing
lobby,
right now.
but he's racing right now, isn't he? Yeah.
Yes,
For his second stint.
There
He
might be
hadn't
some,
beat on his first
it
stint.
is, John.
I think they had some wrong data inputted for since they had to do a restart and a lobby change as well, as you can see.
Stint 2, yes, they had some wrong data inserted into the table. I think we are still waiting for the lobby 2 data to be put in for the stint 3. That gap for the LMPs in lobby C involving our team, it's now less than 4 miles between 4 teams.
That's
Oh,
close.
That's close going.
And Phoenix, from the looks of it, is going to be like the fastest person in his stint.
He was really worried. Just a few minutes ago, I was just literally just talking to him while I was finishing my stint. He was really worried.
Yeah, but he got before the first restart they had, he had got up to first immediately. So, assuming he could hold first in that, it would have been really good. But
Now, is this 24-hour race part of a larger series, or is this a standalone event?
It is a 6-part series. In fairness, remember to spectate.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Yeah, but yeah, there is a
6-part series.
great series going on with it.
We got after this one, we got 12 hours of Sebring.
And then what is it? 8 hours of somewhere.
8 hours or somewhere.
I forget where the 8 hours race is.
So it's a popular track somewhere.
I forget where the 8 hours race is, and then there's the 24 of Le Mans, 24 of Nürburgring, and 1,000.
Yes, I currently have the Penswell Corvette FS because I was technically supposed to be part of that team.
Is it 10 hours of Spa?
No, it's 10 hours of Homestead.
Oh, Homestead, that's it. That's the one I couldn't remember.
So, does it, as much as
Oh, we're
possible,
up again.
follow along with the real life WC?
I don't know. I haven't actually double checked that. It might, but I don't know. Crow's appeared in chat. Hello, Crow.
Yeah, speak of the
Also-
pigeon in chat.
Yeah, the pigeon in chat has appeared saying hello to John.
Ah, hello, Crow.
Yeah,
Fellow
no
Fourth of the Car
24
Racer?
hours of Spa, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll try to join for that on Tuesday, but don't forget, John.
That will be great. I will have some. We're gonna be racing FS Gen's Grand Route on Tuesday, and then I will have some routes ready for us throughout the rest of the week. So make sure you're well hydrated.
Already fights going on in GT, and it's not even been 30 seconds since we started, and there's already battles going on.
Let's see if we can get this start to start. Incident free.
LMPs side by side, no, position 3 and 4. Fast approaching the bus stop.
That is ART.
They go through the bus stop so fast, it's ridiculous.
They do.
Axel has just had to back out of that, going too wide into the bus stop.
They're
Here
trying
goes
to find their
Vipers.
space.
Meanwhile, Scottson and Sean are already pulling gap again. Those two are running away.
Toro or whatever's got quite a big gap up to now,
With
over second place.
Barco trying to chase them down in that Porsche, but I don't think it'll have the pace to be able to handle those two.
Thank you for those
got
full
LMP
there.
off, falls off. I spun as a crash. There's 3 cars crashed out. 2's definitely gone off. There's been a bump between 4th and he's now sick. Can't see what
Who's
his name
that?
is. Watch-
Tsunami and BDF 48 Gaming had a collision.
Yeah, one definitely, another car did get clipped, but I think he managed to stay on the track. And they're still going. He's come off again.
Damage.
I did not see anybody
No, it's come
exactly
off again.
post at them, Mercy, but we might try and find it.
Jeremy, no! Jeremy.
How bad of an
Imagine
incident
have
do you
to
have to
be
have for a restart?
Right now, I don't think they're going to do restart until they have begun racing.
It's within the first
First
5
flying
minutes.
lap.
Right,
Okay.
Sale didn't timer. Just noticed that. Barcode
First
is
flying
hanging
lap.
with
Oh, yeah,
those Porsche,
timer.
very well though.
So,
Meanwhile,
I'll put a tweet out
Pretty good at the
commentating as you go.
Castaway and Unku are busy fighting for 14th position here now. Going too wide. That Porsche outrunning the Viper down the straight, but messing it
Oh,
up,
wow.
going into the bus stop and losing 2 positions.
they've not pitted. The cars who were involved in that crash have
The
not pitted.
IG and Rusty, neither of them had taken damage, so neither of them needed to pit. Yeah, Barcode is hanging with Dotson and Sean really well. Considering the pace that they showed during that first race. As who is that? The IG racer, I can't say that name.
Which name?
AWRIG comes into the pits. I genuinely cannot
Already
read
got
that
someone
name.
pitted up to now.
Avrexus IG? Is it that one?
Him. I can't say his name.
Yeah,
Why don't you just say IG?
IG, yeah, that'd work. IG would work, wouldn't it?
The inertia
In the
garage.
Corvette.
Meanwhile, the battle is still going on here between Unku, Castaway, and Rusty. And a bit up the road, it looks like another battle is going on between Mercs, Kermit, and Star-Lord.
The LMPs
They're
top
doing
three,
their
but
blackout.
there's quite a big gap on the rest of the pack. Craviata. Oh, he's side by side with ART. They're scrapping going into the,
Nice, John.
to the hairpins.
And I'm glad you actually liked the one I clipped for you on Thursday with that bit pinging off that one bug, and then you do barrel right after.
Mercy has turned up in chat after annihilating whoever it was who he annihilated.
Calling
bumper.
yourself out, I see, John.
As they're approaching the ring again,
Castaway and
bumper
Rusty
to
are
bumper.
Still fighting. Yeah, Castaway and Rusty are still fighting. They're going too wide going across the start-finish line back here as well. And Castaway has made the move just going into T1.
I have to say, these cars look really good. The liveries, they're just beautiful.
Goldstein and Ozad
The
and
liveries
Sean
are stunning,
are
aren't they?
behind SVR Barcode. SVR Barcode is now leading GTs already. So I don't know what's happened there, but Barcode has managed to find his way through on the two of them and is now trying
There
to
might
pull
be
it
still in
like
that
that.
he just took the opportunity when it happened.
I mean, with how hard they've been fighting, I'm not surprised.
So the LMPs at the minute, you've got 1 and 2. They've pulled quite a gap on third place at the minute, and then they're close for the most part. But the poor guy in 6th is a fair way behind. He's got a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, Barcode is really doing well. Meanwhile, I'm going to hop on board with Star-Lord, Mercs, and Kermit now. I'm going to jump at the front of that train, because apparently we can't decide which ones we're going to show.
Of course, we can switch over. I'll switch over to the pros for a little bit here.
Yeah, if you want to switch over to the Protos, and I'll keep eyes on what is happening involving...
Do
the
you have a
battle.
specific proto you want to watch on their blackout?
It'll be whatever SGR guy is.
there's no SVR at the moment.
Actually, it'll be a tsunami then. Or
Oh, I see
distinct, sorry.
they already went for a pounding person, and it's ART distinct.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
he's
back here,
battling quite well with first. There's a bit of a gap
missed
pulled
the
between them.
breaking point into T1, meaning Sean and Scottson have got back past. It's really close here with this battle.
Among the LMPs, do our commentators what do you think is the best car among the LMP cars? Drivers aside.
Qualifying.
Rickson, we were asked for LPs a little bit, and that's where I was moving to.
The Peugeot is quicker of the two cars, but between the two, from what I've been told, the Audi is actually the better of the two in terms of drivability.
Okay.
And yeah.
I believe the last time I raced on this before tonight was in one of our series races, and I was chasing John. I think it was in the NASCARs, if I'm not mistaken.
That's quite possible.
That was the last time I raced on this track. NASCARs, chasing John around.
From the front, Sean looks like he's pulled a gap to Barcode now. And Barcode and Scott's in.
But are we going to see a similar battle like in Stint 2 between Sean and Scottson going too wide in the bus stop?
Yeah, he ran a little bit wide coming out of T1 there though, so... But jumping
ART
back
and
AMS
and
Merckx.
FCT are battling at the minute, quite hard, going into the first corner, almost side by side.
Fighting as well, but I'll jump on board with that battle between Distinct and who is it? Distinct and
FCT.
Oh, Axel. There's Axel.
Gonna try and get there. Oh,
Distinct
bumping
trying
each other a
to
little
get
bit.
Oh!
Carver's lapping the last now of the
back. Carver.
GT. Craviator. I apologise. Craviator is catching up on back markers now from the GT.
Look at him going 3
Ooh,
wide,
yeah.
going 3 in the stretch now for the top 3 in the GT class.
And that was whoever that GT, they were just like an Unku running wide left on the way out of that turn.
And we're going to see how the Porsche faces off against these Vipers here. It's going to be a battle.
The Viper was definitely the quicker car in qualifying, as I believe the top.
Look at Scottson and Sean going too wide in the NASCAR corner.
But Barcode's trying to find
With
a way through as well.
Barcode as well looking for an opportunity on both of them.
Because Barcode's able to close that gap up with the fact that he
Begins-
has slipstream and neither of the two in front of him do.
3 wide. Look at that.
They're going
Well,
almost to end of turn 1. Scotton's losing out, but he's staying on the bumper of
Yeah.
Sean.
Kermit has just come into the pit lane from the battle he was in.
Some great
Meanwhile,
racing
down
in
to
GTs.
the wooden spoon right at the back of the field, there's a battle going on between Arexis and Ashiris.
So, John, what's your thoughts on this kind of close racing in Forza?
Oh, sorry to interrupt there, but Ashiris goes for a move up the inside at T1 on Araxis goes for a move on Ashiris there. And makes it stick.
Here comes the first lapping of the Protos.
Massive clump of cars here.
There
Between the
is.
Protos and the GTs.
Oh, hello, Rossi.
They're cars, aren't they?
Rossi has turned up in chat.
Welcome to chat there, Rossi.
Howdy, Rossi!
Oh, LMP is getting all the better of Scottson and Sean in the bus stop.
To answer your question, Haseo, I have very little experience with this kind of multi-class, multiplayer racing. You can see what happened in the FTC races. I just fold up.
up at the front here, Craviator isn't.
Now I'm talking
pulling the
about
gas in that
what you
speed stop
think
like-
of it.
Oh, what I think of it? What I think it's definitely awesome. Yeah, I love multi-class racing in the real world. Watching those LMPs, work their way through the field, and the competition as tight as it always has been in the GT classes. It's always been one of my favorite types of racing.
Meanwhile, up at the front of the Protos, Craviator isn't pulling the gap. We've seen that car pull before, with Distinct and Axel chasing him down.
Thank you for the folder, as we are in Santi.
We're used to, at this point for those guys going and disappearing. Also,
It is Dark Sir. We do have Johnny Wana in the commentator's booth.
Oh yeah.
They've got me tied up in a corner over here. When are you going to let me go?
we've had him kidnapped since his last race with us.
I know. They're feeding me cheese and talking rain, so that's
made a mistake on the way out of bus
Good
stop,
diet.
allowing Axel to get the run on him around the outside, going through T3 and T4 of the Daytona of the NASCAR track. As they
Side
come
by side.
down to the line here, Axel is just ahead. Distinct keeping it committed on
Keep it clean.
the side there, and gets
Done
them
really well.
gets the
Fantastic
pipes
driving.
back. That's properly impressive side-by-side
Absolutely
racing.
fantastic driving.
Speaking of sports, let's go over to
Let's go
Barcode
scrap it out.
since John do fancy himself those nice 911s in this race, probably.
Yeah, that's definitely something that makes it even more exciting is being able to watch my favorite brand compete out there. Now, if they can just go for the win.
And that
Since Barcode here is actually in the top 3 of the GT class, running up in 3rd place right now.
the Porsche is competitive as a car for this race.
Oh yeah, fun fact, one of our drivers class down in D lobby actually got first in their lobby with the
Wow.
Porsche.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic in the Porsche.
That was back in Stint 2. They got pole. They got first in it.
Was that metal?
No, it was Crow.
Oh, Crow. In the Porsche, fair enough.
Yes,
Fast driver.
Crow won that. Matt is currently
Because Ren did well as well.
When
didn't
did
he?
they do a
In,
fun fact now, FS?
In his lobby.
Matt's
He almost ran out of fuel or something.
third for Lobby Coast in Lobby C, and then for Lobby D, our teams are in second in GT and somewhere else in GT which hasn't come round yet.
Well,
Yeah.
if it gets put into the spot where I was, it'd be 17th or 16th.
Metal is currently
Don't
at
quite know where it's.
13th.
13th, wow. I wonder if he's going for a long pit.
I must say, Metal, considering how scared he was, how worried he was going into this, is doing well.
He's done amazing. Yeah, he was. I think he was our fastest qualifier for our team,
Yes, for the he
which
was.
is driving the Corvettes for the FTC team.
Those
he was
three at the
definitely-
front of GT are still close together with Barcodes back in front of them.
We got Barcode in the lead right now in front of Sean and Scottson.
Both Distinct and Axel making little errors coming out of the bus stop there. Both of them running just a little bit wide.
Did you hear that, John? We currently got a 911 in the lead of the GT class here in the A lobby.
Yeah, they're through the corners. It's gonna pick up ground through all the corners, provided it can hold that speed through the long straights here. It should have an advantage, I would think, on the infield.
Yes, in enduro racing, it's more about being patient and waiting for small little mistakes and just take the opportunity if you're close enough.
I can tell you from personal experience at Le Mans 2016, those Porsches are so loud. They're one of the loudest cars on the track. even compared to the LMPs. The noise they make, it's both stunning and painful.
I bet it's quite a sight to watch in real life for similar kind of thing to this.
Yeah.
Screaming around the cars.
Yeah.
There aren't very many battles going on at the minute. There's this close battle going on between Distinct and Axel, and then there's the battle going on at the front of that, the front of GT. Also, thank you for the follow there, Hoosier. I saw that come up on the stream there.
That's true there, I'm
That's
just
a lot of
Kurt.
track.
Everyone's got a bit of a gap, haven't they? There's a bit of a gap between everyone at the minute.
At the minute, yeah, it's sort of just...
Not many scraps going. Some
I don't think
fantastic
nobody
paint,
wants to
isn't
mess
there?
up. During their stint, I think they want to play it safe, and hold their own and save the battle for the end, perhaps.
Hoosier's come in and started supporting Barco because Horizon.
That was my tactic. Just stay out of trouble and keep plodding along.
Jeremy also...
I wasn't going to get any races.
Yeah,
That's
wait
how
for
I
somebody
roll,
else to make a mistake and then take advantage.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, the joke used to be was a stable internet connection would get me my points.
One of the GT cars that he was going up to lap. Who was that who got involved with him? It was SSR Starlord got caught up with Craviator down at T5.
It's currently causing ART problems.
ART
They've gone past him now.
Now up in the lead, and Axel is in second.
Where's that put?
When Scott is trying to look here now, barcode for
the
top of GT, coming out closely on the outside almost. Staying close to the bumper now.
Axel and Distinct bounce off of each other as they go to lap the GT car of Kermit's there. At least I think it was Kermit. It was a black BMW, probably Kermit.
Craviator's got quite a lot of gaps to make up again now. He's lost a lot of time in Eaton.
Yeah. But I believe Craviator will have the consistent pace over these two, especially with them battling, to be able to close that gap back up.
Now, how many members are on each team, and how many stints does each member sign up for?
There is a limit of 5 members on each team with 12 stints.
12 stints total.
Total, yes.
So each person will get 2, and a couple people will do triples.
Yes. Yeah. But I believe in some teams there is... There. Darkser answers most of the question in chat there.
I see. Yeah.
For instance, in our team, we've got 2 doing treble stints, and then everyone else is just doing 2 stints.
All three of our teams are doing that, unless Hooper's only doing 1 stint. But something's happened to Axel while we've been discussing that, because he's dropped back down to 3rd in the prototype category. Meanwhile, AMS Mercs and VNX Castaway are running pretty close together as well. So we're just going to keep a little eye on this now.
ARC's pulled quite a gap now over Craviator in second.
Is up into T1 there.
See, where do we have Mercs? He's currently running 11th, which means 5th place in the GT Cars Hermide. Currently got a battle with Castaway.
And then further back was SSR Starlord and LS Unku battling as SSR
Yes,
Starlord
he is, Nelly.
To T1.
We got Mercs and Castaway colliding a little bit in turn 5.
Trail of cars, 2 cars behind.
I think it's the 2 fastest lap time FS, but I think Darkser can probably tell more about how the qualifying works.
Qualifying is the 2 fastest lap times of a team. So
in our case, we had me and FTC Rue and FTC and Metal Gauge
All
doing it.
qualified.
Metal beat me, so his time was took over. Him and Rue's time were combined to make
No, it was
our
him
grid
before
position.
Was it you or Rue who was quicker?
Rue was quicker, so Rue was quicker than me.
So
And
instead
for a
of
while
being-
we were last. Metal Gauge coming, smashed it, and got us 1 or 2 positions over it.
Yeah, he was saying that the 40.9 he set in qualifying was the second to last lap he did.
He just pulled it out of the bag out of nowhere. He was lapping 45.
Right, but sometimes you just get that one good groove in one lap. And sometimes in qualifying, that's what matters overall.
Yeah.
And the pink Porsche really putting the pressure on that Viper.
It is.
Yeah.
Watching and waiting.
Sometimes in endurance rankings, it is just stay in the slipstream, wait for a mistake, and then make your move. Rose is calling him like he got lucky. Ooh, and LP got
contact.
an inside there, inside of Castaway, which Catherine not entirely anticipating the LP going inside.
They come up so fast.
They do.
They're so quiet as well. When you're in your car and you know, like I was in a Corvette, it's got quite a noise in it.
Yeah.
And them LMPs, you don't hear them coming. By the time arrows have come up to tell you that there's a car coming,
Yeah.
and they've passed you. It's unbelievable how fast they fly past you.
The one thing
The Gemini is now leading the stint. Gemini
Nice.
is leading the stint. And
One thing
Metal
I
Gauge is in
noticed that
P12.
don't like
So-
about Gemma. The thing I don't really like about Forza Motorsport 7 compared to Horizon is in Horizon you can look around and match pose where you're looking compared to here in Motorsport it's stuck in the
Sorry.
way you're driving.
Sorry to cut you off a bit there, but Craviator has closed back up to ART distinct at the front. Hey.
Hey.
Huh. More
Yeah,
Dino Dad.
the two up at the front of the LMPs now are getting close together. I think they might start fighting
There's
here
a
in
massive gap in third, isn't there, between second and third
a minute. Yeah.
in the LMPs. They've pulled away really well. I don't know what happened to FCT. Got to get that right. Let's not get that confused. To FCT. That made him drop back so far because he was in second, wasn't he, for quite a while after the mistake by Craviator. So he's obviously had a bit of a bad luck, possibly lapping some of the GT car.
What is going on with the LMP car? LMP car. As I'm double checking that, making sure no position changes have happened.
So much to do when you're behind the wheel here. Watching your mirrors is obviously a priority, but it's you got to look at what's in front of you.
Exactly, especially
That's
when especially coming to the
Pay
bus stop and
attention
if you're
to what
paying
you're
attention.
doing. It's one thing I got told. Pay attention to what you're doing, and if they're faster than you, they'll come by you.
Yeah.
Welcome to Shatter Typhoon, nice to see you as well.
Max is still in P3 for the Lobby C LMPs.
Now, when I was speaking to him earlier, he was literally just hoping that he didn't finish last in D lobby, in C lobby. By the sounds of it, he's having a fantastic run. And what are we now? 40-ish minutes into the stint.
Yep. or somewhere about
35s
Yeah.
roughly.
Yeah, and I know they had a little bit of problems starting his stint. It was about 20 minutes late.
I see that B Lobby's not started their stint 4 yet.
that. What?
If you
Wow,
go and
that's
check
quite a
Delta
long
Live
delay.
TV, you can see it.
Onku and Orishus are busy battling out at the back of GT right now, as that with the Lightspeed Esports car and the I don't remember who Orishus is driving for. I'll need to double check that in a minute. Meanwhile, up at the
Craviator and
front,
ART
ART
really going at it.
Distinct and Craviator are still really close
Oh,
together.
almost nose to tail going through that corner.
Mhm.
He's looking for his gap, isn't he? He's going to get him surely at any
And
point.
look
he's gonna
at
get
the
him.
Barco just making ground on Scoutson and Sean. That Porsche is starting to fly as he's getting into a groove.
Is it similar to your Porsches, John? Have you got any Porsches that are similar to these cars? Obviously not the LMPs, but the GT ones. Have you got any that you've done up?
No. No.
What year is your
the closest
Porsche
I-
again?
My
The new
Carrera
one.
S is mighty fast, but it's nothing compared to these RSRs.
Sorry to cut you off a little bit there, but Craviator is looking towards the inside of Distinct, but backs out of that move, going down towards bus stop. I had a complete mind blank on what that corner's called now.
That's the only one I know. It's a nightmare corner. That's
It
going
is
to
a
stick in
nightmare.
my dreams.
Also,
Going through
who's
the
that
bus
who's
stop.
just come out of the pit lane? And AMS Mercs has just come out of the pit lane, but behind Castaway there for 13th position in overall. But we'll keep an eye on this battle up at the front of LMP as they have to start weaving their way through traffic now.
Yeah, what year is the newest year your Porsche is? Not the old one, but the later model one. What year is it?
It's a 2012, so it's the first year of the 991.
Which means it's actually pretty close to these cars because aren't they 2011 this?
2011, 911.
So these are your car on steroids.
Yeah, to say that it's the same car. I mean, my last track day, I was on track with a GT2 RS, and I was putting in pretty good laps, but he came up behind me so quickly that it was just amazing. He lapped everybody in every session, and then ended up complaining about me because I didn't pull over quickly enough for him. How rude!
Oh my goodness.
That
Not
sounds familiar, doesn't
everybody
it?
is good at racing and have good spatial awareness in racing that you just focus on not to go off track.
Going to drop down.
Yeah, just like in racing with you guys in FPCR.
Sorry to cut you off there, but as I join the battle right at the back of the GT field, they're side by side going through the banking, and still side by side going up towards the start finish line as LS Unku jumps into the pit lane to get out of that battle. Sorry, that was just all of a sudden side by side on a banking, which I wasn't expecting.
Oh lord, what's going on in Shadow between Blackout and Daytona?
Yeah, I pride myself on being a clean driver in Forza and in real life. And so on a track day, I really do keep my eyes on my mirrors. But at the speeds that you're driving on track day, you also really need to be looking ahead of you and thinking about your driving inputs. So it's a balance.
If you're in the corner, you're not going to check your mirrors.
No, you're waiting for somebody to flash. You know, you're checking them on the open straights, and otherwise you're concentrating on driving.
Here goes. Oh, pit stop shenanigans! Scotty just got sent
Three of
in.
them have come in on the same lap.
Yeah, and we have
Again.
pit stop shenanigans, which may cause some interesting instances. So I'm going to stay with Barker and see if we get any pit stop shenanigans. Yes,
Darkseer
we
is
still
asking you-
get some. Oh my God! What?
John, Darkseer
Did you
is
guys
asking
see
you a
that?
question in chat there.
The pit stop just smacks Scott in front
Scottson
of
has
Barcode.
Scottson has jumped him in the pit lane.
I got overtook in the pit lane in race as well, funny enough.
Meanwhile, Craviator is still looking for a way past ART Distinct up at the front.
They've been scrapping for
Look.
laps, haven't they?
Look,
Loads of laps.
Dive up the inside there. But
I think he's going to get it. ART's come off onto the grass. Craviator's got the spot.
this thing ran wide and out onto the grass coming out
Yeah,
of
that's
T5 and just
big time pit stop shenanigans, and I'm glad I continued to watch that because that's just very odd that Barco just flung underneath Scott's at the exit of the pits before they even started racing again themselves.
Some of these cars got some evidence of the scraps they've been in. Some nice dents and some scuff marks up the side. The paint jobs don't look
Somebody
quite
have the
as
time
clean
to
as
actually
they
try to
had been.
clip that pit stop unless it's too late?
Meanwhile, jumping back a little
It's
bit
Barco.
further in GT, ART,
He's fighting hard.
Kermit and Eagle are running next to each other, both in M3s. There's just a little bit of a gap between them for the minute.
Because
Oh,
what cars
Carburetor
are in
is
the
in the
GT in this?
pits.
What?
What cars are in the GT in this lobby? Is it just the Porsches and the Corvettes the same?
Porsche, Corvette, Viper, BMW.
So yeah, we only had 2 in our lobby.
I don't think we've
Robert,
seen
you
it. Is
have all
there a
the
Corvette
cars.
in this field here?
What was that, John?
Is there a Corvette in the field here? I've seen the
Yes.
BMW, I've seen the Porsche.
It's
and,
SSR Star-Lord is a Corvette,
SSR Star-Lord
and
and
IG.
AMS. are driving
Arexis IG are both in them. And I believe NWR Dan is in one as well, possibly.
It's
And they're-
SSR Star-Lord,
they're-
Avarexis
they're-
IG, and probably, as you said, MWR. Yes,
NWR Dan.
we got 3 of them.
Did like the Corvette. It was good fun driving it.
Oh, it's a handful.
It is indeed, yeah.
You'll be surprised, with some tuning, that thing can actually be a really stable car.
Which car?
The Corvette. I was using the tune. It's a fantastic tune, but it was a bit nasty when you hit the curves. So I did switch to Genji's tune, and just a bit softer going through the curves. Kept me consistent, kept me on the track for most parts. That's all I wanted. Fantastic.
I had to sort of
Very,
yell
very
at
drivable.
Genji for his tune because his first tune was 4 gears, and for me that was messing up my brain with the gear sound. Since a lot of the time I drive by engine noise as well by my downshifts and driving with braking. So when it was a 4-speed, I was just struggling.
That was in Gemini's tune, wasn't it? The 4-speed, because I did.
Yeah,
I really
but
liked that.
I got him to tune it to a 6-speed for me.
Gemini's was
Yeah.
a 4-speed.
But yeah, I had a
Yours
6-speed
was
version
a
of
bit
his tune.
softer.
But Barcode is still stuck behind the SV Scotsman at the minute.
Has he not got past it? They've been battling for a while again, haven't they?
He's still stuck behind him.
It's good, consistent driving, having the pressure of another car sat behind you all the time.
Who started with a little bit, but gifting a position to IG.
But look, Barcode is looking to try and get
What's
around
happened
the
to Carl?
outside down at T5, but
What's
that
happened
got
to Craig
cleared off.
Has Craig Yates pitted?
Yeah,
'Cause
Craig
Yes.
Yates.
Really far. I'll be right then. And ART hasn't pitted. There's a massive
Oh.
gap between them.
Barcode's got a better run coming out of T6, coming onto the banking. They're side by side right now.
ART is pitting. ART has just pulled into the pits.
At the minute, Barcode is ahead, but only by about a nose length of the car. This is
Craig Yates on the last
Oh yeah,
bank.
fun fact is,
See where I
we can
come
probably
out.
tell you this now, John, is
Barcode has got back ahead of Scotsman.
Is that a no?
ART is just exiting the pit. Craig Yates catching up. Who's going to get by? Sorry. Craig Yates, he's got through, yeah. He's got through. ART has come out behind. Right, sorry about that, carry on.
yeah, like I said, is next in stint 5 we're doing, see John, is in the night and not in the daytime.
True. It is the night stint next. And on average,
gonna be
it's got
awesome.
about a second slower per lap at night than they are in day.
And here comes one little
You'd
piece.
think the lovely cold air would help.
Unless you're some freak and you can do like stupid consistent lap times, whether it's night or day.
Man, that LMP coming right through there without just not waiting a second. He's got the moves.
the LMPs are so good under the brakes compared to the GT cars. You can just go for moves like that in braking zones.
In every single way, isn't it? Every single way, they're just phenomenal compared to the GT cars. On the corners, in the brakes, they go by you at any point. Some points you wouldn't even think it's possible, and they'd fly by you.
I'm at start left now as well, because my voice is starting to go. Which is fun.
And the skill of these drivers that are able to reel these cars in, I mean, I would just be a mess in an X-Class car.
They are scary. Yeah.
I think a lot of these people will be running no downforce in their car and then running it with traction control as like a backup.
Welcome to Shatter, McQueen.
Which makes it a lot more drivable.
I think
Ooh, we got too wide by Eagle and Kermit in the bus stop, and Kermit seems to get a move done going too wide.
BMW versus BMW.
It's a similar story that we saw with Sean and Skelton in stint 2, doing exactly the same.
Yeah. And Sean is still there with them as well.
Quite nice to see the LMPs going past the GTs so cleanly. That have pumped them or pushed them out the way. There's been not many incidents between them.
Had a poor exit to T3 there, but just stays ahead going down to T4. But Scotson's working round the outside, and that's allowed. This is all allowed Sean to catch back up, and that other Viper. Scottson just can't catch a break from him being in battle.
7, 8, and 9, they're all over each other, aren't they? They've been like that every time I come back to them. There's hardly any gap between the three of them. It's been like this more or less the whole stint. That's some intense racing. I was hot lapping by myself, and that was bad. Couldn't imagine being in a race like that.
Of course you were.
They must be sweating. They must be sweating that pressure. There's just, you have to deal with it in a different way.
The always fights in any lobby will be close. That's why they set up different tiers of lobby for the different tiers of skill, so that there's always close racing.
And kudos to those that actually do the breakdowns there, that are matching up the lobbies, because that's a fine skill by itself.
It's usually based off of qualifying, and then the qualifying that they set determines what position they're in class, and then they'll split it up. So
there's no real judgment then. It is strictly a numbers game.
For this race, it's 6 protos and 13 GTs per lobby. And
Darks are there. They're saying over 300 drivers. It's a wild managerial exercise. Yeah, I can't even.
That sounds like a headache.
Also, Metal left to go and host Stint 4, and he got told at 4 o'clock UK time this morning.
Well, he's usually up at that hour anyways, isn't he?
No, not normally. The only reason he literally told me
the only point the sugar runs off on him, isn't it? The only point is calm, not screaming at everyone.
Hey, boss man.
Was because
we got Jax in the commentator or in the chat.
What was that?
We got the boss man, Jax.
Hey, Jax is in chat.
Can't believe it. Seth filled all these. How close he
And
is.
hello, Stussy.
Yeah.
Now, has Stussy contributed to these paints, or who does the painting of these liveries?
I don't know.
Each team usually has their own painter to paint.
Okay.
So PTGs probably might have been done by Stussy, but I don't know. Ours we were done by Typhoon.
Our two GT teams were done by Typhoon. Our LMP, our proto team was done by Heiko Nyan. And
Some very talented painters in there because these liveries are fantastic, aren't
Yeah.
you go to the top 2. There's a bit of a gap between them now, Darkser, but go up to the top 2. Heiko, not Heiko. Ben.
We're on board with number 1 in LP at the moment.
Oh,
Of
in
course.
GT.
Any,
Go to
any
GT.
news how the other lobbies are getting on?
Go over to
NG?
GT.
I was just going to do both for you, Darkser.
Oh, for my goodness, 70 viewers.
70 viewers, fantastic.
Gemini is still.
I think the
leading.
highest I've seen during this stream was like 91, 92.
Gemini
I think just as I joined, it was 90 odd, so
is
probably helped kick a few away.
It's gone up and down. It depends on if people are also talking or not, if they're counting a viewers sometimes.
Gemini is leading the stint, and Metal is running around in P13. For,
Yes,
Nice,
he
he's
is
done
hanging
fantastic.
out with everyone too.
and it'll give me a minute to.
Fantastic job done by Metal.
Yeah.
Thank you there,
He's supposed to be
Darkser.
just a commentator, he can't be a racer as well.
Actually, you'll be surprised. He's actually pretty quick.
No,
And
I
Matt is
don't want to
still-
admit to that. I
Matt
don't want to be
still-
beaten by a commentator. Oh,
P3 in the lobby for
he's doing fantastic, isn't he?
properly. Anyway, I can show that. So, shut that down. Why have we suddenly got suits in chat?
Soup, I could eat soup.
Yeah, sort of there's a little delay in this secondary camera, but that's due is Genji here is streaming to his Twitch, and I'm using his Twitch for a secondary camera, so there's a little bit delay. That's why
I
I
wondered
see.
what that was when I saw that. That's quite impressive. I did see that earlier on. I was thinking,
I'm
where's
back
that second
to
stream going?
Mercs and Rusty now, because these two are fighting. Rusty is looking for a way past on that Viper, but the Viper looks just to have that much more top end coming out into this oval.
So it's 200, nearly 300 feet between first and second, and nearly 1,000, well, just over 1,000 feet between second and first. There's quite a gap building up now between some of these drivers.
And yeah.
Yeah, but let's say Barco is holding on tight on first place in the GT group.
PT Stuzy B, socially distant.
Stu's he is definitely socially distant. That's how far away he is.
Meanwhile, from what I've been reading in our team chat, Crow's busy talking about feminist phenomenology. That. And it's like, what? Just Crow things.
Crow being Crow. Quite a close race between 12th and 13th in a minute, between, who was that? SRR and AMS. They're having quite a good fight at the minute.
It's Mercs and Rusty. It's the second bit of the name.
I know, I can't see it. It's moving so quick.
Rusty is ahead now.
LMP
Sorry.
pushing up behind them as well, just
Rusty
to make it a
made
bit more
made a
complicated.
move coming out of T4 and
Oh,
got ahead
fantastic.
of Mercs, going
And managed to not get
side
taken out by the LMP even. That's amazing.
LMG. Nice.
Get there
Another
eventually.
mess up. Haseo's doing the whole thing, and then we're changing the rest of the streamers out. Fully plan to do the whole 24.
I believe you get Metal back for the next one, don't you?
Yes.
Metal is doing two
And-
stints on racing, so he's not there for full 24.
But he's back for the next
Yeah.
He's still
commentary
doing
stint,
full
isn't he?
24 technically. Meanwhile, I've gone back up to the front of LMP where Distinct and Craviator are back battling again.
And I believe John might be sticking around for the next commentary stint as well, aren't you?
Yep, I will be. I will be here for the next couple.
Yeah, you'll be here in stints 5 and 6 at least.
He'll
So thank you
do
very much for
one,
taking your
two-
time to be in there for like 6 hours with us.
Hey, thank
It's
you
very
for
much
inviting me.
appreciated.
Well, at this point, it's more like next 5 hours, but
Yeah, I was talking about in general how long it actually lasts, Genji.
Don't start nitpicking.
towards the end of this stint,
We
he's
know what he
doing-
meant.
Yeah. Oh yeah, John,
always
just to also notify you, one thing is stint 7 and 12 they do run on time, which means that's why people cannot double stint 6 and 7, since they run those exactly when they're supposed to keep the overall event in order of time, to keep it not like delayed for an hour or two after it was supposed to end.
So
Nah.
does that mean at some points there could be double lobbies running? Because I did wonder that with there being quite delays on lobby A
They
in the
did
first
that.
stint.
They did that at Indy, where they were running these stints.
Ah.
And it's the pressure has just got to be crazy. I mean, in real life, I can't imagine running more than a couple hours out there at these speeds.
ART is
But-
attacking. ART has almost got the spot. He's attacking quite hard. Is he going to get it out coming out of the corner? No.
No.
Oh, Craviator just about holds his spot. He did slip out a little bit wide.
Nope, there it is. There it is.
Distinct
Oh,
is
almost.
trying.
They were under.
Distinct is properly on the back of Craig now.
Okay, yeah.
And meanwhile,
They've been like this the whole race.
that group is still running nose to tail.
How much longer have we got on this stint? What are we now, about an hour-ish, just over?
50. We've got just
We're
over
roughly
50 minutes.
halfway through the race.
Yeah. And they've been like this the whole race. It's some concentration, isn't it?
Mhm.
There's no
Yeah.
way. Honestly, it's
Because
absolutely ridiculous.
Distinct is still fighting for first in lobby.
Let's see, he's on 68% fuel. How's Craviator doing for fuel? They're running pretty close. They might be like
Back in the G.
1 or 2 laps between each other for when they did their first pit stop.
The first of the GTs, they're still in that snake of 3. They've not hardly broke any gap between them. They're all lapping almost identical. And that's it. Once again, they've been at this for 50 minutes, and there's hardly any gap, or any
Just waiting.
mistakes made by anyone.
Yes, while I've
So
been here,
three-
there hasn't been an incident.
No,
Actually, this
I
is
think
the
there's
one of
just
the-
3 cars in that.
ART Distinct has made it past Craviator. I didn't catch what it was because I was having to check other stuff. But
Honest as well. Craviator's back on the attack though. Is he going to get it? There's a.
Ooh,
left
and
inside as well,
Distinct
that's
got
annoying.
the move
Oh,
done.
times. Oh my word!
Neo has moved on to that battle.
But
I'm
here
gonna
comes
drop-
Craviator getting on the
So
banking
they're
here
fighting
now.
each other and overtaking the GT cars and kept it clean. That was amazing.
Barcode is having
That's
to
some
run
go.
defensive lines in that Porsche to be able to hold the Vipers off.
Is it 2 Vipers behind him?
Yes.
Yeah. They're quite quick up the straights, the Vipers.
So's the Porsche. They're all 3 of them are decently quick down the straight.
I know I was getting about 190 something out of them. Maybe a bit more even.
Mhm. The
I was
Vipers.
looking at dealing with Sainty, trying to drag him along if he was going to lap me at any point. Oh, ART's gone wide. Craviator's
Think
managed to get
run
back
wide,
first.
I still have the map open here so I can tell if any battles are going on. But there's literally the 2 battles we have now that are going on, and that's it.
It's the lead for the LMP and GT.
Just 2 trains. One's more cars than
Ooh,
the
and
other.
Craviator got them positioned back as well.
Yeah. Distinct ran deep, so
I don't think this battle's over by far.
it really won't be.
They've been changing every, 5 or 6 laps minimum, haven't they? It's been entertaining watching.
Yes, just stay in the slipstream and just focus on going for the length of them. Focus on going long distance instead of fighting over who's in the lead.
It's
So
so
side by side between 7th and 8th RZR and
Sean-
Sean and
It's got
8th.
8th and 9th.
It was side by side. It didn't quite manage to make it through.
It's
Constant
unbelievable
fighting
how
between-
consistent these guys are in these cars, though.
Oh, and the patience it takes to hold on, to wait for that moment rather than just to push. The judgment.
Well, that's it. The last thing you want to do is make an unnecessary move to get the overtake and crash.
Exactly.
It's all about patience. All about getting your times in, your distance. So silly moves isn't going to do nothing. If you finish 8th or 9th and you're only a metre or 2 behind, you'd save your team. Whereas if you crash doing a silly move, you could cost them the whole series.
Yeah.
Yeah. The temperament of the endurance driver is a unique skill compared to sprint driving.
It is indeed.
Right back between 17th and 18th, there's a little bit of a fight going on as well from the looks of it. But
Jump back and have a look.
yeah, you can have a look at that.
So that's between.
Yeah. In any cars of
just-
Forza, you'll just any time where after 70% is when you start to feel the grip fading. Is that correct?
78, yeah.
If you're brave, you can probably run to about 80.
You can run to about 80, yeah.
And then it does make it a bit ropey.
Welcome to Shatter Concig.
Oh, yeah, Koenigsegg's answered it in chat for you.
I think it's all about
I mean,
driver
they-
preference and, like you said, how brave you want to go and how you can keep the car in control when you're running about.
Radiator's pitted. I think this is the second pit, is it?
Yeah.
So yeah.
You can stop.
The thing is, what you got to think is you've got to get your pits done within an hour and a half window.
The battle
Yep,
at
3 pits.
Close as ever is there's a move possibly on for Scott's in on Barcode, but the 911 just has that drive out T5 to be able to pull and stay ahead of Scott's in.
Are the pits required or just based on judgment?
No, you have
No.
3 mandatory pit stops.
It's
And you
because
have to do them before the last 10 minutes of race. So the race is an hour and 40. You've got to finish all your 3 pits before the time hits an hour and a half.
Okay.
it's due to the fact
Because I believe the Porsche is not particularly good on fuel, I think. I heard someone saying.
some of the cars.
I think Corvette and Porsche are the ones that's closest to potentially
Well,
running
my
fuel.
Corvette, I could have ran maybe 50 minutes in the Corvette, 40, 50 minutes, I think. But I did hear someone saying the Porsche wasn't particularly good with it.
between Eagle and the 3 in front, let me get time.
Oh,
gaps.
yeah, it's quite.
Distance gap, should I say?
He's currently in NASCAR branching now, and the leaders are in the first turn.
So the one to watch is Craviator because he's made a second pit, whereas
And meanwhile,
all the
Here
other-
goes Eagle
Oh,
into
he's
the
having
pits.
popping off here at the front of GT with Barcode and Scott's in side by side with Sean right behind them. This is really close up here now. Oh, and Barcode gets on over the other side of the curb and loses it. Sean gets
Just
past
gets
both of them.
it. I just get it on my screen as well at the end as they.
That was big. That was big.
Yeah. This is how similar the pace of all 3 of these guys is that any little mistake can cost you massively.
I think the only one who didn't lose anything was Scotty because he was in second. It was Barcode who lost the biggest, while Sean gets the biggest win of
Yeah,
getting the lead of it.
it really is.
Radiator's
cocky.
currently back up to 4th and he's fastly catching on 3rd position after his pit stop. But he's definitely done one more pit stop than top 3, so I expect him to come out in first once everyone else is pitted.
I'm gonna go back up to Craviator and just have it running with him for the minute while I go and take a real quick break because I need to get prepared for my next stint as well at the same time.
Now, as a driver, do you prefer to be in a chase position or in a lead position?
I will actually
Defending
prefer
or
Have the lead
chasing.
position.
I will rather have somebody be chasing somebody than being in front of them. And Unku is currently in the last place 13 of the GTs. I think there's been some incidents with Unku.
Normally, I prefer chasing. I learn a lot from chasing. I don't like the pressure of being attacked constantly. I can't deal with it.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, few races, me and John, when you went behind me lap after lap, I would normally blow it. Just gets a bit much. I am getting there with my racing skills, but
Yeah, I suffer from the same thing. I'd rather be putting the pressure than feeling the pressure.
exactly.
Hello, Sarah.
Just fall to bits under the pressure.
Yeah, I don't feel the pressure long. It goes by very quickly.
We had some fantastic races while we were doing the NASCARs and the 70s, 80s. Always close between us. Although
Yeah,
you definitely
we're
like the
fairly well
NASCAR more. It was definitely better than the NASCARs.
Yeah, I suffered a lot in the
Seems like
NASCARs.
Unku is
more
in the
comfortable in
chat
other-
while he's in the pits, is what I'm presuming. Yes, my presumption was correct
Someone's
of him
talking
being
in the
in the
pits.
pits. Yes, Unku is currently running. No, it's just him being slow. And he wrote that while he was in the pits.
We got another Robin. It talks.
No.
Driving.
I'll not call that a Robin because he was in the pits not driving.
Barcode's dropping off the back of that from the looks of it.
Where's that? It's quite a
Yeah,
cluster.
Barcode's
Between
dropping.
nine
And here goes
and
one of the
nine.
LPs outside.
Cluster. Some great driving by Craygator. Zipping through them GTs. It's like them.
Yeah,
That
don't
look
have
all
any
over the
fancy
place.
comments
It's
like that
honestly
there, Jobbert.
So we have about, is it right, 14 minutes left in this stint?
Roughly. My timer was... I was not ready with the timer when it started, hence it's
About
not
40.
entirely accurate.
Because it started late, therefore it'll finish late.
I'll do a rough estimate of when it probably is accurate. It's just giving everybody in the chat a rough estimate when this stint is over.
Estimate, yeah.
So I would think as we come up towards the end of the stint, we're going to see people pushing their luck a little bit further, trying to get that better position before they
I
close
don't
out.
think they're aiming for the position because they're going for distance.
Most of the time, no, they won't be.
Our two cars have just pitted.
It's a
8th and 9th have both pitted.
Oh, we got another
So
pit stop
it'll be interesting to see when they
shenanigans.
come out. These two have been battling for the whole race. See where they come out.
Barcode and Scottson have
Scotty's come out. I think he's going to get
Oh,
ahead. Scotty's
another.
gonna get ahead in bits.
Scottson was
Scotty's ahead. He's just literally punched him off the track.
Scottson was ahead going into the pits. That's
I
the
was
thing.
ahead going into the pits. It wasn't very clear.
I think I don't think he
Yeah,
can.
he's managed to go back out ahead, but now they're side by side.
They've come out
Rusty's
in the
come
middle
in
of
the
that.
mix as well.
That's the thing.
I think the only thing he can think good is he didn't do a pit stop, which means he's not doing an extra pit stop yet. He's just having to suffer a little bit of damage. But this
Also-
means he will likely be in third place when he's coming out of the pits. That's the only thing.
There's an update on our teams. In Lobby D, our GT teams are second in GT and wherever 13th is in GT. So
Fantastic.
8th in GT. And in Lobby C, Max is currently still in third.
Phoenix 8 in third. Fantastic going.
Oh, yes,
Absolutely
he's
brilliant.
just gone to the pitch and dropped down to fourth place.
they are running about 10 to 15 minutes behind this lobby, I would imagine.
Right, I'm getting
Here
on it.
comes Rusty right on barcode.
Scottson is ahead of. Scottson must have
It's got quite a gap between Barcode now.
No, barcode was
Sean-
right behind Scotland anyway before the pits.
Where is Sean going to come out in relation to this? Because he's in the pit lane at the minute.
Craviator's back up to second now, so I would imagine that means that
It looks like Sean might have made a mistake on his lap. Because
Seems
he's
like
come out
Sean was a
well
lot of places there. Where will he be on the map? Ooh, he lost a
Sean
lot of time with that
well
incident
behind
going to the pits with
It
damage.
looks like Sean had an incident somewhere.
FCT is FTC Axel is still not pitted. He's
TC?
put in FCT. Get there eventually. FCT Axel is not pitted, so he's still out in first. But I would say your real race leader is Craviator, who's currently in second. And got not a bad gap.
Zombie, I don't think it's because Renault's not updated his Twitch name compared to his gamer tag.
I wonder what happened to Sean then in that lap, because Sean's dropped back quite away from Scottson and Barcode. Because they're just coming out for banking now and he's only about halfway through.
Oh, that Porsche's so pretty.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, Craviator's got quite a gap over Distinct now, so it looks like that fight's over it.
Rusty is currently running in 13th place, which will mean 6th place in the lobby for GT.
No, he's currently who? Rusty?
Yeah, SSR Rusty.
Yeah, he's running 11th, not 13th.
No, he's 13th.
Craviator.
11th.
Are you sure?
GT cars.
Double check it,
Both come out, there we go.
you pillock. He's running
Since-
around 11th.
John, have you ever gone to this track in real life?
No, Daytona is one track I have not been to.
I know you've
It's
been
on
to
my list.
quite a few, haven't you?
Yeah, no, the scroll bar is broken, by the way. Rusty's in 11th.
Go and check him, since I currently own him and he's 13th.
If you check the position whenever you change cars, he's in 11th.
No, I am on the
Yeah.
car and it says 13.
I've got Rusty in 13th as well.
As Castaways may run off at the end down towards T5. Has he taken damage from that is the question. No, he just runs straight on down there. Okay. Anyway, getting back up to Scotsman and Barcode.
Scotsman Barco being overtook by FCT Axel. Is he going to pick this up?
Welcome to
Imagine
Shatter,
that
NASCAR
one
fan.
left before the shots. FCT, he's still not pitted. He's still gone. He's going another lap. Has he had his 3 pits? Is there any way to check that?
He won't have had 3 pits. Not at this time.
I would have thought so, but he'd have
Who's,
been.
are you thinking about
He's running out of time.
Axel?
He's got 10 minutes.
Stop.
He's pushing it right to the end of his allotted pit window
He will be.
because 10 minutes before the end, you have to have had your 3 pits, and we must be coming up to that now. So I imagine the end of this lap will be the pit.
How about how do we work regulations on corner cutting and so forth? Do you guys run the FRC regulation mode or
no.
just kind
The-
of nitpick, or-
Track limits that they set up.
Tora
Okay.
have their own track limits that
Which
they
100% stay towards, but they let it get away with. Plus, yeah, FRR doesn't work for a timed race. So
So it's pretty much a gentleman's agreement or
They,
honesty.
as long as
More
two
the bus
stay on the
stop.
curb. Yeah, pretty much. It's
Pretty
as long
much
as
the
two
bus
Dark
stop
just
more
notified here in chat
comes
is
They cut.
You-
It cut too much. Yeah.
FCT is he's still not pitting. FCT Axel is still not pitted. Wonder how long of the lobby we've got left.
Yeah,
It's
as
got
Dark
to be really
said,
pushing it. It's going to be very
yeah,
close.
but he still got like 15
Mhm.
minutes, so there is good amount of time still.
Oh, so there's
25.
15 minutes left,
No,
right.
no, he got still 25 minutes actually. So we got 33 minutes left of the
Yeah.
of the race roughly.
Oh, that makes sense then. That's fine. Thought it was a bit closer to the end than what we were.
On the overall, I mean, obviously the racing is really clean. I love seeing that.
Meanwhile, Barcode, just coming back to the racing at the front of GT, Barcode is trying to find his way past Scottsdale as he looked to try and go around the outside at the beginning of T3, but there wasn't enough room to be able to.
I mean, even in Lobby D, which is the slower races, as they put it themselves, and as I put it, we were obviously the slower and the least experienced, but it was still very
10 minutes
clean racing,
NASCAR.
which is quite nice.
Not necessarily least experienced, just slower drivers down in lobby.
I mean, for a lot of us, it was our first time. So there's only, I think, 2 in my lobby who'd done it before.
And you'll
Obviously, I
see-
can't speak for all the other. Yeah, I can't speak for all the other stints from my lobby, but it was really clean. It was quite impressive. Nice doing it. You know, you don't get punted about and you don't get wrecked.
That's something
No,
I
it's
really
good to
appreciate.
see.
Racing at this level, it's mandatory.
Oh, we had a
Exactly.
word about a disconnection somewhere.
somebody,
Oh yes, we had Niju Hachi. Niju Hachi is disconnected and he's 6th place in the LMPs.
Jeremy's disconnected.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, so close to the end as well. I think they've got some sort of equation they do for disconnects, haven't they? An 80% equation or something like that, I believe.
Yes, NASCAR
I don't know
fan.
what it is exactly, but I know you do get miles for even if you
There's
disconnect.
32 minutes left to the end of this stint in a rough estimate. My clock is not 100% accurate.
Yeah, just like in the Forza Dakar, I mean, you've got to be able to hack the driving. You've got to be able to hack the connection. It's all part
I
of it.
wish I'd thought that. That sounded amazing. I'd find out about that afterwards. I was like, oh, I'd love to have done that.
That's
Oh,
so
John!
cool.
John! Why not inform Darks what this Forza Dakar is while you're in the voice chat here with us? He's wondering.
Well, Forza Dakar is, it's just for fun. It's competitive, but we don't keep track of points or anything like that. And basically, what it is a mix of
Also, Axel has just pitted. Sorry to interrupt there. Just there's an update on the leader. He has finally come into the pit lane.
Yeah, Forza Dakar is it's the most grueling and challenging off-road racing that you'll find in the world of Forza, as far as I know. And we do it on my shows on the Forza channel.
I believe we had Crow in there, and we had Max in it, and I did hear that Crow got hooked up on a cliff.
Metal and Genji's
and
there as
got
well.
very angry. Yeah, quite possibly Genji as well.
Doing everyone.
It's something I'm going to try and do, but unfortunately children get in the way of having fun. They want food when I want to race and have fun.
And NASCAR is asking how this is. There's not a lot of desert in Forza.
The thing
Oh,
is,
what was you think? Was you bashing around on the beaches then, John? Just up and down the beaches? Was that where your race was, or was it over everything?
it's all over the place. We do.
It's really all over the place. It's probably in general very little road racing. There's very little roads. Some roads are used, some dirt roads, but it's mostly considered really difficult extreme cross-country racing. I try to build some stages in the sand that are more reminiscent of actual Dakar stages. When we get to Lego in a couple weeks, there'll be some crazy dune stages. I promise you that.
You're making the
have to
best
try
of
and get
Horizon as best you can for Dakar.
Nobody keeps track of scores unless you meet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not tracking points per race or anything because it's not real organized racing. It's just whoever shows up, although we do have quite a few regulars.
How would one go about joining that? Because that sounds right. I love Forza Horizon. I don't get to bash around on it very much.
Except for when you're doing your Forza Photography Thursdays.
Obviously, Forza Photography Thursdays.
On the Forza channel, check the schedule there, and throughout January we're doing the Forza Dakar, and then in February we'll move on to King of the Hammers and Trophy Andros. So ice racing.
I'm doing trophy.
My forte on Forza Horizon is photography. We do Forza Photography Thursdays, where you get FTC Sergio telling all your photography tips and needs that you might want, and me just being an idiot. But that's good fun as well. So.
Similar to that, I am my own idiot for my shows.
Yeah. I watch your shows quite regularly. I mean, I've missed the past couple. Been a bit hectic over Christmas, but I do watch your shows quite regularly. It's good fun.
Yeah, I'm also having quite hectic as well, since I don't just play Forza, since I'm also part of another community in GTA 5 on PC, where I'm part of a custom server on a thing called 5M that I'm part of a staff of. So that takes a lot of my time as well. Plus a daily job.
Can't
Yeah.
GTA 5.
I had to put GTA 5 down because all I wanted to do was just fight the cops.
Back to the race for a minute 6th and 7th.
Alright, Darcy, you have a good stint 5 in C.
Scottin are still batting it out.
I'll send
As
me
he goes through the bus stop.
Or yes, such.
Is Scottin going to get that coming out of there? No, not quite. They've been scrapping for position the whole time.
Yes, this is stint 4.
Oh yes. I'm gonna say if you want to close that second tab, just for now, so I can wrap up the stream. Just because.
Yep, it's closed out.
Are you about to start a stint then, Genji?
Yes, I am doing 5C, so I will be in the same stint to start as Darkser again.
Good luck to you, my friend. Bring it home for FTC and FRM.
Yep. So it's
And it's
whenever
been
I get
fantastic
the invite,
talking
I'll
to
be-
you.
And thank you also for being here, Gedgy, helping out being a secondary camera for me.
That's alright.
I can't believe I've been actually hanging out and talking with Genji. That's a Forza first right there.
As well as he's being your channel master in your own Discord as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you like his new name that he's called himself?
Oh yeah, FCT Banana.
I've been just ignoring that.
I'm getting confused, all these Fs.
The first day he did it, I was like, are you going to be Channel Master Banana now?
No,
Yep.
I've had to just politely ignore that. Otherwise,
He's joined the dark side, John. He's joined the dark side.
I mainly
nothing
did
I
the
can
name
do
for
about that.
meme.
Got to go their own way.
The name was memes more than anything, but
Yeah, just for the fun of it.
yeah.
Oh no, there's nothing for fun about it all. That is directly to inflict pain upon me. He knows exactly what he's doing.
It was just the
All in
first.
good fun.
To be fair, it was just the first word that came to my head that could follow FTC.
Oh, there is something wrong.
I would imagine mine would have been sausage. Because that's my go-to word. When I get stuck for a word, I say sausage.
Then we have the mispronounced spelling of sausage on Johnny One's plate in Horizon.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Sorry to put in here, but Castaway is busy trying to find his way past Rusty as they go around the banking
Yeah,
at
it's
the minute.
still not too far behind the Phoenix, so he's still keeping up.
So he's got in front.
He's
Fantastic.
sticking his nose in there.
Is
Sean
it
keeps
for the first couple of corners?
Something happened to Sean before his pit stop, meaning he dropped back quite a long way. I don't know entirely what happened, but something did.
I think a good word that it might be an LMP.
It might.
Is Rusty being lapped?
No, he's currently battle with
No,
Rusty.
Right, it's an LMP. I wasn't sure.
Oh, you pillock.
There's so many cars all over the track.
It is. So it's not always easy keeping track who's where.
Meanwhile, back over the front, Scottson and Barcode are still really close together.
Craviator is still in first, and he's pretty much been there the whole race. He's had a few little sticky moments, but consistent all the way through. Hardly put a foot wrong.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic driving. It's so impressive. And then the Axel. Did I just see that right? Yeah. FCT Axel's in second. He's doing really well. So what happened to ART?
Speaking of which, Scottson's just come in for a pit stop.
Wonder what happened to ART, because they was pushing for first for quite a while.
So it looks like Barcode might have this one with the fuel he has left, but it depends on how much.
I don't think Borg has done his last pit stop.
I mean, what? We're what, hour 20?
Close to time? Must be closer to the cut-off window. So if he hasn't done it, he must be doing it any time, I thought.
Sean's just come out the pits as well.
Yeah, ours was a little bit crazy early. We had 5 people in the booth and we figured that was too many.
Yeah, we did at one point.
We've just had
But hey, we learned from our
IG,
lesson.
in 50th, IG's just pitted. I think he should. Is he going to come out ahead of Dan? Yeah, he's still going to come out ahead of Dan, so he still gets 15th. And NWR Dan stays in 16th. And there's quite a gap between them
Barcode
and
making a
VNX
mistake
Castaway.
there. Sorry, Barcode just made a mistake coming out of the bus stop.
Is that giving anyone a chance to catch up? He's still far away ahead, isn't he? There's no
Yeah.
car around. Yeah, he should be alright there. As long as he keeps it clean, he should be alright.
Yeah,
Assuming
Scott-
he's pitted.
So he has a gap.
Assuming
I
that
see there's
Barcode-
actually a timer on the screen. Wow, not a pay attentioner.
Yeah,
It's a rough estimate of the
yeah.
time they have.
Since I have to start it myself roughly when I know the race on my end is starting. Since
So.
it's just to give everybody a rough estimate of how long the stint is, then like trying to look on the watch yourself like, we started then and do our head counting. It's to help out for everybody.
Yeah.
Rough within seconds or rough within minutes?
Maybe 1 minute off potentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one might be slightly further off because
Yes, I know.
you got
That's why I said maybe. I mean, the other one has been roughly under 10 to 30 seconds off.
And going back towards the battle between Rusty and Castaway, they've both had their pit stops now, and Castaway has come out back in front of that battle.
As a driver, if you're in the stint, are you looking forward to the end of your stint so the pressure can be off, or are you wanting more?
Well, surprisingly, it went really quick for me. I thought it'd feel like ages, and
Barcode has
I thought I'd
just-
be clock watching.
Barcode is in the pits, everybody. Keep an eye on the gap between him and Scottson.
Something to watch.
Scottson-
Thought
Currently
I'd
on
be,
Scotland
clock
now,
watching,
and the
but
yellow dot here on the map is Barcode.
Scott's in the green dot.
Again. He's coming towards the end.
Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, he's got out in
He
front.
gets
Wow.
out, but
Is
then
he
the
gonna
question
stay in
is,
Oh my
ooh,
word,
that's
almost
close.
Barcode has jumped Scottson in the pits.
That means Barcode has done a very robust
cold
outline
tires
with
is gonna
not been
cause-
battling Scots in.
Solo's quite happy.
Cold tyres versus warm tyres. Surely you would imagine that Scotsman would get his position back very quickly.
The thing is, the tyres can warm up really
Can I just
quick.
say it's on my way?
So by the time we reach here, tyres are warmed up already, pretty much.
The question is, can Sean make a comeback and battle it out in the last 20 minutes? Within the last 20 minutes?
Have you been having alcohol?
Who? I have. as soon as I finished, I started.
Tayo's just repeated himself.
What I've seen.
No, I
say
do
is
like that
completely
sometimes, but Genji, it happens.
Of course it does.
Back to what you were saying, John. I say it depends because I say even at the back it went quite quick. This whole race, obviously, I wasn't battling anyone, so it's probably quite hot. It's a different story when you got someone on your backside the whole way around.
But this also sometimes causes you to improve yourself and actually become faster with somebody battling you.
Yeah.
That's how I normally get my fastest laps, being chased or chasing someone. Is I pick up lines and I get quicker for it.
But here comes Scott and diving on the inside of turn 1. Can Barco do a move on the undercut? No, he gets losing out.
Yeah, stay that in the lead.
Yeah, I can
Great
imagine
fight
that
here.
anything when you're busy, time flies. It's like if you're busy at work, time flies. When you're busy racing, time flies a lot more than when I'm sitting in the booth with you guys.
Are you trying to say we're boring?
No. But, certainly it's a different feeling when you're busy driving. By comparison, as a spectator,
Yeah,
time goes
indeed
by
it is.
and-
Yeah.
Joining party now.
Yeah, indeed it is. Like I say, it was it definitely flew by while I was racing.
I shall be backing out of the call now, as I've been
Good luck,
invited
man.
to
Have
party
fun.
for next stint.
Stay
Good luck.
clean,
Have a
stay
great
well,
drive.
enjoy it.
Hopefully, yeah. We'll get back to you probably at some point between stint 5 and 6.
And then number 3.
But soon Metal will be joining us back again.
Yeah, he got me far if I finished. If he's gone to time, he got me far if I finished.
See.
Looking forward to hearing from Metal.
Yeah. Now I want to thank you guys each for showering before this.
I just
We're all
did it for
trapped
you,
here.
to be fair. I wouldn't
Okay.
normally do that.
Seems
I have been tied
like
up over here on the side for hours now.
What are we up to? Still.
Lobby D is still running.
Axel, FCT Axel's in first place. When did that happen? What's happened to Carver? Craviator.
And
Alright.
Metal's actually running 13 in his lobby, the one that just did a quick glance on Bugtide's stream, with Metal running in 13.
So that's 8th overall in the GT. That is impressive going. He's gained some spots. Why is Craviator in second? What's he done? Has he made a mistake?
Let's go and
ART.
check. I also go and check on him.
Distinct. is
No,
in
he's
third.
been to the pits.
He's been to his
He's on
Why is he in the
96% fuel, so he's just recently got out of the
He's
pits.
just pitted. Wonder if something happened to him. Why is it FCT? Is he pitted 3 times? What's his fuel like?
He's on 63, so he might need another pit stop. We'll
He should
see.
be right. I think they've missed the pit window. How long's left? They've missed the pit window, haven't they?
We still got 5 minutes on pit window, roughly.
On the 5 minutes in the pit window. He should be alright, unless he's not pitted 3 times. We'll find out soon. It's going to be intriguing to watch because that would be quite a surprise. There must have been an incident or something that's caused Craviator to have to pit again, maybe. Something
And our next stint is in the dark, right?
Yes, I believe it is in the dark. This track looks great at night.
Oh yeah, the lighting for this. I remember writing about that when Daytona came to Forza 6. Yeah, the work that went into the lighting of this track is just a ton of work.
It is impressive. Yeah, I mean, the weirdest part is going into the bus stop where it's pitch black. The one bit where you could do with a few lights, and they haven't put them there.
Yeah, I wonder what's up with the. I mean, the lighting should reflect how it is actually at Daytona. So I'm assuming that's the
Imagine in
way.
real life, yeah. I mean, I race the internal vision, the inside view of the car when I'm racing, and going up the straight before you go back at the banking. You can't see. It's just the light flares the whole time, and then the flashing lights all the time. It's really off-putting. I couldn't imagine it in real life.
Now that brings up another question: are the drivers in this race forced to drive from cockpit view, or can they choose their own view?
They can choose their own view. I know some people run on the bumper and on the bonnet. I quite like doing it inside. I think I do it inside without the steering wheel, even though I'm on controller. But it does create issues with glare from the sun and from mud, etc.
Mm-hmm.
That splashes on the window. Oh, FCT Axel is just he's just pitted, so he must be on his last pit. So we'll see where he comes out now, compared to Craviators took first, and is Axel going to get second, or is he going to come out in third? Pretty close.
Might be close. You kept playing on that one. I'll keep watching on Scotland and Barcode.
Yeah,
Still battling down to the
ART
GT
Distinct
class.
has come out in second. FCT Axel has come out in third.
Which Distinct is currently the second place in LMP prototypes.
He's in third place. Oh yeah, no, sorry, yeah, Distinct.
Distinct,
he's in
yeah.
second, yeah, sorry.
And we had
Where
a
did
second
you
feed.
drive?
We had a second
Where
feed
did-
on the screen there. Where did that go?
It's because Genji
that was-
is left for his lobby, and he was that secondary screen.
Okay.
What view do you like to race with, John, when you're doing Forza racing on Horizon, etc.? Do you like to do inside and see all the details they put?
I like cockpit view once in a while. It's fun in the Forza Dakar races because you're getting bounced around so much it makes you want to puke. But otherwise, I'm pretty much a third-person perspective.
See, Sean is
Third-person perspective.
currently at the halfway mark in the in NASCAR turns as the other goes on the pit straight. You see, here's Sean, and here up is Barcode and
Barcode
Scotland's
and
after it
Scotty
one
still
that he
battling.
had. This still in third place.
Barker and Scott have been battling for the whole hour and 40 odd minutes we've been streaming for. They've hardly let off at any point during the stream. Every time we've gone back to them, they've been battling.
See, let's go
And
over
let me correct
this.
myself. I said third person. That's how I usually talk about
Castaway
myself.
and Rusty.
I mean chase view.
Well,
Yeah.
if you want us to
Johnny-
follow somebody
Johnny
else,
comes
give
with
us somebody
drink,
else to follow.
Would like a drink.
Your viewers can also help us to show somebody to follow, even though they might be alone a little bit if you want to watch them. Of course, we want to show
I
the
did try
balance,
and
but at the
talk
same
to
time,
myself.
if you got teammates you wanted to check on, watch them race a little bit, let us know.
I would try and talk to myself like that, but my wife would slap me down for being too big-headed. I know my place, put it that way.
I often wonder what the neighbors think if they could actually hear me out in the garage yelling sometimes. They must think I'm crazy.
To be fair, we can see what you're yelling at and we still think you're crazy.
Yeah. I know what I'm yelling at, and I think I'm crazy. It's a special skill.
And I think now the
gotta be
pit
at least
window
somewhat
is
crazy to
closed
be
for the
screaming.
mandatory pit stops.
That's it. So anyone who's not pitted now will get a penalty, I believe. I'm not sure what the penalty is, but there is definitely a penalty.
A spanking.
That might be worth not pitting if that's the penalty.
Welcome to Shadow, Amos Beast Shadow.
So currently in LMP class, we've got Craviator in first. He's got quite a distance between him and ART Distinct in second, and then we've got, once again, quite another big gap between him and FCT Axel in third. And I believe they are a fair way ahead of fourth place, which is BD F48 Gaming. In fifth, we've got AMS Tsunami. Unfortunately, the sixth LMP driver disconnected quite early on in the stream, didn't he? And then in the GTs, we've got Scotty Barcode, who's been scrapping the whole way around the track. Sean in eighth. Kermit in ninth. Eagle in 10th. Castaway in 11th. Rusty in 12th. Mercs in 13th. AW Rexus IG in 14th. NWR Dan in 15th. And Starlord 16th. Erishan in 17th. And Unknu in
Oh, that's
18th.
Unku. I think it's how it's.
Unku.
Yeah, I think
Unku,
how that's the
yeah.
easiest way to just say it. I'm not sure if it's correct, but Unku, I think is the easiest way to say it straight out, unless somebody can correct us on that.
I'll take
Now,
your word for it.
even though the race is for laps only, I think the pressure's got to be on those drivers. If somebody's in your sights, the desire to overtake has
It's
got
still
to be
there.
real.
It's still there. You're like, I want to catch that guy. I want to get close to him. I want to battle him. If you're,
That's-
I
mean,
also
look-
like having someone to battle and at least have somebody on my side than just racing alone.
I mean, not so much in this, but when I run in real life, do big races, no matter how far I've gone and how tired I feel, coming towards the end, I will always pick someone to try and beat. However much I've got to try and finish, I will still try and beat one more person, even if it makes me feel sick or I've got a potential of crashing. Getting that urge out of you in this and just keeping consistent for the last 5 or 10 minutes, it's a big thing. To break that
To keep
urge,
that
just to chase someone, is hard. You don't
Yeah,
want to
but
slide
everybody
up
gets
to a
tired of
wall
looking
and
at the
wreck your car.
backside.
Exactly, yeah. So, worst thing you could do now is slam into a wall and wreck your car. You got to put in extra time compared to the compulsory 3. You've lost 30 seconds. Whereas just taking your time, waiting for that moment to go by, you might have lost 1 or 2 seconds. And that can make all the difference in positions at the end when they've added everyone's distance up.
And this is a team play, so you're not just letting yourself down. You're putting your whole team into a position that's going to be more of a challenge.
That's it. The pressure's on. I mean, you know, the poor people who disconnect. You know,
But that's
however
outside their
good it is,
control if
it's-
they're
disconnect.
disconnecting.
It's hard going. I mean, it puts pressure on the rest of the team. But all you got to do is just stay connected, keep consistent, not crash, and fingers crossed. The rest of the time.
That is crushing. Having experienced it, well, we've all experienced it. It's just crushing to be disconnected when you're waiting, to do one of these races that somebody set up.
Yeah, so much time.
I'm
and
gonna
effort
close
goes,
battle.
We are disconnecting our other team who were in the Porsches are disconnect in stint 3 and a disconnect, and all the time and effort has gone into practicing for these. Yeah, there's lots of time. and effort.
Oh, this
Laps
thing
and laps and
bins
laps.
it into turn 2 and losing
that?
it and giving it to Axel. This is the prototypes.
The Proto, oh my word, Axel.
Yeah. This thing just
He's kept
clips
up.
this thing hit the grass after turn 1, goes right on the grass, giving Axel the position 2 of the LMPs.
Do you think
Yeah.
he can hold it?
No, he just hit the grass
How
and
long
went
was that?
wide.
No,
He
what I'm
didn't.
saying, Do you think he'll be able to finish in this spot? Will he keep this spot for the rest
It's
of the
going to be a
race?
close, interesting battle. If it's a big question, does Distinctive have enough time with like roughly 4 minutes left of the race before they have to
All
stop?
he's got to do is make himself really wide. Dimes has been quicker for the whole race. Sorry, Distinct has been quicker for the whole race, but 4 minutes, a couple of laps, make yourself a bit wide. You never know.
I was just going to say the traffic there was going to make things interesting, but they made quick work of him.
But look, now this thing's already alongside of
Side by side.
Axel.
Oh,
So it's going to be an
I almost wanna
interesting
see
turn
Axel do
one.
it. I want to see him fight it out. Don't want him to give up. Just fight it out. Keep it going. Take that pressure. Ride it out to the end.
Oh, he's going for the inside.
Oh,
Oh!
side by side, skidding through the corner. Oh, he's been stuck in the sand. Oh, no way. FCT Axel.
There he goes.
Oh, I think ART's let him back in front, which is really nice.
Yeah, Distinct.
yeah,
That was a
yeah,
racing
yeah.
incident.
Distinct. I apologise for that. Got his
That
name
was
wrong
a
few
racing
times,
incident of, and I think it was also forced a collision physics of just when you're on that side, you have no control of the other car suddenly. Oh!
Oh, what's happened there?
There
He
was
just
an
shot off to the
I
side.
think there was an incident in the
Oh.
King.
For no reason, it looked on my screen. He just disappeared into a wall almost.
He just turned off there.
I think that was maybe either curb or might be some contact. Let's get some F's in chat for that.
I want to go back to
Genji says it's the
Oh.
curbs.
Scotty and Barcode. They're still scrapping at it. I mean, there's not much. Scotty's got a bit of a gap.
That was.
But
Let's
a
go
little bit
check.
of a
Did he
mistake.
get any damage? Luckily, he got no damage, but he lost a lot of time.
Well, that takes care of that battle.
It
That
does,
was
but
unfortunate. It's just a bit of luck, and he could have had a spot that he might not have been expecting.
with 2 minutes left, does anybody in chat want to watch someone specific person?
We're down to the last couple of minutes here, which could mean any minute we're wrapping up this stint. I would like to see that Porsche pass the Viper one more time.
Yeah, he's roughly got 1.5 minutes to do it, so can Scoutson keep himself together for this? Oh, never mind, that was roughly 1.5 minutes off, and there the race ends.
Nah, okay.
That when they stop like this, that means they are over, and they cannot move because the lobby has to have to write down the results of their distance.
Tell you what, that was some racer, wasn't it? They were,
Yeah.
they were clean, they were consistent, there was hardly any incident the whole race.
And then right at the end there, plenty going on there at the top of the LMP pack at the end of the
Let's
stint
see.
there.
I
Let's
know,
get a
you
map
just think
bar.
another 30 seconds.
Oh, he
and Axel
just
could
at
have
the
had
end of the bus stop. Here is Sean. There are the top two of the GT class.
there's hardly anything between Axel and ART distinct. Another few seconds and he could have had it. He must be gutted. He must absolutely be gutted, I would be. Poor bloke.
See who's the host for next lobby.
Where have we got now? So,
Will be Eskiar
And
Juko.
Scottson managed to hold out and keep a spot. Look how close they were at the finish. They both stopped and there's barely a car between them. Scottson and Barcode.
I'm going
They
to
were
step away
scrapping
for a
for the
minute
whole
and
hour
give
and 40
as
minutes.
many kids in between here. I'll be right back.
Okay,
That's
well,
fine.
you take it easy, man. I'll probably be gone before you get back. So, nice chatting.
Yes.
And hopefully, we'll do it again one day.
Oh yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here.
No, that was fantastic racing. So, I appreciate you having me over in your commentary booth. Hasio.
Thank
Hopefully
you
I've
as
not
well,
smoked
Fracture
the
One,
joint
but
up too
please
much.
thank you for being a little bit as well.
Send my congratulations to your fellow commentator, Metal, and I will leave you to it if that's all right.
That's completely fine there.
I am back on track in, what am I, 10 hours time. I'm back on track for a night stint at 9 a.m. GMT. So, fingers crossed that goes well. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I will speak to you all again another time.
I was just waiting for Metal. I think his stint is probably still going.
Tora 24 hours.
I'm not sure since it seems like the D lobby house is currently not available. We're not even halfway through the races tonight, boys, so anything can still happen for position.
Castaway, what's wrong with your head? Let's hear from one of our racers. What, Castaway? How'd your race go? Tell us about it. How do you feel, sir?
That's pretty good going, Castaway.
Yeah, that does not look easy. Now, Haseo, I don't know if you mentioned this before, but is anybody driving one stint after the other, or do they have to swap out?
It's only between 6 and 7, and 11 and 12 they cannot do back to back. On the other stint, they can do back to back.
And so we do have some drivers doing back-to-back races.
I think even one of our drivers are doing
Yes, some
three
are doing
three stints in a
back-to-back.
row.
Also, hello, I'm back.
Oh, Metal Gear's in here. Oh, I'm out of here. Metal
How are
Gear.
you, John?
Metal Gauge, I mean. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to say it right. I know who you are, but I just can't help but call you the wrong thing.
John, you can call me whatever you want as long as it ain't insulting.
You can call me Bill, or you can call me Will. You can call me Jeff. I don't care. Well, there, Jeff. Tell us about your last stint. How'd it go?
It was pure chaos. I heard some jokes that are gonna scar me for life, and well, the Protos didn't know what they were doing. They just did dive bombs through gaps that were
And
not
Metal,
even big
you're-
enough to fit a pencil through.
You're very low on my end, Metal.
Oh God, okay, I'll reset.
I don't know why this is happening to you every time.
had
Well,
it. First stint he was fine, normal level, and then after the second stint I had to turn him up to 100. Or sorry, 200.
He's such a quiet fellow.
He got the
Not.
jump because he was very loud.
Yeah. That's why they keep me around, because I yell a lot.
There. To answer your question, Hesse, it happens every time because I'm constantly switching between recording setup, streaming setup.
Why is it like that then? Why do you all switch like that?
Well, I have to switch because I'm constantly doing recording for the Dakar this month and then FTC, and it's so back and forth. My headset is like, I don't know what to do anymore.
But why do you have different settings anyway?
I don't know.
Is it
It just decides to have a fit and not like me.
I know how that goes. Yeah, there's changing settings. I mean, there's so much stuff to make sure that a stream is in order every single time. There's, I've never actually gone to the effort of actually making something intelligent like a checklist. But you've got to make sure that everything is set right or it will go wrong.
Or the fact that you set it up perfectly until you stream, and then something will break.
Yeah,
So anyway,
whatever
how
you haven't
was
checked,
Stint 4?
that'll be the one thing that breaks.
Very true. Well, luckily, John, you can't get disconnected from viewing this wonderfulness.
Yeah, as far as I know, I won't get disconnected from the Discord voice chat. I haven't experienced that yet.
Oh,
As long as you don't anger the boss, you'll be fine.
That's definitely going to be a problem then.
Or the pigeon.
Yeah. So Metal Gauge, I was asking how your stint went. Those LMPs are so fast. Tell us what it's like to have one of those come up on you.
It's not as scary as what it looks. Like, it looks a lot more intimidating than what it is. The speed difference only really catches you out on the tight hairpins where you're going into a blind corner and it's like, they're going to try and dive bomb you, but are they going to commit or are they going to break? So you're in this weird limbo of like, you break a bit earlier and so do they, and it's like, I'm trying to let you pass and they're like, no, I'm trying to not crash you out.
Are you very, very aware of them and trying to stay out of their way, or are you very much trying to just keep your line?
You are not aware of them unless you have your mini-map on screen, because the LMP Proto cars are bright red dots on your race line. Apart from that, you have no idea they're there until they're right beside you.
And you're getting passed, what, every 30 seconds to a minute, depending on how many.
I was getting passed by a Proto every 2 laps, so not the worst, but certainly still quite a lot of overtakes.
Yeah. Were you able to put some moves on people yourself there? How'd your car drive?
The car, thanks to the alien that is Genji, because Genji, the wizard that he is, I got put up for this event 8 days before qualifying, because that was fun to find out that I got signed up for it. So I had 8 days to practice, and Genji, God bless his soul, put in the effort and hard work to teach me round this track and the best lines to take with the best tune to use, and I put in some really good stints, both over 200 miles in distance, and gained 3 positions in the process, so I'm actually quite happy with that.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much, good sir.
How much different is it going to be here with night coming on? About 5 seconds a lap, or a couple seconds a lap. What's the differential going to be?
Nighttime is sort of like a person-to-person type thing. Like, some people will go considerably faster in the nighttime because They haven't got like the glare from either their monitor or like the backlight of their TV, so on and so forth. Or others will just flat out hate it because you can't judge where your line is during the day, so on and so forth. But speaking from experience, me and a couple of FTC people were doing, well, practice at night. I was 2.5 seconds a lap slower in the Corvette, and a couple of people were a couple of seconds slower as well in the Proto. So on average, things do slow down over the night, apart from those very rare few.
Okay. Okay.
I remember from Le Mans last year, there were some people who were just really quick in the night stints, but then when it came back to the day, suddenly they just weren't as quick as they were during the night. So yeah, as Gage says, it's just a personal driver-to-driver preference thing.
Okay.
But generally, you do have that 2 seconds. You know, those that prefer it might only lose 1.5 seconds. Those that don't like it might lose 2.5.
Does anybody have any sort of reference to IRL racing and what the differentials are between day and night?
Day and night is the complete paradox of one another, because some racetracks are not perfectly well lit. Like in some areas they are pitch black and you need to use your headlights to see, and on some racetracks, especially like the tighter ones or more rural, you use landmarks without you knowing. So like it's either, oh, like brake at this tree or brake at this bit of grass, and you can't see that in the night, so you really slow down until you learn the track. So I would say you have to practice about at least double nighttime stints than you do the day.
That's interesting that the braking points, the trackside braking points that a person has chosen, those are going to be harder to see at night, and that would certainly be a factor because it's going to it's affecting the way you familiarize yourself with the track.
Well, John, I know you've done some track days in your Carrera, and you did it from, well, what seemed like the middle of the day to when the sun was setting. How did you find it once the sun was starting to set with your time on track? Did you notice anything different? Were you driving different?
Well, with track days I do, they're 20-minute stints. So you're, I don't know, I've never gotten to a point where the darkness was really a factor. The last couple laps, I'm really more just aware that it is getting dark, and that means I probably only have 1, 2, 3, or 4 laps left before they call the session.
Yeah.
Never had to run my lights yet, but Pacific Raceways, where I've done my track days, they don't have any lights at all, so it would be completely, headlight driven. So it would definitely be a factor, especially for somebody who's got, a year or two of several track days under their belt. I'm no expert.
Have you noticed like a difference between a really hot day and a really cold day?
When I used to have a Fiesta ST, which is of course a turbo
car.
Oh yeah, it was super fun real car, and definitely you could tell on a cold day you get that little a little boost from the turbo because the air is that much colder.
Mm-hmm.
With the Porsches being naturally aspirated, I haven't really noticed anything there. Although track temperatures on tires, you can feel that on a real hot day. Your tires are gonna get a little bit squishy and feel like chocolate, much more so than on an average just cool day.
So you brought up a really interesting point there, John, because going back to when Le Mans was still open and stuff like that, the turbo diesels of the prototypes of your Porsches, your Audis, your Toyotas, so on and so forth, the engines were actually producing 10 to 15% more power because the air was much more dense and it was able to feed the engine more. So the cars were going faster at night and they were able to push harder as well because it was cooler. So it had less effect on both the tyres and the engine. So
yeah,
it's if you've got that bravery factor to go that quick at night, which I certainly haven't.
It's a thing between night and day. It's not just a person thing, but can also be a car specific thing, a track specific thing. There's, especially in the real world, there's so many factors.
Hello there, Carviator.
Bring it down to one difference.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you think about what does a cold air intake do? Well, cold air is giving the engine cooler air. So if you have cooler air on the outside, it's just a bonus there. And if that's something your car depends on with forced induction, it's a factor. For me, though, the darkness would likely slow me down, but I don't have the kind of track familiarity that a true race driver does.
Mm. But still, you do have on-track experience, and that is something that does go a long way with translating, especially to a more, I wouldn't call it a simulation, because Forza Motorsport 7 is kind of a bounce between sim and arcade, but it certainly does translate between track knowledge and also track etiquette, because me and Teseo have both said when you've joined on previous things like the NASCAR series, for example, you had excellent detection of where people were if like you're about to be lapped and stuff like that. You had excellent knowledge of that, and you were very impressive with that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I pride myself on is being, I don't want to involve myself in somebody else's race. I'd rather give the spot up as somewhat of a noob to multiplayer online racing. I don't want to mess somebody else's race up. I'd rather just give the spot up. And same thing on a track day. Track days are not competitive. So if somebody comes up on you, I want them off my tail for one of the, because if they're catching me, their pace is faster. And I expect the same thing from the person in front of me. If I'm catching somebody's pace, I'm not trying to race them. I just want a nice clear run to be able to use the track to the best of my ability.
That's very fair to say.
Just waiting at the moment for the host to set up this lobby so we can go into spectator mode.
Yeah, just twiddling our thumbs while we wait. But while we wait, I'm going to tell a funny story that not many people know about, the history. Because this is the first time me and John have actually been in a voice call together for the time we've known each other. Now, not many people know this, but me and John became friends when I lost a bet to him.
Oh, what kind of bet did you have?
John was doing a Thumbs Up Thursday stream, and he chose a racetrack which I loathe in Horizon 4. I've never been able to do it without making a mistake. And on the last corner of the last lap, I spun, and John drove past me to the finish line with a smile.
What track was this?
It's the one by the castle. I can't remember the name. It's the one that looks a bit like
Princess Street?
No, it's the one that looks like the Australian Grand Prix. The one by the beach.
Oh, Bamborough.
That one.
Yes.
That is the track I loathe. I refuse to do that because my
Have you been killed by a curb too many times?
Oh no, I just flat out spun. So my punishment for that was to make a video in John's honour, which I did.
And we've been together ever since.
Very true. And then I started bringing more and more people along, like Genji, who just blitzes everything now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was serious. It was a serious turning point in my career when I met you. Looking back, I think it's for the better.
Yeah. Well, John.
Keyword there, think.
John, you've also brought a side out of me as well, where it's going public, doing new things, and it's nice to do new things. Apart from edit the Dakar videos, those things are a nightmare to edit.
That's got to be a lot of work. I appreciate your support, man. It's great. One of the things I'm so thankful for in what I do is meeting all kinds of different people that I would likely have otherwise never met. And some people stick around for a few weeks, some for a few months, some for years, some forever. But it's that passing of of personalities and getting to know people as you can through the online world that I really, really cherish. And Metal Gear,
John,
I'd say that's because of you, man.
Well, John, stopping moment, I can honestly say I am so glad I met you because you're one of the most honest, genuine people I've I've ever met, and I honestly hold you very highly. Not only as a content creator, a streamer, but just as a person in general. And you don't give yourself enough credit. I will say that.
Well, if I could just get your name right, that would be a starting point.
Well, as long as you vaguely recognise me, I'm happy.
Maybe, Gage, you should just change your whole branding. You're now Metal Gear.
I've changed my branding twice in a year. No.
You could just add AKA Metal Gear at the end.
Oh God. I get
Well,
called
anyway.
Metal Gear on your streams. I get called Gary on FTZ streams.
Gary?
Yeah, Infernus and Sergio are resident photographers who teach people how to take better shots and that you can do it without years and years of like.
I think the
photography
lobby
courses.
host just realized we did not have spectator
Yeah.
mode.
They call me Gary because apparently I sound like a Gary to them. So yay.
Oh, here comes
I'm gonna
Sonic.
Add that to the repertoire then.
Hello, Benny Hill.
Oh yeah, and Queen Tonic or SSR Tonic calls me Benny Hill because I like to run around in circles in Infection, which is just funny. But anyway, we're seconds away from Stint 5. Oh my God, is it Stint 5 already?
Metal, did you run 2 stints so far then, or just one?
He's done. He's done.
I've done 2 stints.
So you're done.
Oh yeah, I'm done. I am now with Haseo for the next, what, 17 and a half hours? 18 hours? Nah, sorry, 15. Yeah, my brain is already shutting down on me.
No sleep? No sleep breaks for either of you between now and then?
No, me and Haseo are a double duet. We start together, we finish together.
Isn't that special? Now what are you? How are you going to manage?
Well, we're going to manage that with caffeine and food that takes less than 3 minutes to cook.
It seems like we already have a restart.
So this is the start
Yes.
of stint 6.
5.
Or I mean,
Stint
oh
five.
yeah, it's
Yeah, Stint 5.
we have.
Jubit wants us to say toes, okay? Toes!
Toes!
Tonic, go to sleep. I know you have race stints. I don't want you to be tired because of me, because that's just someone else to blame something on me for. But I will say, when the infection hopefully gets under control, I will visit you, John. I will buy you a big bag of cookies, and I will try and do a burnout on your drive in a tricycle.
Hello there, Royal Ace.
You are welcome then. Let's that's one more reason to hope for COVID to be done.
You're not joking. Okay, no problem, Tonic.
I just built a new connection with a racing team in Seattle that has a garage full of so much amazing stuff. I'm hoping to be able to share that going forward.
Is that the post you've been posting of like the classic Ferraris and stuff like that?
This is a different house. Another very wealthy person with really good taste.
Oh, I don't know. You have 3 beautiful red Porsches, so I would say you have good taste.
I just don't have the money to be able to buy the stuff these guys have.
Judging by that, it's possibly in the 7 figures.
Yeah, if you want to Google something cool, look up John Goodman Racing. Some pretty special stuff there.
I've heard of that.
And just for the record, it's not John Goodman, the actor from The Big Lebowski. It's a wealthy Seattle realtor person.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Rare and expensive. Okay.
Are you looking at it?
Oh, yeah, there is some beautiful classics.
Uh-huh.
And from every era as well, from your classic Vets to your Cobras. That is beautiful. Speaking of which, how's your project car going?
Tomorrow, let's see, Monday, I get the last of the welding done to the floor.
Oh,
So that means the interior will go back in it, and then I'll tidy up a couple of the things that I've just been letting linger mechanically, throw some new tires on it, and we'll see. But I was waiting. I ordered the floor pan piece that it needed on the driver's side back in June, and
yeah.
the house I ordered them from kept telling me, "Oh, it'll be in 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks," and then I finally told them just to forget it,
Yeah.
and ordered it from Etsy, and it was here in a week.
That isn't that just the way?
Yeah, it was crazy. So yeah, it was, is this the start that we're seeing right now, or is this
Yes.
a warm up lap?
This is
I think they're a half of formation lap, not a full one.
yeah. They
Yeah.
go at turn 3.
The exit of turn 3.
Which
indeed.
means that big U-turn, as you currently
Yeah,
forging
which
later
means
right now.
after this, now we will instantly see a pace difference because as we can see, some of the track is not as well lit. Oh, and there's a bit of a delay from TPR Boket, who gets caught napping on the start line. Mr. Jack following closer behind. Night racing is certainly not some of these drivers' forte. You can tell by the way they're bunched up.
Then the question is, did they practice for night if they knew they were going to do night stints?
Well, that's the thing. Night driving is deceptively evil. You think it's going to be the same, but your vision changes, your perception changes, your distance and item recognition changes. Like, for example, at bus stop, that braking zone is not lit, so you can't see that tyre wall coming at you.
Oof.
And it makes you sleepy.
That is very true.
Oh, did one of the... Yes, one of the LPs held twitch there on the NASCAR banking, losing out. At least it didn't spin out or crash.
That is true.
She just had a major twitch, lost a little time, and recovered quite easily.
Royal Ace, it's because I keep on switching headsets
Oh,
left, right, left,
we've
right.
got a crash at start finish straight. One of the GT cars was spun. It was a red Viper, I believe.
It looks like ESV Bullet.
Yes.
Yes,
Bullet.
ESV Bullet, who is being let past by Roberts, who I believe caused the incident. Well,
Yeah,
I'm just speculating.
He was
here.
trying to go up the inside of the little curve at the start finish line, and he wasn't spotted, and so they wasn't left the
I will
room, and
keep this
they got together.
battle right now on bow tie, as I need to go a little bit of bathroom break.
Well, it's certainly needed with the time that we're on. Believe me.
Take your time, Haseo.
That is so very, very true. But here we go. Bobbitts is currently trying to fend off Solar, who is looking for a move, but he's being very cautious as bus stop is just simply just not lit. It's not lit whatsoever in this track layout. And in chat, let's see, Craviator says, go Spoon, go. Tonic says, let's go racing. And Hoopercar says, hi job.
Oh, hello, Hoopercar. Hello, hello.
Hoopercar, I love him to death. I've known him for nearly 3 years. I like to call him anime boy, but, well, anything really works. But no, Hoopercar is a very, very good friend of mine. He does suffer with, you know, struggling to open up to people, so I brought him along to your streams, and, well, he's flourished ever since.
Yeah, he's a wonderful social type.
Hypocrite, don't name me in chat. I will name you back across the internet. Okay? Behave.
No real identities here. We're all under our internet personalities.
Which one? I have several.
Yeah. Just depends on how much energy I have and where it's going. Sometimes it's in my control, and sometimes it's not. Kind of like driving.
That is true. Let's see here. The GT cars are taking it a little bit easy. They're still going full race pace, but still trying to.
They've sort of
keep it
spread out a
safe.
little bit.
It's spread
Not
out a
much at
little
all.
Yeah,
But they're not going
they're
side by
taking
side,
it over.
slowing each other down.
It's like they've all taken their positions and they're building their speed now, gathering their senses in this dark environment.
I think it will
Precisely.
take about 20 minutes to half an hour before you see these cars really start to try and attack one another, because it takes roughly about 10 laps before you start picking up on new break points, new attack zones, and where you know you can get away with a lunge. But speaking of lunges, Awareness is trying to go on the move for OTR Ryujin, and they're trying to go on the outside at the start of turn 1. They're going side by side. Awareness very aware of what they're doing. Obvious practice in the dark, but Ryujin is still fighting back, but does not have that low end run of the monster that is that Corvette.
Yeah, good move. Getting the cut back in turn 1 and then holding it around the outside in turn 3.
Ooh, nearly got clipped there by B-Shadow.
I've just seen the headlights come through on the shot.
That
Oh,
was
that poor
a
cone.
Royal Ace in chat says, Metal, I actually flipped, then like 3 laps later the game said screw you especially and tried to disconnect you. Well, we're glad that it didn't fully. Mr. Slothatron says jump on the front 3 of GT. We would, Mr. Slothatron, but our cousin, well, our resident cameraman is currently taking a pee.
Currently
So-
riding on board with
so give us
Solar,
a
who's
minute.
in P4 for the GTs. He was closing up on Boberts.
Not just that, but Beast Shadow is also catching up to Ryujin. That BMW, it's got all the handling, but it's got no power to back it up, especially on a what I would call a power focused track like Daytona. Because apart from bus stop where you average at least 60 to 70, the rest of the curves you're taking over 170, and that BMW just does not have the speed to compete with, especially the Viper and the Corvette.
Metal Health.
Sorry, John.
How important would you say aero is on this course with such a mix of the tight infield and the high speed bank turns on the outside?
Now that is an interesting question, because I would have thought with how tight the infield is, I would have said very, but after my Yoda and Luke Skywalker moment with Genji, he sort of slapped me across the head and said, don't be done. These cars have so much mechanical grip with the tyres and the lack of weight.
The
that
fourth commentator.
that grip alone takes you through the corners. So you really, on this track, you set your aero to very minimum.
You really need to maximize that top speed on the straights going into the bus stop and into turn 1, so you'd run pretty much nearly minimum aero.
Royal Ace asks, who is the fourth commentator? Well, you've got yours truly, Mr. Gage. You've got a wonderful Norwegian co-host, Mr. Haseo Storm. We've got that Scotty guy on camera number 2 you've seen in the top right corner. And we've got the one, the only, the bearded, cuddly teddy bear himself, Mr. John I. Warner from Turn 10.
It's good to be here. It's good to be here, and thank you for the opportunity for that introduction, Royal Ace Gaming.
No, thank you, John, for joining. You have no idea how much it means to us that you're taking your time out of your busy weekend to sit down and watch some racing with us. It means the world to FTC, and I thank you.
Yes, I can, Castaway.
I thank you for all my brothers and sisters in FTC for joining us this weekend.
He's currently running in
Oh, you're
18th
very
place
welcome.
overall in the lobby now, Castaway.
Hooper says, wait, I thought swim was a teddy bear metal. Have you seen John? He is a cuddle machine.
I think Northwest Bunny would agree with that, but if you ever get close enough to me, you'll definitely be able to smell my beard.
Why? What does it smell of? I'm curious.
It smells like beard oil, which is
okay.
really quite fragrant.
I can live with that as long as it's like not 3-week-old Cheetos and other things I can't say on stream.
No, I do wash it about once a month.
It's a lot more than most people I know.
No.
VNX Castaway says, can you go to Sorry Dude? Where is Sorry?
I have him on my screen already.
Sorry Dude is certainly struggling because
Sorry there, Royal Ace.
shockingly, that Porsche does not have as much headlights as you would think for the GT cars. They're actually one of the most poorly illuminated front ends of any of these cars.
We have our first pitter. It's Bowtie from the middle of the GT field.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Pitting just 10 minutes into the stint.
Royal Ace going clickety clackety keyboard. Haven't you been around these streams? That's just Haseo. That noise means Haseo has returned to us and graced us with his Norwegianness.
Now, why would somebody pit that early? Is it likely they hit the wall?
To get out of traffic. If you look at the LMP cars here, look at all this GT traffic they're going through. Like there's base shadows off the road. He's had a turbo rejoin. He's taken Mr. Jack out with him, and that's caused Yuko to slow down too.
Where is that? Ooh,
that was
I
ugly.
see that. That was very bad. Because the thing is, you've not only got to judge the speed of the corners you're entering, but even worse, because it's night time, you can't see those protos coming behind you anymore.
I bet there's a bit of mental recovery going on for several drivers right now.
But as you were saying with the pits, it's for reasons exactly like that. To get out of the traffic, you can run quicker laps on your own than when you're battling with 2 or 3 other cars. So if people are in a bit of traffic, they may pit early just so get some fresh air and try and run some quick laps to get an undercut on someone.
And with 3 pits, you've got one pit that's kind of a throwaway to use for that strategic reason, and then the 2 other pretty much have to be used for tire and fuel.
Yes, because both of the Protos and the GTs actually can go the exact same distance on track. It's kind of interesting. Both of them can do 28 laps before they either run out of fuel or run out of fuel halfway round. So they can both go the same stints. The Protos can go about half an hour before they need to hit. Well, half an hour to 35 minutes-ish. And the GT cars can go from 40 to 45 minutes before needing that pit stop. So
it all depends also on the driver, like how long do you want to just go for,
Yeah.
or do you want to pit safely?
And then, so what does that mean in a 2-hour stint? About how many laps is a GT car getting, and how many laps is an LMP car getting?
an LMP car will roughly get anywhere from 15 to 20, and the GTs will get anywhere from 17 to 22.
Per stint? Or
No, per in between pit stop.
Okay,
laps, I have no idea.
so 60 to 80 laps per stint. Does that sound about right? I'm horrible with
Rough
math.
estimate, yeah.
That does
Okay.
sound about right, yes.
60 on the slower end, 80 on the faster end.
And
Craviator-
Craviator saying he did
67
67 laps in the
Yeah.
Protos.
Okay, so that's he's on the fast end of the fast end.
Yes.
So
So that means the GTs are doing anywhere from 50 to 60.
yeah,
Depending on the driver, of course.
But still,
Craviator, great driving, amazing that you're able to hold it together that long.
Craviator, that is some serious driving. Well done. Royal Ace, that is just a Twitch issue. It's been happening since October. If you open up the Internet Explorer on your Xbox or on your PC, phone, whatever, the Twitch app is just sort of funny at the moment unless you direct on PC.
To answer your question, John, the fastest LMP in stint 2 did 67 laps in that stint.
And that's
We already
Craviator.
answered him on that.
Yes.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
58 laps from the fastest GT car in stint 2.
So almost a 10 lap differential between the two. That's
Yeah.
so you're gonna get passed 10 times as a GT driver.
But as a GT driver, it's really sneaky because you may be overtaken
Oh,
10
somebody
times.
missed the braking zone for the bus stop, and it's Ryu Jin of the OTR group,
Oh, that was a
Oh.
bad braking point.
and he just rear-ended. I think it was NVR Dan.
That is exactly what I was talking about. He misjudged his braking. He thought it was way further than what it actually was.
And thankful for him, the camera was right on him when it happened.
Very true. Very, very true.
And he rear-ended RCM Mad, who went to the pits. I hope he didn't have done a pit stop already, which means, even though he had maybe took damage, it was at the end of the lap, which meant he could do a pit stop very quickly and safely.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
that's
and
his
get
first pit.
out here! Ooh! Battling with Easy Bullet and Solar.
Matt almost kissing the rear of that slippery Viper with, I believe, yes, that's Solar behind him.
And just behind them, ART Dines just went for a move on Bowtie for P17 overall.
ART Dimes, one of our championship leaders, should I say, in previous times gone by in FTC. But one thing you need to remember is all these cars racing around in, because it may seem stagnant with like 2-hour stints, but even the GT cars are putting on nearly 200 or plus miles per stint, and that is some serious distance.
Yeah, like
when
one of
you
our even
calculate
own
it.
teams, like FTC Rand, did like 204 miles in his stint where he did his best clock so far.
Exactly. Royal Ace, I'm from a decade a lot further than what people think. Protos are running 290 miles on average, so that is still quite some distance. Let's
No,
see.
it was 239 from the lead LMP in stint 2, with
209,
207 miles from the lead GTs.
Oh, but our Proto leader, TPR Bokeh, is now rapidly climbing through the infield of traffic that is the GT cars, and what makes it worse is you can't even see half the lines. Well, they're driving half of it on the grass to make sure they don't crash. Trying to get around Bullet very nicely without any hesitation. And they are free before they enter the infield.
Smooth, very smooth.
Does anybody in chat want a driver update?
most of them are spread out right now. It's just a couple laps times. Excuse me. We'll start to see some people doing early pits, which means you'll start to see the traffic really building. But the closest I can see on track right now is between SVR Solar and RZM Matt. Still quite a distance, but close-ish. LS Bowtie as well, getting chased down by Noble CW as a Proto just goes flying by. Holy hell!
I love the night stints are just so beautiful. I mean, just look at the Ferris wheel there, the way the brakes are lighting up,
Exactly.
the car lighting. There's so many details that just impress me.
There is a heavy duality to nighttime because the beauty is that everything transforms, it becomes something new, but with that beauty gets added a little bit of extra danger because sometimes you can't see where you're going.
Yeah, I can remember back in the days where people were saying, when are we gonna get a time cycle? When are we gonna get weather? And all the while, you know, they're incredibly cool features, but they really do just make the game more difficult.
That's one thing that people really don't clock on, is that when a feature like that gets added, you have to change your entire driving style and knowledge to accommodate the new challenge that is presented before you.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of the drivers here would.
Now they have winter, and people are like, I hate winter!
I think also one thing to keep in mind
I'm sure some of the drivers here would love the challenge of having the sun set, but not mentioning that, it would also create some brilliant photos.
Sunset would be interesting
really
just
cool.
because of the glare.
But keep in mind that if you're having a time cycle, it also makes the potential game a lot more bigger file size due to all the data having to make that happen.
That is true.
Yeah, and weather, you know, rain, being able to add rain. Whoa, a little sideways there. It's not a drift race.
LS Bowtie is now being chased down by Noble CW. It's a Viper on Viper battle for 17th place here. Noble
Our friend here in the
very
BMW better be careful. He's gonna, if he loses his other headlight, he's gonna be out of luck.
That is another thing as well, because if you crash in the daytime or you bump someone's rear and you lose a headlight, that is no big deal. If you lose a headlight here, you really need to pray.
Thankfully,
Oh, I heard a little
you
update.
make it manageable in this game. I did break both my headlights at Le Mans during a night stint, and I was like, oh crap, I literally cannot drive here at all. I could see literally nothing. But so I paused the game, went into the settings and turned on the full racing line, the track limit, so I could just see something to know where I was going.
It's good to have those tools. Yeah, or you can. Those will get fixed when you go into the pits as well, I imagine.
They do.
Yeah.
I remember when I think when it was Forza 6 came out with Daytona, and one of the very first things I wanted to do was go and race Daytona in the dark. And I found out right there and then that it's beautiful, but it is a tough track.
Oh, it's a deceivingly tough track.
Noble and CW is battling that for 16th here.
I do hold Motorsport 6 quite highly for my own personal reasons, because it brought in like good, proper physical rain, it brought in good nighttime settings, and just a bunch of new things that just kept on making the game better and better as time went on.
Yep. there was a long period there between Forza 4 and Forza 7, or even Forza Horizon 4, where we were on that every other year development cycle. So one year you were getting a new motorsport game, and the next year you were getting a new Horizon game. And I never really liked that cycle.
It just means there's this always due date for things to be done. So you can't just properly work a feature, make it the best you can, and spend the time you need to make it as best as you can.
Exactly. I like the Rockstar development cycle where they come out with a game, I don't know, every 3 or 4 years, and you're really excited for the new one to come out when it comes out, and it does nothing to disappoint. It has everything that you want. They spent the time, and I think that's what, in my opinion, I think that's what I've seen Turn 10 and Playground kind of revert to, is taking now much more time for the next game.
And FCT, Mr. Jack is currently in 4th place, but he is currently being hunted by SKR Yuko at the moment. And he's currently got Spillgoat in his side as well.
Yuko is trying to close, but that's going to be quite difficult when they are not in that slipstream, especially at these speeds with these protos.
Yeah, if you're really running in cockpit view in the night on this track and losing a headlight, that's gonna be a rough time.
Agree, especially for the protos, because you're going that much faster without the ability to see.
It is.
Yeah, thankfully this track isn't too dark. You've got sort of some lights, like the oval's fully lit, the infield is kind of lit to some extent.
Just wait until we've got the 24 hours of Nordschleife, then I will ask you this question again.
Some of it is literally just pitch black. Your screen's full black, and
have
you can maybe see the odd
light
in the distance.
Have you ever tried to do Formula E races in the night around the Nürburgring?
No.
It's flat out impossible without a crash.
Certainly. But what you were saying about Forza year cycles, I'm actually quite excited for the next Forza. It's got time for development now, and also I think Forza's got so much potential as a series for both motorsport and especially Horizon. There's all these little things I look in the games like, oh, they've added this feature, but it's like there could be so much more done with it.
I'm one of those people where I don't rush developers for anything, because if it's rushed, it's just going to be bad. I'm one of those firm believers that people today, especially, I know it's not their fault, because like people, especially today, are like trapped in their houses and they've got nothing to do. But not many people have that patience anymore to wait for something to be built and developed properly.
And that takes time. It's also, it costs money and resources.
Exactly.
But also, you have to think of new ideas to add instead of just redoing another game with the same features without nothing improved.
Exactly, because if they release the same game, then people will complain because they wanted something. But then it's the other side where it's like, if they actually take their time, people moan because they're taking too long. It's like, you can't win.
Unless you're EA, apparently, and you can release the same FIFA game every year.
Well, that's because it's FIFA. Actually, no, I will give EA credit. Have you seen FIFA's new texture engine that they're using for like clothing and hair?
I don't look at anything FIFA related.
But I will admit that their texture engine has come a very long way, and they are outsourcing it to other studios, so I am excited to see that. But apart from that, no, it's FIFA. Like, ooh, get away, ooh.
But to give an example of something I think could be developed more in motorsport, let's say for now, is the pit stop strategies. At the moment, you can go into the pits and you'll get a new set of tires, full fuel, but that's sort of the extent of it. I'd like to see different compounds, soft, medium, hard tires, so if you that decision, and the ability to maybe only half fill your fuel tank to run a lighter
I'm going to
car
speak
and
a
have
little
shorter
bit
pit
from
stop.
Gran Turismo experience, where You actually
Yeah.
had the ability to do that kind of tire swap.
I will say I would like Forza to take a small leaf out of Project Cars' like mantra. Well, not Project Cars 3, but like number 1 and 2 especially, where you could request a pit stop, a type of pit stop, whether it's just fuel or fuel and tires or just tires, the type of compound you want to run, if you want to run rich fuel, medium fuel, it's just those levels of detail that build the immersion.
Yeah, like
It'd be so nice to see different engine modes for the hybrid cars, like the Mon prototypes. It'd be so nice if we could actually have control over the hybrid system.
Yeah.
That'd be.
I'm writing all this down.
Gone on to,
I like how we're discussing and like John. Let me just write down things to turn 10.
please,
I'll be suspicious when John turns up in a 918 when he's sold all his ideas.
So I just back out a little bit, not the rear end bullet.
That was way too close, as some people have dived into the pits to avoid a crash.
But as I said, the Mon prototypes on Assetto Corsa feels so much more different than on Forza, just because you've got the hybrids and the way the car's only rear-wheel drive unless you're deploying the hybrid energy. And in a way, it makes it more enjoyable to drive for me.
Yeah.
That'd be something really nice to see in Forza. And with the upgrade system on Forza, it's something that isn't just limited to the cars that already have hybrid systems. You could put it into the upgrade system so it can be used on most, if not all, the cars in the game.
Don't get me wrong. I know I talk quite a few bad things about Forza, like it could do this better, could do that better. But I have been playing Forza since Motorsport 2, and since then I have just followed the series.
Let's see, do you want to watch something specific there, Mercy? It's out of just battle, since the field is quite spread out.
That is true.
The closest battle I think there is Noble chasing down Bowtie that I've been watching for the last few laps. Noble's been close enough to have a little look, but
and quite a lot of people have dived into the pits. We've got Awareness, we've got Mod Racer, we've got quite a lot of GTs hopping into the pits.
But it's rolling around that time the first pit stop is becoming a need. Since we're roughly 33 minutes into the race.
Which would be the first rough.
Sorry to cut in there, but Bowtie missed his braking point, turn 1, so Noble has just got past.
Yeah, I caught that on camera as well.
Downfield. I've got Sorry Dude right on the back of Mod Racer.
Let's see, do we have any close protos? Yes, we do actually have for third place with Tsunami and Senate.
The entirety of the field, apart from one person.
Yeah!
It's all on one side of the track.
And thing is, that's the leader. Leader's just out on their own.
Welcome to Shatter, Mulsane.
What is happening in chat? All I see is Chicken. Chicken deserves it. He's anti-Hooner. What the hell is going on?
Now, the leader is just really put, that distance there that he's put between the pack. That's pretty amazing. TPR Boket.
That is one thing you've got to applaud these drivers for, but as you always famously say, John, it's not one. You can't win a race at the beginning, but you can lose it. And these races are just clocking in the distance. Like, even if you don't overtake anyone in the field, you still put
and
180
we got a move
miles.
trying by Esker Yuko on Real Spillgoat here, as they're also getting a mix of GT cars in their sight.
And they are wagging their tails around there to get past.
Here we got Senate.
When you see the rear twitch, that is what we call sim twitch. When they're using simulation steering and it just snaps from one side to the other.
That's what I would call rotating at 360 degrees if it was me.
John, you're a better driver than that. I would say a 180.
But that twitchiness though, once that with a car like that rides on rails until it doesn't, they just come around so quickly if you push it too far. These guys are really good at managing that edge.
It is an extremely fine edge to ride, but if you ride it just well, it will perform like a unicorn on a cloud.
Yep. I have a bad habit of trying to force things a little bit too much. I don't spend enough time finding that sweet spot. So that's why you'll see me come around driving a car like that, because I'll just be trying to push it too far.
See, that's one interesting thing, because every top driver from FTC, Forza Horizon, I've all heard the same thing, where if you want to go fast, you drive slow, because you make less mistakes.
Yeah, that's some great advice that I have continued to not follow for years.
Yes,
Always
he is,
best
Ray
driving
Jobert.
to the limit and not pushing the limit and then ending up going beyond the limit.
Oh yeah, and if I'm able to do that, I mean, if you've watched any of my shows, those are the days that I am my most competitive. Those are the days that I have set my best rival times, and those are probably the days that I've walked away from a show with the best feeling. But it's a hard habit to break, of that, just pushing yourself too hard.
When you are when you're literally a sliver away from that time, it's a real bad addiction just to it's like one more. I know I can get it, one more.
But I've got a whole bunch more excuses I can use if I need.
How large is your excuse bag now? Like, how many entries did you last check?
Well, it started out as kind of a handbag, and then it really turned into a larger man purse. And at this point, it's pretty much a full-size hiking backpack.
So we're a professional, I see.
Oh yeah, if you could call it that. I don't know if I'd use that term, but maybe.
John, you are a professional entertainer, because every time I've hopped on one of your streams, you always make me smile.
Well, then I guess I'm doing something right. Not driving well, but something at least.
Jubert says, is Metal still talking? Yes, I am still talking. I could talk for hours. ART Versi says, oh my chicken, you can't blame DC this game. Okay. Mixed Chicken Bite says, listen, you know that DC got the last wasn't my fault. DC does happen, but you also need to understand that when to not push it and when to push it. So it's 50-50. Like, it's half your fault, it's half not your fault. So just shake hands, make up, and solve it on the track.
Especially in a game like Horizon 4, where I'd say there's a bit more desync than other games I find. You've got to know, just don't go for something ambitious, because with the slight bit of desync, it will probably end in tears.
Very much true. If you can finish the race, that is.
And in an endurance race, it's all, you don't want those mistakes. You want to keep turning the laps, keep ticking the miles. So just being a little more patient can be very rewarding.
Somebody
Nice.
explain desync to me.
It's where on someone's screen a car appears in one place, but on another person's screen it appears in a different place.
Okay.
So, John, imagine me and you driving side by side down the streets of Edinburgh, like just in a random drag race.
Yep.
On my screen, I could be on the other side of the street, nowhere near you, and I suddenly see you slowly drive on the curb. But on your screen, you're screaming out like, Meadow, why are you crashing into me? Because on your screen, my car is grinding up against you and forcing you against the pavement. That is what desync is.
Okay.
Essentially, it's a lag in the internet that causes you to see your opponents at different place than they are on their end. Which is, you can see...
That's what I was going to use. That's it. A lag that you're seeing in multiplayer between players.
Yeah.
And it's also how you can see, like, time boards on Horizon being where you finish ahead of them, but due to the desync, they actually appear in front of you.
Yeah, there was also a little thing on Horizon 4 where at the start some people, because of lag, can be delayed slightly, so their race starts, let's just say, half a second later than someone else's. So at the finish line, they're actually half a second ahead of where they appear to be.
Huh.
Having played Horizon 4 quite a bit during my time in the field race community, I've come to learn a few of its
Experience these things, I just don't know the words.
John, I think with all of your streams and the shenanigans we got up to, I think you've experienced it more than most.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and I probably just yelled over it. But overall, the experience that we have today than what we had 9 years ago when I started there, it's a different galaxy of reality.
It's
what we're able to do, the sharing of data, streaming, the quality, the stability. There's still a long way to go, but just think about what it was 9 years ago when multiplayer was just like only really something that hardcore people did, and now multiplayer is basically its life. My kids don't even want to play a game unless they can get in multiplayer.
Yeah, a good example of that is recently with the Among Us crave and my new PC. If I've been watching a streamer play Among Us, I don't just watch their perspective, I get all 10 people's streams up to watch all their perspectives at the same time. And that's something that certainly couldn't be done, especially in the quality we have nowadays, 9-10 years ago.
I mean, don't get me wrong, when it comes to games like Motorsport, it still has to enthrall you from a single player perspective, because if it doesn't capture you there, it won't capture you in multiplayer. That is one thing I firmly believe in. But over the course of like my history of playing Motorsport games and Horizon games, it's not so much the technical advancements.
He is Graviator.
They've grown on leaps and bounds, but the main thing I've noticed is how many different communities there are now around this game. Like, if you like drifting, there's like 50 different places that do drifting clubs and stuff like that. If you like drag racing, it does drag racing clubs. Like here, for example, we've got an endurance enthusiast, and we've all gotten together through this community, and I find that amazing how it's built over the years.
Oh yeah, I haven't, I don't play other games. Like I've always said, I play Rock Band and I play Forza. Those are the two games I play. But the Forza community is totally amazing, and from what I've seen other people say about how it compares to other communities, I'm very proud to be a part of it. That sounded a little bit, too neutral. But I guess I can't speak for other communities, but I see people say, how great the Forza community is outside of what I see, and from being in this 9 years, meeting a lot of different people, the support that's out there for creating liveries or tunes or teaching people things or creating events or getting into clubs. I don't think other games can even compete with just how much people need to be in motorsport.
Exactly.
And yes, Mercy, we are aware there are some cars slapping a track called Daytona. We happen to be watching them.
Jubit in chat says, Metal, and then you got me, who is out of the community. Jubit, you have raced with me, you have been in videos with me with Forza Horizon. You are in the community. Don't even try and fool me with that. You are firmly in the community.
He's in the Forza Dakar sub community.
That is true, actually.
It's like a subreddit. It's a little private group of people who like Forza Dakar. I do know what that is. Yes.
I can't even go on Reddit anymore without it suggesting me cake. It's like Reddit's mocking me. No, because
Speaking of cake,
because on FTC, me and Haseo got bored one day and started talking about random cake, and then whoa, and
oh,
bow tie as I just talked about
Oh,
cake. Then
yes.
nearly went in the back of Noble. That was a clip and a half.
Oh, he was in it. He just recovered nicely.
That was recovered nicely there. Not too much damage. Actually, no physical damage. Roll that in.
Metal, I was seen in chat.
Oh, you had to put that command where I'm a major kid. You know what? I do like cake, but not all the time. Okay? I said it because we were bored and there was nothing to do, and it got the chat talking, and now it's haunting me. But
Hey, Metal.
Yes.
Metal. It's okay.
Well, John, whilst you're here, what is your favourite cake?
Let's
'Cause
see,
we've
where
had
do we
everything from
have
chocolate
bees?
to cheesecake.
Chocolate with more chocolate and with more chocolate, and then chocolate on top of that.
He's currently running in 16th place overall, and he's just going into the pits now, Mead.
Ooh, a lot of people have dived into the pits, including 2 protos.
Yeah, since I don't put anything else into my body, cake is pretty much, you know, it fills a lot of holes for me. Oh, ouch! I mean, yeah, chocolate very special to me.
I gotta say, I'm a chocolate fan too.
Well,
Chocolate
is very
cheesecakes
special.
too?
It makes you happy.
You know, I've
It
never
doesn't
really
damage
been a
your
fan
body.
of cheesecake. There's something, maybe it's a little bit too rich. Just give me cake with fudge and chocolate and then some chocolate sprinkles.
Bees is
and chocolate
currently
ice cream on
battling
the
it out
side,
here
and I'm
with
good.
And
the
then some
Sorry
chocolate
Dude.
over it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What I like to do when I go to those frozen yogurt places is I get the chocolate frozen yogurt and then I put a bunch of chocolate stuff on it and then I fill the cup with hot fudge.
Ooh,
That
ooh,
sounds
you evil
delicious.
genius.
Yeah. It's so much. I have to shower after eating one of those.
Ooh,
Hooper,
SSR mod race
calm
says
yourself
it's awesome.
together. You can do this, Hooper.
Hooper, we believe in you. In your stint, you got this. You are a fast driver. Just put in the miles. Don't take any unnecessary risks, and you will do fantastic, Hooper.
Think
We
of
have
it as
faith in
hot
you.
lapping with other cars.
Yeah, Hooper Car, you got this, man. I've seen you race with us. You've got you've got everything it takes to put in the time in this. Looking forward to
Incident
seeing
bust
you
up
drive.
between Sorry Dude
Oh,
and
sideways
Beast
as
Shadow.
And there's a battle going on for 12th place between SVR Solar and SSR Mod Racer. Porsche versus BMW. Oh, and here comes Yuko to split the 2 drivers in the Protos. And it's forcing back Solar more into the clutches of Mod Racer. But Solar has just got that more grunt that BMW just does not possess.
And what happened in that with that big slide there? That Porsche went sliding.
That Porsche experienced what's called pushing it a little bit too close to the edge.
Was that his fault? That wasn't any sort of contact?
No, the reason why he slid a little bit was there was a Proto behind him, and to avoid crashing into the front of the Proto and the Proto going into the rear of him, he did a late brake, dived off to the side, and then avoided a crash that way. It's
Okay.
actually very, very good driving.
It's calculating
Put
to
on him,
not
put
being
on
in
him,
trouble. Here we also
What do you
got
think these
ART
guys have the drink
dimes,
bottles filled with?
ART dimes.
which
I
is
haven't
also a
seen
razor
ART
we have in
dimes.
here in FTC community at times.
Hmm.
You probably remember CJ Dimes.
Yes, CJ Dimes, who ironically was super fast until they changed their clan from CJ to ART Dimes, and then suddenly the talent disappeared like water out of a desert. It just went poof.
Yeah,
Well,
I
speaking
ran a time trial series on Horizon 4 toward my last few months in the community, and he was very competitive. Sometimes it was between him and Genji, sometimes very close for the top spot. But I think there's only 2 or 3 people that ever beat him in that for the 8 time trials I did.
Ooh. Let's see here if there's any close little interactions.
I'm currently
happening.
watching
Ooh,
the
there is.
leader going through the field Bowcat, clipping through the GTs at end of turn 6, and going out onto the oval.
SVR Solar in 12th place, getting slowly chased down by, I believe,
It's Mod Racer.
SSR Mod Racer.
There also comes the leader.
Photo. Ooh, that is a dive bomb and a half.
He's just making quick work of that pack. He wants that open air again.
That was not quick work, that was lightning. It's like Lincoln is like, he passed me.
And the leader of the product is soon maybe potentially lapping the last of the product as well, as he's turning into turn 1 now, and the 6th place of products is in turn 3, going into the kink turn 4.
That is true. They are significantly ahead. They're just over half a lap ahead now of second place, which is no small feat. Actually, speaking of feet, they're nearly 6,500 feet in front, and nearest makes no difference. That's a lot of feet. Nice little battle again for 10th place between SVO Solar and SSR Mod Racer, doing their best to take into effect what they can and can't do.
Your lobby host Hooper will be AX4X Broomski.
Now, we were talking about cake a little while ago. How have any of you ever made meat cake?
I am not familiar with meat cake.
Neither am I.
It's a specialty of mine. If you think of meatloaf as something, it's kind of like a cake, right? You're mixing meat together with some other stuff, and then you're baking it. Meat cake, in my book, is you're adding just a few more things to the meatloaf. I'll add some top ramen noodles, maybe some canned vegetables like carrots or green beans or whatever you like, and definitely some garlic cloves so that there's little surprises in there, and then bake that up together and put some candles on it. Then you got a real birthday going right there.
That sounds really nice, I'm not gonna lie.
It's certainly an interesting combination for sure.
I'm gonna have to bring back Cooking with John. I missed those streams.
Yeah, I've been thinking I need to do some more of them, but life just gets super busy that to try to do them well. I don't know if I have the time.
I know how you feel, John. I know how you feel.
But one of these days, we'll have another Cooking with John Awana show. We certainly will.
Down here in 12th place, Ryujin is currently being chased by RZ and Matt. And that Corvette is just going to reel in that BMW because apart from the Jaguar, I believe the BMW is the second to least powered vehicle on the grid.
And we don't have a Jaguar in this lobby, so I don't think it is the least powerful in this grid, but it is certainly one of the least.
I can speak from experience that the Jaguars are flat out the slowest.
It's the
of
slowest in a
GT
straight
cars.
line for sure, but it's the Corvette that has the most power after the handicap is applied. But still has much more torque than the BMW, which will certainly help it.
The BMW just has no grunt. Like, you come out of a corner, it's just, you can tell it's struggling to get going again. Like,
Yeah,
once it's going, it's very, very fast around the corners, but it's getting it going, which is the problem.
It's
Exactly.
the lightest car in the field, the only one below 1,200 kilos, but does also have the least amount of torque.
And it is luxurious.
On-seat scaffolding and no aircon. Just what the GT doctor ordered.
Oh, then you might have a bit of aircon with the vent that takes it in some cold air, if that is on the car.
Let me check. Yes, it's got a little cat flap on the window, so you can technically say it has aircon.
Bert's asked in chat, is the Citroen 2CV a good car in B-Class in FH4? Personally, I would say no, because from my experience, it can roll, especially if it starts raining or is snowy in winter.
Is it the jelly car?
Not even as a jelly car, just as a normal build, it will roll, especially in those conditions.
The 2CV, I've always called it the upside down skip. Because that's sort of what it looks like, and it does nothing but roll over, so...
That depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you're trying to make people laugh, the Deux Chevaux is probably pretty awesome for that.
Ozzy and Matt goes for the dive!
Yeah, Matt is definitely trying here or something, but it's not getting him. Ryujin is not giving him an easy time either.
But the problem is, Ryujin is holding up Matt so much in that Viper that awareness in that big bad vet is coming and coming up fast.
Do you think some of the words that come out of his mouth in the last couple laps might have turned into rainbows?
Well, probably.
more than probably.
Look at he's the LMP car coming through and making that even more complicated. But yeah, now he's finally gotten by him, or is that the LMP has gotten by him?
The LMP has sliced through them like a hot knife through butter, and it's leaving these three drivers trying to catch up, where the Viper and the Vet in 11th and 12th have a lot more straight line speed than this BMW. The BMW's saving grace is how late it can brake and how quick it can turn.
And it doesn't look, I mean, I wouldn't say that he is blocking in any way. His pace is just a little bit slower. So on the infield,
Because Matt gets a move through the bus up as the BMW is messed it up with Ryujin.
Yeah. Ozzy and Matt makes the move in the Viper and he's starting to run away. Next up is awareness in that big bad vet. And you can tell the speed difference off the bat. They are reeling them in round the straights. This is...
Here goes the Corvette. They're going three in a lot train now into turn one.
He's having
Here
a
comes the
look.
Corvette on the inside.
He's having a look. Oh, they're
He's
going
got
side
alongside,
by
but he's going to
side.
have the outside for turn 3.
He's certainly going to try. He's going to brake and he's going to do an undercut.
And Bowtie is going late on the brakes in turn one.
And to make it worse for them, SGR Yuko in the prototype is about to make things dicey for them.
same place that the LMP car came up on the last lap as well.
Roy says, will I be joining us for stint 6? That is a big No, I have done my due stints now, and I am simply sitting back with a sandwich and a drink with my good buddies here in the commentary booth and presenting the show for you to hopefully enjoy.
And trying to stay
And
away
that means
the
that
whole
we'll
night
be
to
here,
commentate.
just not racing in the actual stint.
Metal Gauge, will you untie me before stint 6? That'll stretch my legs a little.
I would do, but where's the fun?
If you feel like you need to take a little stretch, John, feel free to.
If you could just loosen my binds just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't mind if you need to get a little stretch and get something done, and then come back for the next one.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You need to give me back those ankle chains I lent you that one night, so that John can have a. He's gonna walk around without running away.
Just about in, Orexis is got the momentum on Regin, and he's gone round the outside at the start-finish straight, breaking in for turn 1. Can he keep it?
Oh,
And
the big
yes, he
W is having a
does.
look. Yeah, but they have clutched it very nicely. OTM Ryujin needs to have some bravery if they are any hope of having to actually try and catch up. Oh, and there's the leader of TRP Boca giving Ryujin a gentle but firm nudge up the rear saying, I am faster than you, move out of my way.
God, that's just got to be nerve-wracking, just being that much faster and trotting and pulsing your way through there.
Like, you gotta know what you're doing without messing it up for everybody else.
Yeah, yeah.
And to make things worse for Ryujin, ART Dimes is hot on their tail in the other BMW, showing what it is truly capable of. So we'll see the battle of the Bavarians. Oh, ART is having a look. They've got the inside line on the embankment. And
Yeah, I
they are
think we
making
may
it
have
sick.
had disconnection from Scotty. He may have lost internet connection.
Scotty did say he was having issues yet again.
His second time. And thank you for that follow there, VNX Crow. So, but at least as long as it's not me having problems, we are good, despite it being a little bit inconvenient losing the secondary screen.
Yeah, that is.
It's not a big issue, it's just a small inconvenience of not being able to show two battles like we've done most of the night.
Well, but at least we've not lost everything. You know what I mean? And I have happened second place. S. Jack has second place, has got nothing in the pit. Mr. Jack has got nothing clean ahead of him. There is, I can ES Bullet and SSR Bobbin. Right, little battle here. Vibrant, no, it's a vibrant event.
Who are you talking to, Royal Ace? Yeah, it seems like we did lose Scotty like I suspected with his frozen screen.
Yeah, Royal Ace is talking to me constantly because... Oh my god, Royal Ace! Shh. Okay, shh.
I am still here as well. I'm just mesmerized by the battle between these two cars.
Currently battling now with Matter and IG. Getting on board with IG, and I can do a little
Corvette
thing
is
here
waiting.
since I currently see that Matter is actually streaming himself. So just let me go switch it around there a little bit.
All Bobbits is trying their best to overtake ESV Bullet for 7th place, but just can't seem to make the move done just yet.
Here we go. This is from the driver point of view itself that I'm currently having up on my monitor from Matt, showing his point of view from the live race, which means it's slightly in delay compared to the other ones I had. I hope it doesn't mind being shown on our stream as well. Give me a little bit of shadow as well.
Yeah.
Now it looks like on that secondary screen, does that player have his brightness or something turned up a lot, or is that
It
just
might
the way
be
it's brought down?
possible.
It is possible.
That would be an interesting and very bright tactic for a night race.
Actually, I will admit that would be quite the idea. I've never thought of adjusting the brightness for a night race.
Well, Royal Ace, keep in mind that me and Mel's going to be on something similar for this race at the end.
That is true.
Yep, McChicken Bites, you got that right. The more, I don't know, how many more other night puns are there?
Don't know, there must be some dad jokes around here somewhere. Hold on.
I'm trying to think, but it's all dark.
Well, if you don't want to start it, don't start poking the bear about it. Since it's going to come, you're going to poking for the puns.
Look, you wanted the puns, you get the puns.
And here we got Scotty back, which I presume did he have internet connection issues again, Scotty? I think it's still properly connecting up here.
For all the power of that Corvette, he's really not made the move on the Viper. He seems to be losing ground, actually.
The Vet does have the speed on the Viper, but the Viper, when driven with gusto and bravery, certainly has the speed advantage through the corners. And people are now sending me night jokes. Oh Lord. Let's see what they sent me. Last night in bed I was gazing up at the stars and I was thinking to myself, where has my roof gone?
Where's DeWangus? We need DeWangus with the puns. He's full of them.
DeWangus is master of the dad jokes.
So do we have any battles that we can follow there as well? We got still between Easy Bullet and Bobberts.
Oh, this just in from Royal Ace. He says Daytona has an issue where it will not sync the actual nighttime sky for some people in spectator view.
I think Scott is still having internet issues. I'm trying to think of some, but I'm in the dark.
Oh God.
I got a small dad joke for you here, Metal.
Oh, tell me the dad joke.
I pulled a muscle while I was digging for gold. It
Yeah.
was a minor injury.
Oh. Oh Lord.
The other night I was dreaming I was Bilbo Baggins, but actually I was just Tolkien in my sleep.
Oh, 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 the painful joke. Oh, please someone fight on Jack. Well, speaking of fighting, there actually is a little bit of fighting between Alexis and Ozzy and Matt. For 10th place. Oh, as Mr. Jack is looking to split them, giving Matt the opportunity in the Viper, going side by side. Here we go. Matt is going on the outside. But Alexis has that. It has that pull.
Welcome to Shatter, BDF. How's it been racing up in the Pearl's gone for you? We're coming in 9.5 hours in at the moment here.
God, has it already been 9.5 hours?
It has. Well, closer to 10 actually.
That is true. That is very true.
Since the stream itself for this one has been up 9 hours 32 minutes. But I did start roughly 15 minutes to 10 minutes before 4 p.m. GMT my time. Or GMT plus 1, I should say, for mine.
Yeah.
So I did start the stream itself in GMT like 2:50 roughly.
Oh, Ozzy and Matt looking for a sneaky dive as ART Dimes is joining the frame for 10th place to take a Rexis for a ride.
Have either of you done a 24-hour stream before?
No. The longest I have done a stream myself on my own channel is roughly 10 to 11 hours, I believe. It's the longest I've done before.
Now, after you're all done with this, do you have? I hope you don't have to work the next day, because there's like, once you stay up for 24 hours, there's about another 24 hours of recovery time.
I have work on Monday, so...
Yeah, I not only have work on Monday, but also I will be editing Monday's Dakar video. So, yeah.
You get your hands full.
Hey, Rockmaro.
Let it render whilst I sleep.
Thank you for folder as well, so in the end.
Thank you for the follow. Many kisses and hugs.
Scotty, are you back with us or still having issues?
Think I'm back.
He's
Hey,
back.
there he is.
So I'm sorry about that. My internet's being real crap. That's the third time in the last 24 hours it's cut out, which is real annoying. But,
Do you need an invite back?
if you could, please.
Give me a moment.
That was the sweetest and kindest "if you could please" I've ever heard. I'm not gonna lie.
So polite, so polite. That's why I like you guys. Well, one of the reasons.
Yes, we have our bantering moments, but we are more or less just all big cuddly teddy bears in here.
Yeah, that's true.
So our LMP leader is well far away. Is there a way to measure? How many laps does he have on the next closest LMP car? Well, that Corvette got sideways.
He currently has 7,500 feet on the next LMP car of Zenith 5280, and that equates to over half a lap ahead.
Okay.
So they could theoretically take a pit stop and still narrowly come out in front if traffic was kind.
How many pits has our leader taken?
Judging by the time, I would expect 2, maybe 3. But judging by their fuel, they're at 81%, so it's
Hanger
highly
dives
possible they've
into
already
the
done their
pits.
3. But it's one thing these drivers have to really watch out for, because once you only have an hour and a half to do your 3 pit stops, well, your mandatory pit stops. So you've got to manage that really well between traffic and when to pit.
Now, if you use the split those pit stops up by every 30 minutes, what are your tires going to degrade down to? Or will more people use the 2 pit stops and then use the other one as a strategic replacement opportunity?
If you use the strategic and throwaway strategy, your tires will be roughly between 65 to 80% worn and anywhere from 17 to 2% fuel. If you broke up your pits evenly, like every 25 minutes, and do it that way, you would easily have half a tank of fuel before you hit and only about 40% tyre wear. So if you break up your pits quite evenly, you can just flat out push without having to conserve or worry about your tyres, because with both the LMPs and the GT cars, you don't notice tyre grip loss until it hits at least 75% tyre wear.
Can you realistically see the weight of the less fuel calculated into your lap times? Is that something you can actually tell?
I heard some people say a little bit, but it all depends on the driver as well. Ooh, and both locks the brake a little bit into turn once they try to make a move on Noble.
You can sort of feel it, but it's more in the way the car sits through a corner, because when you're very light on fuel, for example, when you turn in, there's less resistance for the car wanting to not turn, and that is why some drivers go very deep into these stints without pitting, because they get so much more agility from the vehicle with it being so light on fuel. But then they have to like double up on pit stops at the end, which could ruin or make them. It's a high risk.
Right, and plus since they're changing both tires and fuel in a pit stop, as you're getting down to the lower end of that fuel tank, you're also getting down to the lower end of the grip levels of your tires too.
Because what also doesn't help is when you pit, your tires are cold, they're not up to race temperature, and especially with it now coming into the night stints, the track itself is colder, so there's less heat, so you have to go faster to get that heat in, otherwise you just spin out and crash.
I see, yes. All valid points.
Another benefit of running long is you get into a rhythm. So if you just keep turning the laps, you get more into that rhythm, and you can then just start picking away a couple of attempts. Whereas then when you pit, that rhythm is sort of broken a little bit, and you sort of then gain a few attempts, and you have to chip back away at them.
Yeah.
Totally another factor.
By the way, you were asking earlier, the leader is over 50 seconds ahead of a second place, just showing how good a job Boquet's doing.
That's amazing. But in the terms of laps, insofar as being able to win this, he's not even a lap ahead insofar as this stint, right?
No, they are not a lap ahead.
How do we have a calculation of how the teams are doing overall to this point, as far as who the overall leaders are by class?
There is.
Looking at it, for the protos,
Spoons have a very good lead in Proto. It's 7
Spoons.
miles, so that's about 2 laps ahead of second place overall as of the start of this stint.
In LMP class? Okay.
Yeah, in LMP.
GT.
GT very close. It's only 0.01 miles going into this race in favor of Rise Motorsport over ESV.
Scott, you can't try to restart your stream because it's not showing.
Looking at the points though, Rise Motorsport
You got more people in the pits.
leading. But just to show how close it is, at the moment, regarding this stint, Team Spoons has covered 957 miles, and AMS Emperor has covered 949 miles, so they're very close in terms of distance. And speaking of distance, our race leader, TPR Boket, has dove into the pits and is now making their way back on track.
So that would be his third pit then.
That would be his third pit. Because it's about
Put
to
the
come.
hammer down, Boquet.
That is a very close pit though, because it's only just clocked over to just under 20 minutes left, which means that they pitted on the last 30 seconds of the open pit window.
No, we've still got 9 minutes of the pit window.
Oh, sorry. Correct me. I'm so used to the timer being the other way.
So we got roughly 20 minutes left of this tune, or 19, should I say. Yeah, some drivers had quite rough, John, that they actually decided to sleep between stints and then go like barely 4 hours.
Yeah, I remember for the Mon I was doing the 5th and 9th stint, and so I didn't sleep between the two, hoping then to stay up to watch the end of the race. As soon as the 9th stint was over, I went to bed and I then fell asleep until an hour before the race ended. I was just that tired.
At least you managed to wake up before the end though.
So did you?
We just had a disconnection, sorry. Dimes is disconnected from the GT.
Oh,
Get
no.
an effing chat for that. He
Dimes,
was doing very well this race.
Dimes was putting in some serious distance.
Yeah, he was just hunting down Orexis.
Oh,
Yes.
with 18 minutes left to go as well. That is a sickener.
So Scotty, did you dream about racing that night, in between stints?
I'm not really one for dreams, to be honest. I'm sort of one that I put my head down, I hopefully don't stay awake for an hour before I finally get to sleep, and then I wake up what feels like 10 seconds later and it's like, wait, did I actually sleep or...
Oh my god, Scotty, thank god there's someone else like that. I thought I was the only one.
It's especially worse when you're taking forever to sleep and you're like, have I slept that? Yeah, you check the time and it's only 10 minutes later and like, oh, come on. And then suddenly you're like, wait, did I sleep? You check the time and it's 6 hours later. And you're like, oh, I did.
Yeah, sometimes where I've been like
12 years.
I have some nights where I'm like feeling half awake all night. I was like, since I had like sometimes a video on the background to help me sleep, and like I keep hearing that constant in the background, like, did I ever sleep? Like, because you've been halfway awake but sort of sleeping. That's even worse.
Sleep is a very strange mistress.
It is.
Oh, we've got a car off at turns 1 and 2. I think it was one of the OTR cars.
Ooh, that's bad news bears right there.
Looks like there's a battle taking place there in our secondary window with those LMPs.
That is the leader lapping the 6th placed LMP, so that is... Who is in the lead LMP?
There's a tight little battle
Okay,
happening between
passing
Noble
real
CW an OTR Ryujin for 13th place.
Rajan just recovering from his off that might have been caused by Real Spellgoat, who was just in that area as he went off track. But I can't say for certain.
Now, we haven't had many shots of the Porsches. They've been off on their own there.
The Porsches have just been clocking in the miles. That's all you can really hope for in an event like this, because if you're not used to racing at the night, all you really want is just to potter around at your own pace and just hope that no one tries and attacks you.
Well, in our previous stint, we saw some real tight mixes between the Vipers and a couple of the different Porsches, and I guess it's really a matter of how these matchups get together and how the spacing ends up turning out.
Yeah, and what drivers you have in the cars. For example, during stint 2, we had Scottson and Sean, who were nose to tail for the entire stint. They ended up going through the bus stop too wide for the whole for the whole of it, and it was a really good battle between them two. We haven't seen the same in any other stint so far, but sometimes you get battles like that, and sometimes it's just everyone sort of spaced out at their own pace, doing their own thing, which unfortunately for us is what they want to be doing, because it's the best for them. It's going to get them the best position compared to trying to go side by side every lap, as many corners as they can.
As much as that's not good for camera, it's not good for a driver's length of race distance.
And just as I'm bringing it up, it looks like we do actually have a pretty good battle shaping up here between the Corvette and the purple Porsche there. Porsche getting his nose right up in there in the inner infield sections.
That's Sorry Dude versus Dan from NWR.
Dan certainly has the power, but Sorry Dude has the cornering, and unfortunately for Sorry Dude, it's all the Corvette stomping ground with this very large embankment and the start-finish straight, which is just enormous.
Does anybody in
definitely
chat
stretching out the lead on the banking there, but as we come into the infield, let's see what happens. That rear engine Porsche is going to put the power to the ground and make
Corvette
that
goes
Corvette
wide
go
into turn 1. Corvette goes alongside in turn 2. Gets the move done
They're
before
neck
turn
and
2.
neck.
Here comes Corvette back in
And there
turn
it is.
3.
Ooh,
There it is. In your face, Corvette.
But Corvette fought back and gets the position back. There we go inside. And, ooh, a little grinding on before the kink.
The Porsche sends it. Sends into turn 5.
oh, Sorry
Forces
Dude!
the gap.
They are bumping and
Yeah.
grinding.
Yeah.
Does
There might
anybody
be
in chat
something
want a
about
driver
that.
update?
They are certainly having a good old scrap, and that's what we love to see. 12
Yeah.
minutes left on the clock.
Put up your dukes.
Now, I'm asking if anybody in chat wants a specific driver update. If they have a driver they're requesting, need what thing to how they're doing.
Don't be afraid to talk to us. We love talking to chat. It's what feeds us.
And Metal Gauge is a hungry boy.
I am when I'm slightly sleep deprived, because when people don't talk, it's when I think about sleep. Oh, but I'm not scary unless you try and turn against me. Then I turn into something very scary.
Don't cross him. Yep, and again, the Corvette's stretching out that lead just a bit on the wide high bank portion there, and as soon as we get into the corners, Porsche right on his bumper, trying to find a way around him.
Oh,
Left,
but here
right,
comes
left.
Zini, gonna force the Corvette, and that just means it gives Sorry Dude a side-by-side opportunity going into the flat-out kink before the second
And he's
horseshoe.
got it.
And he's got it
Get on the
thanks to
inside.
that proto.
Oh,
Well, I don't
nicely
think
done.
Dan's done. He won't give the position up. They're about to come on to the oval, which is the Corvette's stronger place. So can he get the move done?
But here is what you need to see. The Corvette is going to be very strong on this power section, so unless Sorry Dude breaks away, ooh,
He's just got to get out of there nice and tidy and let that car do its work. Look, he's putting the distance on him. He got a nice
Here
clean
comes
net.
LP.
Let's see who gets the better run out of the bus stop. Dan in the slipstream. Easy. Doesn't look like he's close enough.
No, and the LMP car goes by nicely in the wide section there, not involving himself in this battle. Less than 10 minutes left in the stint.
less than 10 minutes to make a move stick and to put in those final crucial miles. Because let's not forget, with only 10 minutes, you can cover at least 13 to 20 miles, depending on your division, and that can either win or lose the race for you.
And there's no point going for an ambitious move because it won't gain you anything. It'll only slow you down. In stint 1, yeah, it might have got you an extra grid position for stint 3, but here that's no longer the case. So just get every foot you can in this stint. Is what these drivers are looking to
Yuko
do.
putting pressure on NWR Dan, only forcing him further away from the Porsche of Sorry Dude.
It looks as if Dan was holding Sorry Dude up slightly, and now that Sorry Dude's got past and is in clean air, he's starting to pull away and make a gap.
It
Yep.
does look like that.
And holding it and building it.
Going to another battle that is slowly forming. It's between SSR Bobberts and ESV Bullet as they are just rounding turn 3.
But it seems to have been following Bobberts for at least a few laps now, just about a second behind him. He doesn't seem able to close in to start thinking about making a move, but if Bobberts makes any slip-ups, he's there to nab the position.
Now, John, I don't know if you've been asked this already whilst you're here, but out of the GT cars you've seen racing, which one would you realistically think I could actually put in the miles in that in a race like this?
911 most likely is my guess before he answers.
Now that would be my go-to answer. I think would be the 911, but because I've got the experience driving a rear-engine car, and they drive uniquely and they have a distinct advantage. However, the Viper is a car that I don't know. I've always been drawn to it. It's so wide, it's so stable. It looks like it's easier to drive, and it's much more old school. I've driven a Viper in real life, and it's a very bulky, heavy. The shift throw feels like you're driving a truck. So I don't know. The Viper makes me feel like I would drive better in that, but I think I'd have to go Porsche.
Strangely, I'm not surprised.
Me neither.
Yeah. I mean, once you have done some performance driving, and especially if you've driven Porsches, they drive in a unique way. Having all that weight over the rear end really impacts the way you drive the car. So I probably wouldn't be wise to change that. Not that I think anybody's probably giving me the keys to any GT3 race cars in the near future, but who knows?
Well, who knows, John? If you end up buying a more modern Porsche, your current Carrera could be DIY'd into one.
Yeah, the only type of real life racing that I've seriously considered entering is doing some vintage racing with a Formula V.
Oh, yeah.
I came fairly close to actually buying one a couple of years ago, but decided to not commit, because then if racing is what you do, that's really all you do for the year. You spend every waking moment, traveling to tracks, doing the
Yeah.
racing, preparing the car, making repairs, funding it, and that's what your family does as well. So it's a fairly selfish choice, and I'm very lucky to be able to do what I do in the world of racing without trying to go that next level.
Yeah, that's what I like about sim racing. Like, this is when I did karting a couple of years ago. The day you were there, first thing just after you woke up, and you only got home late in the evening, your day was almost completely over, and you were absolutely knackered. So you weren't gonna do anything big. It's pretty much go relax. Whereas sim racing, you're pretty much only need to be around for as long as you're going to be racing, which means
Oh,
there's a lot less downtime, and then you've still got most of your day, unless it's a full 24-hour race like today, just to do whatever else you want.
And the cost, the financial cost is, and the risk, of course, as well, right? If you crash in your cart, not only is your cart wrecked, but your body might get wrecked. In sim racing, there's really no risk, right? Aside from maybe a bit of pride.
Unless you have a direct drive wheel and do something stupid with it.
Yeah, and sponsorship. If you're up in the top levels, there's some more real factors coming in. But a little bit of wheel snap from that wheel is not going to be the same as the cart rolling over on top of you at 80 miles an hour.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
A friend of mine said something about track days. He said, you don't want to take any car out on a track day that you aren't willing to ball it up in any corner. And that's a very realistic thought. I don't drive at that kind of level when I go out on track days, because I'm not willing to sacrifice my car. But you have to make that choice when you're out on track of how far you're going to push it. What's it worth to you? Is a couple more seconds of lap time worth the risk of your body and your vehicle? I don't know. Not to me. I just enjoy it for the exercise and the thrill.
So
Supercar
when you're on
track-
your
Sorry.
when you're on your track days, would you just use your road tires, your everyday road tires?
Yeah, I'm not at a level where I have a separate set of wheels and actual track day tires, but I do make sure that when my car is going to a track day, that the tires are not near end of life, that they're fresh.
So would you say by going to track days and doing them that it maybe accelerates your tire usage more than just driving on the road for the same distance, let's say?
Absolutely, yeah. It uses them up. After every session, the tires you can't touch them. Then you can see the material that has come off between every session. So I'm driving that hard, at least, that you can have measurable tire loss. And if you're driving onto like a gravel paddock, the tires pick up the tires are full of gravel when you get back to your spot every time. And you got to let them cool off. You can smell it.
That's one thing my dad says. He's like, don't really want to do a track day because he'd be scared. He doesn't want to use up the tires so much and buy a new set, because all the little things you have to do to a car add up.
Yep, you've got to. If your track days are a cost, right? There's the cost of going, and then that you're going to use, let's say, 10% of your brake pads. You're going to use 10% of your tires, and then there's just the associated risks that somebody might touch your car. You could have an off. Hopefully, your insurance covers that, or there's track day insurance. But there are costs. It uses up your car. But at the right pace, it doesn't use it. It doesn't. It's not a big cost. It's not like you have to buy a new set of tires for each track day. Maybe you're probably buying an extra set of tires every year that you might not otherwise have bought if you just drove it on the road.
This is where we're going to see the Mad Panic. We're approaching the final minute of this, and Hooper in chat saying he's nervous as all hell for his first stint. Hooper, you've got this, my dude. We have faith in you.
Let's see how
Yeah.
accurate my time is for this round.
Judging by my streams, I think we're pretty accurate.
It's looking like it. I don't see any real hard push here at the end that's going to put anybody's race at risk. Looks like everybody's nice and tidy and giving space here, and probably looking forward to finishing and getting some dinner.
Jivit in chat saying, Metal, if I don't speak in the next hour, I'll be sleeping. Well, I'm going to be here for the next 14 hours still, so you can sleep, wake up, do some
10
online schooling,
seconds,
have a barbecue,
9,
and we'll still be
8,
here.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I think mine is probably...
And they're
There they
There we
go. Was like probably a 10-second... Oh, the port just slides off at the end of the stop.
I'm kind of annoyed that you didn't have it right, because I've got 3 streams up. I've got our own stream, see what you're showing, Hazu, and I've got a couple of drivers. I've got Alexis and NWR Dan, and all the timers were actually synced. I was like, yay! And then yours carried on for an extra 5 seconds. Like, oh well.
Yeah.
Too good to be
But
true.
it's not too bad. It was like maybe 5 seconds mishap, which is pretty accurate still.
That is actually very, very true.
And we have to a little bit since the current host for the next lobby is Ellis Bowtide, who's currently in our lobby.
And this next stint will be in the dark as well.
Yes, I think it's the
The
next 4
Yeah.
stints.
No, it's the next 5 stints.
Yes, it is.
There's 6
5.
night stints in total. This was the first one. So 5 more to go.
So 6 and 6, right? Six light and 6 dark.
Correct.
Indeed.
That's
Wow.
correct. When I look,
Just seeing here, Bouquet got onto 67 laps. That's 66 laps complete. And Bobbert's Late GT car got 58 laps completed.
So pretty on par with what we saw in previous stints.
Pretty much.
And so I guess the case for the night versus day, not a noticeable difference on pace.
Not that noticeable, but I will admit these drivers are very, very professional and very fast. So I think the change in light is negligible at best.
I wouldn't even be too surprised if some of them have tweaked their setup just to optimize their setup for the night.
Look at the rear end of that Corvette bumper, not looking that great.
That
He's
is
going to want to change that out.
It's not looking that good, but at least it weren't mechanical damage. It was only cosmetic.
Yeah.
Someone's been sniffing at that bumper.
Whilst
a couple times.
Whilst we wait, I have just got a message from someone who didn't make it to stint 4, and they've just asked me if they're late to the stint. Yeah, you're a good 4 hours
we're
late.
good, Skull. So we were still aiming. It was Bucktide who was asking for D lobby.
Yes, D Lobby does need help in co-hosting and staying awake. Now, don't forget, FTC is not the only one streaming Daytona. We're streaming A Lobby. Our good brothers over at Delta are streaming B Lobby. Track Sabian is C Lobby, and Bucktide is with D Lobby. So there is much goodiness to go around. Ugh. 10 hours in, 14 to go. Chaps in a booth with a Norwegian and a Scotty.
You two feeling so far? 10 hours in?
Well, I've currently been awake for nearly 28 hours and I'm feeling right as rain.
28 hours.
Well, don't forget, I was going to sleep until Darkza woke me up again, saying, oh yeah, you need to be subbed in as Stint 4 lobby host because this person said no, and so you have to do this, 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 and this. And I was like, hold on, you're going to have to explain this to me.
So I'm sure within an hour of the race ending, will you be in bed sleeping until work on Monday?
No, because I have got a video to do
Yeah, you've got
with Johnny Warner with round 4 of the Forza Dakar, and that is quite possibly one of the funniest things because you know our second in command, Crow.
Mm-hmm.
Crow gets stuck in a rock for a solid 10 minutes, and you've never heard the pigeon freak out more about not being able to get it up.
Oh dear.
I wish I was joking. It's hilarious to watch it. It's an hour and 20 of Crow having a breakdown.
Oh, that. I have to watch that now.
So, Scotty, how longer can we expect your beautifulness before you disappear off into the night?
Well, I'm happy to stay on for another stint.
Okay.
That depends if there's anyone else wanting to kick me out for my spot here.
Yeah, but you currently have Scotty already set up ready, so... You can do that, Genji.
Go take care of yourself. Go grab some food, a drink. Check your posture. Make sure you're comfortable, not straining yourself. Take care of yourselves.
Get comfy, get a blanket, get a teddy bear,
Of
and
course, you
sit
have
back
to
and
mention
relax.
posture because mine's crap at the minute. So my back's napping like all hell after being sat down for 20 hours straight. Yeah, if you're gonna do this next stint, I might go and chill somewhere else.
Yeah.
'Cause
Radio.
it's gonna keep
SVS
going.
Soul, we have 5 hosts currently in this thingy.
Well,
What
no,
are you on, man?
It'll be 4.
No, we're keeping 4. We're not doing
Yeah.
5.
I came in to see if Scotty needed replacing. That's why I came in.
Haseo's voice coming in like the sound of God. Holy
Hang on.
crap.
What?
Right,
Well,
Ozzy.
Well,
Yeah,
Genji's
okay.
like very quiet, and then I turned it up to hear what he was saying, and it's like, "We're doing 4," and it's like, "Holy crap! Okay, God."
It's because I'm shattered full health, so
Right. Well, take a good couple of hours, Kip,
I
and we'll
probably
be
won't
here
get
when you
sleep.
wake
I'm
up.
just gonna have coffee and stuff and keep me awake. Coffee and some carbs to keep me awake.
I think everybody that's currently I am with is actually waiting for a bow
Okay.
tie since he's supposed to be the lobby
I'll
host.
be there for stint 7, so
Yeah.
see you then.
See that? It looks like most of the data has been entered for that stint. And Spoons have extended their lead thanks to Boquet by another 2.5 miles there. So that now brings their lead up to just under 10 miles. So they're getting a comfortable lead. In the GTs, it's still very close between ESV got ahead of Rise after that stint. There's now 0.43 miles separating the two.
Is everyone liking it? Yes, no?
Yes, it's been great to follow all the action here. There's been plenty of it.
I will say one thing. Doing stints and hosting them is a lot more stressful than commentary, I can tell you that much.
I can only imagine. But now next time Tora staff turns around to you and says, "Oh, could you host this lobby for the next Enduro? You'll be ready."
No, the answer is no. No, do you want to know why, Scotty?
Go on.
Excuse me. In my free time, you know how I'm a content creator, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Slight problem. 4 random people joined from my filming group thinking I was doing filming.
I know that pain.
Yeah, so I had a lobby full of drivers and then just some random people joined. It's like, oh, you're filming? It's like,
We're still waiting a bow tie. He was double stinting. That's why it's a little bit delayed, I believe.
yes.
I think BDF as well, who's currently the P host for party, is still not in a lobby either.
Alrighty, I am back.
Hello,
Welcome back,
you
John.
sexy beast. How are you?
Had to feed the dogs and stuff, and now I'm back.
Well, next time you see them, give them an extra special belly itch from us.
Oh, okay, there we go. There, Tucker gets one right now. Lola's still feeding. So, do we have like a recap? Were you guys recapping if you, while I was gone? I guess it's scrolling by there.
Yeah, this is for all
Recap.
the lobbies as well.
Recaps,
So
not so much because the drivers are just inputting data at this point and finishing off the lobbies they are currently doing. It's taken a little bit longer due to overhang and some people double stinting, but that is why they do break up the stints with drivers and it makes sure things get done on time.
So we have 53 drivers, and that's GT class, and then is that their number in the second column, and then total miles in the third column?
Correct.
It is.
And what app or service is used to post that data to the stream? That's an
That's
interesting question.
true. I think it's a Google Sheet that Tora have made, and they have a link, browser source they've given to me to have that flicking up.
So it's a little applet that
It's
Tora
essentially like a Excel sheet through Google, and it makes you have a link where they inputted like an Excel sheet.
Yeah.
And it
And
is
they're able
just
to make it
updated
scroll.
through that.
Huh.
Yeah, Tor have put a lot of effort into these broadcasts, even if they're not directly from Tora. That they want to make sure that it's up to high quality, and so they've done a brilliant job on these graphics, especially the opening sequence at the start of the stream, which
Oh,
if you missed, I
so
recommend go back
agreed.
watching.
Production value really makes a difference.
Mm-hmm. But as suggested to some people, if they could had the time, while the stream was going on, they could be taking clips of the notable moments and then editing it highlights video, so that when we get to downtimes like these, they could be like, right, here's highlights of the previous stints, and we could recap them. But unfortunately, I think everyone's a bit too busy to be keeping up and making such a video.
And by busy, we mean asleep.
Big difference there between the LMP class there. Spoon's up there at almost 1,200 laps, and the bottom of the LMP class at almost 900. So almost a 300 lap gap there from the top of the bottom of the class. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, they're working on it, Hooper.
Or does that
I
mean maybe
believe
it's not
so,
updated?
yes, John.
Yeah, I've been reading the Tora Discord, and they are currently working on it.
Okay,
yeah,
so
currently some cars still get updated. The lowest car that has been fully updated is the 1,070 miles, so they're still 130 miles off of the lead. That could be because of a disconnection or a crash in a stint. But at least they're still going, still giving it their all to make it to the end of the race.
yeah,
Keep in mind
win
that.
this- Go ahead.
Okay, and also keep in mind that the next stint after this is run on time, so we have to leave early.
Yes, we really do.
As I probably won't be sticking around for all of stint 7, I might just stick in stint 6 to watch the end of it.
And I can have
we
your
can
screen
get-
open to keep that in to the
Yeah,
end if I can.
Exactly.
And then you can get Genji in for stint 7.
Providing he's not fallen asleep or passed out.
Oh! Look in Tora Medal and look at the GT order.
I would if I could log it into Tora because...
No,
Oh,
in
my-
Discord.
Uh,
The
Which-
Daytona 24 one. I don't think Hoover's gonna enjoy his position.
From Paul.
oh my god, Hooper is in pole!
Ho 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 ho! The right man in the right place. Hooper, you got this, man. I'm looking forward to seeing you on track.
An FTC route!
It's because
I-
of your team. Your
The
team
one good
finished
thing
in
about starting
pole,
on pole
which
is
gives
that there's-
you the pole position for the. Is it every other like stint 4 and 6 is linked in position,
It's
or is it like stint
always sort of like
3
a
and
stint
6?
behind. So it's not the most
No,
recently
no, no.
finished stint. It's the one
Hooper's
from before.
Hooper's not starting on pole. He's starting in last, I believe. Because if you look, it says number is position within class. So that means Hooper's actually starting at the
Oh.
back. But that means
Yeah.
XTC
Oh.
route for Pencil Racing is up in 8th.
Yeah, I don't think I remember now. It's because Sainty disconnected. Sainty disconnected 18 minutes into the stint. I think we just misjudged how he written up the names.
They're not in position order, but in some order.
Some order. That's
Some.
quite vague, but it does cover the. I'm interested in these gaps here. I mean, that's just to look at that Spoons leading the LMP there at nearly 1,200 laps, and ESV Motorsport leading in GT at 1,036. That's just huge. In fact, it's not just huge; it's more than huge.
That is very true.
Those guys have been turning the laps. They've been quick. They've been consistent. They've not ran into too many issues. They've all been doing a really good job, but there's still a lot more further of this race to go.
Yeah. So let's see here. Time wise, the 6th stint, at the end of the 6th stint, that will be halfway.
Agreed.
Look at me doing the math. How's that, huh? Yeah, that's awesome.
Johnny Warner doing the big brain maths here. I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, I couldn't do that on my own stream.
Well, no, because in your own stream, you're either getting disconnected from a race, falling off a hill, or looking at a very cool car in your garage. So I can't blame you.
Yeah, then there's trees, and there's everything that's in the bag of excuses.
The
There's so many
famous
things.
bag.
Math is out of my realm in that case. I can only do so much, and math is not one of the things. Turns out I do actually have a learning disability. My uncle's a psychologist, and I was talking to him about how I was unable to graduate college because I tried to take algebra 3 different times and I just couldn't do it. And he said that it really is a learning disability. So there's that. It's an actual fact. It's not just a joke. I really can't do math.
But then again, each brain is wired differently, and I'm a firm believer that the way a person's mind works will benefit them for the best. And, whatever one person can't do, I truly believe that you will flourish in something else that someone else can't do. Like, there's a balance to everything.
Oh, certainly. I'd much rather be able to write good stories about cars and do whatever it is I'm doing in a stream rather than be able to prove anything by doing it mathematically. Well, I do have much respect for math. That's an amazing thing that you can use it to prove just about anything, but it's not something I care about. I'm not into proving things. I'd rather tell a story and act silly.
Agreed.
Yeah, like you said, though, Metal Gauge, we all have our strengths, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we did catch that moment. Base Shadow was a tough one. Thankfully, didn't go too badly. You didn't get any damage, which was a benefit. But small mistake in a big race, so hopefully doesn't cost you too much come
From
the
the
end
looks
of the race.
of this lobby, we are going to be leaving nearly halfway through.
Do we have any other drivers in chat who'd like to share a moment from their last stint? I'd love to hear some of the details of your finger slipping off the controller, or where is it you were able to catch a drink off of your drink bottle? And you know,
the pits, easily the pits.
just the pits. So 3 times in 2 hours is all they have. What, you know, and
Well,
know,
the problem
did you-
is the straights are not straight on Daytona because you've got 2 large embankments which you need constant turning for. You've got the bus stop, which is a sharp brake and a sharp left-right, and for the start-finish, you've got to worry about protos overtaking you. So really, that 30 to 35-second grace period in the pits is all you really get.
That makes sense. Now, has anybody actually soiled their race suit? This is what I want to know.
Digitally, no.
You know, there was a product they had at the local auto supply store I saw years ago. It was like a little sponge in a box, and it said for men or women, great for road trips and other long driving stints. And honestly, I never bought one, but I wonder if some of our endurance drivers have gone there.
You never really know until you ask.
Well, and Bastiato, I've left the seat warm for mead.
Oh,
I don't know exactly how to interpret that, but
it depends how you've left it warm, whether it's with your buttocks or something more of a liquid
Or is it a
nature.
little damp?
yeah, exactly. Damp. I was going to use the word moist, but I think you're better off there, Scotty, with the word damp. We don't want to offend.
I can just imagine Base coming into the pit lane for a driver change, let's say, and again on the radio, like Jensen Button did to Alonso for the 2017 Monaco Grand Prix, saying I'd pissed in your seat.
Yes.
Okay, well, Beast Shadow being straightforward here, that definitely that he just plain had a piss.
you can't be any more forefront than that. So I actually applaud you for your honesty, good sir.
I hope that's able to clean up nicely for you.
DDM Law says Stint 7 is going to start before 6 at this point. I actually think you might have a little bit of truth to that.
So yeah, I'm here on the west coast of the United States. It's 5:40 p.m. So if I add 9 hours to UK Europe time, is that right?
Right now it's 2:38 a.m. for me.
Yeah, and it's 1:38 GMT here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's not even really late. You're not feeling it yet.
John,
No.
John, I've been awake for over 24 hours. Give me a break.
Okay, yeah, it's I've only been to the UK once, so the where the time it ends up being is always confusing to me.
Mm-hmm. I do keep American time zones confused. Is it 5, 6, 8 hours behind? The only actual time I've been to America was when I was about 8 or 9 months old. And on that trip, I attended the 24 Hours of Daytona for that year. That would have been
did you?
2004.
Sweet, but you don't really remember much, I assume.
As far as my memory's concerned, it never happened. As far as my memory's concerned, I didn't live the first 5 years of my life.
So
See,
you were a babe in arms at the Daytona 24. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm one of those strange people that can remember very close to being born. I can remember very vividly everything that's happened to me, and sometimes I wish I could forget. But other times it's like, oh yeah, I remember that nice memory.
So so Metal, you can remember actually pecking your way out of the egg then?
Not that far, John. I'm not that far back.
I can only
why.
remember vague wee things from like nursery and primary school, but not much more than vague memories from me.
Now, I am 51, and I have distinct memories of between 2 and 3 years old of being in the house that I lived in with my parents, of watching some things on television, like Apollo launches, and watching Sesame Street with my mother.
That sounds like a really nice memory.
No, yeah, they're all good memories. There's some things I won't share that I also have in my memory from later in life, but I guess you take the good with the bad.
No one shares everything, and I don't expect anyone to share everything because I believe a person's private life is private. You know, I'll never ask I'll never ask like the details unless they want to share. So
their private life is to be respected. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you saying you're 51, John? They're sort of taking me back because you're 3 times the age of me.
Well, how old are you, Scotty?
17.
I told you this on Tuesday.
You got to. Oh, come on, I have a bad memory. I've dealt with a lot. I've gone through rapid qualifiers, rapid
You were
racing.
just saying you had a great memory and you could remember things vividly.
Yeah,
You just burned your medal.
From far ago, not recent. I have a great long-term memory. My short-term is crap.
Well, I'll just quote Jim Neighbors, who played Gomer Pyle, who nobody probably knows who either of those people are, but he sang a song called "It Takes All Kinds to Make a World."
I actually do know who you're talking about.
So there's that, and that's what makes the Forts community so awesome. You know, whether you're 6, 16, or 60, we all share this common love of these things with 4 wheels.
And it looks like people are finally starting to ready up after nearly half an hour.
I think we're missing one driver.
Yeah, we're missing someone.
But I think they have to go ahead and not...
I swear, if it's that one person we started without in Stint 4, I'm going to cry.
Well, we're loading into the track now, so hopefully we'll be getting underway very shortly.
Shadow in chat says, DDM Law, I need you to give me a hug. Hugs are welcome any way you turn in this stream, so don't be afraid. Ask for a hug and you shall get a hug. Socially distanced, of course.
And there we finally got this. Can ready up for spectator mode.
Little self promotion here. Yesterday, after the stream, I was like, well, what should I do? I needed to go do something, so I got in my my older Porsche and just went driving around Seattle and took a bunch of photos around some of the old haunts that I used to hang out at when I was much younger and lived in Seattle. And I posted those photos on my Facebook page. If anybody's looking for something to do in between races here, check those out there. There's some pretty good ones.
Cheeky little self promo, I love it.
Yeah. Well, I'm loading another one. Here's another bit for you. I'm loading another one to my Instagram right now, so you can also check that out there.
Anything else you would like to promote while you're at it? You're more than welcome to.
No, that's all right. Just those. Although, if you don't know who I am from the Forza channel, the official Forza channel, and you can always watch that for good stuff.
So it seems like the final person we were waiting on, who it seems to be Sorry Dude, has joined the lobby and they're just loading in now.
He also was in the previous lobby, so it was a little bit maybe to get the final results in. And this lobby is going to personally running over 25 minutes into overtime into stint 7.
Well, luckily, Haseo, we have got 2 people who know us very well for Stint 7, and that is AMS Tsunami and SVR Solar. So I truly am happy with that because, well, for Stint 8, we've got Rockmore, who's neither here nor there most of the time. Like, when it comes to lobbies, he's either on time or not. It's like, eh. And then we've got not Helen M4, N340, so I can't really vouch for them as of yet. But what worries me is Stint Line, because it says DDM question mark. That does not fill me with hope. Yami says he's VNX Castaway in the lobby. Let's
I don't believe. No, he isn't.
No.
no.
I think it's actually Sorry Dude.
I shall check. That team's been.
Oh, Sorry
changing
Dude
around a
have
bit.
left the lobby as well.
Mhm.
Nemesis says, Genji says, shut up, Metal. Nemesis, don't make me shove a Barbie doll up your bum bum. Because I will, Nemesis. Nemesis has a fun little time of reminding me how sometimes loud I am. And then I like to give him peculiar little threats like that.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Can't do this stint as they're planning him to do stint 7, and you can't double these stints.
Oh, we got Jammy in
so-
here,
Yami has joined.
who might be a last minute change.
Let me just check race control.
Nemesis in chat saying, loud, I'm surprised my speakers haven't blown up yet. Well, if you weren't playing Gangnam Style 24/7, Nemesis, they would actually have a bit of a break.
Don't watch my streams, Nemesis. Your speakers won't last a show.
Especially with the Dakar, you can hear me scream all the way in Washington.
Yep. Sometimes I have to move away from my mic when certain things happen because I know that some people are wearing headphones.
I do.
I feel sorry for Haseo. He's going to be deaf by the time before he's even 30 with me. Nemesis
I'm quieter
says,
than
John.
Mel. Okay.
But then again, it also depends on the volume I have on each person in the Discord call. Mel is on 200, John is just 100.
So if you want to blame someone, blame Haseo.
No, I don't think he just means how loud you are. I think he may also mean how much you talk.
Okay, when it comes to the chat box, I am nothing compared to the meatball that is Genji.
Okay.
I've noticed.
I'm trying to play my role as guest spectator, so I'm out here. I'm a third party commentating on random things. I have to play my part.
Boy, you're a wonderful third party.
Welcome back to Chatter, Tsunami.
Tsunami says that's 2 of my 5 stints done. Oh my lord, Tsunami. 10 hours of racing. Are you human?
Now, Tsunami, are you looking forward to the next stint, or are you dreading it at this point?
I think the first 3 stints are okay. I think 4 and 5 is where it starts to grate and wear you down.
And then, Tsunami, are you taking naps in between, or are you just going all out on this?
DDM Law saying almost an hour behind. Well, welcome to Tora. But whilst John is here, he could experience my obligatory words as the formation lap gets underway. And once they cross that, I will say it because, well, Sonic, why not?
Your voice isn't too dead yet.
No, my voice isn't too dead for my possibly only catchphrase on this channel.
Yeah, I've never had a problem losing my voice from streams but Rock Band streams that I do, my voice will go away.
Yeah,
by the
because
end
you're
of them.
yelling a lot more.
Yeah. I guess that's a good way to refer to my singing as yelling.
Well,
Here
a
we
lot
go.
of yelling is close to yelling sometimes, depending on your singing.
Here we go. Lights out and away we go here at Daytona. Teacher,
and 1, 2, 3.
RR97 is trying to break away quite nicely from the pack. Certainly more confident in the dark than their predecessor. SGR Blackout closely following behind. Another very competent nighttime driver. So it looks like we are very much into the night driving pros here now.
Now,
GT
what
so
I
far
wanna-
has been very sensible. I haven't seen any moves yet. They've all been single file through the infield, and they're starting to spread out a little bit, but very tame here in the GT field so far.
How
It
long will
is-
those cones stay there? That's what I wanted to know.
Approximately about 5 laps, give or take.
We need a cone counter. Somebody count the cones.
Oh, it's been a lot of counts in the stream so far.
Looks like ESV Breeze is going to
Here
make
goes
a
Blackout behind RR.
move. Someone's already in the pits.
What? Who's in the pits?
Who is that? Yami. Is it Yami? No, it's not. It's
It's Bobberts.
Bobberts, I believe. Bobberts is already in the pit. This is either
That's got to be a
genius.
strategic pit, right?
This is either genius or they had a major collision incident. But judging for the bodywork, there's no physical damage. So the only thing I can really guess is that is a real.
Unless it's
Early-
a penalty pit stop. For
Oh,
a
it might be a
last minute sub.
Ooh, it might be a penalty pit stop.
I don't know for sure. This is just a pure guess because apparently it was supposed to be Castaway to race in this race.
Oh,
No,
SVR Solo in chat confirming it's a tactical pit stop.
it probably is just to get out of that traffic and to get clean air. And as I've said a few times in
Quite
the stream,
possible.
This can
I'm
either
just
be.
taking it to the extreme. First lap, get out. I think that's I did that at Bathurst last year, and I got up from 14th to 4th in that stint. So
This can either be
if
the
you're
best
quick-
move ever
yeah,
or one
if
of
you're
the
quick,
worst.
but you're mispositioned on the grid for your pace, it's a certain thing you have to do.
Speaking
really,
of being quick, SVR White is
Be
trying
quick.
to catch up to the back of NWR Bradders. The Porsche is chasing down that vet. Oh, SVR White looking for a lunge. So does AMS Mead. But the two drivers are going side by side and slowing each other down in the process, allowing AMS Mead to take 11th place away from the Porsche.
And now Prairie going for the dive on White. He just clips a bumper of Mead, but that's him ahead of White. So White needs to compose himself,
Oh,
just
and
get
here
into
comes
rhythm
an-
and not continue to drop through the field.
There goes Nami confirming it, John. He is in Honolulu. Wahoo.
I'm loving
Aloha,
the Eddie Van
Tsunami.
Halen livery on the Corvette there, 158.
Meanwhile, Bowtie's had a bit of a wobble on the grass, and Yami's trying to go around his outside at turn 6 as we come onto the oval. He's got a little square
Oh.
lead trying to get on the par.
Go to third place for the Protos. Razzo versus
I'm on it.
Daddy the 95. And the two are going wheel to wheel as they
And
battle
PDF
it
is also
out.
joining it.
Woo! Razzo is under some serious fire here.
He's currently in 6th place of the Protos there, Senate.
BDF4 Gaming is back after their disconnect all the way back in stint 1.
I think this is his third race, I believe, as well. Actually, the other way around at the moment, Senate, as
missed his
Russ-
braking, and that's allowed me to slip up the inside and take P10 from him.
Looks like P10 is being swamped at the moment by Pariah.
he
I hope
is
I'm
a
saying
law.
that correctly. As they're trying to chase down Bradders.
Meanwhile,
Two Corvette-
Bowtie's got back past Yami going into turn 1 as well.
Two Corvettes
For
having a
P50.
big battle here. Ooh, and Pariah goes into the back of Bradders, trying to give them a gentle nudge like, I'm faster than you, move away.
What did you say correctly there, Trans? Oh, Daddy and Rasu still batting that as Rasu got his way past again.
Oh, I did say Pariah correctly, okay. It's very rare I pronounce a game attack correctly.
So we do apologize if we butcher some people's gamer tag.
It will inevitably happen.
But more than likely, it's not deliberate.
Exactly. We're
No
pronouncing
near
it.
deliberate.
We're pronouncing it to the best of our capabilities, to what we think is
Oh.
correct.
Pariah, Bradders, and quickly going side by side all the way down to turn 3.
That pack
Brad-
there, that's busy.
Very
Bradders
busy.
gets the better line, shuts the door on Pariah, but now opens the door for SBL White and Moderator. Oh, they're all going into the back of each one another.
They are nearly bumper to bumper coming into turn 5.
It is a little road train, but SBL White is looking to break this road party up. Can't do it yet. The Porsche doesn't have enough speed.
They just all have to put together nice clean laps and wait for the moment for the person in front of them to make a mistake.
Exactly.
Alternatively, they can follow the one that pitted, I can't remember off the top of my head, to try and get in cleaner. That being said, the LMPs are about to swarm the first GT that pitted.
Not just swarm, but completely engulf. Let's see, the GTs are starting to spread out just a little.
And someone does take my advice and heads to the pit lane.
Using that strategic pit.
And it's Ella's bow tie.
Now, one thing I can see right now is that THR RR97 is not running away from the proto pack like all of their teammates before them.
Oh, just to butt in, Brian, SVR White, we're nearly going side by side. White has got a bit on the grass and Moderators try and go round the outside through turn 5. Moderators still side by side on the inside for turn 6 with White, who's getting the better run.
Zenith, the black screen issue is not a stream issue, it is a Twitch issue. There is nothing we can do about it until Twitch fixes the issue.
And the only way to fix this is to actually end the stream, do the changes and restart it, which is going to take time and making you unable to watch the stream.
And
Exactly.
we may not even fix the actual issue.
Exactly.
And was the suggestion to maybe use a browser version of Twitch rather than the
Yes.
app?
The browser version works flawlessly. It's just the app which is,
He's playing Thunderburgers with us.
So there you go, Zenith. Use a browser version of Twitch, and you should be all right.
Yes. So if we
the
go...
only thing though with the browser version is you will not be able to log in and chat in the chat. So just be cautious of that.
I'm in the browser version, and I'm logged in and chatting in chat.
Oh no, I meant like on phones, tablets, so on and so forth. Because
on a
'cause-
tablet, you should
yeah.
be fine. Just a little compromised on screen space.
But no, it
And-
just pushes the app version to you automatically. which
Jamie
breaks.
here got caught up in a little bit bad
Oh.
traffic with some contacts, and somebody went a
OTR
little bit wide.
quickly's, yeah, OTR quickly's taking a trip through the grass.
Oh,
He's
oh.
lost most of the GT positions.
Little off there, cost him 3 spots. I guess it doesn't. The spots don't really matter. What you really want, you want to get out in a nice open place and get those miles in.
And right now he's
Riders
just
are-
stuck in traffic.
Radis and Pariah are going side by side. They are not leaving anything. And what makes it worse is Mod Racer is right behind them. Radis is sniffing the rear of Pariah like a dog in season.
I was a bit
Why
worried
is
that when I
not
seen
having a
Rico,
DC?
going for the dive into the bus stop. But
That's one way to say hello.
yeah, clean, which is very fair.
Radis again sniffing the rear of Pariah, but Pariah is shutting the door of them, doing a slight bit of ducking and weaving. Nothing they can do though, is they're going side by side across the start-finish straight. Pariah has the inside and superior line, but Brothers, will they do a dive? No, they won't, but they're looking to do a switchback. Oh, but a lock-up as they saw Mod Racer in the BMW vastly quickly approaching from the rear.
It looked like Brothers just wanted to slot in to the apex to not have Mod Racer pass him too.
I can hear a John still giggling.
You've tapped my inner child, Metal Gauge.
Well, I'm glad I can make you giggle. If I made you giggle, I feel like I've succeeded in my job.
It looked like Brothers was trying to get a cut back on Pariah, but Mod Racer was just ever so slightly showing his nose, so he couldn't be confident in taking the cutback without causing a bit of contact.
Pariah is starting to run away though, although a couple of positions back, looks like Yami is in a little bit of a fight, but they've spread out because there's not much draft that you can get.
Now, Porsche fans might find it interesting what's going on between the two Porsches here as a comparison, mostly between drivers, to see just how these two cars compare.
Exactly.
So John, as a rear engine, how much different is it actually from, say, a mid-engine or a front engine?
Well, it's massively different. Your biggest risk is liftoff oversteer.
Right.
You do not want to lift off going into a corner. The need to brake before going into a corner is that much more important with a Porsche. Now they will understeer. You can get them to understeer, but snap oversteer or lift off oversteer are your real risks. But the benefit being that you can push it that much farther and harder around a corner because you have so much more weight on the rear. But if you lift and you take that weight off for
Ooh,
1
here
second,
comes LP to the king.
No.
And just while you were talking there, John, Brothers, wait, who's that off? Mead has found himself wide at turn 5 and he's fallen way down into the pack of the GT cars. But as
Brothers and Pariah are still going at it.
yeah, Brothers got up the inside of Pariah going into turn 1 and has retaken third in class. But Mod Racer's fallen a little bit back from third and fourth in class at the moment.
That's
Just
got to
a
be just
little.
about all the GT cars together there, huh?
Apart from 3 who have made pit stops, I believe it is.
Yes, it is the majority. And Pariah and Brothers are still going at it, and the rest are not far behind.
It's really a great shot to see the entire pack together and figuring it out amongst themselves.
SSR Mod Racer is finding pace in that BMW that no one else has seemed to get.
And Pariah has dived into the pits to join the other three cars at the back and getting clean air. Those 3 being Boberts, Bowtie, and Recious.
Rob the ball, Bobertson.
All Mod Racer is now under attack by SVR White, Mead, and Yanni.
And look at that rainbow-colored Ferris wheel right there. It's such a beautiful thing.
It is.
Beautiful
Pariah comes
thing.
out a little bit behind Bowtie. So he
Oh,
slots
Chicken
into
and Quick
third,
were
but
going
it's
side by
good.
side. Come on, you little chicken nugget, make the move. Oh, quickly overtakes the chicken nugget. Oh, come on, chicken.
Let's go and check. Yes, he's going to 6th place of the Produce, which I think will mean he's done a pit stop.
He's a
But here's the
huge
thing.
way down on the.
But here's the
Proto
thing.
field.
Look at the first place though, Proto. They are not running away.
They don't need to run away. They've already got about a 10-mile gap. So being up front is pretty much all they need.
In fairness though, a 10-mile gap, they are still a head target for these races.
Meanwhile, White has got a brilliant run on Mod Racer. And he's got by Yami now is up the inside too. Yami bit deep under braking has allowed Modcar to get back up the inside through turn 1. But Yami's not done. There's now got the inside for turn 3 as Maid is trying to have a little look. Nearly making this 3 wide.
Mead is certainly having a
Wow.
look.
He's not going to have to run out of turn 3 though. We'll have to slot back in during the kink. Yami's a little slow through the kink. That backs Modcar up. So Maid now trying around the outside of turn 5. If he can hold it there, he'll have the inside for 6, which he will.
But
Can
there's
he get
got to
the
have the
move
dive.
done?
Oh, and Yami's going for the inside on SVR White as well. We've got 2 battles happening side by side.
Yami's got past White, so it's been a brilliant start for the lap for him. Meanwhile, Mead and Modrace are still side by side as they go round the banking.
Mead has got the lower of the road, and the lower of the road is the faster of the road.
It sounded like Modracer slightly messed up a upshift. But being in that BMW struggling, but White's made a mistake in the bus stop, and that's allowed Mead past, and Modracer too.
Mod Racer
Will-
is slowly getting past, but that Porsche is like, nah, sister, I am gonna take my place back, thank you very much.
That bus
Man.
stop, though.
The BM doesn't quite have the straight line
That
speed.
bus
to
stop is
keep
the
them ahead.
great equalizer.
There's one spot as you go around the track. What is it that you dread each time going around? For those of you that have raced here,
Oh,
Bus stop.
Turn 1
Either
at the bus
bu-
stop.
Bus stop
No,
or
no,
turn
no.
1?
turn 1. Turn 1 is a lot worse.
I go with turn 1. Yeah.
It's 190 into a left hand whilst braking. If you go a little bit too hard, you just lock up and continue going straight.
Oh, Scott's is saying Produce with, or bus stop with Produce incoming.
It depends what protos you have, if they are respectful or if they are slightly less respectful.
If
Either
they're
way,
patient
you
or
feel the pressure
impatient,
of them on your tail. Like a torpedo coming in hot.
If they're like a torpedo, then you're doomed.
Meanwhile, we've got a battle at the front of LMP. Blackout's been held up a little bit by traffic. That's allowed Razzo to be right on his rear diffuser. He's in the slipstream as they're coming round to the bus stop now.
They're certainly having a look.
Blackout getting a much better run through the bus stop and pulling out half a second now. So any thought of Razzo making a move into turn one's disappeared.
There's still a very tight battle for the top 3 of the Protos.
Welcome to
Teacher
Shatter Turismo.
RR97 is only 200 feet ahead in front of Blackout and Razzo. These top 3 are not separating from one another. They are flex taping themselves together.
There's only just over a second between the 3 of them. Let's hope it can stay that way for the rest of the stint as they're coming up to the main pack of GTs. Let's see how this will play out.
Oh,
while
here
Flex
comes...
Tape can't do what it says in the advertising, it is very sticky.
Oh, quickly he's found himself on the grass once again, heading to...
RR97! RR97 tried to
Oh.
overtake Mod Racer, and they had a major sim twitch.
That's called Mod Racer a bit of time, and the Proto leader, who's now coming under a lot of pressure from Blackout, and Razzo's still right there.
Oh!
He's hit the outside wall, he's on the grass, he's recovered it, and it's lost him a couple of seconds and a place, but that could have been a lot worse for him.
It could have been a lot worse.
That
Definitely
was
a
a
lot
wild
worse.
ride.
Welcome to chat
The top
again,
of the bench into the
Yuko.
draft.
Nice racing out there
Nice.
from in the last lobby.
He's lucky, Blackout's lucky not to get any damage from that contact with the top wall.
They're very lucky, actually.
He's likely going to have to change his shorts after that one. Speaking of soiling your race suit,
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see here, there's a couple of people having a bit of a scrap.
Meanwhile, Quickly's got past Modcar for 13th.
Yami is trying to chase down Bradders now, but they're also being chased down by Mead. Going
also worth-
into...
It's also worth noting Bobberts, who's already made his first stop, is now only 11 seconds behind the back of this GT field. He could undercut the entire field with that one pit stop.
If he does, it will be the move of
I've been
the
getting word
century.
that somebody's known Blacker for 2 years, and this is more or less the first time he's seen him make a mistake in 2 years.
Ooh. Well, that just shows that he is human. He does make mistakes.
Scott's in, having a good sleep, come back fresh, close this thing out.
He said soon, so we don't know. It's like in 30 minutes to an hour or 10 minutes.
Could be the world's most efficient power nap.
Yeah.
Well, some people like to go to sleep with the television on. Could you fall asleep with the race going on in the background, or do you have
No,
to turn it on?
I'll have one eye open and I'll be like, oh, I'll just watch this. I'll just watch this overtake. I'll just watch this stint.
But ours
I'll watch
not
them-
currently making a lot of ground compared to other protos. He's just moving around and
Yeah, currently we have Yami and Bradders fighting. Yami give a little tap to Bradders going into turn one. That allowed him to get up the inside, but he wasn't able to make the move stick into turn three.
Bradders is certainly looking, certainly trying.
Nemesis. Yeah, I guess it depends on who's commentating. If you're going to try to sleep with the race on.
Nemesis! You know, one day I will get Nemesis to say something nice about me. And that is when the Earth will stop spinning.
Well, at least he's got a well-chosen
Mesa!
tag.
Mr. Mesa Spear himself is in chat. Hello!
Welcome to
Hello,
chat.
Mrs. Spear.
And meanwhile, Yami's got to run around the outside of Batters on the banking, and has got the position. And with this battling's allowed me to catch up to the pair of them. But Bradders got a good exit out of the bus stop. Is sort of trying to come back at Yami, but doesn't quite seem to have the straight line speed in the Corvette.
Yami is certainly trying, but here comes Mead as well.
He's putting the pressure there on Brothers.
Ooh.
Yami's not having it easy here. He's going to turn 3.
They are not having it easy whatsoever. Yami keeping the line clean.
No damage,
Brothers.
Yuko. We did not see any damage. It was just no contact, just a twitch that sent him off onto the grass where there was no walls.
Oh, Macy, you didn't do anything. It's lovely to have you here.
Still a couple cones surviving on that last inside straight there.
Unless someone spins, I think those cones will live to see another day.
Riku is currently in 5th place, going into turn 1 at the moment with Black in the front.
Oh, there is a tight battle between Bradders and Mead as they just exit bus stop. Bradders gets the better line, but let's see what they can actually do.
Here is Riku. He's 5.6 seconds behind Black Eye ahead, 18.3 seconds ahead of
Mead is in the pits.
Daddy. Who I believe Daddy's made his first stop. The rest of the prototypes still yet to do so.
Oh, Yami goes wide into turn 1, losing up the ground that they had gained on Bradders, putting them straight back in the firing line.
We've also got a couple of cars into the pits. That's Mead
White,
and White.
Baltai. He's on early pits and running in 14th place at the moment.
As they both come out behind Pariah. Mead very close to sticking ahead of him, but that's looks like Bobberts is still the lead car that has lapped, and he's got an 11-second gap over the second GT car that's pitted. So things are looking very good for him so far.
They are looking good. VDF Gaming currently in the pits. And so is Riku. Field starting to spread out just a tiny bit, but there is still some very close action. Going back to Pariah now. Pariah is being chased down by MS Mead. You've got AMS Mead looking to try and close the gap to Pariah. Not quite in slipstream range, but is certainly trying to eke out each and every little distance from them.
We also have Yami and Bradders into the pits this lap. They're coming towards the end of the pit lane now. Bobberts has already cleared them. but seems like they're gonna be coming out
Oh,
very close.
Bow tie just scrimps out in front of Yami and pushes
Then
Yami
comes
towards
RR into the mix
Pariah.
as well.
Oh,
All the
and
prototypes.
Pariah goes into the back of Yami. Here come the protos again to actually get these races down and dirty.
Maid looking up the inside of Pariah, who was held up by Yami in turn 5. Pariah will have the inside for turn 6. And he's later on the bricks and slots in ahead. As Razu is coming through the pack of GTs.
Yes, they are. Pariah is now under immense pressure from Bradders, who just flies past, while Blackout just threads the needle around the GT cars. What amazing driving!
And we've got another couple of cars in the pits now. It's Mod Racer and Quickly, and the White gets past Mod Racer, but Chickens can't quite do it. He's looking for a way past Mod Racer, but they can't find the gap. White now applying pressure to Quickly, who also just came out of the pits. But seems like Mod Racer and Quickly did just enough to stay ahead of White.
Yami and
Chicken
Mead still
respectively.
going side by side with Bradders and Pariah very close behind. Now, luckily, Scotty, we're very grateful to have you here because as me and Hassan migrate to the other lobby, we can keep your POV playing on stream for
Yeah,
as long as
since
possible.
we
at
currently
least.
got 27 minutes until we have to leave for that lobby.
Agreed.
As this lobby will roughly run until 3:30 a.m. GMT.
Yeah.
And Tsunami is trying out no cursing at us.
I actually think
Why-
we've been quite good as well for the profanities.
I don't think we've been too bad
I
tonight.
haven't heard one in the booth here the whole time.
Oh,
My virgin years have survived.
The Dakar is a different story. I use them profusely.
and thank you for that folder, Spencer. And Scotty, how long do you think you can last with us tonight?
Until the end of this stint. So for the hour and 6 minutes that remain of it.
Now, what about our friend Hooper Car? How has he been doing?
Hooper is still currently racing his stint, doing very well, and just putting in the miles, putting in the distance.
Now he's not in our session. Has anybody got his stream up to see get a taste of how he's doing? His mental state.
His mental state is probably the same as mine, and pooping his pants very profusely.
Well, let's hope that he's got some nice fresh pile of wipes there.
Hopefully they're not white, because if they're white, it will show the stains very, very badly. Hey, Doug Jr., another one of my good friends. Hello, you. Yes, we know he's freaked out by LMP1 cars, but at the end of the day, now he can stop laughing at me for freaking out for the past 4 hours.
Does chat have anybody else to request watching?
So at the moment we have Bradders who's trying to attack Yami. He had a look into turn 1, but he wasn't able to.
And Pariah is now joining the fray to try and overtake Bradders and Yami in the process. Also, Nemesis, I don't freak out when you join a lobby with me. It's just funny racing against you. What, Mesa ramming me off the road with a racing truck is another thing. Yes, that does terrify me. But it's mainly Robin and PTG Rob, because they like to smack me off track for fun.
Is your middle name Football Metal?
No, it might as well be freaking Pinball, because, well, that's all Rob and Carver or Mesa, or basically anyone who likes to hear me scream like a 12-year-old. Yeah.
Mesa claiming innocence here. He did not ram you. You PIT'd yourself into his truck, he claims.
Mesa and Nemesis are as innocent as O.J. Simpson.
Well, he did. The jury did find him not guilty.
Yeah, the jury did, but everyone knows the truth. My only solace in Mesa is about a month ago, he got dared to eat a pizza that was labelled as insanely spicy and hot. Mesa is good with spicy things, so he thought, why not? I'll eat it on stream. It was a tiny little pizza with 6 tiny little slices. He had 3 slices, and no word of a lie, he was sweating, he was crying, he was turned into a blubbering man-child, and he was kept awake all night repainting his toilet. So I found that not only funny, but also justice. So
now,
it's all
what kind of
square.
pizza was this? Ghost peppers or?
I believe it was ghost pepper sauce and like California Reaper pepperoni, something along those lines.
Never even heard of such a thing. It sounds tasty, but the after effects don't sound worthwhile.
The after effects basically turn your insides into liquid squishy bits.
And fire.
Fire!
I think being on fire is actually less painful.
As you guys were talking about pizza, Modracer had an issue on the banking and that allowed Chicken past. Although Chicken was a little slow in the bus stop, and Modracer, being a bit liberal with track limits, I must say, has got the position back, which is P10 in class.
Come on, Chicken Wing! Come on, Chicken Wing, get that mod racer!
So we're gonna work
Mason
with
said it did not taste of anything but pain.
Paria here,
Yes,
who's
we
currently
saw
putting
your
pressure
pain.
on IG. Oh, we're currently on board with IG here. He's putting pressure on Brothers.
Pariah is certainly looking in a vet v vet face-off. Pariah looking for that inside line, but doesn't have the distance to pull it off. They are twitching and looking and sniffing.
I love watching them come into a corner when you can tell that they're left foot braking by the glow of the brake discs.
The brake discs when they glow at night is just something beautiful. Even though you do get the odd person in chat saying, where can you get LED brake discs? And they send a picture of a brake disc glowing with the heat, and it's like, I don't know how to dumb this down enough for you.
People don't understand heat and friction.
Eh,
Let me
Since-
tell you this: if you think they're LEDs, you should put your hand on one when they're glowing.
Exactly.
Ouch.
well,
I
that's one
have-
way to lose your identity of all your fingerprints.
Scrubs. Scrubs.
So
Oh,
here we
Yummy
have.
and Mead are having a good
What
little
gamer
fight
tag
here.
is... Daytona, what gamer tag is that?
How are the scrubs doing? Daytona WR. Yeah. What tags are you looking for? Tsunami says you mean you don't have the LED brightness on your car?
Oh.
No.
Yami's ran wide in turn 5, and he's gone from
Very
being
wide.
all over Mead's bumper to now thinking a bit more about Bradders behind him.
Bradders and Pariah are going to take this all the way to the line, but unfortunately it looks like we won't be able to see it soon.
All the LMP cars are kind of by themselves, and aside from a few stragglers, all the GT cars are together. Interesting that they're completely separated.
That is true, but
At
one
the moment.
interesting prospect of the LMP cars is that first place is not running away at all this stint.
Yeah, this is the first stint where they've sort of been in a line on the track. Usually
Yeah.
there's one dotted somewhere in the track and then another on the other half. They're all within half a lap of each other.
Which is
Except
the
for
first
one.
we've seen. Except
Yeah,
for
there's-
one that has fallen back just a tad.
It'll be interesting to see how the pack, the GT pack, deals with those as they come through one by one, complicating each one of their own individual efforts
Yeah,
within
like
their
they're
class.
going quick succession as... Let's jump on board with RR for a moment and see when he gets through this field, how he will react with that many GT cars to go through.
Oh, and they are missing a headlight as well, which will not exactly be good for them at this sort of speed. Gammy Bradders are slowly forming a little line, but that angry ass LMP1 is on an assault charge from hell itself, and it is not going to slow down anytime soon. They are going to approach these drivers just before bus stop, and quite possibly the worst place you can experience an LMP1 car.
Here comes R towards the bus stop.
Did
There
that
goes
very
LDR.
smoothly.
Not too much drama with RR coming through. Here's getting through the higher up in the field for GT cars.
Did that very
And the
smoothly,
banking.
actually.
Okay.
From the outside here of IG. Going towards
And
turn
here
1 now.
comes First corner, there's Bradders, there's Yami, and there's Mead, forming a little line of barriers for RR97.
Just zigzagging through the entire field.
Setting them up and knocking them down.
And that was very efficiently done, all within a lap.
Let's
That's
go
a
back
bowling
with Brasu,
reference.
who's currently next up.
Yeah.
Nice little three-way happening between Mead, Yami, and Bradders still. Mariah in the close distance. Ooh, but there's looks like an LMP1 getting past. That is Razu, I believe.
It is.
They are coming thick and fast. Ooh, at least they're getting. Ooh, Mead would have his Bum Bum would have been clenched there because he did not see him as he
There's
was moving closer to
Blackout
that
coming
wall.
into the bus stop now, getting 3 GT cars in front of him.
It's really amazing to watch these guys work through that pack. You can feel
Especially in the
each one of
dark
the
as
GT
well.
drivers clenching up.
Especially in the dark as well, because I know I personally could not do anything like this in the dark. It's just
Oh!
my brain
Mead
does
was
not
about to
work
go
like
into the
that.
side and still an LMP is coming up behind him. So he just bracks out and brakes to the left, goes to the left. There we go, Daddy moving up in the field now, through the infield now, with GTs in front of him.
Sorry, Kane, but either Bobberts has had an issue, he's made his second stop as he's found himself towards the tail end of the GT cars. He's fighting Chicken at the moment, he's just fended him off. But White is now has a run on Chicken, they nearly go side by side through the kink, and White's sent to move on Chicken up the inside of turn 5. Squeezes him onto the exit curb, has about a run, and Chicken has to slot in behind. But Bobberts, I don't know if he did pit, but he's suddenly a lot further back than he used to be.
Pariah and Bowtie, two drivers just hooking and drafting off each other for 12th place.
Bobber's been to the pits as he's got 98% fuel.
He has taken his second stop. He probably was very close to running out of fuel, having pitted on the first lap. I sort of missed that because I was looking at the quali times for the GT cars, trying to figure out how many people set a 142, and I think there's about, it seems like 40 people, all within a second. That just shows you how crazy close this GT field is.
As me and Mel probably have to leave in the next 10 minutes. Probably get into the next lobby.
Which, aside from that pass right there by the Corvette, if they're all that close on pace, you're not seeing a lot of passing in that group. But the Corvette here moving right through the pack.
This.
Let's see if Bobberts has the pace to climb back up through the pack now that he's made his second pit stop, or whether he's just sort of so far ahead on that first lap pit stop.
It's quite possible. We don't know until everybody else is starting to do their secondary pit stop.
The only person Bobberts might not have been ahead of is Breeze out in the lead for GT. He's 13 seconds ahead of second place Matt for Rise Motorsport.
Chicken is slowly trying to wind in SVR White for 16th place as they're coming up towards the start-finish straight.
And one of the cars, Bowtie, dives into the pits for his second stop.
Chicken is still all over the rear of SVR White as they are looking to make an overtake, to make a move. And it's
Now,
just
those of you,
not enough distance yet.
those of you out in chat there, how many of you have been along since the very beginning? Are you feeling it? We're about get just about 12 hours through this.
We are
Can
more or
you
less
feel
12
it?
hours in about now.
Here comes Riku diving into bus stop. Riku and White collide. Oh, but they somehow don't spin, but it gives Chicken the advantage they need to slow SVR White right the way down.
Yeah, they were quite lucky in the way they made contact. It was wheel to wheel, very parallel to each other, so they didn't spear each other off. So all it's cost them is a bit of time. But with Chicken being in the BMW, he doesn't quite have the straight line speed to take advantage of the opportunity.
Well, thank you for that, OBBG Star. And thank you for the follow earlier as well.
Mr. Starlight Glimmer, nice to see you back in chat. Oh, Mr. Starlight, who I did the first Forza Dakar with.
Haha, Starlight Glimmer!
There you go. Chicken WT is trying to still catch SBR White with little to no success at the moment. Yami is still being chased down by Mead.
Well, we thank you, Nemesis. Or I thank you, I guess.
I thank you too.
Thank you, Jet 9 Nemesis.
Nemesis, I know you're trying to hurt me, but it's just, I know you love me really, very deep down. Or me
Not
just trying to
just in
make
the
a move.
If you were to leave this commentary for next stream, Nemesis would sub.
Ah, Nemesis, stop teasing. Anyway,
Oh! White gets a big twitch and spins out into turn 2.
No! There he goes. He's around. He's around. Oh my gosh.
I think he just had a big oversteer moment that made him twitch out.
You might
Somebody
have got
get
used a
that
bit
man a
too
fresh
much
pair of
curb.
underpants.
Might have you take,
And hello,
used a bit too
Solar. I
much
guess
curb
he
on self
just
car.
caught Water making a small mishap which sent him flying. I think the only thing you can console him with, it didn't get damage.
that is true.
Yeah. A fairly clean spin.
If you're gonna make a mistake, just don't damage the car.
And be sure to do it on camera.
Exactly.
As a photographer at race events, there's a hidden talent. You might be a better photographer, but the fact of being in the right place at the right time is a skill that you cannot earn that skill. It's something you either have or you do not have. And thankfully, I have had that skill.
Yeah, since we're roughly halfway mark into this, as we still got 12 hours more to go.
So meanwhile, Yami's just gone into the pits. They're waiting at the end of the pit lane for their stop to finish, and it looks like they'll be coming out in relatively clean air, which is going to be good for them just to set some laps. And Bobberts has made his way to the front of that little portion of the GT train, up now to 11th overall, which is 5th in class.
quick update, Haseo AMS Tsunami is getting online now, so expect to leave within the next 5 minutes.
That's completely fine.
That's right, Starlight. Now they are on point. It's all about the moment. They are focused. They are poised. It all comes down to this. You can stress out before, you can relax later, but now is the time to get the job done.
Very, very much so. That's where I know you, Nemesis. Okay, that's why you don't like me very much. Okay, now I know why. Because Cerberus was the tag which I accidentally span out and crashed in the PTG NASCAR event. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Looks like Metal Gauge is making stuff up.
Who the hell did I crash out there with that Cerberus name?
Wait, didn't you claim I did a PTG NASCAR event?
No.
He's trying to pin it on someone, apparently.
Yes.
It was an event of good, about a year and a bit ago.
Hello.
That's
Hello.
the truth, Starlight. You just gotta get her done.
Scotty. I'm ready to replace Scotty.
When we get in a lobby, Genji, we will bring you in.
Also, yes, Hooper is absolutely frightened of the LMP cars.
It's the return of Genji. An anointed moment
Who is
here at the
currently
halfway
awake-
mark of the 24.
Who is currently awake on coffee and microwave sausage and cheese muffin.
We did tell you to. We did tell you to fall asleep for a couple of hours.
And it sounds like you did.
It's me. Whenever I kick through that barrier of being tired, I should be good to go for another 24 hours.
Pinch your cheeks a little bit.
It's basically, for me, it's I have a barrier of like,
Yeah.
I'll get really tired, and then once I get through that barrier, I'm just awake. With, like, no reason.
Yeah, I sort of feel you. There's some nights I stay up really late, and then by 8 a.m. and I'm thinking, oh, I should maybe get sleep. I'm like, no, I'm actually not tired at all now. I could stay up and
Yeah.
usually boot up something like Black Ops 2 to play on.
Yeah.
See, I do that, but then I
Nine.
instantly pass out all the same. So.
But
We're getting word that
Oh, Bugs for
D-Lobby Bugtide fell asleep.
Oh.
Scary thing is, I'm kind of getting worried with the fact that Carver isn't online yet.
Why is that?
Because Carver's next.
Oh shit.
So, Carver's doing stint 7. And he's not awake yet, from what I can tell.
Uh
Carver, wake up, you bloody dumb bastard.
oh.
Yike.
These guys are just in a rhythm now. It just comes natural. They're just letting it flow. Each turn is nothing more than a set of pre-memorized motions. Counting 1, 2, 3, breaking point on the gas. Shift, 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 hold, brake, shift, shift, brake,
At
gas.
this time at night, these guys will all just be getting into a rhythm.
Yeah.
That is, unless you're Maid or Yami here fighting. Yami showing his nose into turn 1, but couldn't quite make the move work.
Or if you Hooper, you're trying to chase down whoever the fuck is in front of you after nailing the tire bundle at 160.
Oh my god. Wait, what?
Oh no.
He missed his braking point at bus stop.
Can we get an F in chat for Hooper, please?
As seen on one of the driver streams, even though they were running the racing line, it was telling them to brake about 50 meters before they needed to. So you're sort of don't have that exact reference. You're sort of just having to guess based on how far into this red braking line am I meant to be braking.
I would rather brake on the start of the red braking line so that I know I don't, well, pull a Hooper, really.
Yeah, exactly. He was running behind some people after having caught up with them, and then missed his braking point because he's smart.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to appreciate that that little moniker that you just gave there, Metal Gauge, of pulling a Hooper.
There is
Oh,
so much
fine.
I've said about Hooper, John. It's not even funny, including a couple of recorded things that you wish I hadn't, but it's funny, so I kept it in.
Mesa's here. We can call out Mesa for pulling a Mesa, which is nailing the pit wall on your pit entry.
That is true.
Now, that's the essence of adding insult to injury.
Yeah.
Well, it's Mesa, we can do nothing but.
True. He is anime boy though.
Yeah. Well, it's anime redacted word boy.
Sorry, Mesa, but we're talking about that sort of thing, so I had to do it. Meanwhile, Hooper and whoever he's racing against is side by side. Hooper is actually racing somebody.
At the moment, Chicken's trying to get past Modracer. He was looking to the outside of turn 6, but no hope there for him.
You know, we need to figure out a way so that we can get it into the commentary here where we can say the chicken is trying to cross the road.
Star says, and this is why I don't do anything bad, so I can't have a phrase from my stupidity. Starlet, you already have a song of your past from my videos, and that's the Pink Fluffy Unicorns Dancing on Rainbows song. Don't think I forgot.
Wow, I just had a My Little Pony moment from that image.
Starlight is, he was a big fan of My Little Pony, then he discovered anime and he migrated.
Is that a healthy change, or?
I would say 50-50. like it is sort of replacing something good with better, but then it's also like just a replacement, not a cure. But then,
So kind of a lateral shift rather than really a up or down.
Yeah, I would say lateral.
I think we should also.
The trash can that he is at one point got hit by a raccoon. The raccoon hit the trash can. Worked perfectly.
I'm not even going to ask about the raccoon and the trash can.
Tsunami's meant to be the next lobby host, but he's still in the home page.
Yeah.
What? Who's next lobby host?
AMS Tsunami.
See, SVR Solar is in a multiplayer lobby.
It is. For stint 7, AMS Turismo and SVR Solar are the two hosts.
Oh, Bradders has had an issue. One of the LMP cars went to pass him into the bus stop. I think there's a little bit of lag, and he was sent wide into the bus stop, and it's cost him 2 positions. One to Bowtie, one to Priya.
So let's say join on his name if you wish. I believe I am like the only person here who has either of the two of them. So I shall do that.
I just sent Solar a friend request myself.
Turismo joining.
And Pariah, once he got
invite.
to turn 1, missed his braking zone, gifting Brothers one of the 2 places he lost at the bus stop chicane back.
Right. I shall send invites to Haseo.
No, I
and
already
Meta.
got one from Solar.
And I will have to say goodbye after this stint as I have to stare at other things.
That's completely fine, John. And actually, thank you for taking your time here to come and join us.
Yes, thank you
It's
very
been
much,
brilliant.
John. It means the world to us.
It's been
Yeah.
a pleasure to meet you for a start and
Oh, God.
to spend so long talking to you.
Yeah, it's really fun for me to do these things outside of the stream, to just hang out and be a
Yeah.
member of the community, and it's
And I'll enlarge the second screen a little bit there, so we can have it a little bit open before we're
Oh, yeah.
waiting on the next lobby to set up properly.
I mean, next lobby should be starting on time from my knowledge, so
So that means 4
Should
minutes.
be is the keyword.
pretty much.
Keywords.
Yeah, but the lobby is at least being set up and people are joining it.
Yeah.
Mhm. Looks like we are missing 3 drivers from it.
The first stint should have started at 3 p.m. GMT, but it started like 15 minutes past.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
And
past.
Eddie just dragged out for every stint after a little bit, roughly the same place.
Yeah. I've just realised Hooper is running that Porsche without TCS.
Oh,
Man
look.
has a death wish.
Even though we told him to run TCS.
Man genuinely has a death wish.
And here
On
I
this
will
track-
probably run it without traction control as well.
Start, if they miss the lobby start,
Then
That's
their
it.
team doesn't get
If they
the
miss the
stint
start, they
at
are
all.
not able to race.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they miss the start of the stint. They aren't able to do that stint at all.
They're
But
not
no,
doing a restart because somebody is late.
So I'm missing.
but no, whilst we start, I will say,
One
it's
driver.
been very
Yeah.
nice to actually talk in real time to you, John, you know, instead of like over messages, emails, Discord, so on and so forth. It's just been really nice to talk to you like this.
Yeah. Any stint, if they miss the lobby start, the lobby won't restart to get them in. They'll just they will have missed the stint.
He's
They
talking
will
about the
generally
next
No.
wait
stint, but
a little bit
No, no, no.
for them
They
up
do
to
not
like
get.
10
They do not
the
get
team-
DQ'd.
The
They-
team just loses that stint, which
get
means they
0
lose about
miles.
200 miles.
no,
Yeah,
it doesn't
they
get
0 miles for
DQ'd.
the stint
No,
instead.
it just doesn't get that driving distance that we're supposed to potentially get.
Everybody's in the lobby. How's that happened?
What?
The lobby is together before it's supposed to start.
What?
The lobby's together fully before
How?
it's supposed to start.
Meanwhile, while we were talking lobbies, Bradders had an issue and has fallen back to 17th overall, so that's 11th
Right.
in class. As mod racers applying a lot of pressure onto the back of Pariah.
I'm going to double check and confirm.
I'll take this moment to say thank you for your kind words there, Metal Gauge, and thank you
So
all
we got
for
word
the
that if somebody's late, it's 5 minutes they're running overtime.
Replaced Bucktide.
It is no problem, John. I have nothing but kind words for you, as does everyone here. And we just hope that you feel the love and kindness that we hope we provided for you today.
I do. That's like a total bonus for me. I mean, it's great racing. It's great chat. It's an opportunity to have some social interaction in these crazy COVID times, and I can feel the love. I can feel it. I'm gonna have to shower.
Well, make sure you get a shower before Tuesday because we're getting down and dirty again.
Oh yes. So I'll stick it out for the rest of this 30-minute stint, and then I'll let you have your way.
Yeah.
Now that could
With
be
each
taken
other.
one of two ways.
Yeah.
Woken up.
With each other, that is.
Buck has
I'm gonna
woken
quickly
up.
reset the clock.
How has that happened?
Yeah. Either something has vibrated on his desk and he's woken up,
No.
or someone has thrown a pencil at his head.
No, what has happened is Skullsy turned up.
Oh!
Skullsy. I haven't seen him in a long
Skullsy
time.
woke up and Buck died.
And Jonesy's in there too.
Yeah. Jonesy's somewhere. I don't know where Jonesy is.
Saw him up and NVR no, Jonesy right there, number 883 PI. Chevy 01.
Star says ew, and Mesa says icky. Oh, come on, Mesa, I know you've done worse. You've said you've done worse in streams, so don't lie.
True.
And Starlight, well, you'll grow into it.
He is not wrong.
Meanwhile, we have Mod Racer and Chicken going side by side
God,
through
nice
turn
one.
6. Coming onto the oval.
Chicken.
Chicken's been
Another
waiting for
race.
his moment to strike, and it's come,
Another
but he's not quite got the move done. As he's going to slot back in behind as they come round to the bus stop.
It's another racer I know from Horizon. There's quite a lot of them in there.
Nemesis, by grade A, do you mean grade anything? Because Mesa has done more things than body parts I have. So, yeah.
Whoa.
Mesa's done some funky things.
the metaphor leaves the mind to wander.
It doesn't have to wander far with Mesa because it really leads. Basically, imagine Mesa's past like a field of landmines. Whichever way you're gonna step, something bad or disturbing is gonna pop up. Oh, very funny, Star, very funny. I'm still amazed that we're in a lobby nearly on time.
Carver is asleep still, from what I can tell.
Oh, Lord.
Let me pull up Buck's stream. But Buck is doing
It's currently Skullsy who's streaming to Bucktide, who's currently streaming it into Bucktide's stream to give Bucktide some
And
rest.
it looks like the lobby is starting to take place and get ready to go.
Skullsy is literally taking over the stream for Bucktide.
Yes, this has been pre-planned to give Bucktide a little bit of rest and potential sleep.
Probably. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we are. We are getting started with stint 7.
Yep. Stint 7 away and underway.
From what I can tell, I have just been told that no, Carver is not in there, from what I could hear. But
Oh,
I
Lord.
don't know whether I'm mishearing it or what.
Now that worries me greatly.
All right, here's where I step away from the screen. Folks, have a great night. Don't sleep, and have a good race. Maybe I'll pop in tomorrow morning and check and see how things are ending up. If your sanity is still with you.
Most likely not, because we
Good
never
night,
had
John.
any to begin with. But thank you, good sir, for joining us and taking time out of, well, let's be real, your weekend. It's been lovely having you here.
Yep, it's been a lot of fun. Good racing, everyone, and a good night to those that are going to see some bedtime. Johnny Wanna out.
All
Night,
the
John.
best.
See you later. And meanwhile, we're over here with stint 7 having started. There's already
Stint 7
side by
has
side
started,
going.
and they are going insanely fast.
Just doing a
No
little
rest.
notification for the viewers here with the little text box on the second camera. So they know we're still having the end of stint 6 coming here from Scotty.
Very true. Very, very true.
Carver isn't in. Fuck. Carver's asleep. Ren's replacing him. Heart attack over. Fucking
SOS
thank God
replacement.
Ren was asleep. Thank actual fucking God that Ren was still awake. There's a lot of battles going on back here in GT for this stint though. Already
Really?
people trying to go 3 wide, 4 wide, going down into T1.
So we're starting up almost more or less on time here for stint 7 on the A lobby.
Alright, anyway.
ESV
Which
bullet.
reminds me, we're supposed to have Crow here, but I think he's asleep.
Yes, Crow
Yeah.
will be asleep.
Crow will be sleeping because it's Crow.
Crow will wake up and have a heart attack when he sees the message history for 71.
So
Oh,
start
like-
asking in chat how the stints
do
work.
it.
Well, at the end of each stint, you'll see everyone stop. Then they take everyone's distances. So they take the distance the leader's travelled, and then everyone's distance to the leader. And then from there, they just add all the distance travelled for everyone in a team to get their total distance for the entire race, and that determines their positions.
Hello, Assassin Kazakhs. Hello.
Hello, it's nice to have you here.
So at the minute for GT in stint 7, ESV Bullet is leading the way, followed by
Yeah.
RZM Bobby, then SVR Solar and SSR Starlord, and then OTR Ryujin,
Ryujin. Followed by
top 5.
Not the Helen, RZM McQueen, ART Dimes, Jonesy. There's quite a lot of names, and sorry dude rounds off the pack.
See, the thing is, Sorry Dude was quick in qualifying, because I went back and checked qualifying times.
What? Start the craziest thing to happen so far? Or what would be? Like, theoretical?
Rusty and Jonesy are side by side at the minute, going down into T6.
Ooh, and who is that? It looks like not Helen and RZM McQueen drifting each other off with Forza glue.
Really?
Yeah, but as Genji was saying about Sorry Dude, he had the fastest quali time out of his team, but he's been struggling with consistency and had the
controller
his,
issues.
yeah, his controller turning off earlier in stint 2. So while it's been was a good quali for him and his team to get